Chapter 1. In the enchanting and relatively tranquil waterside of the Taitsong mountain range on the Tianwu continent, a scene unfolds. Quickly, sink his body, urged a man clad in black, his tone urgent. Yes, young master, replied another man, similarly attired. He swiftly dragged a lifeless corpse to the edge of the pool. Splash. With a resonant sound, a colossal splash erupted as the body was hurled into the unfathomable depths of the water, rapidly descending to the bottom. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, astonishingly, the eyes of the submerged corpse suddenly opened. Where am I? Glub, glub. Young Lingchen shook his heavy head, and just then, a surge of intense water pressure choked his throat, instantly awakening him to his dire situation. What the hell is going on? Gazing into the inky blackness below, a profound sense of dread surged within young Lingchen, the immense water pressure causing a painful throbbing in his chest and head. Those who teeter on the brink of death often unleash astonishing reserves of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, young Lingchen forcefully pushed away the stones binding him. Then, with a powerful kick, propelled himself upwards, summoning every ounce of strength to swim toward the surface. Splash! Just as his strength was waning, he finally broke free from the water's grasp. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. With the last remnants of his strength, young Lingchen struggled to the edge of the pool, gasping for the long-forgotten fresh air. Xiao Mei, you wretched woman, I merely fainted, and you threw me to the depths. Just wait. Young Lingchen railed incessantly. He only recalled that fateful Sunday evening, when he was playing cards with his girlfriend, Xiao Mei, in the park. Yet, at a critical moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning had suddenly struck from the sky, and he lost consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. At that instant, a cacophony of metal clashing echoed from above. Could it be that someone is filming a movie here? Yang Lingchen shook his slightly dazed head and began to rise. He intended to investigate, curious about this peculiar place. Just then, a blinding flash of white light streaked past, followed by a colossal tree plummeting directly toward him. What the hell is happening? Startled by the sudden descent of the immense tree, Yang Lingchen quickly dove into the nearby bushes to evade it. At that moment, he beheld a man and a woman soaring through the air, wielding swords, unleashing fierce sword energy at one another. In an instant, the air was filled with a tumult of swordplay, the dazzling flashes of blade and light intertwining, as the surrounding trees and rocky cliffs were shattered by the force of their clashes. The woman, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, possessed an ethereal beauty that was breathtaking. Dressed in a flowing gown of purest white, her icy gaze surveyed the world with an air of superiority. Her exquisite visage resembled an untouched ice lotus, pure and resplendent. The man, engaged in combat with her, exuded an aura of malevolence, a chilling presence that left an impression of unfathomable depth and mystery. Such beauty, such a dramatic battle scene, surely this must be a production by some renowned director. Fatigued, Yang Lingchen found a clean spot to sit and began to watch with growing interest. Dongfang Yunbing, are you feeling an unbearable itch all over? The sinister-eyed man smirked, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Wuxia, you despicable scoundrel. What poison have you inflicted upon me? A flicker of panic crossed Dongfang Yunbing's stunning features, her flawless cheeks tinged with a hint of alluring pink. Do not fret, Master Dongfang, it is merely a harmless toxin. Surely you have heard of the notorious Yin Yang Harmony powder? Lu Wuxi's expression was one of malevolence, his gaze revealing a glint of greed. Yin Yang Harmony powder. Dongfang Yunbing's countenance shifted dramatically, alarm flashing in her enchanting eyes as she exclaimed, Cursed Lu Wuxia, how dare you use such poison against me? Dongfang Yunbing, I advise you against futile resistance. You may even come to enjoy this experience, perhaps even develop feelings for me. Lu Wuxia declared with a sinister laugh, his demeanor brimming with malice. You vile wretch, even if I must perish today, I shall never allow you to succeed. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was frigid, her exquisite eyes gleaming with determination. With swift precision, She unleashed a flurry of lethal sword energy, each strike imbued with a brilliant, icy radiance aimed directly at Lu Wuxia. Her fighting style was ferocious, each attack a desperate gambit for survival. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yunbing, I have no interest in a battle to the death. Once the effects take hold, you'll be begging me for an antidote. Lu Wuxia retorted with a sinister smile, his form evading her attacks with a ghostly agility. In contrast, Dongfang Yunbing fought with unyielding ferocity, her determination driving her to the brink. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged thousands of blows. At last, the effects of the yin-yang harmony powder began to take hold within Dongfang Yunbing, her complexion flushing, despair flickering in her eyes. Dongfang Yunbing, today, no one could save you. At that moment, Lu Wuxia seized an opportunity, launching a powerful strike that sent Dongfang Yunbing hurtling through the air. Bang! She coughed up blood, her body resembling a kite with severed strings, plummeting toward Yang Lingchen below. What the hell? This isn't a movie. Yang Lingchen, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, had no time to react as Dongfang Yunbing landed squarely on him. Ouch! He cursed under his breath, wisely opting to feign death. Dongfang Yunbing cast a cold glance at Yang Lingchen before turning her attention back to Lu Wuxia. By now, the poison within her was fully manifesting, her once icy gaze transforming into one of seductive allure. Giggling, Dongfang Yunbing, have you not always prided yourself on your purity? Today, I shall mold you into my obedient slave, Lu Wuxia declared, his face alight with excitement, malevolence gleaming in his eyes as he advanced toward her. Despite his injuries, Lu Wuxia was emboldened, knowing that without the yin-yang harmony powder, he would not stand a chance against Dongfang Yunbing. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were glazed, her previous chill replaced with a softness that suggested she was on the verge of succumbing. Fear not, my beauty, I am coming to rescue you, and soon you shall know the joy of being with me. Lu Wuxia leered, his impatience evident as he lunged toward Dongfang Yunbing. Yang Lingchen, still feigning death, was completely disregarded. To Lu Wuxia, Yang Lingchen was nothing more than an inconsequential waste, posing no threat whatsoever. Violetcher, perish! Just as Lu Wuxia was about to close the distance, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flashed with a piercing coldness. With a swift motion, she unleashed a ferocious wave of energy, striking Lu Wuxia directly in his core. Piefich! Ah, you wretched woman, you! Lu Wuxia screamed in agony, taken completely off guard by Dongfang Yunbing's vengeful strike, which sent him reeling, blood spattering from his mouth. With a relentless glint in her eyes, Dongfang Yunbing surged forward like a bolt. Oh, cough, cough. Fair lady, please remain calm. I merely happened to pass by and have witnessed nothing. I swear, I will absolutely refrain from alerting the authorities. Yang Lingchen's voice quivered slightly as he nearly collapsed in fear. Do you wish for death or to live? Dongfang Yunbing's stunning eyes cast a cold glance at Yang Lingchen. To live, he stammered, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Very well. Dongfang Yunbing's gaze softened somewhat amidst the desolate wilderness. She knew all too well that the only one capable of saving her in this moment was this unremarkable young man before her, devoid of any cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. Without a moment to spare, Dongfang Yunbing's delicate hand moved like lightning, swiftly striking several times in front of Yang Lingchen. Fair lady, what do you intend to do? Yang Lingchen was utterly bewildered, feeling as if he had been immobilized, unable to move an inch. Cease your prattle. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was icily cold. As her words fell, she seized him and quickly darted towards a distant cave. Bang! Dongfang Yunbing casually tossed Yang Lingchen to the ground at this point. She was on the brink of collapse, no longer able to care for anything else. In the next moment, her snow-white robe began to slide down slowly. Gulp! Witnessing the scene before him, Yang Lingchen swallowed hard, now fully aware of what was about to transpire. He could not deny that Dongfang Yunbing was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered in his life. She possessed a tall, alluring figure with captivating curves, cascading black hair that shone like a waterfall, a face of ethereal beauty, and exquisitely perfect, rosy lips. Even her aloof and elegant demeanor was unparalleled by any celebrity. Though excitement coursed through young Lingchen's veins, a tinge of concern lingered in his mind. After all, this unparalleled beauty was also a ruthless character capable of killing without a second thought. If she decided to eliminate him afterward, it would indeed be a tragedy. Dongfang Yunbing approached young Lingchen, gazing at him with deep affection. "Fairy, let us converse amiably. This was your initiative, and you must not resort to silencing me afterward." Young Lingchen clung to the last vestiges of his clarity. Yet, Dongfang Yunbing paid him no heed, wrapping her arms around him instead. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Yunbing lay peacefully asleep in Yang Lingchen's embrace. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's back had been scraped raw by the stones beneath him. Nevertheless, he dared not move, fearing he might disturb this esteemed lady. He pondered anxiously how he might protect himself if she were to awaken. Just then, he felt Dongfang Yunbing stir slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering. "She's waking up? What to do?" Yang Lingchen's mind raced, and he swiftly concocted a plan to feign misery. In that instant, he felt as though he had channeled an award-winning actor, his eyes welling with tears, glistening like jewels. Soon, the crystalline tears began to trickle down the corners of his eyes, presenting a visage of utter heartbreak, as if he had just been ruthlessly ravaged. At this moment, Yang Lingchen found himself compelled to feign despair. Suddenly, Dongfang Yunbing opened her eyes, and a chilling aura of murderous intent shot forth from her gaze. In that instant, Yang Lingchen felt the temperature within the cave plummet by several degrees, sending a shiver of dread coursing through him. Nevertheless, he remained unmoved, wearing an expression of utter desolation, tears already staining his cheeks. Observing Yang Lingchen's forlorn demeanor, Dongfang Yun's eyes glinted with a cold light. "Given your apparent indifference to life, it seems you wish for death. Allow me to grant your wish." Without hesitation, Dongfang Yunbing's delicate hands, as exquisite as jade, swiftly seized Yang Lingchen by the throat. "Cough, cough. This is the end. It appears that even my pleas for pity are in vain." A profound sense of despair enveloped Yang Lingchen as the suffocating grip tightened, causing the veins on his temples to bulge and his eyes to nearly pop from their sockets. He exerted all his strength in a desperate struggle, yet it proved futile. In less than a moment, Yang Lingchen began to roll his eyes, his limbs twitching involuntarily, just as he felt he was on the brink of death. Those jade-like hands at his neck finally loosened. "Cough, cough, cough. Divine sister, spare me. I am but a victim as well. You cannot commit the act of discarding the cart after unloading the donkey." Yang Lingchen coughed incessantly, greedily inhaling the fresh, invigorating by the heavens. "This woman is utterly terrifying. I was nearly choked to death by her." Yang Lingchen silently cursed. At the same time, he cautiously edged backward, attempting to distance himself from her as much as possible. Dongfang Yunbing silently fixed her gaze upon Yang Lingchen, drawing her sword from its sheath and pressing it menacingly against his throat. "By the heavens, if death is my fate, then let it be." Feeling the icy aura of death emanating from the blade at his neck, Yang Lingchen slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, with a swift motion, Dongfang Yunbing unleashed a formidable force that sent Yang Lingchen into unconsciousness. After much internal conflict, Dongfang Yunbing ultimately turned away, leaving the cave in a slow, measured pace. Her heart was tumultuous, torn between resentment and fury for the man who had forcibly taken her innocence. Yet in the end, she found herself unable to bring herself to harm him. Time passed unmeasured, and when Yang Lingchen finally awoke from his stupor, the enchanting figure of Dongfang Yunbing had vanished from the cave. Struggling to support himself, he gradually rose to his feet, acutely aware that the skin on his back had been entirely scraped away, the sharp pain eliciting an involuntary gasp, gazing at the gruesome bloodstains on his legs. A faint smile crept onto Yang Lingchen's lips. He had never anticipated that the woman of unparalleled beauty was still a maiden. The memory of her enchanting visage sent ripples of excitement through his heart. In his recollections, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered, unmatched by any other. Even now, he could scarcely believe that he had shared such an intimate connection with a woman so breathtakingly beautiful. Ah, just as young Lingchen struggled to stand and prepare to leave the cave, an excruciating pain akin to being torn asunder surged through his mind. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his consciousness, playing like a film, eventually merging seamlessly with his original memories. Could it be? I've actually traversed worlds. Yang Lingchen's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. In his previous life, he had been an avid reader of online literature, often fantasizing about one day transcending into a world where he could become the protagonist, commanding the universe. Little did he expect that he would experience such a phenomenon himself. After a moment of reflection, Yang Lingchen endeavored to calm his turbulent emotions, meticulously sorting through the newly acquired memories in his mind. Through these memories, he learned that the world he had traversed into was known as Tianwu continent. This vast expanse was so immense that its size was beyond imagination, encompassing an area that spanned countless billions of kilometers. Moreover, he discovered that this realm was dominated by the practice of cultivation. Legends spoke of those who reached the pinnacle of cultivation, able to soar freely through the skies, possessing the might to move mountains and fill seas, and even acquiring the miraculous ability of immortality. In this world, only the strong commanded respect, while the weak were treated like ants, subject to oppression and trampling. Wealth, power, and beauty, everything that was coveted, was inextricably linked to formidable strength. However, what surprised Yang Lingchen was that the body he inhabited bore the same name as his previous life, Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen was the young master of the Yang family in Hanyang City, possessing cultivation at the third level of the gathering Yuan realm. Pampered and unlearned, he was notorious for his misdeeds. A wasteful scion of Hanyang City, that a few days prior he had heard rumors of a miraculous gathering spirit fruit deep within the Taitsong mountain range, capable of enabling practitioners to advance 2 minor levels consecutively. Driven by greed, he hastily brought a few family servants and rushed to the mountain range. Unbeknownst to him, this was all part of a meticulously crafted scheme aimed at him. The news of the gathering spirit fruit was a mere fabrication, intentionally leaked to entice him into the depths of the Taitsong mountain range. Once he and his servants ventured deep into the mountains, they were ambushed by 2 formidable assailants clad in black. Without mercy, they struck him forcefully in the chest, sending him plummeting into the depths of a chasm, which ultimately led to his current predicament. This world allows for cultivation. How intriguing. I shall give a try. Yang Lingchen steeled himself, settling into a meditative posture, ready to embark on his first journey of cultivation in this lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. Gathering Yuan realm, 4th level. Gathering Yuan realm, 5th level. Gathering Yuan realm, 6th level. Good heavens, have I become a genius after my transmigration? As he felt this surging power within him, Yang Lingchen's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment and incredulity. After all, he had only possessed the strength of the 3rd level of the gathering Yuan realm before. And now, inexplicably, he had broken through to the 6th level. Such a transformation was simply beyond belief. That moment, the ancient jade pendant on his chest accidentally came into contact with a drop of blood on the back of his hand. Instantly, the pendant emitted a dazzling white light, and in a flash, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a mysterious jade ornament. What in the world is this place? Yang Lingchen scanned his surroundings warily. He found himself in a completely unfamiliar and ethereal space. Suddenly, a sinister and chilling voice echoed from behind him. Who? Show yourself. Startled by the sudden, terrifying laughter, Yang Lingchen spun around, only to find nothing there. Truly, fate has not abandoned me. After 1,000,000 years, I never expected to encounter a pure Yang body, just as my soul was on the verge of dissipating. That moment, a terrifying and eerie silhouette slowly materialized before Yang Lingchen. The figure's eyes shimmered with an intense light, as if gazing upon a rare treasure, fixated on Yang Lingchen. Are you human or ghost? Trembling at the sudden appearance of the apparition, Yang Lingchen instinctively recoiled several steps. Whether I am human or ghost is inconsequential. What matters is that I have taken a liking to your body. Soon as the voice fell, the ethereal figure transformed into a beam of white light. instantaneously merging into Yang Lingchen's consciousness that he let out a piercing scream of agony, that a wave of excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul, awakening him to the grim reality. This entity intended to seize his body. No way, after enduring so much to traverse to this realm, he could not simply perish in such a cursed place. This was the last vestige of determination in Yang Lingchen's mind at that moment. Within his consciousness, the specter was frantically devouring his soul bit by bit. "You old rascal, I shall fight you to the end." Yang Lingchen summoned every ounce of his spirit, launching a desperate counterattack. With his very existence hanging in the balance, he knew that failure to resist would lead to the complete annihilation of his soul. "You insolent brat! Do you truly believe you can resist before me? You are utterly misguided." The specter sneered ominously, then intensified its consuming force, ravenously feasting upon Yang Lingchen's essence. "Old fool, your soul is clearly on the brink of dissolution. To think you still aspire to devour me is the height of folly." Yang Lingchen bellowed, refusing to succumb, continuing his relentless struggle. Through the ceaseless cycle of consumption and resistance, he gradually discerned that the adversary was not as formidable as he had initially feared. This realization only strengthened his resolve and confidence to retaliate. "Child, cease your futile struggles. Even if my soul is nearing extinction, you are not capable of resisting." The specter attempted to tempt Yang Lingchen. "Old fool, your tricks are fit only for deceiving a child. I see you are gravely mistaken." Yang Lingchen remained undeterred, fiercely urging his spirit onward, evading and countering within the confines of his consciousness. Prolonging the struggle was not a viable solution. The specter's essence had been eroded over 1,000,000 years. Now teetering on the edge of dissolution, if this stalemate continued, he might very well face ruin. The specter began to grow increasingly impatient. As time elapsed, its soul grew weaker. Initially confident in easily overpowering Yang Lingchen, it now realized its own essence was on the verge of collapse. Yet there was no turning back. Once it entered Yang Lingchen's consciousness, this was a life-and-death duel. Either it would succeed in seizing the body, or it would vanish from existence. Amidst the specter's voracious consumption, Yang Lingchen too felt the toll, his own body rendered exceedingly frail. After all, the specter was a peak power from 1,000,000 years past. Although its soul was nearly extinguished, it was still not something Yang Lingchen could easily contend with. That he had lasted this long was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Yang Lingchen was engulfed by profound despair. Sensing he was on the verge of collapse, should he continue to be consumed in this manner, his journey through this realm would prematurely conclude in demise. "Fear not, young one, from this moment forth. Your body shall be mine." The specter's lips curled into a sinister smile as it lunged toward Yang Lingchen's soul, intending to completely consume it and complete the body snatch. "Damn it. If I must die, let us die together." A resolute ferocity gleamed in Yang Lingchen's eyes. This time he chose not to flee but charged directly at the specter. However, at that moment, he was no match for the ethereal figure. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of Yang Lingchen's soul was devoured. Just as he felt he could bear no more, a sudden surge of essence erupted from deep within his soul, swiftly merging with him. This essence belonged to the previous owner of Yang Lingchen's body. As the two souls united, Yang Lingchen instantaneously reversed the tide of battle. "What? How can you possess two souls?" The specter exclaimed in terror. "Die, old wretch!" Yang Lingchen charged furiously toward the specter. "Young man, two souls against one. This is most unchivalrous." The specter, now exceedingly weakened, appeared as though it might dissipate at any moment. "You dare speak of chivalry now? Where was your honor before? Did you spare any for the innocent?" Yang Lingchen showed no signs of pausing, relentlessly consuming the specter's essence, fully aware of its formidable nature. If he allowed the specter to regain its composure, it might attempt to seize his body once more. "That I will not yield." The specter let out a desperate cry of rage, but soon all fell silent. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was left in a state of astonishment, gasping for breath as he struggled to assimilate the flood of memories that had suddenly emerged in his mind. He discovered that the specter was named Lingchen, a master of alchemy and formations from the divine realm 1,000,000 years ago. After inadvertently acquiring the ancient artifact Hao Yin, he became a target for the entire divine realm, ultimately falling to overwhelming numbers. His physical form was destroyed, and his soul took refuge in the space of Hao Yin. A Yang Lingchen meticulously sifted through the memories. He stumbled upon an exceedingly profound cultivation technique, Hao Qianju. According to Ling Juechen's recollections, this was a pinnacle technique of the divine realm, with a cultivation speed hundreds of times that of ordinary methods. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Lingchen promptly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate according to the Hao Qianju's incantations. Instantly, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. 7th layer of Gathering Yuan Realm. 8th layer of Gathering Yuan Realm. Time became an abstraction as Yang Lingchen's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Gathering Yuan Realm before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, he was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that a mere brief session of cultivation would elevate him to the peak of the 9th layer. It was worth noting that in the 15 years prior, he had been notorious as the most useless individual in Hanyang City. Yet now, in the span of a single day, he had advanced from the 3rd layer to the 9th layer of Gathering Yuan Realm. For him, this was nothing short of a miracle. In this world, the cultivation realms are categorized as Gathering Yuan, Ming Xian, Tong Xian, Wensu, Ru Xian, Gui Xian, Ling Xian, Ling Hai, Wangzhe, and Huang's. Do not fret about remembering the realms. Once you reach a certain threshold, I will mark the subsequent realms for you. Fear not, brother, from now on, I am you, and you are me. I shall avenge your grievances. Through the memories, Yang Lingchen learned that the assailants who had slain the previous owner were 2 masked figures. Though their faces were concealed, their eyes bore an unsettling familiarity to him. Should he encounter them again, he was certain he would recognize them without fail. Subsequently, with determination, Yang Lingchen activated the Hao Yin, his figure flickering as he reappeared in the cave, the Hao Yin merging seamlessly into his being. After cultivating the Hao Yin, he had completely mastered the entirety of the Hao Yin space. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was covered in dark, repulsive grime, fully aware that this was a result of the cleansing process accompanying the profound cultivation. After all, he was currently practicing the divine-level technique. Hao Qianju, gazing at the loathsome filth that enveloped him, Yang Lingchen slowly emerged from the cave, returning once more to the familiar edge of the water pool. With swift and agile movements, he shed the tattered garments that clung to his form, plunging without hesitation into the water's embrace to cleanse himself meticulously. After thoroughly washing away the grime that marred his skin, Yang Lingchen pressed forward, relentless in his journey towards the outskirts of the Taicang mountain range. Guided solely by the memories etched in his mind, in the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed, and the disheveled Yang Lingchen, having endured numerous trials, finally returned to Hanyang City. This monumental city, resplendent and imposing, was fortified by towering walls constructed from immense black stones, standing resolutely like iron, imparting an indomitable aura. Crossing the heavily fortified city gates and stepping into the inner sanctum, he was immediately greeted by a panorama of buildings steeped in classical elegance. The bustling streets were alive with throngs of people, vibrant vendors calling out their wares, and formidable martial artists weaving through the crowd. Yang Lingchen felt like a Na'vi country bumpkin on his first visit to the city, his eyes darting from side to side, brimming with wonder and curiosity at the unfamiliar sights. That not Yang Lingchen. At that moment, a mocking voice resonated from behind him. Turning, he beheld a young man clad in resplendent white robes, handsome and exuding an air of superiority, leering at him with ill intent. Look at your disheveled appearance. You wouldn't be begging on the streets, would you? Yang Lingchen's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly recalled the details of this individual from his memory. A cold smirk crept across his face as he retorted, "Ah, it appears you are the infamous Xiao Jiji. I have long heard tales of your exploits." The newcomer was none other than Xiao Jiji, the youngest scion of the Xiao family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Hanyang City, whose cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and who had taken great pleasure in tormenting Yang Lingchen in the past. "You little bastard, you are courting death." A glint of malice flashed in Xiao Jiji's eyes as he unleashed a furious strike towards Yang Lingchen. Throughout his life, he had loathed the mention of the name Xiao Jiji due to its phonetic similarity to his own. Never did he expect that Yang Lingchen would audaciously utter it before him today. Had this been the Yang Lingchen of yore, he would surely have been severely injured by such a forceful blow. However, the current Yang Lingchen had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the gathering Yuan realm, and thus regarded Xiao Jiji with utter disdain. In a flash, a fierce light ignited in Yang Lingchen's gaze. His left hand shot out, deftly seizing Xiao Jiji's descending palm, while his right foot executed a swift and powerful kick aimed at Xiao Jiji's groin. With a resounding crack, Xiao Jiji emitted a blood-curdling scream. Collapsing to the ground in abject agony, his face contorted in a mask of pain, veins protruding ominously. Yang Lingchen approached him leisurely, planting a merciless foot upon his face, and coolly declared, "Addressing you as Xiao Jiji was merely a courtesy. Since you find us so distasteful, perhaps you should adopt the surname Mei instead. There is no name more fitting for you than No Jiji." Having endured years of bullying from Xiao Jiji, Yang Lingchen, now having traversed into this new existence, would no longer tolerate such tyranny. "Yang Lingchen, you little bastard, I will ensure the complete annihilation of your Yang family," Xiao Jiji bellowed, his voice laced with venomous wrath. "How audacious of you to utter such threats while beneath my foot." Yang Lingchen's gaze darkened as he pressed down with renewed force, causing Xiao Jiji's right cheek to sink deeply under the pressure. Crack! Xiao Jiji howled in excruciating pain, his visage twisted and grotesque from the torment the gathering crowd of onlookers had formed, astonished at the transformation of Yang Lingchen. When did he become so formidable? Just recently, we witnessed him being ruthlessly beaten by Xiao Jiji. Today, he appears to be an entirely different person. The spectators wore expressions of disbelief in Hanyang City, while Yang Lingchen was known as a notorious wastrel. This reputation was relative to ordinary folk. Amongst the younger generation of the four great families, he was widely regarded as a complete failure. Ignoring Xiao Jiji's plight, Yang Lingchen turned and strode purposefully towards the direction of the Yang family estate. As one of the four prominent clans of Hanyang City, the Yang family, led by the formidable Yang Daolin, stood as one of the city's top powers. The estate itself sprawled over an expansive area, with walls constructed from meticulously crafted green bricks. The plaque and grand entrance were fashioned from precious 1,000-year-old golden silk Namu wood, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility and extravagance. Who dares to intrude upon the Yang family? A guard obstructed Yang Lingchen's path as he approached the entrance. "Yang Guang, are you blind? You fail to recognize me?" Yang Lingchen's voice thundered with indignation, for if he did not assert his identity, he risked being unceremoniously expelled by his own guards. "My apologies, sir. I did not recognize you," Yang Guang stammered, trembling in fear as he quickly stepped aside. Following the memories etched in his mind, Yang Lingchen made his way towards his quarters. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Upon his return, he was met by a young maiden clad in a flowing green dress, her features exquisite and her skin as pale as jade. This was Xiao Ruo, his childhood maid. "Xiao Ruo, fetch me a clean set of clothes," Yang Lingchen instructed hastily, making his way towards the bathing chamber, his appearance disheveled and his clothing in tatters. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family, one of the four great clans of Hanyang City, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes and a grim visage anxiously inquired, "Zhou Yaoshi, how is my son's condition?" This man was Xiao Shuangming, the head of the Xiao family, and the injured Xiao Jiji was his youngest son. "Your son's injuries are not life-threatening, but..." An elderly man with hair as white as snow hesitated, his demeanor suggesting something amiss. "What is it?" Xiao Shuangming pressed urgently. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yaoshi sighed. "The critical area of your son has sustained irreversible damage. He may never engage in intimate relations again. Yang Daolin, I will have your son pay with his life." Xiao Shuangming's eyes glinted coldly as he seethed with rage. At the Yang family estate, within a secluded courtyard, a panicked servant exclaimed, "Young master, trouble is brewing. That little bastard Yang Lingchen has returned. Yang Kuan, are you seeking death?" Yang Jihao's eyes flashed with menace as he struck the servant across the face. "I swear, young master, I would not dare deceive you. I saw him return with my own eyes." Yang Kuan hastily defended himself. "Are you certain you did not mistake him for someone else?" Yang Jihao's tone grew serious. I'm absolutely certain. I witnessed him enter his quarters. Yang Kuan affirmed with conviction. How can this be? He was supposed to be dead. Could it be that he did not die fully? Yang Jihao's brow furrowed in deep thought. What shall we do now, young master? Yang Kuan asked cautiously. I'm not worried. We were mastering the incident, and he was knocked unconscious. There is no way he could identify us. Yang Jihao replied coolly. After a thorough cleansing, Yang Lingchen donned a pristine set of white robes, his exquisitely chiseled features radiating an air of refined nobility. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the appearance of this body. Young master, the family head wishes to see you in the reception hall, Xiao Ruo informed him. The reception hall? Could there be distinguished guests? Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow in curiosity as he made his way towards the designated area. In the Yang family reception hall, the upper echelons of the Yang family faced off against the members of the Xiao family, an atmosphere thick with tension and hostility. It seems as though a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. Yang Daolin, Yang Lingchen has left my son in this pitiful state. If you do not hand him over today, do not blame me, Xiao Shuaming, for being merciless. Xiao Shuaming's voice was icy to the core, his anger bubbling just beneath the surface, clearly at a boiling point. Xiao Shuaming, are you certain you are not jesting? A look of confusion crossed Yang Daolin's face. He could hardly believe that his son had incapacitated Xiao Jiji. After all, his son's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, while Xiao Jiji had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, an insurmountable difference in strength. Father, you called for me. At that tense moment, Yang Lingchen pushed the door open and strode in. Upon his entrance, the members of the Xiao family glared at him with fury. Lingchen, did you strike Xiao Jiji? Yang Daolin furrowed his brow slightly, pointing at the wretched form of Xiao Jiji on the stretcher. Indeed, I was the one who struck him, but it was Xiao Jiji who made the first move. I merely retaliated in self-defense. And many witnesses were present at the scene. Then, Yang Lingchen recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. This sharp-tongued brat injured my son and dares to twist the truth here, blurring the lines of right and wrong. Xiao Shuaming declared coldly, Yang Daolin, your son has ruined my child, and today I shall do the same to him. Should you dare to intervene, our family shall be sworn enemies, locked in a feud to the bitter end. Patriarch, since this matter was instigated by Yang Lingchen, it is only fitting that he should handle it himself, spoke the elder of the Yang family, Yang Tiancheng, in a detached and emotionless tone. Patriarch, I concur with the elder's perspective. As the young master, Yang Lingchen has been idle and has stirred trouble everywhere. We cannot allow our entire Yang family to suffer because of his actions. At this moment, the 3rd elder, Yang Tianming, also stepped forward to echo the elder's sentiments. Humph. Yang Daolin let out a cold snort, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 3rd elder like a sword. Instantly, the 3rd elder felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, shivering as he lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. Xiao Shuaming, the matter is clear. Your son acted recklessly and initiated the conflict. Even if he's been incapacitated, it is merely a consequence of his own actions. If you wish to make an enemy of the Yang family, then bring it on. Yang Daolin replied coldly, unflinching. Very well, Yang Daolin, I shall see how long you can protect him. My son has been harmed, and this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Xiao Shuaming's icy glare bore down on Yang Lingchen. He then stormed out of the Yang residence, accompanied by the members of the Xiao family. His departure motivated largely by his apprehension of Yang Daolin's unfathomable strength. Patriarch, Yang Lingchen is now 15 years old. According to clan rules, the young master must surpass his peers by this age. The Council of Elders has the right to dismiss him from his position, Yang Tiancheng stated coldly once more. Patriarch, I agree with the elder's opinion. T15, Yang Lingchen has only reached the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and he certainly lacks the qualifications to continue as our young master, added the 5th elder, Yang Beiyun. Esteemed elders, I find your arguments valid. However, who do you believe is qualified to replace me? Yang Lingchen retorted with a cold laugh. Stepping forward, feeling slighted by the elder's dismissive attitudes, I nominate the elder's grandson. Yang's just 16, he has already achieved the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, making him a top talent even in the entirety of Hanyang City. The third elder, Yang Tianming, eagerly chimed in. Elder, what is your view? Yang Lingchen inquired, casting a glance at the elder. I believe Zihua possesses the capability and is deserving of the position of young master. Yang Tianqing replied, his expression stern and devoid of emotion. Very well. Do not say I have not given you a chance. Tomorrow morning, at the family's martial arts arena, if Yang Zihua can defeat me, then the position of young master shall be his. Yang Lingchen declared with a sardonic smile, unwavering in his resolve. Upon hearing this, a faint smile spread across Yang Tianqing's face as he turned to Yang Daolin. Patriarch, what do you think? In Yang Tianqing's view, Yang Lingchen was merely setting himself up for failure, a futile endeavor. To a mere third-level practitioner seeking to triumph over a ninth-level expert was nothing short of delusional. Let us proceed, as Lingchen suggests. Yang Daolin furrowed his brow, uncertain of his son's true intentions. However, according to clan rules, if the young master could not surpass his peers, the council indeed had the right to elect a new young master. Patriarch, your wisdom shines bright. We take our leave. Yang Tianqing laughed heartily, full of self-satisfaction. As he exited the reception hall like a tea that moment, Yang Tianqing felt an immense sense of joy. Once his grandson became the young master, the power of the Yang family would inevitably fall into his lineage. Lingchen, you were too impulsive just now. Do you realize? Yang Daolin said solemnly. Initially, he had hoped to leverage his position as patriarch to delay matters. Yet with his son now volunteering for the martial arts arena, he found himself unable to intervene further. Do not worry. Father, I will surely win tomorrow, Yang Lingchen assured, channeling all his inner strength. Instantly, the powerful aura of a peak ninth-level practitioner of the Gathering Yuan realm emanated from him. What? Yang Daolin was left utterly astonished by the sight before him. Wasn't his son merely at the third level of the Gathering Yuan realm? How had he suddenly ascended to the pinnacle of the ninth level? Lingchen, when did you break through to the peak of the ninth level? Yang Daolin's face was a mask of shock. Father, I have long been at the peak of the ninth level. I have merely kept a low profile. Yang Lingchen responded with a sheepish smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Splendid. You truly are my son. Yang Daolin laughed heartily. He found it hard to believe Yang Lingchen's words. This boy had always been arrogant and overbearing, far from someone who would maintain a low profile. Nevertheless, Yang Daolin refrained from probing further, recognizing that this was his son's secret. By the way, Lingchen, in half a month, the Tianyuan Palace will arrive in Hanyang City to recruit new disciples. You must strive for it, Yang Daolin stated. Rest assured, father, I will give it my all, Yang Lingchen replied, sensing the glimmer of hope in his father's eyes. Yang Lingchen was indeed very interested in the Tianyuan Palace, for it was a premier sect in the northern Xian region, where only the most exceptional young talents were accepted. Having entered this world, Yang Lingchen was determined not to lead an unremarkable life. Thus, the Tianyuan Palace was an essential destination for him. Only by joining the ranks of such prodigious talents could he hope to accelerate his growth. Just then, the steward, Yang Su, entered, bowing slightly. Patriarch, the Lord of Hanshang has arrived. Quickly invite him in, Yang Daolin instructed without delay. Moments later, the steward returned, ushering in a distinguished middle-aged man, followed by a strikingly beautiful young woman with fair skin. The visitors were none other than Han Tianling, the Lord of Hanshang, and his daughter, Han Ruoxue. The Han family, like the Yang family, was one of the four prominent families of Hanshang. However, the Han family held the foremost position among them, and Han Tianling was the lord of the city. Upon seeing Han Ruoxue, a wave of indescribable emotion washed over Yang Lingchen, and memories of her flooded his mind. It dawned on him that Han Ruoxue was, in fact, his fiancée in the past. He had gone to great lengths to win her favor, yet she had shown him nothing but disdain, even harboring a deep-seated aversion towards him. Brother Tianling, what brings you here today? Please take a seat. Yang Daolin welcomed Han Tianling with great enthusiasm. Greetings, Uncle Han, Yang Lingchen interjected. Yang Lingchen respectfully performed a bow and spoke, I have met Uncle Yang. Han Ruoxue also gracefully bowed to Yang Daolin. Brother Daolin, you are too polite. I have come today to discuss a matter of great importance. Han Tianling's expression revealed difficulty, with a hint of awkwardness and helplessness in his eyes. "Brother Tianling, you are being too courteous. We have known each other for many years and share a deep friendship. Please feel free to speak, and I shall do my utmost to assist you within my capabilities," Yang Daolin replied calmly. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Han Tianling sighed heavily, slowly stating, "Brother Daolin, I am here today to discuss the dissolution of the engagement." Dissolution of the engagement? Yang Daolin's brow furrowed deeply. He was well aware of his son's profound affection for Han Ruoxue and could hardly fathom that Han Tianling would come to break the engagement. "Uncle Yang, I understand that you and my father had an agreement in the past, yet matters of marriage cannot be forced. Over the past decade or so, I have grown up alongside Yang Lingchen. But we have not developed any special feelings for each other. If we were to be bound together against our will, happiness would surely elude us. Therefore, I respectfully request that you release us from this engagement." Han Ruoxue eloquently expressed her prepared words in one fluent breath. Chinner, what do you think? Yang Daolin sighed, clearly perceiving that Han Ruoxue did not harbor feelings for his son. "Father, I believe Han Ruoxue speaks wisely. Matters of the heart cannot be coerced. Let us dissolve this engagement." Upon uttering these words, astonishment washed over all present, particularly Han Ruoxue, who never expected Yang Lingchen to so readily agree to the dissolution of their engagement. It is worth noting that this young man had persistently pursued her over the past few years. "Brother Tianling, since both young individuals lack any such inclination, let us put an end to this marriage. It is a pity that we cannot become in-laws." Yang Daolin expressed a profound sense of regret. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Han Ruoxue bowed once more, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders at that moment. Her resolute decision to break the engagement stemmed not from any particular disdain for Yang Lingchen, but rather from her unwillingness to marry someone of meager stature. Yang Lingchen's agreement to dissolve the engagement was also motivated by a desire to shed the humiliation of unreciprocated affection. Having previously lavished considerable wealth in an effort to win her favor, the sword that Han Ruoxue now held was one Yang Lingchen had surreptitiously acquired by stealing 100,000 gold coins from his family, a sum that nearly led to his demise at his father's hands, for it equated to half of their family's annual income. Han Ruoxue had always accepted gifts from Yang Lingchen without hesitation, regardless of their nature. After the departure of the Han family, Yang Lingchen returned to his residence and devoted himself to rigorous training. Within the memories of Ling Juechen, he discovered a top-tier divine movement technique, phantom steps. This technique not only proved effective in evasion, but also granted him the upper hand in combat against any opponents of equal rank that, of course, mastering a divine technique demanded a high level of comprehension from its practitioner. Yang Lingchen quietly infiltrated the Haotian Jade space and tirelessly practiced phantom steps repeatedly. The night swiftly passed. After a night of diligent training, Yang Lingchen finally reached the introductory level of phantom steps. Though merely at the entry stage, he was confident that his speed would utterly surpass all other geniuses of the same realm. Even against opponents several minor realms above him, he felt assured of his ability to retreat unscathed, as this was a top-tier technique from the divine realm. The following morning, after a meticulous grooming session, Yang Lingchen left his dwelling with renewed vigor, striding purposefully towards the Yang family's martial arena. The arena was bustling with numerous Yang family disciples, and few believed Yang Lingchen stood a chance against Yang Zihao. After all, in the eyes of the onlookers, Yang Lingchen was merely at the third layer of gathering essence, while Yang Zihao had already attained the ninth layer. The disparity in their strengths was so pronounced that no one anticipated Yang Lingchen's victory. "Brother Zihao, once you become the young master, do take good care of us." "Brother Zihao, how did you become so formidable?" "Under young Master Zihao's wise leadership, our Yang family shall undoubtedly become the foremost family in Chaoyang City." Surrounding the martial arena, a group of youths flocked around Yang Zihao, exchanging flattery with unrestrained enthusiasm that moment. Yang Zihao reveled in the adoration of the crowd, feeling as if the position of young master was already his for the taking. Upon Yang Lingchen's arrival at the martial arena, Yang Daolin and the elders of the Yang family were already seated on the high platform. "I apologize for my tardiness," Yang Lingchen announced as he ascended the stage. "Elder, please summon your grandson." At that moment, Yang Zihao leaped onto the stage, declaring, "Lingchen, I advise you to concede gracefully. Otherwise, in the heat of battle, should I inadvertently injure you, I would have much to explain to the family head. How infuriating! So it's you? Upon locking eyes with Yang Zaheo, Yang Lingchen became certain that this very individual was responsible for the demise of the former. Elder, I recently made slight progress in my cultivation. Hence my control over my strength may be lacking that if I inadvertently incapacitate Brother Zaheo, I hope you will not hold it against me. Yang Lingchen disregarded Yang Zaheo's taunt and instead smiled at Elder Yang Tianqing. You may strike with abandon, young master. If you manage to injure Zaheo, I shall not blame you. Yang Tianqing laughed heartily. Since Elder has said so, I shall feel at ease to show my respect for you. I shall allow Yang Zaheo 3 moves, Yang Lingchen replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lingchen, since you are so confident, I shall not hold back, Yang Zaheo retorted before launching a fierce palm strike towards Yang Lingchen. At that moment, Yang Zaheo was seething with rage, wishing to obliterate Yang Lingchen on the spot, yet he dared not do so, aware that Yang Lingchen was the only son of Yang Daolin, who was famously protective of his offspring. Faced with Yang Zaheo's aggressive strike, Yang Lingchen's figure flickered, deftly evading the powerful blow. First move, Yang Lingchen remarked with a faint smile. The spectators below were left in utter astonishment, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at Yang Lingchen. Although Yang Zaheo's previous attack had been casual, it was not something a mere third layer of gathering essence could easily evade. Due to Yang Lingchen not employing any profound energy, the audience failed to discern his true cultivation level. Seeing his initial strike fail, Yang Zaheo attacked once more, delivering a powerful punch towards Yang Lingchen with full force. This time, Yang Zaheo unleashed 9/10 of his strength, determined to eliminate Yang Lingchen without granting him any opportunity for escape. Bang! Yang Zaheo's mightily delivered punch was once again effortlessly dodged by Yang Lingchen. Second move, Yang Lingchen stated expressionlessly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips in that instant. Elder Yang Tianqing's face turned ashen. Having witnessed the two exchanges, he realized that Yang Lingchen possessed strength on par with his own grandson. Meanwhile, Yang Daolin wore a subtle smile of satisfaction. As Yang Lingchen continued to evade Yang Zaheo's attacks, the latter gradually lost his composure, his emotions spiraling into fury. Lingchen, if you have the ability, then do not dodge. In a moment that rendered a person, once perceived as utterly worthless, to deftly evade his 2 fierce onslaughts, the countenance of Yang Zaheo grew dark and foreboding. Very well, I shall grant you a single opportunity. Yang Lingchen remarked, a frigid smile gracing his lips. You seek death. Like a streak of lightning, Yang Zaheo propelled a powerful kick toward Yang Lingchen with astonishing speed. Crack! To Yang Zaheo's astonishment, his swift kick was effortlessly seized by Yang Lingchen. 3 moves have passed. With a sudden, forceful grip of his right hand, Yang Lingchen fractured Yang Zaheo's leg in an instant. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Yang Zaheo at that moment. Yang Lingchen unleashed a strike imbued with the mystic energy of the Hao Yanju, delivering a thunderous kick to Yang Zaheo's dantian. Another agonizing wail echoed as Yang Zaheo was propelled backward by the sheer force of the blow. Zaheo, Yang Tianqing bellowed, rushing toward his fallen kin to assess his injuries. That I apologize, esteemed elder. I did not anticipate that Zaheo would be so feeble. Had I foreseen this, I would have held back. Yang Lingchen wore an expression of innocence, not casting another glance at Yang Zaheo, fully aware that his opponent's fate was irrevocably sealed. You dare to incapacitate Zaheo's dantian. I shall demand your life in recompense. Yang Tianqing's eyes widened in fury, cold murderous intent flickering within in a flash. He lunged at Yang Lingchen with ferocious intent. How could he swallow the indignation of watching his carefully cultivated successor be destroyed by Yang Lingchen? Yang Tianqing, you seek your own demise. Yang Daolin transformed into a dazzling streak of white light, arriving first and delivering a powerful strike to Yang Tianqing's back. Boom! Yang Tianqing was sent flying, spewing blood mid-air, rendered utterly incapable of further resistance. Old fool. Perish. Just then, Yang Lingchen executed the phantom body technique, hurtling toward Yang Tianqing with astonishing speed. Crack! The sound of shattering bone reverberated as Yang Lingchen's foot struck Yang Tianqing's neck before he could even descend. You! Yang Tianqing's eyes bulged in disbelief. Even at the brink of death, he could scarcely fathom that he had met his end at the hands of a junior. The onlookers from the Yang clan gazed in stunned silence at Yang Lingchen. Yang Tianqing was the backbone of the Yang family, so effortlessly dispatched. Even Yang Daolin, who often disapproved of Yang Lingchen, stood speechless at his son's decisive actions. 2 days prior, Yang Zihao attempted to murder the young master at Taitsong Mountain. Today, Yang Tianqing sought to take the young master's life once more. If I do not eliminate him, he will perpetually seek vengeance. Yang Lingchen's expression darkened as he spoke in a low tone. His unhesitating choice to eliminate Yang Tianqing stemmed from the palpable murderous intent directed at him. Should he fail to act, he would be compelled to remain ever vigilant against his adversary. Silence enveloped the crowd. Not a soul dared to speak, for Yang Lingchen's reasoning was irrefutable. Though his methods were ruthless, such resolute determination from the young master was what they secretly yearned to witness. Even the usually critical third and fifth elders remained mute. You are not Yang Lingchen. The true Yang Lingchen has been slain by me and Yang Kuan. Yang Zihao cried out in despair. His voice laced with fury. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, eager to assume the mantle of young master. Yet the outcome had utterly defied his expectations. Damn it, if you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Hearing Yang Zihao's words, Yang Kuan collapsed in terror, trembling on the ground. Finally admitting it, are you? Indeed, I was nearly killed by you, but fortune favored me, and I narrowly escaped. Yang Lingchen retorted with a cold smirk. Upon hearing that his son had nearly lost his life, Yang Daolin's gaze ignited with icy wrath. Such audacity to lay hands on my son. Bring these two scoundrels to me. I shall have them minced and fed to the dogs. With a fierce glare, Yang Daolin commanded, unleashing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that enveloped the scene. Master, spare me. I am innocent. It was all Yang Zihao's doing. He forced my hand, Yang Kuan pleaded, collapsing in a trembling heap. That moment, the Yang family shadowy guards seized Yang Zihao and Yang Kuan, escorting them away. 2 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, aside from diligent training, Yang Lingchen immersed himself in a plethora of classical texts, his curiosity about this unfamiliar world intensifying. Concurrently, news of his triumph over Yang Zihao spread rapidly throughout Hanyang City, igniting fervent discussions, though most remained reluctant to accept its veracity. After all, for years, Yang Lingchen had been known as the infamous wasteful scion of Hanyang City. On this day, he resolved to procure alchemical materials, intending to elevate his cultivation to the Mingxian realm before the Tianyuan Palace recruited new disciples. Only by achieving this breakthrough could he confidently distinguish himself among the many prodigies. However, Yang Lingchen found himself lacking in gold coins, prompting him to approach Yang Daolin, ever doting on his son. Yang Daolin granted him 100,000 gold coins upon learning of his intent to purchase materials. Such a gesture was previously unimaginable, as Yang Daolin had only provided a few thousand coins at most due to Yang Lingchen's prior low cultivation. Armed with the gold, Yang Lingchen departed the Yang residence, striding purposefully toward the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Master, the young master has left, the steward, Yang Su, reported. Elder Su, I entrust you to accompany Chun'er during this time. Only intervene should he encounter insurmountable danger, Yang Daolin instructed, placing immense importance on his son's safety. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure the young master remains unharmed. Yang Su replied respectfully before withdrawing. The Tianwu Chamber of Commerce stood as the largest commercial entity in the Tianwu continent, with branches dispersed across every corner of the realm. Within its walls, one could acquire numerous invaluable materials and mysterious treasures, provided one could meet the price. Even items not available could be sought through tasks issued to the entire continent. That it was rumored that the power behind the Tianwu Chamber was immensely vast. With even formidable empires wary of provoking it in times of war between nations, the chamber remained an unshakable presence. The continent echoed a timeless adage. Empires may flow like water, but the Tianwu Chamber stands firm as iron. Dressed in resplendent azure robes, his long hair elegantly tied up, Yang Lingchen now bore a resolute demeanor, a stark contrast to his former debauched self that he stepped into the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. "Esteemed young master, how may I assist you?" Upon his entrance, a tall and graceful attendant approached him with warmth and enthusiasm. After all, those who frequented the Tianwu Chamber were esteemed figures within Hanyang City, and the attendants were selected from the finest candidates, each possessing cultivation levels above the 6th tier of the Gathering Yuan realm. "That I require some alchemical materials," Yang Lingchen stated, presenting a meticulously prepared list to the enchanting attendant. "Esteemed young master, the materials you seek are rare and quite valuable. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" the attendant inquired gently, her smile unwavering. "No matter. Simply prepare the materials for me," he replied. Yang Lingchen spoke without a hint of hesitation. "Very well, young master, please wait a moment. I shall have the herbs prepared for you," the beautiful attendant respectfully replied. "You have an alchemy furnace here, correct?" Yang Lingchen inquired immediately afterward. "Indeed, we do. Young master, please follow me," she responded. Under the guidance of the lovely attendant, Yang Lingchen arrived at a secluded chamber on the 2nd floor of the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Within this chamber, various alchemy furnaces of differing grades were displayed. The beautiful attendant then began to provide a detailed introduction. "Young master, this pale blue one is the Tongxian Ding, valued at 200,000 gold coins, a precious relic left by a top-tier alchemist. This bronze-colored one is the Taiqing Ding, an artifact from the ancient alchemist, Taiqing Jinren, valued at 300,000 gold coins." The attendant continued to elaborate on the origins and prices of the furnaces. Upon hearing the prices, Yang Lingchen could not help but feel a sense of helplessness, as they significantly exceeded his budget at that moment. The Haoyan jade within him quivered slightly. His intuition suggested that there must be something extraordinary within, for the jade would not react otherwise. "Are there any other alchemy furnaces?" Yang Lingchen asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Certainly, young master. Please follow me," the attendant replied, her brows slightly furrowing as she led him to an inconspicuous corner. Just then, Yang Lingchen's gaze was drawn to a pitch-black furnace. "What on earth is this? It seems rather ordinary. Why does the Haoyan jade resonate with it?" Yang Lingchen mused, filled with confusion. "Young master, this black alchemy furnace has been in our Tianwu Chamber of Commerce for several centuries. I'm not entirely aware of its origins, but if you're interested, it can be yours for 5,000 gold coins," the beautiful attendant stated. "This black furnace appears unremarkable. Can you lower the price a bit?" Yang Lingchen steadied his nerves and replied nonchalantly. This black furnace resembled scrap metal, lacking the unique aura exuded by the previous expensive furnaces. However, Yang Lingchen understood that anything capable of eliciting a response from the Haoyan jade could not be an ordinary object. "Young master, this black furnace is already quite reasonably priced," the attendant insisted. "2,500. What do you say?" "For 1,500, the attendant countered, gritting her teeth. 2,600, Yang Lingchen replied once more. 4,000, she said, her tone firm. After a heated negotiation, Yang Lingchen ultimately acquired the mysterious black furnace for 3,000 gold coins. After storing the furnace in his spatial pouch, he returned to the 1st floor. "Oh, is that not Yang Lingchen? What a coincidence!" At that moment, a melodious voice echoed gently behind him. He turned to see Han Ruoxua, clad in a delicate pink dress, approaching with graceful, light steps. Following her was a strikingly handsome young man of exceptional demeanor. Lin Beiyang, the youngest son of the Lin family patriarch from Hanyang City, whose cultivation was at the 1st level of the Mingxian realm, placing him among the city's top talents. "Ah, Miss Han," Yang Lingchen remarked coolly. Casting only a fleeting glance at her, "Yang Lingchen, I heard you defeated Yang Zihua and even killed Yang Tianqing. Is that true?" Han Ruoxua asked, her curiosity piqued as she flashed a charming smile. "It's all just rumors, nothing to take seriously. With my strength, how could I possibly kill the elder?" Yang Lingchen chuckled, not wishing to reveal too much of his true circumstances in front of her. Han Ruoxua found his response reasonable. After all, Yang Lingchen had previously been at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. How could he defeat Yang Zihua? She suspected he must have used some underhanded means to achieve victory. Just then, the tall attendant approached. "Young master, the herbs and alchemy furnace you requested are ready. However, we currently have only this last spirit yuan fruit in stock," she said with a smile. "That's fine, one will suffice." "How much in total?" Yang Lingchen asked calmly. "The total comes to 61,000 gold coins, but you may pay 60,000, the attendant replied. "Thank you, my lady." Yang Lingchen swiftly produced a banknote for 60,000 gold coins and handed it over, subsequently storing the herbs in his pouch. "The spirit yuan fruit," Han Ruoxue exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. "Yang Lingchen, could you possibly give that fruit to me? The spirit yuan fruit is an exceedingly rare spiritual fruit that, when consumed by a practitioner at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, enhances their chances of breaking through to the Mingxian realm by 20%. Han Ruoxue had come to the Tianling Chamber of Commerce specifically for this fruit. "I apologize, Miss Han, but this spirit yuan fruit is quite important to me as well." Yang Lingchen firmly declined. He had no desire to become entangled with a woman like her, despite her beauty. She was not to his liking, as he found her excessively materialistic. Han Ruoxue frowned slightly upon hearing his response, utterly taken aback by his refusal. Previously, whenever she desired something, Yang Lingchen would eagerly present it to her. "Yang Lingchen, this spirit yuan fruit is already scarce. Name your price," Lin Beiyang said, looking down at Yang Lingchen with an air of arrogance. His arrogance was not unfounded, although they belonged to the younger generation of the 4 prominent families of Hanyang City. Lin Beiyang had always been regarded as the city's prodigy, while Yang Lingchen had been known as a waste. If it were not for Han Ruoxue, Lin Beiyang believed he would never have any interaction with someone like Yang Lingchen. "Miss Han, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Yang Lingchen said, ignoring Lin Beiyang entirely as he strode toward the exit of the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Watching Yang Lingchen's departing figure, Lin Beiyang's expression darkened, astonished that this so-called waste dared to disregard him so brazenly. He promptly followed, determined to make Yang Lingchen understand the consequences of his insolence. Han Ruoxue's expression also turned cold. She could not fathom Yang Lingchen's blatant disrespect. She had hoped to leverage the spirit yuan fruit to achieve a breakthrough to the Mingxian realm, thus shining brightly when new disciples were recruited at Tianyuan Palace. Observing Lin Beiyang's darkening countenance as he exited, Han Ruoxue could not help but smirk subtly before following him out. Upon exiting the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce, Yang Lingchen was preparing to return to the Yang family when a sharp voice called out from behind him. "Yang Lingchen, hand over that spirit yuan fruit. For the sake of the Yang family's reputation, I shall not make things difficult for you." Lin Beiyang's gaze was icy as he fixated on Yang Lingchen. "Lin Beiyang, it seems your mind is quite unwell. Have I provoked you in any way?" Yang Lingchen retorted coldly. "You seek death." Lin Beiyang had never been insulted so brazenly, and just as he was about to take action against Yang Lingchen, Han Ruoxue approached. Her voice calm as she said, "Yang Lingchen, if you relinquish the spirit yuan fruit, I will compensate you at double the price, but presumptuous woman. Do I appear to be in need of your money?" "I am the young master of the Yang family," Yang Lingchen replied, his eyes devoid of warmth, casting a glance at Han Ruoxue. "Yang Lingchen?" Han Ruoxue was momentarily speechless, astonished that Yang Lingchen had transformed so drastically. The Yang Lingchen of yore had been akin to a humble sycophant in her presence, but now he seemed entirely indifferent to her, igniting a fierce anger within her. "What of it? You should return the Lingxiu sword you possess. Since we have called off the engagement, do you still have the audacity to keep the sword I gifted you? How thick-skinned you are. Does your father know?" Yang Lingchen sneered. Initially, out of respect for their family's long-standing friendship, he had wished to ignore her, but her persistent posturing had pushed him to respond. "Yang Lingchen, are you even a man? Can you take back something you gifted?" Han Ruoxue, with a delicate pout of anger, exclaimed, "This exquisite spirit sword is worth over 100,000 gold coins. I have no intention of relinquishing it so easily. This sword was a gift from my fiancée, since the engagement has been annulled. You must return it to me, otherwise I shall seek your father." Yang Lingchen sneered coldly, his eyes filled with indifference and resolve. "Yang Lingchen, you truly bring shame upon us men. How can you shamelessly demand back a gift you have bestowed?" Lin Beiyang retorted with a scornful laugh, his face etched with disdain. Whoosh! In that instant, Yang Lingchen's figure flickered like a phantom, swiftly seizing the spirit's sword from Han Ruoxue's grasp. Upon realizing her sword had been taken, Han Ruoxue admonished sharply, "Yang Lingchen, you scoundrel, return the spirit's sword to me." At that moment, Han Ruoxue was utterly bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She could hardly fathom Yang Lingchen's speed, which was so rapid that she could not react in time. "Lin Beiyang, do you not relish in showing off? If you can afford 100,000 gold coins, I shall return the spirit's sword to her, which would essentially mean you are gifting it to her." Yang Lingchen disregarded Han Ruoxue's furious glare, instead casting a contemptuous look at Lin Beiyang, as though he were observing a jester. "Yang Lingchen, I shall say this once more. Hand over the Lingyuan fruit and return the spirit sword to Miss Ruoxue, or do not blame me for being impolite." Lin Beiyang's gaze was laced with a hint of coldness, a powerful aura subtly emanating from him. By this time, a considerable crowd had gathered on the street. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited the outcome of this confrontation. "What a fool!" Yang Lingchen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Beiyang before turning to leave. He could hardly be bothered with a second-generation heir who relied on his family's influence. Seeking death, Lin Beiyang barked, suddenly lunging forward, aiming a vicious palm strike at Yang Lingchen's back. Anticipating Lin Beiyang's ambush, Yang Lingchen was prepared. Although he turned to walk away, he remained alert. After all, Lin Beiyang was the youngest son of the Lin family patriarch, and Yang Lingchen had no desire to strike first. However, should Lin Beiyang attack, he would have ample justification to retaliate in a flash. Yang Lingchen evaded Lin Beiyang's surprise attack with remarkable agility. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a swift slap aimed at Lin Beiyang's face. Smack! Lin Beiyang cried out in agony as his right cheek swelled instantly, turning a vivid shade of crimson. "Is this the consequence you spoke of?" Yang Lingchen mocked, his eyes gleaming with disdain, utterly unmasked in his contempt for Lin Beiyang. "You little wretch, perish!" Clang! Lin Beiyang roared, drawing his long sword, a glint of cold steel flashing as he viciously swung it toward Yang Lingchen. In that moment, his singular thought was to eliminate Yang Lingchen to relieve his pent-up fury. Clang! Yang Lingchen unsheathed the spirit sword, employing a masterful sword technique to meet Lin Beiyang's attack. In a whirlwind of movement, within less than 2 exchanges, Lin Beiyang's sword was deftly disarmed by Yang Lingchen. At the same time, Yang Lingchen's spirit sword was firmly pressed against Lin Beiyang's neck. Yang Lingchen sneered, "Were it not for the favor of your father, your head would have long since adorned the ground." At this moment, the onlookers were left in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Han Ruoxue stood frozen, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Until now, Yang Lingchen had been known as the notorious wastrel of Chanyang City. Although recent rumors claimed he had defeated Yang Zhihao and slain Yang Tiancheng, few believed such tales. Yet, at this juncture, they finally accepted the truth of Yang Lingchen's victory over Yang Zhihao. "Yang Lingchen, if you have the courage, kill me." Lin Beiyang spat, his gaze venomous as he faced Yang Lingchen, unwilling to concede, even in a disadvantaged position. "Chow en Ima." Still pretending to be impressive, Yang Lingchen's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he began to rain slaps upon Lin Beiyang's face, continuing until he transformed it into a swollen mess. "Yang Lingchen, I swear one day I will kill you." Lin Beiyang howled in pain, having never endured such humiliation throughout his life. "Foolish and unknowing of your demise." Yang Lingchen delivered a powerful kick to Lin Beiyang's chest, driving him to the ground. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Lin Beiyang emitted a pitiful scream, his entire ribcage collapsing under Yang Lingchen's force. "I once thought you were someone of significance, but it turns out you are merely a fool. Even after being beaten into a pulp, you still dare to act tough. If you were outside Chanyang City, you wouldn't even know how to die." Yang Lingchen mockingly patted Lin Beiyang's face before turning to stride away, leaving a crowd of stunned spectators in his wake. Having gained a clearer understanding of his own combat abilities, Yang Lingchen realized he could confidently defeat individuals of the ordinary Mingxian realm's first or second layers. "Yang Lingchen, one day I will annihilate your Yang family," Lin Beiyang vowed darkly, watching Yang Lingchen's retreating figure with a vengeful glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Han Ruoxue found herself unexpectedly intrigued by Yang Lingchen. In that moment, she even regretted her earlier decision to annul their engagement. In the residence of the Yang family patriarch, the young master just defeated Lin Beiyang. The anxious steward Yang Su reported urgently. He then recounted the events that had just transpired in detail. What a remarkable young man. No wonder he is my son. Yang Ti think he could triumph over Lin Beiyang, who is of a higher realm. Yang Daolin laughed heartily, pride and satisfaction radiating from him. And if the Lin family chooses to pursue this matter, how shall we respond? Yang Su inquired with concern. Fear not. This is merely a conflict among the younger generation. Lin Yaoyang would not stoop to pursue it further. Yang Daolin replied calmly, his demeanor composed and unflustered. Upon returning to the Yang family's abode, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian jade space. He then retrieved the newly purchased alchemy furnace and commenced his very first attempt at alchemy. Although he possessed the memories of Ling Jiuechen, Yang Lingchen still felt a surge of nervousness, as he had never truly practiced alchemy before. With utmost concentration, Yang Lingchen skillfully controlled the alchemical fire, carefully sorting the medicinal materials and cautiously adding them into the furnace one by one. He was currently attempting to refine the breakthrough pill for the Mingxian realm. Should he succeed, he would be assured of breaking through to that level. Half an hour swiftly passed, and under Yang Lingchen's unwavering focus, a batch of breakthrough pills was finally successfully refined. Gingerly, Yang Lingchen opened the alchemy furnace. Wow! Exquisite breakthrough pills. I truly am a genius. Upon seeing the several exquisite pills nestled within the furnace, an expression of elation spread across Yang Lingchen's face, and he could not help but cheer. After calming his excited heart, Yang Lingchen proceeded to concoct other medicinal pills, understanding that cultivation was inextricably linked to the support of pills with sufficient medicinal resources. He was confident he could swiftly elevate his cultivation to even greater heights. In the Tianwu continent, the identity of an alchemist was held in high esteem. Whether for cultivation, healing, detoxification, or illness, one could not do without the assistance of medicinal pills. Alchemists themselves were categorized into several ranks: junior, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier alchemists. The efficacy of the same elixir increases with its grade, of course. Elixirs cannot be used without limit, as excessive consumption can lead to instability in one's foundation. However, supreme elixirs can be consumed without restriction, which elevates the status of a supreme alchemist far above that of other alchemists. Not long after, Yang Lingchen successfully refined a considerable quantity of supreme Mingxian pills. The Mingxian pill is an elixir capable of enhancing the mystical power of the Mingxian realm, allowing for a rapid increase in cultivation upon consumption. With the breakthrough pill in hand, the next step is to advance into the Mingxian realm. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this time, Yang Lingchen successfully ascended to the first layer of the Mingxian realm. Concurrently, he devoted himself to mastering several martial techniques, including the god-slaying sword technique and the soul-devouring slash, both of which are classified as divine-level skills. The latter, particularly, can deliver a lethal blow to an adversary at a critical moment, making it Yang Lingchen's current trump card. Simultaneously, he discovered a divine-level transformation technique, the Shadow Shift Art, in Ling Jiuechen's memories. When cultivated to perfection, it allows one to change forms endlessly and conceal their presence. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon the day arrived for Tianyuan Palace to recruit new disciples. As the premier sect of the North Xian domain, the criteria for recruitment at Tianyuan Palace are exceedingly stringent. Typically, only one or two exceptionally gifted individuals from each city qualify for the rare opportunity to undergo assessment at Tianyuan Palace. Thus, aspiring to join Tianyuan Palace necessitates enduring a series of rigorous elections. Firstly, candidates must not exceed 18 years of age. Secondly, their cultivation must be no lower than the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. These two requirements alone bar the majority of hopefuls from entry. That it is noteworthy that in the entire Hanyang city, no more than a mere 10 individuals have reached the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm before the age of 18. Today, Hanyang City is bustling with activity, as it marks an important occasion for Tianyuan Palace's recruitment of new disciples. This moment, A colossal arena has been erected in the central square of Hanyang City, serving as the assessment platform for the new disciples of Tianyuan Palace. The square is already teeming with people, including not only locals from Hanyang City, but also a number of talented youth from other cities drawn by the allure of this event. The four great families of Hanyang City regard the recruitment of new disciples by Tianyuan Palace with utmost seriousness. For entering Tianyuan Palace signifies a monumental leap akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Presently, each of the four great families occupies a corner of the square. Chinner. Today is the day for Tianyuan Palace to recruit new disciples. We are counting on you, Yang Daolin said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Father, rest assured, I will surely secure a spot among the new disciples of Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen replied, his gaze brimming with determination, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. Since his transmigration, Yang Lingchen's greatest aspiration has been to pursue the path of immortality. And Tianyuan Palace will be the first crucial stepping stone on his road to prominence. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Lin and Xiao families, two resentful gazes discreetly scrutinize Yang Lingchen. These hostile stares belong to Lin Beiyang of the Lin family and Xiao Jiji of the Xiao family, both accompanied by a remarkably charismatic young man. Yang Lingchen pays little mind to their animosity. In terms of genuine combat prowess, even if they were to join forces, they would stand no chance against him. Should they prove to be unwise, Yang Lingchen would not hesitate to incapacitate them entirely. At this moment, a robust middle-aged man with a piercing gaze confidently ascended the arena. This man is Han Tianling, the city lord of Hanyang City. As he made his entrance, the crowd fell silent, the atmosphere becoming solemn. Greetings, everyone. I am Han Tianling, the host for today's recruitment at Tianyuan Palace. Let us welcome the distinguished talents of Tianyuan Palace, the enchanting Ling Yinyun and the esteemed Dongfang Jie. With resounding applause, Han Tianling announced with a smile, leading the applause. Instantly, the square erupted into thunderous applause. In that very moment, a figure of unparalleled grace descended beside the arena, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. This girl, clad in an exquisite white robe, exuded an air of icy nobility, her delicate features partially veiled by a thin layer of snow-like fabric that could not conceal her ethereal beauty. Her captivating eyes, akin to an unfathomable abyss, ensnared anyone who dared to gaze upon them. This enchanting girl is none other than Ling Yinyun, the genius envoy of Tianyuan Palace. Concurrently, another imposing figure emerged. A tall and strikingly handsome young man with a fierce gaze, exuding an aura of extraordinary presence. This man is Dongfang Jie, the other genius envoy of Tianyuan Palace. Although Yang Lingchen merely caught a glimpse from afar, he sensed that this man's strength was unfathomable, far surpassing that of the patriarchs of the four great families of Hanyang City. To Yang Lingchen's astonishment, the ages of these two individuals appeared to be comparable to his own, yet their power eclipsed even that of the city lord of Hanyang City. Dongfang Jie surveyed the surroundings with a fierce gaze, then produced a menacing wooden puppet from his storage ring. This is the assessment puppet of Tianyuan Palace. Defeating it will count as passing the first stage. Furthermore, candidates must not exceed 18 years of age. Those who violate this rule will bear the consequences. Dongfang Jie announced in a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing Dongfang Jie's words, the young aspirants prepared to participate in the assessment collectively inhaled sharply. The aura emanating from the assessment puppet had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the gathering Yuan realm. It was evident that an ordinary practitioner at this level would stand no chance against it. We shall commence the challenges now, Han Tianling declared as he stepped forward to oversee the first round of trials. As the challenges began, many youths of the 9th layer of the gathering Yuan realm, filled with confidence, approached the arena. Bang! In less than a round, one of the youths was violently hurled from the arena by the puppet, sustaining serious injuries. Next, Han Tianling stated, his expression impassive. Half an hour slipped by, and to everyone's surprise, not a single participant had succeeded in the challenge. Junior Sister Ling, the talents in Hanyang City are truly lacking. Had we known, we would not have come here, Dongfang Jie remarked with a slight frown. Since we are here, let us afford them an opportunity, Ling Yinyun replied, her voice calm and melodious, akin to a gentle stream flowing through the mountains. Just then, Han Rashu gracefully ascended the arena. With her poised demeanor and steady breath, she confidently approached the assessment puppet. In the face of its ferocious onslaught, she navigated the battle with remarkable ease. It was evident that Han Rashu had successfully broken through to the Lingchen realm. Before long, she managed to repel the assessment puppet, thus becoming the first contestant from Hanyang City to pass the initial stage. At this juncture, Xiao Jijuan strode onto the arena with his head held high. He is one of the four great talents of Hanyang City and also the twin brother of Xiao Jiji. As expected, Xiao Jijuan successfully advanced to the second round. At this point, few dared to participate in the assessment, as the majority of the young aspirants were acutely aware of their inability to contend with the formidable puppet. Before long, Lin Beiyang and Lin Beichun of the Lin family also triumphed over the assessment puppet, one of the four great families of Hanyang City. The younger generation of the Lin family evidently possessed greater strength than those of other families. Just as the first round was nearing its conclusion, young Lingchen approached the arena at a leisurely pace. Given his current prowess, defeating a puppet at the pinnacle of the gathering Yuan realm would require no more than a mere finger. However, to conserve his strength, Yang Lingchen took 2 rounds to vanquish the assessment puppet. Upon his successful completion of the challenge, members of the Yang family could no longer contain their joy, their faces alight with excitement. Meanwhile, Han Tianling wore an awkward expression. Had he known of Yang Lingchen's capabilities, he would not have heeded his daughter's advice to call off the engagement. Congratulations to the 5 of you for successfully advancing to the second round. The next phase will be the ranking battles, and the top 2 contestants will earn the opportunity to undergo assessment at Tianyuan Palace. Continuing, Dongfang Jie announced the rules for the second round of assessments. This round would consist of ranked battles, wherein each participant must face off against the other 4 competitors, with the top 2 ultimately earning the precious opportunity to undergo evaluations at Tianyuan Palace. According to the draw, Yang Lingchen drew number 1, Xiao Jijuan drew number 2, Lin Beichun drew number 3, Lin Beiyang drew number 4, and Han Rashu drew number 5. Following the competition's regulations, Yang Lingchen's first opponent would be Xiao Jijuan from the Xiao clan. The first match pits Yang Lingchen against Xiao Jijuan, Han Tianling proclaimed. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Jijuan wasted no time, leaping onto the stage with remarkable agility. His icy gaze locked onto Yang Lingchen as he menacingly declared, "Yang Lingchen, prepare to meet your demise." Yang Daolin furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he inquired, "Chen'er, do you feel confident? Father, if I were to eliminate him, would you be able to shield me from the consequences?" Yang Lingchen replied with a slight smile, "And no matter whom you vanquish, your father can protect you," Yang Daolin asserted, exuding an air of unyielding confidence. "Father, do refrain from boasting," Yang Lingchen retorted, and in a flash, he ascended to the stage like a great rock taking flight. "Young Master Dongfang, Fairy Ling, I wish to clarify something first." Yang Lingchen respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. "What is it? Speak your mind." Dongfang Jie replied with an expression of indifference. "Xiao Jijuan has threatened to kill me. Should I happen to slay him, would that be considered a violation?" Yang Lingchen asked, his gaze resolute. "That would not be deemed a violation. The matters of life and death between you are beyond the interference of Tianyuan Palace," Dongfang Jie stated calmly. "The duel begins," Han Tianling announced loudly. Yang Lingchen, meet your end, with Han Tianling's words fading. Xiao Jijuan swiftly unsheathed his sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight as he fiercely struck towards Yang Lingchen. Clang! Yang Lingchen scoffed, drawing his elegant sword with lightning speed, employing the phantom steps technique, and instantly closing the distance to confront Xiao Jijuan. Clang, 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 swish, clang. In less than 2 exchanges, Yang Lingchen swiftly resheathed his sword and turned to walk calmly off the stage. Bang! As Yang Lingchen descended, Xiao Jijuan's body crashed heavily onto the stage, blood gushing from his neck, lifeless with wide-open eyes. Hiss! At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, a hushed stillness prevailing. Even Ling Yinyan and Dongfang Jie in the stands cast incredulous glances at Yang Lingchen. Astonished, Jie, Xiao Shuaming cried in despair, rushing onto the stage to tightly embrace Xiao Jijuan's corpse, his pain palpable and heart-wrenching. You little bastard, return my son's life. Xiao Shuaming roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged recklessly towards Yang Lingchen. Father, deal with him. Yang Lingchen's figure flickered, darting behind Yang Daolin. Xiao Shuaming, you seek death. Yang Daolin's voice thundered, exuding a terrifying aura as he unleashed a powerful wave of energy, crashing towards Xiao Shuaming with overwhelming force. Puff! Xiao Shuaming emitted a wretched scream, propelled through the air by Yang Daolin's casual strike, akin to a kite severed from its string. Xiao Shuaming, heed my words. Should you dare lay a hand on my son again, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Yang Daolin's voice, frigid as ice, echoed with a chilling authority that moment. The onlookers were left utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Even the city lord Han Tianling and Lin Yaozhong were momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to regain their composure. Even Ling Yun and Dongfang Jie exchanged glances of caution. Among the four great families, it was widely perceived that the Yang clan, whether in terms of the younger generation or overall strength, was the weakest, yet Yang Daolin's displayed prowess suggested he could effortlessly crush the other three families. Yang Daolin, I never imagined you had reached the void inquiry realm. Xiao Shuaming gasped, terror etched across his features. Having uttered those words, he succumbed to darkness, fainting away. The second match features Lin Beiyang against Lin Beichun. Han Tianling announced once more. This bout would be a clash between the two sons of Lin Yaozhong. Regardless of the outcome, it mattered little to Lin Yaozhong, as they were both his sons that I concede, Lin Beiyang said without hesitation, recognizing the considerable gap in strength, being at the first layer of the Mingxian realm, while Lin Beichun was at the second layer. The next match pits Yang Lingchen against Lin Beichun, Han Tianling declared. Hearing his name, Yang Lingchen stepped onto the stage with unruffled composure. You are the one who harmed my second brother. Lin Beichun's tone was indifferent. Filled with arrogance, indeed, it was I doubt what can you do about it? Yang Lingchen replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips, detesting the pretense of superiority. Unaware of his own mortality, thinking that defeating the waste known as Xiao Jijuan grants him the right to act arrogantly before me. Today, I shall show you that there are always greater powers beyond. Lin Beichun's eyes glinted with malice, taken aback by Yang Lingchen's audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Your brother was equally boastful. But I turned him into a wretched dog. Yang Lingchen scoffed, dripping with derision. Seeking death, Lin Beichun seethed, unleashing a powerful palm strike imbued with a chilling killing intent that surged towards Yang Lingchen. Stand down, Yang Lingchen bellowed, nimbly dodging aside. What? Only now do you wish to beg for mercy? Is it too late? Lin Beichun retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm, his expression dripping with disdain. The city lord is yet to declare the match to commence. This is a violation. Do you not realize? Such behavior may result in the revocation of your qualification for the assessment, Yang Lingchen admonished, his voice firm and authoritative. This, Lin Beichun turned to seek clarification from city lord Han Tianling. Let it begin. Han Tianling's countenance was grim as he replied. Whoosh, smack. The moment Han Tianling's words fell, Yang Lingchen transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking Lin Beichun's face with blinding speed. Ah! Lin Beichun cried out in anguish. Sent flying off the stage, collapsing heavily below, rendered unconscious. Lin family head, do not be alarmed. Your son has merely sustained some external injuries. Yang Lingchen chuckled, brimming with pride. Humph! Lin Yaozhong snorted in frustration, seething at the audacity of this young man who seized the opportunity to ambush his son. Lin Beichun was his most promising son, and with him incapacitated, the prospect for the remaining assessments were bleak. The next match features Han Ruoxue against Lin Beiyang, Han Tianling announced. Sister Ruoxue, you should concede. You are no match for me, Lin Beiyang stated with a smile. While he had feelings for Han Ruoxue, the opportunity for advancement at Tianyuan Palace overshadowed any personal sentiments. After all, entering Tianyuan Palace symbolized a leap into success. With boundless prospects ahead, perhaps not, Han Ruoxue replied, a confident smile adorning her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination. Let the match commence. As Han Tianling spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In an instant, Han Ruoxue and Lin Beiyang were engaged in a fierce battle. Both were at the first layer of the Lingchen realm, yet Lin Beiyang had entered this stage several months prior to Han Ruoxue. However, it was evident that Lin Beiyang was holding back. He had no desire to harm the woman he cherished. In contrast, Han Ruoxue launched relentless attacks without mercy. They exchanged blows back and forth for dozens of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Gradually, Lin Beiyang's patience waned, and he decided to unleash his most lethal technique, aiming to decisively defeat Han Ruoxue. With a swift motion, Lin Beiyang's sword traced a deadly arc towards her that moment. Han Ruoxue deftly sidestepped, her own sword meeting his with unwavering resolve. Just as their blades were about to clash, Han Ruoxue's sword unexpectedly shifted, illuminating the air with a flash of white light, and deftly struck at Lin Beiyang's wrist. Instantly, his sword clattered to the ground, and Han Ruoxue delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him tumbling off the stage. "You actually broke my stunning swan sword technique," Lin Beiyang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features as his eyes widened. "I have thoroughly studied your stunning swan sword technique," Han Ruoxue retorted, her eyes filled with disdain. During this period, Lin Beiyang had been persistently pursuing Han Ruoxue, and they often sparred together. He had shown no reservations, frequently demonstrating his sword technique to impress her. Lin Beiyang had reveled in the admiration he saw in her eyes, never suspecting that she had been analyzing his weaknesses all along. At this moment, Lin Yaoyang's face turned a deep shade of anger, his heart ablaze with fury as he longed to confront his foolish son. He never anticipated his son would be so reckless as to show leniency towards Han Ruoxue at such a critical juncture. Had Lin Beiyang managed to defeat Han Ruoxue, he would have secured a place among the top two, thus gaining a precious opportunity to advance to the Tianyuan Palace for the assessment. With Xiao Jijuan slain by Yang Lingchen and Lin Beichun rendered unconscious, only 3 competitors remained. Now that Han Ruoxue had triumphed over Lin Beiyang, the top 2 spots were undoubtedly claimed by Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue. The next match will be Lin Beiyang against Yang Lingchen. Han Tianling announced that, "I concede." Lin Beiyang declared without hesitation, fully aware that he was no match for Yang Lingchen. To engage further would only lead to humiliation. Serving no purpose whatsoever, the final match was set. Yang Lingchen versus Han Ruoxue. Han Tianling proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing her name, Yang Lingchen swiftly leaped onto the stage with grace and agility, while Han Ruoxue followed suit, elegantly ascending the platform. Initially, she had considered forfeiting, but reflecting on the significance of this selection process for the Tianyuan Palace, she realized that conceding outright might jeopardize her chances of acceptance. "Yang Lingchen, let us engage in a friendly spar. I trust you won't go too hard on me." Han Ruoxue's voice was soft and melodious, akin to the song of a golden oriole. Given Yang Lingchen's previous 2 swift victories, having killed Xiao Jijuan and knocked out the highly regarded genius Lin Beichun, Han Ruoxue felt a twinge of fear that he might show her no mercy. "Return the money I spent on you previously, and I might consider going easy," Yang Lingchen replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Are you even a man, quibbling over such petty sums?" Han Ruoxue retorted, her expression a mix of annoyance and indignation. She could hardly believe that Yang Lingchen had become so miserly, having not only taken back her elegant sword but now demanding repayment. "Whether I am a man or not. You can come to my house tonight and find out," Yang Lingchen replied, a mischievous smirk playing upon his lips. "Scoundrel!" Han Ruoxue exclaimed, her eyes blazing with fury as she struck out at Yang Lingchen. In response to her attack, Yang Lingchen calmly placed his left hand behind his back, effortlessly blocking her strike with just his right hand out of course. He had no intention of truly harming Han Ruoxue. Their families were long-standing friends, and they had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. After a flurry of exchanges, Han Ruoxue retreated a step and playfully declared, "Yang Lingchen, you have won this time, but mark my words. I will triumph one day." Yang Lingchen merely smiled faintly, offering no reply to that moment. Ling Yinyan rose gracefully from the spectators, her voice enchanting and melodious, akin to celestial music. "Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we shall depart for the Tianyuan Palace." As her words faded, she vanished like a wraith, followed closely by Dongfang Jie, who also left the scene. Yang Lingchen returned in the direction of the Yang family, where excitement and anticipation surged among his kin. Should Yang Lingchen succeed in joining the Tianyuan Palace, it would herald the rise of the Yang family, given the palace's esteemed reputation as one of the premier sects in the North Xian domain. The most aggrieved of all was undoubtedly Lin Yaoyong. He had anticipated that one of his two sons would secure an opportunity at the Tianyuan Palace. Instead, his eldest son had been knocked out by Yang Lingchen, while the younger son had been defeated by Han Ruoxue, leaving him seething with frustration, as if a massive stone lodged in his chest. "Ha, brother Lin, you have truly concealed your son's remarkable talent well. Yang Lingchen's astonishing abilities were hidden from us all," Han Tianling said, approaching with a warm smile alongside Han Ruoxue. Yang Daolin cleared his throat and replied, "Cough, cough, Tianling. Your niece Ruoxue possesses considerable talent as well." "Yang Lingchen, I have a small request," Han Tianling began, his tone slightly hesitant. "Please, Uncle Han, speak freely," Yang Lingchen responded, holding Han Tianling in high regard. "Now that both you and Ruoxue have passed the Tianyuan Palace's selection exam, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be limitless if you both succeed in gaining entry to the Tianyuan Palace. I hope you can look after Ruoxue," Han Tianling said earnestly. "Rest assured, Uncle Han, that we have grown up together. Should she require assistance, I will do my utmost to help," Yang Lingchen promised solemnly. "With your word, I can finally breathe easy," Han Tianling said, his laughter hearty. Han Ruoxue remained silent, casting a furtive glance at Yang Lingchen. Her mind racing with thoughts, she perceived that he was not as simple as he appeared. After all, he had once been a carefree youth, lacking ambition and possessing meager skills. Now he had transformed into the foremost talent of Hanyang City. How could this scoundrel have feigned such a fade for so long? Yang Daolin and Han Tianling exchanged a few more pleasantries before the group departed the scene, returning to the Yang residence. In the family's private courtyard, Yang Daolin earnestly advised, "Chen while you are out in the world, maintain a low profile and think critically in all your endeavors. Avoid direct confrontations unless absolutely necessary. If unavoidable combat arises, do not engage unless you are confident of victory. Rest assured, Father, in this world, I shall only deceive others. No one can outsmart me. Once I become an inner disciple of the Tianyuan Palace, I will return to visit you," Yang Lingchen declared, imbued with confidence. "Very well. Go and rest now," Yang Daolin said, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance flickering in his eyes as he watched his son prepare to leave. After all, the son has grown up and is ready to venture out into the world. Upon returning to his residence, Yang Lingchen found himself ensconced in profound contemplation as he prepared to leave the Yang family. A twinge of reluctance tugged at his heart, for this was the place where he had spent his formative years. Although Yang Lingchen had traversed into this world, his soul had seamlessly melded with that of the original Yang Lingchen, making them indistinguishable from one another. On the following dawn, as the first light of day began to break, Yang Lingchen rose early, meticulously tending to his grooming. Accompanied by Yang Daolin and other members of the Yang family, he returned to the central square of Hanyang City. Today, he donned an exquisite white robe, lavishly embroidered with intricate patterns that shimmered under the sun. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars, and his handsome visage bore a hint of resoluteness amidst his charm. "Ah, Brother Daolin has arrived," exclaimed Han Tianling, her laughter ringing out as she spotted the Yang family members. By the time they reached the center of Hanyang City, the Han family had already gathered. "Tianling, you've come quite early," Yang Daolin remarked with a smile. That moment, a colossal black vessel appeared in the distance, radiating a mysterious glow as it gracefully descended to the central square. Emerging from the ship was Ling Yin, her face veiled by a translucent scarf, obscuring her features. Clad in a form-fitting long robe that accentuated her graceful silhouette, she stepped forward with poise. "You may board now." "It is time to depart," she announced in a voice as crisp and refreshing as a mountain spring, evoking a sense of coolness. Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue bid heartfelt farewells to their families before stepping onto the great vessel. This enormous ship was opulently decorated within, offering a spacious interior that dwarfed that of any aircraft from Yang Lingchen's previous life, boasting astonishing speed. Filled with curiosity about this unprecedented marvel, Yang Lingchen marveled at its design. The vessel's propulsion was powered by spirit stones, allowing it to soar endlessly as long as a sufficient supply was maintained. Once aboard, young Lingchen and Han Ruoshu settled into a quiet corner by the window. Before long, the vessel roared to life. Gazing out at the vast expanse of land below, a surge of ambition welled up within him. This world was filled with countless enigmas, waiting for him to explore and uncover. Young Lingchen, you've hidden yourself too well to possess such formidable strength, yet masquerade as a carefree dandy. How could you? Han Ruoshu remarked, rolling her eyes. Ahem, I was merely maintaining a low profile. You understand what that means? Young Lingchen replied. Feigning seriousness, he certainly could not divulge to Han Ruoshu that he had traversed into this realm. Then was your previous affection for me genuine or just pretense? Han Ruoshu inquired, her bright eyes studying him intently. It was all an act. It cannot be taken seriously. Young Lingchen replied with a wry smile, for while Han Ruoshu was undeniably stunning, she was not his type. I don't believe you. You once stole over 100,000 gold coins from Uncle Yang just to gift me the Lingxiu sword, and he hung you up for an entire day. Han Ruoshu retorted playfully, disbelief etched across her lovely features. Young Lingchen merely chuckled, choosing not to engage further on the matter. Just then, the vessel came to a gentle halt, and several young men boarded in succession. As the journey continued, hundreds of other youths from nearby cities joined them, each exuding an air of arrogance and confidence, all possessing cultivation levels above the first layer of the Mingxian realm. Under the stern gaze of Dongfang Jie, a palpable silence enveloped the group, with no one daring to raise their voices. Days passed swiftly, and one day, the vessel entered a mysterious mountain range. Soon, it came to rest before an imposing mountain gate that exuded an ancient, weathered aura. The scenery was breathtaking, with towering peaks and lush, vibrant spirit energy, rendering it a veritable paradise on earth. This was the entrance to Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, dozens of vessels were anchored in the square before the palace, and thousands of young men and women were disembarking. These youths hailed from various cities across the northern Xian region, all exceptionally talented individuals. Please remain quiet and wait here. Shortly, an elder from the outer sect will arrive to oversee the assessment. Ling Yinyun instructed softly before gracefully departing. Tianyuan Palace was nestled amidst a continuous range of mountains, composed of numerous peaks. Here, clouds swirled, and the scenery was enchanting, bursting with abundant spirit energy, resembling a realm beyond the mundane. To possess such a vast mountain range and establish a deep-rooted foundation, welcoming disciples from across the world, Tianyuan Palace held a depth of heritage that was beyond ordinary comprehension. This moment. The square was teeming with people. Yang Lingchen estimated that at least tens of thousands had gathered. Youthful talent from thousands of cities in the southern province. A superlative force. Tianyuan Palace attracted countless aspiring disciples each time it recruited new students. However, the conditions for acceptance were exceedingly stringent. Candidates must be under 18 years of age and possess a martial arts talent of at least 4 stars. Furthermore, they were required to pass the rigorous assessments at the testing tower. Before long, Yang Lingchen successfully registered at the enrollment station, and next came the process of lining up for age and talent verification. Tianyuan Palace possessed a remarkable artifact known as the Heaven Testing Stone. By merely placing a hand upon it and channeling spirit energy, one could accurately ascertain their age and talent level. As the testing commenced, most candidates met the requirements, though a small number were deemed ineligible, either exceeding the age limit or lacking the requisite talent. Those who qualified proceeded to the second round, awaiting their turn at the pressure tower assessment. Chun Baichuan, 15 years old, talent level 5, strength at the first layer of the Mingxian realm. Zhang Wuji, 19 years old, disqualified. Han Ruoshu, 15 years old, talent level 5, strength at the first layer of the Mingxian realm. The testing continued until afternoon, and at last, it was Yang Lingchen's turn as he approached the Heaven Testing Stone. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He was unsure of his own talent level. Tentatively, he channeled a trace of spirit energy into the stone, which flickered to life with a faint glow. Laughter erupted from the crowd. In 1-star talent has the audacity to come to Tianyuan Palace. You might as well go home and tend to the fields. Ignoring the mockery, Yang Lingchen infused more spirit energy into the stone. It lit up once, twice, thrice, and then eighth time, as the stone glowed with 8 beams of light. He promptly withdrew his energy. 8-star talent was already remarkable enough, and he preferred not to attract undue attention. Yang Lingchen, age 15, strength at the first layer of the Mingxian realm, talent level 8. Gasp. The onlookers who had previously mocked him now gaped in astonishment and envy. An 8-star talent was an exceedingly rare occurrence. And theoretically, the higher the talent, the greater the potential for future achievements. Of course, the cultivation world was never short of prodigious talents. Many gifted individuals failed to develop their abilities, rendering their potential insignificant. The cultivation realm bore a high mortality rate. Among 1,000 geniuses, having even one succeed was considered remarkable. Tianyuan Palace placed considerable importance on Yang Lingchen's talent, promptly recording it in their registry. The first round of age and talent assessments concluded swiftly, with over 20,000 participants, of which merely over 10,000 qualified. After the first round, everyone was instructed to rest on the spot. With the second round commencing the following morning at the ascending peak, a resounding voice emanated from one of the elders of the Tianyuan Palace. Tianfeng is a mountain designated for testing willpower. Only the first 2,000 individuals to reach its summit shall gain the privilege of joining the Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen sought out a clean spot, settling into a meditative posture. After a day of observation and understanding, he had formed a preliminary comprehension of the Tianyuan Palace. The number of disciples within the Tianyuan Palace reached an astonishing 100,000, among which 5,000 were core disciples, 20,000 were inner disciples, and the remainder were outer disciples. Undoubtedly, the most esteemed disciples within the Tianyuan Palace were the 4 holy sons, rumored to wield authority surpassing that of many elders. Generally, new disciples were classified as outer disciples, who occupied the lowest tier within the palace. They were required to complete specific tasks each month to earn contribution points in the Tianyuan Palace. The prevalent currency consisted of contribution points and spirit stones. Spirit stones aided in cultivation, while contribution points could be exchanged for various martial arts techniques and precious resources. Outer disciples needed to accomplish at least one task monthly to receive a single spirit stone as a reward. In contrast, the treatment of inner disciples was markedly superior, affording them higher status within the sect, exclusive courtyards, and substantial monthly spirit stone rewards. As nights swiftly passed, the following morning, all the young individuals who had successfully completed the first round stood at the Mountain Gate Square, brimming with vigor and anticipation as they awaited the arrival of the Tianyuan Palace elder. That moment, a middle-aged man adorned in the robes of an outer elder of the Tianyuan Palace slowly emerged. We shall now commence the second round of assessments. The mountain to your left is our Tianfeng. All participants, begin your ascent. The first 2,000 to reach the summit will become outer disciples of the Tianyuan Palace. The rest will be eliminated. Let the challenge commence, the middle-aged elder declared in a booming voice. As his words fell, over 10,000 youths participating in the assessment surged forward toward Tianfeng with fervor and eager anticipation. With over 10,000 participants and only 2,000 spots available, the atmosphere was charged with a frenzied rush as everyone aspired to be among the first to reach the peak. Suddenly, those who had begun the climb found themselves sprawled on the ground, overwhelmed by an invisible pressure that enveloped them without warning, rendering their movements laborious and arduous. Yang Lingchen keenly observed that a vast pressure array was established upon Tianfeng, capable of suppressing everyone's cultivation to the same level. Ultimately, only those with the strongest willpower could ascend swiftly. The moment Yang Lingchen set foot on Tianfeng, he felt as though he was burdened by an immense weight. Had he not been prepared, he too would have likely succumbed to the ground instantly. As the peak towered into the clouds, the pressure intensified with elevation. Those lacking steadfast willpower would find it impossible to ascend. Fortunately, Yang Lingchen's physical resilience was commendable, and his willpower far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to navigate the challenge with relative ease compared to others. The scale of Tianfeng was immense. Even with thousands climbing simultaneously, there was no disturbance to that moment. The youths scaling Tianfeng exerted themselves with all their might, laboriously striving toward the summit, and despite being drenched in sweat, none chose to abandon their efforts. After a period of acclimatization, young Lingchen gradually increased his pace, swiftly leaving his competitors behind and soon claiming the second position. Wow, this girl is astonishingly fast. Young Lingchen marveled inwardly, his eyes reflecting surprise, as the one ahead of him was an extraordinarily beautiful girl with an enchanting appearance. Her speed was remarkable, making it challenging for even young Lingchen to catch up. These two youngsters possess impressive talent. Meanwhile, atop Tianfeng, several outer elders displayed expressions of astonishment, primarily due to the incredible speed demonstrated by young Lingchen and the captivating girl, who had distanced themselves significantly from the rest in the blink of an eye. Half an hour had elapsed, and through unwavering effort, young Lingchen finally caught up with the beautiful girl, positioning himself alongside her. How can she run so fast despite her assets? Young Lingchen inadvertently glanced at the girl's figure. This merely represented a natural reaction, not an indication of lewdness. Her striking appearance compelled him to steal a glance. "You pervert! What are you staring at? Never seen such a sight before. If you want to gawk, go home and look at your mother." The lovely girl chastised him, her cute face flushed with indignation. Clearing his throat, young Lingchen found himself momentarily speechless. However, he refrained from further glances. While her appearance was indeed captivating, being caught in the act was undeniably awkward. Young Lingchen swiftly accelerated, continuing his ascent, gradually surpassing the charming girl. What an oddity! How can he be faster than me? The girl thought, hastily increasing her speed to catch up with young Lingchen once more. "Hey, you little rascal! How can you run so quickly?" The voluptuous girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. "That you're not slow yourself," young Lingchen replied, glancing back at her. "You perv? Are you still looking? Do you dare to believe I'll gouge your eyes out?" The girl retorted angrily, her expression adorably fierce. "I didn't mean to. Who told you to be so eye-catching? I merely glanced." Young Lingchen hurriedly explained, for he truly had no intention of being inappropriate. "Humph. Then why are you so fast?" The lovely girl continued her inquiries. "And why are you so well endowed?" Young Lingchen jested half-heartedly. "You scoundrel, daring to tease me!" The girl exclaimed indignantly, then unleashed a swift strike, her palm exuding a formidable wave of energy toward young Lingchen. "This fiery little tigress is quite feisty." Young Lingchen chuckled calmly, skillfully dodging her attack while countering with a palm strike of his OW. As the exchanges escalated, young Lingchen became increasingly astonished. What kind of anomaly was this girl? Possessing such formidable strength, confident in his combat abilities, he believed himself unmatched among his peers, yet he found this girl challenging to overpower even within the same realm. How can this scoundrel be so powerful? The lovely girl, equally astonished, mused. Having never faced defeat among her peers, she was taken aback by the realization that someone in this modest Tanyuan palace could contend with her on equal footing. "I cannot let this continue. Her strength is overwhelming. Even if I win, it may come at a great cost." With that thought, young Lingchen deftly evaded another of her strikes and rapidly ascended toward the summit. "You scoundrel, don't run. I shall make sure to incapacitate you today," the girl declared, pursuing him swiftly. "What a firecracker! I've done nothing to provoke her," young Lingchen lamented, unwilling to waste time amidst the assessment. Hours passed, and after 5 hours of strenuous climbing, young Lingchen and the enchanting girl reached the pinnacle of Tianfeng. "Congratulations on becoming outer disciples of the Tianyuan Palace," Elder Wang Xianfeng remarked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at the two young individuals before him. Young Lingchen and the charming girl proceeded with their registration, receiving their outer disciple tokens. I could see that moment. Young Lingchen finally learned the girl's name, Feng Xueqing. "You scoundrel, don't let me catch you off guard. Otherwise, I shall make sure to incapacitate you." Feng Xueqing cast a fierce glare at young Lingchen, her exquisite eyes reflecting a hint of ferocity. This time, young Lingchen wisely refrained from responding, not wishing to provoke this formidable girl any further. After several more hours, individuals began to ascend the peak in a steady trickle. Ultimately, the first 2,000 young men and women successfully passed their assessments and received their outer sect identity tokens. Yang Lingchen surveyed his surroundings and found no sign of Han Ruoxue among those 2,000. He then shifted his gaze to the group of eliminated candidates and soon spotted the dejected figure of Han Ruoxue among them. With a sigh, he retracted his gaze. Since Han Ruoxue had been eliminated, their paths would likely never cross again. Those who had been ousted would be escorted back to their original cities by the Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, Elder Wang Xianfeng of the outer sect approached, stating, "All new disciples have now received their identity tokens. However, I would like to remind you of a few important matters. First, the identity token symbolizes your status within the Tianyuan Palace and must not be casually lent to others. Second, the token not only records your identity information, but also tracks your contribution value within the palace. Third, as new disciples, I encourage you to peruse the Tianyuan Manual, which contains the palace regulations and various sect information." After familiarizing himself with this information, Yang Lingchen learned that in order to acquire techniques, elixirs, and cultivation resources within the Tianyuan Palace, one must exchange contribution values earned through completing tasks. After all, the sect is not a charitable institution. To support such a large number of disciples, contributions are essential. Outer sect disciples do not have masters. Instead, an elder teaches cultivation techniques in the outer sect square every day. New disciples can only access basic techniques and martial skills, while more advanced ones require completing tasks for acquisition. Under the arrangement of the deacon, all new disciples were assigned to their respective quarters. Yang Lingchen found his accommodation after some searching, which turned out to be a cramped room measuring only 10 square meters, containing little more than a solitary bed. Suddenly, his door was forcefully kicked open with a loud bang. A burly and fierce-looking youth swaggered in, brandishing a spiked club and accompanied by a dozen or so lackeys, all of whom were at the 3rd or 4th level of the Mingxian realm. "Hey kid, hand over your new disciple package. From now on, I got your back in this area," the muscular youth declared arrogantly, displaying an air of superiority as if Yang Lingchen were merely an insignificant insect beneath his heel. "Get out," Yang Lingchen replied, his eyes glinting with cold fury, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from him. He had always adhered to a principle of non-aggression, but if someone dared to provoke him, he would not show mercy. "You sure have a lot of bravado. It seems you need a lesson to understand who you're dealing with," the burly youth retorted, swinging his club directly at Yang Lingchen. How reckless, Yang Lingchen thought, his eyes flashing with a cold light. In an instant, he darted forward like a specter, delivering a powerful kick to the youth's chest. With a loud thud, the burly youth was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a broken kite, producing a dull thud upon impact. "You asked for it," Yang Lingchen exclaimed, showing no signs of stopping as he swiftly seized the spiked club from the youth's grasp and unleashed a furious onslaught. The cries of the burly youth echoed in the air as he writhed in pain, and his lackeys finally snapped out of their stupor, rushing forward with fierce expressions and weapons raised. Yang Lingchen's eyes glimmered with ferocity as he charged into the crowd, wielding the spiked club without hesitation, delivering a tempestuous flurry of strikes. In no time, all of the burly youth's lackeys lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. This guy even human? A new disciple can take down a whole gang of Season 1s so easily. I know him. We participated in the assessment together. Onlookers gathered outside Yang Lingchen's dormitory, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Hand over all your spirit stones, or I'll break your legs." Yang Lingchen's gaze was sharp, his voice laced with a chilling menace. "Kid, don't go too far. Do you know who protects our fierce tiger society?" Although the burly youth was in a pitiful state, he still attempted to threaten Yang Lingchen. "Still trying to act tough?" Yang Lingchen responded by unleashing another barrage of strikes with a spiked club, leaving the burly youth utterly unrecognizable, resembling a pig's head. "Stop. I'll give you what you want." The burly youth, now filled with terror, scrambled to retrieve a handful of spirit stones from his storage bag. "Is that all? You think a few spirit stones will suffice?" Yang Lingchen snatched the storage bag from him with force. "And you lot, hand over your storage bags too, or face the same fate." Yang Lingchen's demeanor was as intimidating as a wild beast ready to pounce. Under his overwhelming pressure, the lackeys trembled and reluctantly handed over their storage bags one by one. Yang Lingchen rifled through the contents, collecting the spirit stones before tossing the empty bags back at them. The outer sect disciples watching were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the audacity of this new disciple. "You better watch your back, brat." The burly youth spat venomously before fleeing in a panic in the Tianyuan palace. As long as no fatalities occur during disputes among disciples, the higher-ups generally refrain from intervention. The environment was one of survival of the fittest, with only the most exceptional disciples able to thrive in this small world. Upon returning to his quarters, young Lingchen meticulously counted the spirit stones he had just acquired, discovering a staggering total of over 200 SO. This is the legendary spirit stone. Although young Lingchen had absorbed the memories of Lingjuechen, this was the first time he had encountered genuine spirit stones. Feeling the rich spiritual energy contained within the stones, young Lingchen was filled with excitement and eagerly began the refining process. He sat cross-legged, focused, and arranged all the spirit stones neatly in front of him. With all his might, he activated the Haotian secret art, continuously refining the spirit stones while cautiously channeling his profound energy to cleanse his internal meridians. Several hours passed, and young Lingchen found himself at the critical moment of breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his effort, drawing waves of spiritual energy into his body like a crashing tide. As he assimilated the spirit stones one by one, he soon approached the threshold of the second layer of the Mingxian realm. Finally, young Lingchen successfully advanced to the second layer of the Mingxian realm. Looking at the now empty spirit stones in his hands, he felt a twinge of regret. Normally, over 200 spirit stones would be insufficient for a small realm breakthrough. However, having reached the pinnacle of the first layer during the past half-month, coupled with the assistance of those spirit stones, he was able to achieve this leap. Afterward, he found a technique for cultivating in his memories. The primary reason for choosing to cultivate was to facilitate the alchemical process in the future. The following morning, young Lingchen departed from his residence, making his way towards the task hall. In this world, rapid ascension is undoubtedly dependent on substantial resource support, and to acquire abundant resources, one must undertake tasks. As young Lingchen ventured further, he encountered a group of individuals approaching him, among whom was the robust youth he had decisively defeated the previous day. Without a word, this group encircled him, led by a young man clad in exquisite white garments, exuding an air of superiority. Some outer sect disciples passing by chose to detour, fearing they might become collateral damage, which would be quite unfavorable for them. "Hey, are you the one who harmed my subordinate?" the young man in white demanded, his expression haughty and his gaze filled with disdain, completely disregarding young Lingchen. "And if I did?" Young Lingchen assessed the young man in white, noting his composed and restrained aura, with eyes sharp as a blade, indicating his strength likely lay at the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Young Lingchen was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He might manage to contend with someone at the 6th level, but against a 7th level opponent, defeat was inevitable, especially with the presence of numerous allies. "Kneel down, hand over your spirit stones, and slap yourself 100 times, and this matter will be settled." The young man in white had not finished his sentence when, bang, young Lingchen's figure darted forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the young man's face. "You little brat, you seek death by daring to. Curse you. Let me teach you a lesson." Young Lingchen, disregarding the consequences, swiftly drew his wolf-tooth club and unleashed a flurry of strikes. He understood that the young man in white was the strongest among them, and taking him down was crucial for his chances of survival. "You little brat, you seek death." At this moment, the young man's lackeys finally reacted, brandishing their clubs and launching a fierce assault on young Lingchen. Surrounded by a group of individuals at the 5th and 6th levels of the Mingxian realm, young Lingchen was hardly a match for them, and soon he bore several strikes. However, he paid no mind to the pain. He would seize any opportunity to retaliate. Before long, several of his assailants had been rendered unconscious, though young Lingchen was not unscathed, sustaining numerous injuries himself. Under young Lingchen's reckless onslaught, those attacking him hesitated to engage further, as no one wished to become the next unfortunate soul to be felled. "Curse you all, I'll make you pay sooner or later." Young Lingchen seethed, and taking advantage of their momentary indecision, he escaped from the encirclement, quickly disappearing into the bustling crowd. "You're doomed, daring to ambush me." The young man in white slowly rose from the ground. his once handsome visage now resembling that of a pig's head. "Chun Ming, are you all right?" The robust youth cautiously approached. "Useless. Now tell me, are you hurt?" Chun Ming, in a fit of fury, slapped the robust youth several times. He was furious, and the fact that the robust youth dared to inquire about his well-being only fueled his anger. Within the task hall of the Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen made a beeline for the task board, swiftly taking on 7 or 8 task assignments, which included hunting second-tier beasts, gathering medicinal herbs, and procuring demon cores. The Tianyuan Palace is situated within the North Wild Mountain Range. After leaving, Yang Lingchen pressed on towards the mountains. Determined. Along the way, he spared no effort in defeating any beast he could conquer and diligently collected any herbs he encountered. His excursion was not solely for the sake of completing tasks. Honing his skills was a vital objective as well. Throughout his journey, Yang Lingchen practiced the illusory shadow technique. Whenever he encountered beasts, he employed the newly learned god-slaying sword technique. Both techniques were among the pinnacle of divine realm arts, making the progress of his cultivation quite slow. Although the training was arduous, once he grasped the fundamentals, he could exhibit extraordinary prowess surpassing that of his peers in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. Through Yang Lingchen's relentless efforts, both the illusory shadow technique and the god-slaying sword technique had seen remarkable advancements. Now, with a mere application of his movement technique, he could instantly cover dozens of meters, a breathtaking speed that, when unleashed in combat, held immeasurable advantages. During this period, Yang Lingchen led a fulfilling existence, engaging in fierce battles with beasts by day to sharpen his skills, and at night seeking out secluded caves to immerse himself in the cultivation of the Haotian jade. "Help! Is there anyone from the Tianyuan Palace?" One day, while honing his skills in the mountains, Yang Lingchen suddenly heard a desperate cry for help in the distance, prompting him to rush towards the source of the sound. Before long, he spotted a stunningly beautiful girl fleeing in panic, pursued closely by a massive armored lizard nearly 10 meters in length. Yang Lingchen assessed the situation. If he did not intervene, the girl would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, the demon core of the armored lizard was precisely what he had been desperately seeking, as one of his tasks required obtaining it in a flash. Yang Lingchen executed his movement technique, positioning himself before the girl to confront the approaching armored lizard. Yet upon seeing Yang Lingchen's emergence, the beautiful girl fled without so much as a word of gratitude. The armored lizard, towering at nearly 10 meters, was covered in hard scales and now fixed its menacing gaze upon the unexpected human. "Isn't this armored lizard far too enormous?" Yang Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine under its fierce glare. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Although the creature was formidable, it was not entirely insurmountable. Besides, with his superior agility, retreating would remain a viable option if the situation turned dire. "Roar!" The armored lizard, enraged by the audacity of this tiny human, let out a thunderous roar, sweeping its massive tail towards Yang Lingchen. Boom! 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 Trees fell victim to the lizard's colossal tail, which swept through the forest like a devastating scythe. Should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Yang Lingchen dared not underestimate the beast, employing the illusory shadow technique in conjunction with the god-slaying sword technique to launch a fierce assault on the armored lizard. The blade clashed against its armored scales, producing a series of resonating clangs. The lizard's formidable defenses rendered Yang Lingchen's ordinary sword ineffective in inflicting any damage as the battle wore on. Yang Lingchen gradually discerned the creature's vulnerabilities, particularly at its joints and eyes. With relentless strikes, he incapacitated the lizard's limbs and blinded its eyes. Now enraged and disoriented, the armored lizard began thrashing wildly, its tail sweeping around indiscriminately. Yang Lingchen took the opportunity to find a safe spot to recuperate his energy. He resolved to claim the demon core once the lizard exhausted itself. After a while, Yang Lingchen finally regained his strength and, after some additional time, successfully defeated the armored lizard. Just as he prepared to collect the demon core, a voice interrupted him. "Stop. I discovered this armored lizard first, and I was the one who injured it, allowing you the chance to slay it. Thus, the demon core rightfully belongs to me." Unbeknownst to him, the beautiful girl had reappeared behind Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but this level of audacity was unprecedented. He saw no merit in engaging with her, and simply took the demon core for himself. You little brat, hand over the demon core, or I shall ensure you have no place in the outer sect of the Tianyuan Palace. The girl's voice was icy as she threatened him. Smack. As Yang Lingchen's figure flickered, he struck without hesitation. Delivering a resounding slap, he had endured all he could. Having saved her life, she showed no gratitude and instead sought to seize his demon core. Ah! The girl let out a piercing scream, sent sprawling by the force of the blow. Her right cheek swelling instantly. You little brat, you're dead. Do you know who I am? Slowly rising, she glared at Yang Lingchen with venomous eyes. You insolent wretch, do you dare to challenge me? In an instant, Yang Lingchen appeared like a specter, gripping the girl by her neck. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over her, filling her with dread as this boy seemed utterly unfazed by her status. How dare you harm the sister of Li Tianxing? From a distance, a figure materialized, radiating a chilling aura that instilled fear. Perceiving the menacing energy emanating from the newcomer, Yang Lingchen positioned the girl protectively in front of him, bracing himself for potential conflict. The figure was a robust young man clad in the robes of an inner disciple. Brother, save me, the girl gasped. Hell, Tianxing's gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on Yang Lingchen. Release my sister at once, or I will annihilate your entire clan. Though Yang Lingchen had initially intended to let her go, the sudden appearance of Li Tianxing left him hesitant to release her. Doing so would surely invite relentless pursuit. Don't you even wonder why I harmed your sister? Yang Lingchen spoke, and no need for questions. Release my sister, or sever an arm. I may spare your life. Li Tianxing replied coldly, I saved your sister's life, yet she repays my kindness with malice, attempting to steal my demon core. If you wish to rescue her, toss me your storage bag. Yang Lingchen tightened his grip, wary of Li Tianxing. Since you refuse to reason, I shall not extend any courtesy. The girl began to cough violently, her face contorted in pain as her veins throbbed. Stop! Take the storage bag. If you harm my sister, no one in Tianyuan Palace will save you. Li Tianxing threatened, then removed his storage bag, tossing it towards Yang Lingchen. Now retreat 100 meters, and I will release your sister. Yang Lingchen's tone was icy. Li Tianxing's eyes glinted with malevolence as he slowly stepped back 100 meters, his desire to tear Yang Lingchen apart evident. Slap? Ah! The girl cried out in agony. Wretched girl, I shall not spare you. Yang Lingchen delivered several more resounding slaps, transforming her face into a grotesque visage, before employing his shadowy technique to vanish into the forest. You seek death. Li Tianxing shot forward like lightning towards the spot where Yang Lingchen had disappeared. Moments later, he returned to his original position, for Yang Lingchen had vanished without a trace. Brother, I will kill him. The girl seethed, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Rest assured, Sinny, as long as he remains in Tianyuan Palace. I will find him, Li Tianxing vowed, his gaze chillingly resolute. A mere outer disciple dared to humiliate Li Tianxing by striking his sister and extorting his storage bag, a profound disgrace in his eyes. In the depths of the North Wilderness mountain range, within a secluded cave, Yang Lingchen summoned the Haoyan Jade. Placing it in the earth before entering its spatial realm, he extracted Li Tianxing's storage bag, revealing over 2,000 spirit stones along with numerous precious herbs. Gazing at the glimmering stones, excitement sparkled in Yang Lingchen's eyes. With these resources, he was confident he could ascend to the third layer of the Mingxian realm. His heart ached at the ingratitude he had faced after his good deed. Yet, the sight of the spirit stones banished his discontent. Initially, he had no intention of harming the girl, but the events had spiraled beyond his control. Since he had already made an enemy, he might as well capitalize on the situation. Settling into a meditative posture, he focused his mind and began to absorb the spirit stones, channeling their energy into the Haoyan technique, converting it into profound energy to propel himself towards the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Hours slipped by, and Yang Lingchen found himself on the brink of a breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he brought forth the remaining spirit stones, he refined and absorbed them one by one. He soon felt the threshold of the third layer of the Mingxian realm within his grasp. At last, he successfully broke through to the third layer. Yet he felt a pang of regret as he watched the precious stones deplete, should anyone discover that Yang Lingchen had ascended from the first to the third layer in mere days. Their jaws would surely drop in astonishment, for it was nearly impossible for an ordinary cultivator to refine spirit stones at such a rapid pace. Typically, those at the Mingxian realm could only refine a handful of low-grade spirit stones in a day. Yang Lingchen's ability to consume them without limit was solely due to the divine technique he practiced, the outset technique. He pondered how to acquire more spirit stones, realizing that alchemy was his only viable option for generating wealth through medicinal pills. Exiting the outset Jade's realm, Yang Lingchen re-emerged in the North Wilderness mountain range. Having completed his tasks, he had no intention of returning just yet, for this place was an exceptional training ground. 3 days passed, and during this time, Yang Lingchen's mastery of the god-slaying sword technique and shadow technique grew exponentially, reaching a peak of proficiency point one day. While traversing a dense forest, he heard the unmistakable sounds of clashing weapons. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily approached the source of the noise, concealing his presence within the foliage. Peering through the thick branches, he beheld a fierce battle between a man and a woman, both wielding their swords with ferocity. As Feng Shuiqing, Yang Lingchen recognized the woman, who had been his companion during their earlier assessment. To his astonishment, she had reached the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Her talent was indeed remarkable. The girl moved with grace, her alluring figure captivating, as her sword unleashed waves of energy towards her opponent. What a sight to behold! Yang Lingchen mused, watching intently. Suddenly, he noticed a rare Xianling herb not far from them. Ah, the Xianling herb! The realization dawned upon him. The two were competing for this precious plant. The Xianling herb was an exceedingly rare spiritual medicine that could elevate a Mingxian cultivator by an entire small realm. I must secure it. Yang Lingchen resolved within his cultivation was currently at the Mingxian realm. Obtaining this herb would allow him to ascend further. Suppressing his aura, he stealthily maneuvered towards the Xianling herb. Feng Shuiqing, that herb is mine. If you persist, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, the young man declared, an eerie chill in his gaze. Chun Junjia, how dare you compete with me, given your meager abilities? Who gave you the audacity? Feng Shuiqing retorted, her strikes relentless as she taunted him. Feng Shuiqing, you are courting death. Chun Junjia seethed, his fury palpable. He despised any mention of his appearance, and her words had struck a raw nerve. Igniting his rage, Chun wielded his battle sword. A dazzling gleam of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air towards Feng Shuiqing with a force that appeared to distort the very atmosphere around them. In that instant, Feng Shuiqing deftly evaded the strike, her long sword forming a swift array of blades that shot towards Chun Junjia. Faced with her formidable sword formation, Chun Junjia could not help but furrow his brow. He quickly retreated. Despite his superior cultivation level, he found himself wary of her intricate swordplay. As the battle raged on, both combatants were consumed by their fervor, yet neither could gain the upper hand due to their comparable strengths. Just then, they exchanged a powerful blow, both staggering backwards several meters. That moment, Yang Lingchen appeared like a flash of lightning beside a mystical herb known as Xianling. Without hesitation, he plucked the herb and transformed into a mere afterimage. Vanishing from sight, when he reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. Rascal, stop right there! Feng Shuiqing chided, her voice laced with indignation as she activated her speed technique to pursue Yang Lingchen. You're courting death. The young man exclaimed, realizing that Yang Lingchen had taken the Xianling herb, his rage boiling over. Yang Lingchen fled in a frenzy, with Feng Shuiqing closely trailing him. Meanwhile, Chun Junjia had long been left far behind. Although he was at the 7th level of the Mingxian realm, his speed paled in comparison to that of Yang Lingchen and Feng Shuiqing. Rascal, you're finished for daring to steal my Xianling herb. Feng Shuiqing's heart raced with anxiety as she chased after him, employing her top-tier speed technique. How could this brat outrun her? Little girl, you'll never catch up to me. Keep chasing and you might just lose your buns. Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, accelerating once more, disappearing into the depths of the forest. "Ah, you infuriate me, rascal. One day, I will break your third leg," Feng Shuiqing huffed angrily. After running for a while, young Lingchen changed direction. Seeking out beasts in the mountains to refine his physical strength, he placed great importance on cultivating his physique, knowing that a robust body would grant him a significant advantage in close combat and bolster his defensive capabilities. Sometimes, when his spiritual energy was depleted, his physical training would sustain his combat power point. 3 days passed swiftly, during which young Lingchen had slain countless second-tier beasts, solidifying his cultivation. On this day, he stumbled upon a cave and resolved to consume the Xianling herb. Having noticed its effects were gradually waning, that if not ingested promptly, it could become ineffective in the Haoyan jade space, young Lingchen cautiously retrieved the Xianling herb and swallowed it in rapid succession. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy filled his body. He promptly settled into a meditative position to refine this immense energy. The energy within him boiled like scalding water, fiercely coursing through his entire being, and the pain was nearly unbearable. Yet, young Lingchen gritted his teeth and persevered, fervently channeling his energy towards breaking through to the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. With relentless effort, he soon felt the solid barrier of the 4th level. Boom! A subtle smile of satisfaction crept onto young Lingchen's lips. He was quite pleased with the results of his training over the past few days. It is worth noting that while most individuals would require at least a year to ascend from the 2nd to the 4th level of the Mingxian realm, he had accomplished this in merely a few days. Upon his breakthrough, young Lingchen exited the Haoyan jade space and hurried towards the Tianyuan palace. "Rascal, where do you think you're running now?" A clear, melodious voice rang out suddenly. The stunning young woman adorned in a luxurious light blue gown, with an alluring figure and captivating beauty, stood in his path. This enchanting figure was none other than Feng Shuiqing. "Is this not the exquisite and talented Miss Shuiqing? Pray tell, what brings you to hinder my passage?" Young Lingchen replied with an awkward smile. "Hand over the Xianling herb, or I shall have no choice but to castrate you today." Feng Shuiqing's gaze turned icy. Young Lingchen chuckled sheepishly. "I apologize, Miss Shuiqing, that I couldn't find anything to eat last night, so I took it as a midnight snack. You scoundrel, I shall render you utterly incapacitated." Feng Shuiqing's eyes blazed with fury. She unleashed her sword with a fierce swing, sending a razor-sharp blade of energy slicing through the air, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, aimed directly at young Lingchen. "Little girl, do you think you can incapacitate me?" Young Lingchen sneered, swiftly activating his agility to narrowly evade the formidable strike. Simultaneously, he charged forward, brandishing his sword to launch a counterattack. Young Lingchen was cautious in facing such a prodigious talent as Feng Shuiqing. Since arriving in this world, she had proven to be the most remarkable genius he had encountered. Had it been the previous day, he would have likely only managed to fight her to a standstill. However, now that he had successfully advanced to the 4th level of the Mingxian realm, he felt confident in his ability to triumph. With the powerful support of the Sure God sword technique, young Lingchen soon gained the upper hand, forcing Feng Shuiqing to retreat repeatedly. Nonetheless, he refrained from exerting his full strength, as there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Moreover, he could clearly sense that Feng Shuiqing's swordplay lacked lethal intent. She merely sought to teach him a lesson. "Little girl, with this level of strength, you think you can incapacitate me?" Young Lingchen grinned mischievously. "Scoundrel, I will definitely make you pay," Feng Shuiqing retorted, her voice delicate yet fierce. Summoning several swords to hover in the air, forming a powerful sword formation that shot towards young Lingchen's lower body with alarming speed. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "You shameless, insane woman, if you don't cease this. Don't blame me for being rude." Faced with this terrifying sword formation, young Lingchen executed a clumsy roll to evade, then shot towards Feng Shuiqing like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful palm strike to her ample chest. Bang! With a resounding crash, Feng Shuiqing was sent flying by his blow. "Scoundrel, you're finished," she growled, struggling to rise, her eyes ablaze with wrath. I could see that moment. She was consumed by the desire to eliminate this shameless rogue. With a frosty glare, Feng Shuiqing transformed into a dazzling white light, charging directly at Yang Lingchen. "You little brat, are you relentless? Today, I will make you submit." Yang Lingchen retaliated, his own anger ignited. He unleashed his full strength, deflecting her sword and delivering another powerful palm strike. Bang! Once again, he struck Feng Shuiqing with force. Good heavens! Yang Lingchen felt a surge of satisfaction. "Ah, scoundrel, I will definitely kill you." Feng Shuiqing was utterly enraged. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Bang! Yang Lingchen swiftly dodged, delivering another resounding slap to Feng Shuiqing. "Scoundrel! Despicable! Shameless!" She nearly broke down in despair. In a short span, this rogue had taken advantage of her at every turn. At that moment, Yang Lingchen seized a golden opportunity, swiftly disarming Feng Shuiqing of her long sword. With a quick motion, he grasped her throat with his right hand. "Little girl, do you yield? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." "Clean up your mouth," Yang Lingchen bellowed. Swinging his wolf fawn club with reckless abandon, he had initially been preparing to concoct pills when Chun Ming abruptly barged in. Fortunately, he had yet to commence his alchemical endeavors. Otherwise, an entire batch of elixirs would have been rendered utterly useless. In the face of overwhelming strength, Chun Ming was swiftly reduced to a state resembling a swollen pig's head within mere breaths. His companions, witnessing Yang Linchen's brutality, retreated in sheer terror. They were acutely aware that Yang Lingchen was a man who rarely struck, but once he did, he would relentlessly pummel his opponent until they were utterly defenseless. "You little bastard, you're doomed. Offending me, the Tiger Society, means there will be no sanctuary for you at the outer gates of Tianyuan Palace." Chun Ming glared venomously at Yang Lingchen, and despite his current disheveled state, he defiantly spat out threats. "Crack! Crack! Damn it, still pretending to be tough." Yang Lingchen swung down twice more with force. With two resounding cracks of bone, Chun Ming's legs were instantly shattered. While youth may allow for arrogance, such bravado must be tempered with wisdom. Feigned strength while being floored is tantamount to courting death. Yang Lingchen extended his right hand, lightly patting Chun Ming's face, adopting an air of condescension as he spoke with disdain. "You!" Chun Ming felt a surge of rage, his blood boiling, and he fainted on the spot. That all? Damn, I thought you were someone of substance." Yang Lingchen scoffed derisively, seizing Chun Ming's storage pouch before kicking him aside. Subsequently, he departed from his dwelling, choosing not to continue his alchemical work there. The art of alchemy demands a tranquil and undisturbed environment. Any disruption at a critical juncture could result in significant losses. Yang Lingchen sought out a secluded spot, securely stashing the Hao Yan jade before entering its spatial realm. He retrieved the alchemical furnace and meticulously sorted the medicinal ingredients, drawing upon the alchemical memories of Ling Juechen. He carefully ignited the alchemical fire, vigilantly controlling the heat as he began to add the ingredients into the furnace, one by one, despite possessing the memories of the pill god Ling Juechen. This was only his second attempt at alchemy, and his technique was still somewhat unrefined. However, in comparison to ordinary alchemists of the Tianwu continent, his skills could be described as exemplary. Bang! Approximately 15 minutes later, Yang Lingchen successfully refined a batch of premium Mingxian pills. Haha! The joy of his accomplishment resonated within him, as he felt immensely satisfied with the outcome. With the Mingxian pills, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation. Soon after, Yang Lingchen delved back into the alchemical process. Hours passed, and after meticulous crafting, he successfully produced 20 batches of pills. Among them, 10 were high-grade Mingxian pills, which he intended to sell discreetly to avoid drawing attention, while the premium pills were meant for his personal use. After tidying up, Yang Lingchen quietly exited the Hao Yan jade space and made his way to the outer gates trading square. He aimed to sell some pills, hoping to earn contribution points and spirit stones at the Tianyuan Palace's outer disciple trading square. He found an unoccupied stall, set up a table, and displayed several high-grade Mingxian pills neatly. He then erected a sign in front of his stall, neatly inscribed with high-grade Mingxian pills, valued at 1,000 contribution points each, or 30 low-grade spirit stones. The outer trading square was a designated area for outer disciples to trade goods, where many offered weapons, herbs, or martial arts techniques. However, one would rarely find anything particularly valuable here, as truly precious items were seldom offered for sale. A.S. Yang Lingchen cautiously displayed the high-grade Mingxian pills. Their radiant glow quickly captivated the attention of many passersby. After all, while Mingxian pills were typically available, most were the low-grade variety, with average quality and efficacy. The sight of someone openly selling high-grade pills was almost unprecedented. "Step right up, don't miss out," Yang Lingchen shouted, putting forth great effort to promote his wares. The high-grade Mingxian pills, now on special sale for just 1,000 contribution points or 30 spirit stones. His fervent advertisement soon drew a crowd around his stall. These were high-grade Mingxian pills, a rare treasure in the outside world, incredibly sought after. Before long, his stock of high-grade pills was completely sold out, holding a substantial sum of 100,000 contribution points and over 1,000 spirit stones. Yang Lingchen couldn't help but beam with delight. The cost of the materials for the pills he had just sold was only around 3,000 contribution points in the blink of an eye. He had earned a profit of over 100,000 contribution points. Who wouldn't he be grinning ear to ear? Many were left frustrated and stomping their feet in indignation for having missed out on the Mingxian pills. After all, the difference between high-grade and low-grade pills was astronomical in terms of efficacy and cultivation enhancement. Observing the lingering crowd, Yang Lingchen smiled and reassured them, "Dear fellow disciples, do not fret. Tomorrow, I shall return to sell more high-grade Mingxian pills, along with other premium elixirs. Please prepare your contribution points or spirit stones." With that, Yang Lingchen left the trading square, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as he made his way toward the exchange hall. With 100,000 contribution points, Yang Lingchen felt as if he were walking on air, buoyed by an exhilarating sense of achievement akin to that of a destitute individual suddenly winning 5 million in a lottery. At the exchange hall, he unhesitatingly spent 50,000 contribution points to acquire a high-grade Xian-tier Qingling sword, converting the remainder into various precious herbs needed for alchemy. Finding a secluded and tranquil grove, Yang Lingchen cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present before slipping into the Haotian jade space to commence his alchemical work. Meanwhile, the news of high-grade Mingxian pills being available spread like wildfire, captivating the attention of many at Tianyuan Palace's outer gate. The emergence of high-grade Mingxian pills was nothing short of a seismic revelation for numerous outer disciples, particularly those at the 7th or 8th levels of the Mingxian realm, where their cultivation progress had become exceedingly slow through mere meditation. Within the Haotian jade space, after several hours of focused alchemical work, Yang Lingchen successfully refined all the medicinal ingredients into pills. Most of these were premium-grade elixirs, with only a small fraction being high-grade. Not only that, but he also concocted numerous high-grade detoxifying pills, healing elixirs, and recovery potions. Once he completed the refining process, Yang Lingchen sought a tranquil spot within this space to commence his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved several exquisite Mingxian pills from his storage pouch, consuming them one after another. The pure spiritual energy contained within the pills surged into his body like an unrelenting tide. As he continuously absorbed and refined the elixirs, Yang Lingchen's cultivation progressed rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. At this juncture, he gradually paused, fully aware that a breakthrough in realms does not solely rely on the accumulation of pills, but rather necessitates the meticulous honing of time. While the effects of elixirs can elevate an individual's cultivation swiftly from the initial stages to its zenith, a true breakthrough demands the accumulation of time and relentless honing through practical experience. Some prodigies possess an innate understanding of cultivation that allows them to swiftly surmount the barriers of realms, while those of lesser talent may find themselves unable to ascend beyond the peak of a minor realm. Regardless of the quality of elixirs provided, Yang Lingchen had only recently broken through to the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. Thus, he was not in a rush to advance to the next realm. He understood that a hasty breakthrough could prove detrimental, potentially leading to an unstable foundation that would hinder his future cultivation journey. The following morning, at the outer trading plaza of Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen returned to the same stall from the previous day. This time, as he set up his stall, he was swiftly encircled by a throng of eager individuals clamoring for the exquisite Mingxian pills. Astonished by the unexpectedly high demand, Yang Lingchen thought to himself, Is business truly this prosperous? Dear brothers and sisters, due to the recent surge in material costs, I've had to make slight adjustments to the pricing of the elixirs. Yang Lingchen stated with a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Today, in addition to the Mingxian pills, I also have healing elixirs, detoxifying potions, recovery pills, and a particularly irresistible Hawan pill. All elixirs are priced at 2,000 contribution points each or 40 spirit stones apiece. Isn't this price gouging? Some individuals in the crowd expressed dissatisfaction, raising their voices in protest. Alas, I too wish to avoid raising prices. However, I have procured these from elsewhere, and with the price of medicinal materials rising, my elixirs must follow suit. Yang Lingchen explained with a sense of helplessness, I'll take 2 Mingxian pills. I want 1 detoxifying potion. In an instant, everyone began to scramble for purchases. Yang Lingchen's price increase failing to dampen their enthusiasm for high-grade elixirs. I'll take several Hawan pills. That a man, thoroughly covered, stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Wu Yifan, why are you so heavily cloaked? Do you truly believe no one would recognize you? A fellow exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter upon seeing the man. The crowd erupted in laughter at this remark. What are you all laughing at? Why pretend to be virtuous? Wu Yifan retorted, anger flaring as he snatched the Hawan pills and hurriedly departed the scene. Make way, make way! At that moment, a group of arrogant youths approached, shouting loudly as they brazenly shoved aside everyone purchasing elixirs. Kid, here are 10 spirit stones. I want all your elixirs. A haughty young man clad in a blue brocade robe approached, flanked by 7 or 8 underlings, all of whom were at the 7th or 8th layer of the Mingxian realm. You seem to be gravely ill, Yang Lingchen scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. You're courting death, the arrogant youth sneered, his pride wounded, as he swung a palm towards Yang Lingchen with violent intent. Bang! Yet, Yang Lingchen was prepared, swiftly countering with his own weapon. Smack! The young man's hand collided with Yang Lingchen's wolf fawn club, resulting in a piercing scream as his palm instantly swelled and reddened. Cripple this brat, and I will take responsibility for any trouble. The haughty youth growled, his face contorted with rage. In an instant, the 7 or 8 underlings behind him revealed fierce expressions and charged at Yang Lingchen. Unfazed, Yang Lingchen drew his Qingling sword, unleashing a masterful display of swordplay and agile footwork as he advanced. With flashes of sword light, after several strikes, the group of Mingxian disciples found their tendons severed, collapsing onto the ground in agony. Oh, you even know who I am. How dare you lay a hand on my people? The arrogant youth glared at Yang Lingchen, his voice dripping with malice. I know indeed. Aren't you just my little grandson? Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. That you'll pay for this. The haughty youth seethed with venomous rage, casting a venomous glance at Yang Lingchen before turning to leave. Seizing the moment the youth turned, Yang Lingchen swung his wolf fawn club with force, exclaiming, This is for insulting Grandpa, for your arrogance. Now tell me, who is the little bastard? With Yang Lingchen's exceptional agility and the element of surprise, the arrogant youth had no time to react before being bombarded by a flurry of strikes. Before long, the once handsome young man was left unrecognizable, his face swollen and disfigured. Little bastard, your demise is certain, he hissed, his eyes filled with unbridled hatred and murderous intent, fixed on Yang Lingchen. Bang! Yang Lingchen delivered a decisive blow to the youth's front teeth, causing blood to spurt forth and teeth to scatter across the ground. Then, in a manner akin to kicking a dog, he sent the youth flying. The onlookers gasped. The disciples of Tianyuan Palace stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. This arrogant youth was none other than the brother of Emo Zaheo, one of the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect. How could someone dare to assault him so brutally? Brothers and sisters, if you wish to purchase elixirs, do so swiftly. If you miss today, I shan't return. Yang Lingchen shouted once more. After this incident, he truly did not plan to return, having earned a satisfactory amount of contribution points and knowing that selling elixirs here drew too much attention, contrary to his desire for a low-profile existence. Hearing Yang Lingchen's words, the crowd hurriedly clustered around him again. Realizing this was their last chance, and no one wished to miss out on such a rare opportunity, especially since high-grade Mingxian pills would be hard to come by in the future. Despite having produced a substantial quantity of elixirs, they were quickly sold out amidst the frenzied purchases at Tianyuan Palace. Atop Yinyan Peak, two graceful and exquisite figures, stunningly beautiful and captivating, stood quietly at the summit. Ruo, do you believe we can truly find such a person? A voice as soft as a dream floated through the air. Sister Yinyan, seeking someone with talent surpassing Sikong Jia within Tianyuan Palace is akin to climbing a mountain. Lin Yuruo replied softly, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. No, I firmly believe we can find him. I trust Elder Tianji's predictions are infallible. That person must be within Tianyuan Palace, and he is likely a newly initiated disciple, Ling Yinyan declared, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of unwavering determination. Even if we do find such an individual, how could he possibly catch up to Sikong Jia with his current low cultivation level? Lin Yuruo pondered, her brow furrowed in concern. How can we know the outcome if we do not try? Must I truly marry that hypocritical scoundrel Sikong Jia? Ling Yinyan's expression was filled with exasperation. Sister Yinyan, let us visit the outer sect in the coming days. Perhaps Elder Tianji's predictions may indeed come to fruition. Lin Yuruo suggested, the outer trading plaza. Young Lingchen had just finished tidying up his belongings and was preparing to depart when he heard a voice call out, Brother Lingchen, what brings you here to set up a stall? At that moment, a melodious and sweet voice suddenly rang out. Following this, a graceful figure rushed in, enveloping Yang Lingchen in an embrace, resting her entire self against him. What on earth is happening? Yang Lingchen was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Feng Xueqing. Xueqing, who is he? A young man, dressed in a flowing white robe and possessing a strikingly handsome visage, approached, slightly furrowing his brows as he inquired. Brother Xiao Junyi, this is Yang Lingchen. My betrothed, Feng Xueqing replied in a delicate tone. Xueqing, your taste seems rather lacking. Even if you wish to reject me, there is no need to resort to a wastrel at the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Xiao Junyi's gaze towards Yang Lingchen was laced with undisguised disdain. This is a personal matter of mine, so there is no need for Brother Xiao Junyi to concern himself. Feng Xueqing's voice was as calm as still water, devoid of any discernible emotion. Xueqing, in the future, refrain from associating with those of unattractive appearance, lest they mistakenly believe you have any affection for them. Yang Lingchen naturally wrapped his arms around Feng Xueqing's slender waist. Initially, he had no desire to become embroiled in this mess. However, Xiao Junyi's venomous words, branding him a wastrel, were intolerable. Smack. Xueqing, just look at the company you keep. Not only are they unsightly, but they are also hard of hearing. Yang Lingchen playfully slapped Feng Xueqing's pert backside. He could see through Feng Xueqing's intentions. She merely sought to use Xiao Junyi to teach him a lesson while simultaneously leveraging him to rid herself of Xiao Junyi's advances. This was, for her, a clever strategy that achieved 2 goals with a single action. Having discerned Feng Xueqing's thoughts, Yang Lingchen was determined not to let himself suffer in vain. He would seize every advantage he could. After all, Feng Xueqing was undoubtedly a rare beauty, her alluring figure standing out among countless women. Understood? I shall heed your word from now on, Feng Xueqing chided playfully. Yet beneath her playful demeanor, a tempest of anger brewed within her. You scoundrel, just wait. How dare you take advantage of me? Xiao Junyi's expression darkened, and he raised his hand, poised to strike Yang Lingchen. Seeing this, Feng Xueqing felt a rush of exhilaration, ready to seize the opportunity to escape. But Yang Lingchen suddenly grasped her and shielded her behind him. Xiao Junyi, noticing this, hastily retracted most of his force. He had no desire to harm Feng Xueqing in that fleeting moment of hesitation. Yang Lingchen's Wolfang fist struck down upon Xiao Junyi's hand with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed as Xiao Junyi's hand broke, a piercing scream escaping his lips that instant. Yang Lingchen showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of strikes that brought Xiao Junyi crashing to the ground. Now tell me, who is truly ignorant of their own limits? Who is the real wastrel? Yang Lingchen's foot came down heavily upon Xiao Junyi's face, his voice cold as ice. Normally, Yang Lingchen would find it difficult to overcome Xiao Junyi, a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. His misfortune lay in his overconfidence, compounded by Yang Lingchen's unexpected ambush using Feng Shueqing as a shield. The outer disciples gathered at the trading square were left in utter shock. They were astonished to discover that this alchemist disciple possessed such terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Feng Shueqing stood wide-eyed, a mix of surprise and admiration swelling within her. This scoundrel is far too brutal. How cunning to use me as a shield. You little brat, how dare you ambush me? I will not let this go. Xiao Jinyi glared at Yang Lingchen, his voice dripping with venom. Bang, bang. I find your gaze quite displeasing. Allow me to gift you a pair of black eyes. Yang Lingchen sneered, delivering 2 heavy punches to Xiao Jinyi's face. Instantly, Xiao Jinyi's eyes became swollen and bruised. Shueqing, let us depart. I shall treat you to a delightful meal, Yang Lingchen said as he took Feng Shueqing's hand. Leading her away from the square, that I will follow your lead. Feng Shueqing nodded, not only refraining from resistance, but even leaning closer to Yang Lingchen. In a secluded, tranquil spot, Yang Lingchen reveled in holding Feng Shueqing. Compared to the stars and socialites of his past life, she radiated a beauty that was simply captivating, her figure particularly alluring. Little girl, you aren't actually developing feelings for me, are you? Yang Lingchen remarked with a hint of a smile. Is it strange to like you? Feng Shueqing's eyes glimmered mischievously as she leaned closer to his lips. Yang Lingchen could hardly resist, instinctively leaning in. Just then, Feng Shueqing's knee came crashing into his lower regions. Yang Lingchen, caught off guard, quickly sidestepped. Bang! Yang Lingchen let out a heart-wrenching scream. In that moment, Feng Shueqing unleashed a barrage of punches upon him, her petite fists raining down like a storm. Yang Lingchen could only protect a groin with one hand while shielding his face with the other. Curling up on the ground. Scoundrel, feeling good now. My tofu is quite delectable, isn't it? Feng Shueqing beamed with a radiant smile. Not really, Yang Lingchen managed to utter through gritted teeth. Have you realized your mistake? Feng Shueqing asked with a playful laugh. I understand, my lady. I was wrong. Yang Lingchen hastily pleaded. Am I beautiful? Feng Shueqing mimicked Yang Lingchen's earlier tone. Beautiful, stunningly so, he replied eagerly. Was it pleasurable just now? Pleasurable, he exclaimed. Feng Shueqing, with her fists raised again, unleashed another flurry of blows. Not pleasurable. How can you say that when I possess such a splendid figure? She retorted with a playful scold. This time, Yang Lingchen wisely chose to remain silent. I'll spare you this time, Feng Shueqing said with a hint of pride, turning elegantly to leave. Yang Lingchen, now sprawled on the ground, was racked with pain. What puzzled Yang Lingchen was how Feng Shueqing could cultivate at such an astonishing pace. Her ability to challenge opponents beyond her level rivaling his own. Feng Shueqing, you little vixen, just wait. One day I shall have my way with you, he muttered as he slowly rose, cautiously inspecting himself. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had saved him from a more serious injury. Though he had narrowly avoided damage to his vital areas, his thigh was already swelling from the impact, and he had scraped himself in the process. Finding a secluded corner, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian jade space and retrieved some healing ointment, carefully applying it to his injured areas. For his other bruises, he would have to rely on his energy to heal. The reason he had been utterly defenseless in the earlier encounter was primarily due to the intense pain he felt in his lower regions, which had rendered him momentarily incapacitated, compounded by Feng Shueqing's formidable combat prowess. 3 days swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yang Lingchen's severe injuries had finally healed completely. On this day, just as he returned to his dwelling, he noticed a notice from the Tianyuan Palace hanging prominently at his doorstep, detailing the specifics of the upcoming outer door competition, along with substantial rewards and registration deadlines. Initially, Yang Lingchen held little interest in this so-called outer door competition. However, when his gaze fell upon the rewards for the outer set competition, his heart suddenly raced with excitement. The prize for the top 10 in the outer set competition was a substantial 200,000 contribution points, accompanied by 1,000 spirit stones. The reward for third place was an impressive 500,000 contribution points, along with 3,000 spirit stones. The second-place winner would receive 700,000 contribution points, in addition to 5,000 spirit stones. The grand prize for first place amounted to a staggering 1 million contribution points. plus a full 10,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the top 3 contestants in the outer set competition will be granted a precious opportunity to join the inner sect ahead of time, at this moment. There remained only 1 month until the outer sect competition. Disciples wishing to participate must register a month in advance. It appeared that he needed to venture into the Xianbang arena, as there was merely a month left before the competition. Prior to that, he must achieve a breakthrough to the 6th level of the Ming Xian realm. Yang Lingchen thought to himself. The Xianbang arena was a martial arts arena specifically established by the Tianyuan Palace for the outer sect, where the more victories one accumulated, the higher their ranking would be. To participate in the Xianbang battles, one must pay 1,000 contribution points per match. That, if victorious, one would earn 800 contribution points. Although the sect would take a 20% cut, despite this, countless individuals would fiercely compete for rankings on the Xianbang, as such rankings represented an unparalleled honor. Yang Lingchen's desire to compete in the Xianbang battles stemmed primarily from his intention to hone his practical combat skills, thereby adequately preparing for the upcoming outer sect competition. Upon his first arrival at the Xianbang arena, Yang Lingchen felt an unusual sensation, as though he had stepped into an underground fighting ring. The venue was teeming with people, the crowd buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Simultaneously, many were placing bets on the outcomes of the matches. Yang Lingchen successfully registered with the elder presiding over the Xianbang and received his own unique ranking card. Currently, he stood at 22,500 in the Xianbang rankings. The outer sect of Tianyuan Palace boasted a staggering number of disciples, reaching over 70 to 80,000. Yet, only slightly more than 20,000 had come to compete for the Xianbang. After all, many disciples with relatively low cultivation levels would refrain from participating. Those who could engage in the Xianbang competition had mostly reached at least the 6th level of the Ming Xian realm. Yang Lingchen, being merely at the 4th level, was a rarity in this context. In the Xianbang, achieving an extended winning streak and a high win rate could significantly elevate one's ranking. The Xianbang arena featured numerous platforms designed for outer sect disciples to vie for their standings. The management philosophy of Tianyuan Palace had always been to encourage combat among disciples, as they understood that only through relentless battles could one grow into an extraordinary powerhouse that a short while later. It was Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. Who is this kid? Only at the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm. Surely, he must be joking. Is he really brave enough to join in? Kid, just get off the stage before you end up severely injured. Yang Lingchen ascended the platform. A wave of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd, with many openly mocking him. Bet on Yang Lingchen to win. 20-1. Bet on Chang Wei to win. 1-20. Just then, a hearty voice rang out. I'll bet 5,000 contribution points on Chang Wei. I'll also bet 1,000 contribution points on Chang Wei's victory. ILL placed 10,000 contribution points on Chang Wei in an instant. Nearly everyone in the crowd was betting on Chang Wei's victory. The young man responsible for managing the bets appeared increasingly anxious, sweat beading on his forehead, as he too doubted Yang Lingchen's chances of winning. After all, Chang Wei had just defeated a 7th-level Ming Xian realm opponent. The disparity in their cultivation levels was glaringly apparent. I bet on myself to win, 100,000 contribution points. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen used his identity token to transfer the contribution points. All right, Yang Lingchen, from this day forth, you are my brother. Yang Ming. Go for it. I have faith in you, Yang Ming exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. The earlier tension faded from his expression as he smiled broadly. Just moments ago, he had received over 200,000 contribution points betting on Chang Wei to win. If Chang Wei were to win, he would owe over 100,000 contribution points, a significant loss. Now, with Yang Lingchen betting on himself, it was as if a fortune had fallen into his lap. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about incurring a loss. Begin. With the elder's command, Chang Wei let out a fierce roar, charging at Yang Lingchen like a ferocious beast. The glint of sharp determination flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes as he swiftly moved, his staff swinging with a brilliant arc, striking Chang Wei with tremendous force. Bang! Pooh! With a dull thud, Chang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying backward, and lost consciousness midair. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. An immediate silence enveloping the arena. This was utterly outrageous. The peak 7th-level Ming Xian Chang Wei had been defeated and flung away by a single blow from Yang Lingchen, who was only at the 4th level. Soon, the arena erupted with furious accusations, the audience berating Chong Wei for throwing the match, while he lay unconscious, completely unresponsive at that moment. Ouyang Ming was filled with regret, slumping in his seat like a deflated balloon. Cursing inwardly, damn it, what a huge loss, 100,000 contribution points, 20-1. That is 2 million contribution points. Even with over 100,000 betting on Chong Wei, I would still lose nearly 1 million. Of course, 1 million ISNT entirely beyond my means, but it would be a painful blow point, 2 million contribution points. Send them over, Yang Lingchen said nonchalantly, a light smile gracing his lips. Brother, you really are a ruthless one. Ouyang Ming grumbled as he begrudgingly transferred 2 million contribution points. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better not set my odds too high, or you'll regret it. Yang Lingchen kindly cautioned, as he had just won 2 million contribution points, that it was only fair not to push Ouyang Ming too far. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming quickly pulled Yang Lingchen aside and whispered, Brother, could you give me a hint about your true level of strength? I am invincible below the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. Yang Lingchen replied with a confident smile, then stepped back onto the platform. What the? A subtle grin crept across Ouyang Ming's face as he sensed a tremendous opportunity. Before long, it was Yang Lingchen's turn again, this time facing an opponent at the early stage of the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. Come, place your bets. Odds of 5-1 for the bald eagle to win, and 5-1 for Yang Lingchen. Ouyang Ming announced loudly, adjusting the odds significantly in favor of Yang Lingchen. I bet on the bald eagle, 10,000 contribution points. Damn it, I'm all in. This is my last fortune, 50 contribution points all on the bald eagle. I refuse to believe I'll lose again. The crowd overwhelmingly favored the bald eagle, recognizing that he was far superior to Chong Wei, as he was a formidable presence at the early stage of the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. Watching everyone place their bets on the bald eagle, Ouyang Ming couldn't contain his delight. Begin, the elder presiding over the arena declared. The battle commenced. You there, get off the stage. The Xianbang Arena is not a place for someone like you. The bald eagle sneered menacingly. Yang Lingchen's figure darted like a specter, vanishing in an instant and reappearing above the bald eagle's head. Within mere breaths, the bald eagle was left dazed and unconscious from Yang Lingchen's strikes. Is this truly someone from the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm? Indeed, this is rather astonishing, isn't it? Damn, my last bit of fortune is gone. Just like that. I am moment. The crowd was left in a state of shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Among them, the most elated was Ouyang Ming, having just won nearly 2 million contribution points. As the battles progressed, Yang Lingchen surged ahead, maintaining an unbroken streak of victories. Unbeknownst to him, he had achieved the remarkable feat of 50 consecutive wins. His relentless triumphs garnered much attention, catapulting him into the top 100 of the Xianbang rankings. Sister Yin, this Yang Lingchen is truly extraordinary. Just look at his prowess. He ought to rank among the top 100 in the outer sect, that a girl clad in a pink robe remarked. Euro, you still underestimate him. Throughout these 50 victories, no opponent has lasted more than 2 rounds against him. Thus, his true combat abilities extend far beyond what we currently perceive. Ling Yinyan spoke softly, her voice laced with conviction. Then, Sister Yinyan, do you believe he is the one we seek? Lin Euro inquired softly. He is indeed the one I brought from Hanyang City. If all goes as predicted, he is the one Elder Tianji foresaw. That a glimmer of certainty shone in Ling Yinyan's eyes. Sister Yinyan, do you hold him in such high regard simply because of his handsome appearance? Lin Euro teased. You little minx, are you pining after him? Ling Yinyan retorted, what's wrong with that? Men can admire beauties. Why can't women appreciate handsome men? Do you, Sister Yinyan, prefer burly men? Lin Euro laughed. And what of burly men? They provide a sense of security. Ling Yinyan shot back. Sister Yinyan, you may not be aware, but I've heard from Sister Lingchen that the more robust a man appears, the less capable he is in that regard, and it is said that burly men are generally quite lacking in that area. Lin Euro whispered conspiratorially to Ling Yinyan. You little rascal, your audacity knows no bounds. Ling Yinyan gently pinched Lin Euro's waist at that moment. It was once again Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a formidable individual at the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm, Xiao Junyi. who had been ambushed by Yang Lingchen previously, where Yang cleverly used foam shu etching as a shield to execute his surprise attack. "You little brat, today I shall rend your limbs." Xiao Junyi's eyes burned with uncontainable fury, as if he wished to incinerate Yang Lingchen. "Who are you calling a little brat?" Yang Lingchen replied with a casual smile, his demeanor relaxed. "At a little brat. Of course." Xiao Junyi blurted without hesitation, "Oh, did everyone hear that? A little brat is insulting me." Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The crowd erupted in laughter. "You seek death?" Xiao Junyi seethed, drawing his sword and charging at Yang Lingchen like a gust of wind. "Wait," Yang Lingchen quickly interjected. "You little rascal. Seeking mercy now, do you not feel it is too late?" An ominous glint flickered in Xiao Junyi's eyes. "The enforcing elder has yet to call for the start. Your eagerness is a provocation towards the elder. Do you not realize this is a grave disrespect?" Yang Lingchen's expression turned cold as he spoke sharply. "Elder Lu, I assure you I meant no disrespect." Xiao Junyi hurriedly turned to the referee. "Elder Liu, in no matter. You two may begin." Elder Lu waved his hand, his expression calm. As soon as Elder Lu's words fell, before Xiao Junyi could react, Yang Lingchen transformed into a streak of white light, wielding a stick and struck fiercely at Xiao Junyi. Under Yang Lingchen's tempestuous onslaught, Xiao Junyi endured hundreds of blows, succumbing to unconsciousness in mere moments. With ruthless precision, Yang Lingchen shattered Xiao Junyi's limbs, showing no mercy to his adversary. "You little brat, despicable and shameless." The excruciating pain jolted Xiao Junyi awake as he roared in agony. "Child, this is called employing cunning in battle. What do you expect when you charge onto the stage without a brain? If this were outside the sect, what difference would it be from seeking death?" Yang Lingchen approached, mockingly patting Xiao Junyi's face. "Damn, this fellow is exceedingly treacherous. Humph. What do you know?" Yang Lingchen utilized his wits. Who can blame him for being so careless on the stage? The crowd erupted in heated arguments, those who bet on Xiao Junyi's victory clashing with those who supported Yang Lingchen, Sister Yin. "This guy is truly shameless, yet I find myself drawn to his wicked charm." Lin Yuro gazed at Yang Lingchen with admiration. Upon witnessing Yang Lingchen successfully take down Xiao Junyi, Ling Yinyan exhaled a sigh of relief, her previous melancholy dissipating like mist. After overcoming Xiao Junyi, Yang Lingchen chose not to continue challenging opponents. After days of relentless battles, he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough and deemed it unnecessary to continue fighting. Yang Lingchen departed the Xianbang arena. Making his way outside, that moment, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him, a chilling and hair-raising scrutiny at a young man, adorned in the robes of an inner sect disciple, glared at Yang Lingchen with an intense demeanor. Beside him stood a graceful girl, her figure both voluptuous and elegant. "Brat, I have finally found you. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." Li Tianqing's voice was cold as ice, echoing as if from the depths of a dark abyss. "Damn it, how can I be so unlucky?" Without a second thought, Yang Lingchen's figure flickered as he retreated. The entrance to the Xianbang arena was now blocked by a throng of spectators, leaving him no choice but to flee back. Yang Lingchen could only hope that Li Tianqing would consider the enforcing elder. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. "Humph, you think you can escape?" Li Tianqing scoffed, his form vanishing like a wraith as he pursued Yang Lingchen relentlessly. Soon enough, Yang Lingchen found himself cornered once more by Li Tianqing that a crowd of outer sect disciples gathered, but upon noticing Li Tianqing's inner sect garb, they retreated several meters in fear. In Tianyu Palace, the disparity in status between outer and inner sect disciples was vast, akin to worlds apart. Even if an inner sect disciple were to kill an outer sect disciple, they would face no more than a month or two of confinement. "Brother, do not kill him. Just cripple his dantian. I want to keep him as a pet." Li Sini's eyes glinted with malice as she spoke through gritted teeth. "Damn you. How long has it been since you last saw a man? Why are you staring at me like that? Even if you strip bare, I wouldn't be tempted," Yang Lingchen retorted, his expression mocking and unyielding. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was Li Tianqing's sister. Yang Lingchen's audacity was beyond comprehension. "Humph, you are courting death," Li Tianqing seethed, striking out with a powerful palm towards Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen stood his ground. Retaliating with a palm of his own, bang, Yang Lingchen was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he traced a tragic arc through the air. Seizing the moment, Li Qianqing followed up with another strike. And Yang Lingchen, now utterly defenseless, braced for impact. Just as Li Qianqing's palm was about to crash into Yang Lingchen's chest, a stunning figure darted forward, swiftly pulling Yang Lingchen aside. Boom! Li Qianqing's palm struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air, obscuring everything in a cloud of chaos. Who are you? How dare you obstruct me? Li Qianqing's gaze was icy, filled with wariness as he regarded Ling Yinyan, an inner sect disciple. Do you not feel ashamed to bully an outer sect disciple? Ling Yinyan's voice was cold, like a flowing winter spring. I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Li Qianqing's eyes remained fixed on Ling Yinyan, his heart filled with trepidation towards this unexpectedly appearing woman, for he realized he could not fathom her cultivation level. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally discerned that the one who had saved him was a strikingly beautiful young lady. Clad in garments as white as snow, she appeared to be around 18 years of age. Her enchanting eyes captivated the heart. Her cherry lips glistened like pearls, and her delicate brows resembled a waning moon. The graceful and fair length of her neck lent her an air of elegance and nobility, igniting an intense desire for conquest in those who beheld her. Just then, Elder Lu from the Xianbang arena approached, his expression solemn, and spoke in a low voice. Li Qianqing, private duels are forbidden within the Xianbang Hall, and even as an inner sect disciple, you cannot transgress this rule. Elder Lu held a high regard for Yang Lingchen's talent. He deemed this young man one of the most outstanding disciples among the outer sect. Thus, he wished to prevent such a prodigy from facing untimely demise here. Boy, today I shall grant Elder Lu some face and allow you to live for another 2 days. Clean your neck and await your fate. Li Qianqing's countenance darkened as he spoke coldly. Indeed, the Xianbang Hall had strict regulations against private duels, and even he, as an inner sect disciple, could not defy them. Li Qianqing, do you really think your years of cultivation grant you the audacity to act so recklessly here? If you possess any semblance of manhood, let us meet on the life and death platform in 2 months. Do you dare? Yang Lingchen's eyes gleamed with unabashed provocation. For the time being, he had no choice but to employ this tactic, as it was his only avenue of escape. After all, Li Qianqing's cultivation had already transcended the realm of Mingxian, far beyond what he could contend with at this moment. Just then, Lin Yuro leaned closer to Ling Yinyan, whispering, Sister Yinyan, I doubt he would dare accept Yang Lingchen's challenge, although Lin Yuro spoke softly into Ling Yinyan's ear. Her voice was far from quiet, and everyone present heard her clearly that I believe he wouldn't dare. Just look at him. He seems rather cowardly, likely too intimidated to accept Yang Lingchen's challenge. Ling Yinyan smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. Sister Yinyan, I've heard that timid men are often lacking in other areas as well. That I wonder if that holds any truth? Lin Yuro chuckled lightly. Ahem, perhaps so. Ling Yinyan coughed lightly, her face flushing a deep crimson. Many outer sect disciples displayed expressions of disbelief. It seemed they could no longer afford to be timid, lest they truly become diminished in more ways than one. Very well, you little brat. I accept your challenge. Otherwise, others might genuinely think I fear you, an outer sect disciple, and allow you to live for another 2 months. Li Qianqing cast a chilling glance at Yang Lingchen before departing the Xianbang Hall with Li Sini. Thank you, Elder Lu. Yang Lingchen bowed respectfully. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. I hope you can create a miracle in 2 months. Elder Lu concluded, turning to leave, for he had to continue presiding over the battles of the Xianbang. Yang Lingchen, aren't you going to thank us both? Lin Yuro teased playfully. Yang Lingchen clasped his hands in salute, bowing once more. I am immensely grateful to the 2 beautiful ladies for saving my life. I shall never forget this kindness. His heart brimmed with gratitude towards these 2 stunning young women. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that their strengths were unfathomable, far more terrifying than Li Qianqing's. Is just a word of thanks all that is required? Lin Yuro inquired in jest. How about I treat both of you to a meal? Yang Lingchen scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Isn't it said that heroes who save fair maidens are often rewarded with their affections? Why is it that after we saved you, all you offer is a meal? Lin Yuro laughed teasingly at him. Then perhaps I should offer myself in gratitude. Young Lingchen replied, slightly embarrassed, though his heart secretly entertained the idea of such a proposition if the two young women were willing. Dream on. Come, let us have a meal, but you must prepare it yourself, Lin Yuro stated. No problem. We shall venture to the outskirts of the North Wilderness mountain range to hunt some game, and I will prepare my finest barbecue for the two lovely ladies. Young Lingchen replied eagerly, Are you sure you can cook? And that it will be edible? Lin Yuro asked, her eyes wide with skepticism. Of course it will be delicious. I graduated from the New Oriental. But I haven't asked for your names yet. Young Lingchen inquired. My name is Lin Yuro, and this beauty is Ling Yinyan. You must thank Sister Yinyan properly, as she was the one who saved you just now. Lin Yuro quickly introduced them. Thank you, Miss Ling, for your life-saving grace. Young Lingchen said sincerely, and own need for formalities. My rescue of you was motivated by my own needs. Ling Yinyan spoke slowly, her voice as cold as before. No problem. As long as it is within my capability, I shall not hesitate. Let us procure some food first, and we can chat while we eat. Young Lingchen suggested. The Tianyuan Palace is nestled within the North Wilderness mountain range. After exiting the mountain gate, the trio proceeded towards a scenic hillside, a locale often frequented by young male and female disciples seeking respite from the monotony of cultivation, engaging in activities beneficial to both body and mind. Just then, a series of intermittent female voices reached their ears. Young Lingchen instantly grasped the situation. The two young ladies, too, seemed to understand, their faces flushing a deep red, appearing exceedingly adorable. After walking a bit further, they finally found a secluded spot. Young Lingchen expertly set up a campfire and hunted a few wild chickens and rabbits. Soon, he had cleaned the game and began roasting it skillfully. Young Lingchen, you've only reached the peak of the 4th layer of Mingxian. How can your strength be so formidable? Lin Yuro asked, curiosity evident on her face. Both young women were filled with intrigue regarding Young Lingchen's combat prowess. Although they had encountered numerous super geniuses, most could only challenge 1 or 2 minor realms above them. That a talent like Young Lingchen, who could challenge several realms, was a rarity even in the Tianyuan Palace. With only Sikong Jie being able to surpass 3 minor realms. Yet even he could only manage that much. Because I'm a genius, Young Lingchen replied with a nonchalant smile, exuding confidence. How did you offend Li Tianxing then? He is a practitioner of the Tongxian realm, with significantly greater strength than you. Lin Yuro continued to inquire. The story goes like this. Upon mentioning Li Sini, Young Lingchen's teeth clenched in hatred, and he recounted the events of that day when he had rescued Li Sini in detail. How could there be such an ungrateful woman? If I encounter her again, I shall surely tear her mouth apart. Lin Yuro exclaimed angrily. Miss Ling, you mentioned you had something for me to assist with. May I ask what it is? Young Lingchen inquired. Starting today, you will pretend to be my man, Ling Yinyan. I need you to become the #1 holy son of the sect within a year. Can you achieve that? Ling Yinyan's lips curled into a frosty smile as her stunning eyes fixed intently on Young Lingchen. In that instant, Young Lingchen felt as though the temperature around him had plummeted to freezing point. And he harbored a strong sense that should he dare to utter that it was impossible, she would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. This moment, Lin Yuro suddenly fell silent, gazing at Young Lingchen with anticipation. Miss Ling, pretending to be your man is no issue, but to become the #1 holy son within a year. Are you jesting? Young Lingchen furrowed his brow and replied. The Tianyuan Palace has 4 holy sons, each of whom possesses strength at the peak of the 9th layer of the Wenshu realm. Yet Young Lingchen was currently only at the 4th layer of Mingxian, with the Tongxian realm following that. And then the Wenshu realm. He had little confidence in being able to break through to the 9th layer of the Wenshu realm within a year. Snicker. Is it appealing? As soon as Ling Yinyan forcefully tore off the shawl draped over her shoulder, a vast expanse of snow-white skin was revealed. One cannot deny that Ling Yinyan possessed an extraordinarily enviable physique. Her skin as pale as jade, rendering Young Lingchen momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a long sword was thrust against Young Lingchen's neck. Miss Ling, please remain calm. You removed it yourself, and it has nothing to do with me. Young Lingchen stammered, his voice trembling. You have taken advantage of me, and now, can you fulfill your end of the bargain? Ling Yinyan replied coldly. Yes, absolutely, Yang Lingchen quickly responded, fearing that if he did not comply, she might sever his throat with that very sword at a month from now. You must secure first place in the outer set competition. At that time, I shall publicly announce our relationship, Ling Yinyan stated with icy resolve. Why me? Yang Lingchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. For now, you lack the qualifications to know. Ling Yinyan answered frostily, that I have a request. Yang Lingchen began. Speak, Ling Yinyan said, her voice as frigid as ever. If I become the first holy son, you must become my woman, Yang Lingchen declared, mustering his courage, unwilling to let himself be manipulated so easily. Ling Yinyan's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yang Lingchen, and after a moment, she replied, agreed. You have my word. I will ensure I become the first holy son, Yang Lingchen said, a confident smile gracing his lips. At Tianyuan Palace, on Yinyan Peak, Lin Yuro asked Sister Yinyan, do you truly have such faith in Yang Lingchen? His talent is exceptional, particularly his astonishing ability to challenge those beyond his level, which is truly remarkable. Ling Yinyan replied thoughtfully. Indeed, not only is he extraordinarily handsome, but his prowess in overcoming challenges is indeed unparalleled. I wonder if he is equally exceptional in other aspects, Lin Yuro remarked with a playful glint in her eye. Impudent woman, must your mind always be filled with such frivolous thoughts? Ling Yinyan replied, exasperated in the Haotian jade space. Yang Lingchen was fervently practicing the Haotian technique, striving to break through to the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. At that moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming density of spiritual energy, which surged into him like a relentless tide. Simultaneously, his hands executed intricate and mysterious gestures, each movement exuding an air of profundity. Soon he found himself at the threshold of the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. Under the nearly frenzied assault of his will, he shattered the barrier of the 5th level. The torrents of spiritual energy continued to pour into him without pause. Yang Lingchen showed no signs of stopping. He quickly extracted numerous pills and began to refine them. After refining hundreds of pills, he successfully elevated his cultivation to the peak of the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. Even upon reaching this pinnacle, Yang Lingchen did not relent in his pursuit of advancement. With sufficient contribution points and elixirs at his disposal, he was no longer troubled by the scarcity of resources. For the following days, he secluded himself within the Haotian jade space, diligently honing various martial techniques and life-preserving skills. He focused particularly on the god-slaying sword technique and the soul technique, Soul Devour. The latter, especially, was currently Yang Lingchen's most formidable weapon. As 20 days swiftly passed, Yang Lingchen experienced yet another breakthrough, successfully attaining the peak of the 6th level of the Mingxian realm. Concurrently, both the god-slaying sword technique and the phantom body technique saw further enhancement. On this day, Yang Lingchen resolved to emerge from his seclusion, for the outer set competition was but a day away. He adjusted his state to its optimal condition before departing from the Haotian jade space. He also made a trip to the exchange hall, spending 100,000 contribution points to acquire a profound grade weapon, the Tantian staff. Yang Lingchen could not quite fathom why, but he had an undeniable affinity for wielding a staff. To him, the exhilarating sensation of swinging a staff was unparalleled and could not be replicated by any other weapon. The following morning, at the Tianyuan Palace's outer set competition square, the arena was a bustling sea of humanity, brimming with excitement as it marked the annual day of the outer set competition. The outer set competition was arguably the most anticipated event at Tianyuan Palace, primarily due to the fact that outer sect disciples constituted 70% of the total number of disciples. 100 enormous arenas were meticulously arranged in the outer sect square, allowing for simultaneous contests on all fronts. The competition employed a challenge system, with a total of 20,000 participants registered. Yang Lingchen, being a new disciple, found himself ranked at the very bottom. Generally, new disciples refrained from entering the competition, as it was akin to seeking punishment, given that most possessed cultivation at merely the 1st level of the Mingxian realm. According to the challenge rules, each match allowed for a challenge against 100 participants, meaning Yang Lingchen would need to achieve at least 200 consecutive victories to secure a place in the top 10. the difficulty of which was evident. The competition boasted substantial rewards, prompting many strong disciples to eagerly prepare for battle. Even those of slightly lesser strength sought to seize this rare opportunity to attain a commendable ranking and achieve recognition. The outer sect competition also attracted numerous inner sect disciples drawn by the excitement. As the competition unfolded fervently, it soon became Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. However, the audience at his arena held little faith in his abilities, given that all competitors were at least at the 6th level of the Mingxian realm, making Yang Lingchen a veritable underdog. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Yang Lingchen swiftly claimed victory in 10 consecutive matches, each concluded with a single strike of his staff. Given that each match involved challenges against opponents 100 ranks above him, Yang Lingchen's ranking rapidly climbed to 19,000 after securing 10 victories. Yang Lingchen showed no intent to step down. His commanding performance continued to elevate his win count. No opponent could withstand the force of his staff. To expedite the process, he wasted no time. As soon as the referee called for the start, he charged into battle without hesitation. With each successive victory, the crowd surrounding his arena swelled, all speculating on the extent of Yang Lingchen's limits. Some guessed 50 victories, others 70, yet they were destined to be proven wrong. 40 victories, 60 victories, 80 victories, in the blink of an eye. An hour passed, and Yang Lingchen's winning streak reached 80. His remarkable prowess drew the keen attention of several high-ranking outer sect officials, as no new disciple had ever achieved 10 consecutive victories, let alone 80. With the streak still ongoing to this point, discussions revolved not around how many victories Yang Lingchen could achieve, but rather who could withstand a blow from his staff. Meanwhile, on a nearby arena, a stunningly beautiful girl with a captivating figure was also racking up her own victories, reaching 80 wins, none other than Feng Xueqing. After another hour, Yang Lingchen's winning streak soared to 160 matches, coinciding with Feng Xueqing's own count of 160 victories. At this moment, both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing left an indelible impression on the entire outer sect of Tianyuan Palace. Countless outer sect disciples surged forward, causing the focus on other arenas to diminish significantly. In this moment, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing became the center of attention in the outer sect competition. "Brother, you must help me take revenge. It was that little brat who broke my leg," Chen Ming said, his gaze icy as he looked at Yang Lingchen, filled with malice. "Humph, let him revel for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later." A strikingly handsome youth spoke up. This individual was none other than the foremost disciple of the outer sect, Chen Jieyu. Ended that moment. Yang Lingchen also noticed a nearby arena, which was teeming with more spectators than his own. Observant individuals would discern that the majority of those gathered around Yang Lingchen were female disciples from the outer sect, while those surrounding Feng Xueqing were predominantly male. This was solely due to Feng Xueqing's alluring figure and breathtaking beauty, which were simply too captivating to ignore. The grand competition continued, as did the consecutive victories of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. 170 wins, 180 wins, 190 wins, 200 consecutive victories. Boom! Now the entire outer sect was in a frenzy as the top 10 for the outer sect competition was unveiled. Remarkably, both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, as newly admitted disciples, had achieved an impressive 200 consecutive wins. In that moment, they became idols among all the outer sect disciples of Tianyuan Gong. At this juncture, the outer sect's grand elder, Yuan Yang, approached the high platform with steady strides, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings like a sword. Instantly, the venue fell into complete silence. A pin drop could be heard. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 10 of the outer sect competition. The next phase will be the ranking battles. Yuan Yang proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. According to the rules of the ranking battles, each participant would face off against the other 9, with the number of victories determining the final ranking. The one with the most wins would be crowned the champion of the competition. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally noticed Feng Xueqing. "Little vixen, if I don't subdue you completely today, I shall take your surname," Yang Lingchen silently vowed. Simultaneously, he sensed several hostile gazes directed towards him, but he chose to remain unfazed. Among the current top 10 disciples of the outer sect, He felt no pressure other than from Feng Shueqing. Yang Lingchen was acutely aware that he had offended quite a few individuals in the outer sect. However, that no longer mattered. He was determined to claim victory in this grand competition. For achieving first place would grant him entry into the inner sect. The ranking battles commenced. In the first match, Yang Lingchen faced off against Mo Zihai. "You brat, so it's you who harmed my brother." Mo Zihai's voice was frigid, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Yang Lingchen. "I've injured many. How would I know which one is your brother?" Yang Lingchen retorted with a cold laugh, expressing his disdain. "Indeed, you are quite arrogant. Today, I shall shatter your limbs and show you the dire consequences of your hubris," Mo Zihai declared, launching himself at Yang Lingchen with the ferocity of a great eagle unfurling its wings. His overwhelming aura leaving the audience astonished. In the face of Mo Zihai's frenzied assault, Yang Lingchen's eyes sharpened, and he wielded his staff with the grace of a dragon emerging from the ocean. The strike, imbued with a formidable power that sent shivers down the spine, met Mo Zihai's wrist with a swift and decisive impact. Crack! Mo Zihai emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his wrist shattered, exposing the bone fragments beneath. Originally, Yang Lingchen had intended to resolve the matter with a single blow. However, given Mo Zihai's ostentatious demeanor and his threats to cripple him, Yang Lingchen decided against being overly courteous. Without mercy, he swung his staff once more. Mo Zihai, enduring the excruciating pain, attempted to evade with his agility. In that moment, he truly comprehended Yang Lingchen's terrifying prowess. Yet in terms of speed, he could not hope to surpass Yang Lingchen. Crack, 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 crack. Yang Lingchen relentlessly targeted Mo Zihai's limbs. On the arena, Mo Zihai's screams echoed, resembling the wails of a slaughtered pig, the harrowing cries capturing the attention of everyone present. Even other disciples engaged in battles on different platforms turned their heads to witness the commotion. "Feeling good now? Your skills are lacking, yet your arrogance knows no bounds." Yang Lingchen cast a glance at Mo Zihai before expressionlessly descending from the platform. In the outer sect of Tianyuan, unless it involved murder or crippling someone as cultivation, the higher-ups generally refrained from intervening. After all, in this harsh realm of cultivation, only the fittest would survive. Only the most exceptional disciples were deemed worthy of focused cultivation by Tianyuan. Observing Yang Lingchen's ruthless display, those he had previously defeated felt a sense of relief. After all, they had merely been thrown off the platform without sustaining serious injuries. Just then, an agonizing scream pierced the air once more, one that lingered for several minutes before subsiding. Yang Lingchen glanced over to see Feng Shueqing wielding a staff, relentlessly smashing her opponent's limbs. At that moment, Feng Shueqing delivered a final strike aimed at her opponent's groin. Bang! A crisp sound akin to an egg shattering echoed at this sight. Yang Lingchen instinctively tightened his legs, recalling how he had nearly suffered a similar fate at her hands, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Such brutality, this little demonist. As the ranking battles progressed, Yang Lingchen surged forward with unstoppable momentum, quickly amassing 7 consecutive victories. Simultaneously, the little demonist Feng Shueqing also achieved an identical record. Soon, Yang Lingchen's 8th match commenced. And this time his opponent was the acknowledged foremost disciple of the outer sect. "Chun Jun, you little brat. So you are the one who harmed my brother." Chun Jun's gaze was sharp, filled with fury. "Who the hell are you? What of your brother?" Yang Lingchen replied, utterly bemused that "I've fought many. How could I possibly know who your brother is? You ignorant fool, having won against some useless opponents, you think yourself invincible." Chun Jun's expression darkened, for as the recognized number 1 of the outer sect, he had never encountered such blatant disrespect. "You foolish cur, do you dare to fight or not? If not, scram back to your hole." Yang Lingchen replied coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeking death, Chun Jun roared, sweeping his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy towards Yang Lingchen. In response to Chun Jun's ferocious attack, Yang Lingchen evaded effortlessly, simultaneously striking back with his staff. The staff, imbued with overwhelming force, knocked Chun Jun several steps back. Although Chun Jun retreated 7 or 8 paces, he remained uninjured. However, He looked at Yang Lingchen with a grave expression, realizing that Yang Lingchen's strength far exceeded his expectations. Initially, Chen Jun had anticipated Yang Lingchen's strength to be at the peak of the Mingxian realm. Yet, from Yang Lingchen's previous strike, it was evident that his combat prowess transcended that realm entirely. Yang Lingchen had no time to engage in banter, launching an onslaught akin to a tempest. Overwhelming Chen Jun struggled to parry with his sword, his voice filled with despair. Ah! Chen Jun let out a woeful cry. In the face of Yang Lingchen's relentless barrage, he managed to block only a few strikes before Yang Lingchen disarmed him. Crack, 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 crack. Following that, Yang Lingchen's staff rained down upon Chen Jun's limbs like a storm. Subsequently, with a swift kick, Yang Lingchen sent Chen Jun flying. In that instant, the venue descended into a profound silence. Chen Jun was the #1 disciple of the outer sect, in the hearts of countless outer sect disciples. Chen Jun was a godlike figure. No one could have anticipated that he would be so utterly defeated by Yang Lingchen. Now, Yang Lingchen had achieved 8 consecutive victories, and his next opponent would be Feng Xueqing, who also entered the fray with an identical record of 8 wins. Since Chen Jun had been incapacitated by Yang Lingchen, he opted to forfeit against Feng Xueqing without contest. You scoundrel, I advise you to concede quickly, or I shall not hesitate to make you suffer, Feng Xueqing said, her demeanor a blend of cute and fierce. Little tigress, you lack the ability to make me concede. Yang Lingchen flashed a charming smile. His gaze fixated on Feng Xueqing's alluring figure, indulging in her beauty without restraint. You rogue, it seems I was too lenient the last time I dealt with you, Feng Xueqing remarked with a crisp voice, reminiscent of a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. Little tiger girl, it appears that my previous scratches have yet to satisfy you, Yang Lingchen replied with a mischievous grin, his eyes glinting with playful mockery. Rogue, you ought to cease your insolence, Feng Xueqing shot back, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Little tiger girl, mark my words. One day, I shall have my way with you. The mere recollection of nearly being defeated by her ignited a fire within Yang Lingchen. It was the first time he had been bested to such an extent by a woman. Thus, he silently vowed to conquer this fierce girl. Only by subduing Feng Xueqing could Yang Lingchen perhaps find peace of mind. After all, being bested by his own woman was not so intolerable a thought. You won't have the chance, for soon I shall kick your third leg out from under you. Haha, Feng Xueqing giggled, her laughter laced with a hint of cunning. With such confidence, how about we make a wager? Yang Lingchen proposed, a slightly lethal smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with provocation. What are the terms? Feng Xueqing inquired, her exquisite features alight with curiosity. But if you lose, you shall become my concubine, Yang Lingchen stated, pride evident in his smile. And if you were to lose, Feng Xueqing teased playfully, then I shall become your husband. Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly, as if victory were assured. Very well, I accept, Feng Xueqing declared without hesitation. Are you certain you won't back out? Yang Lingchen asked, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he pondered such fortune. Why would I back out? Feng Xueqing responded, her smile radiant as a flower blooming in spring. That I am curious as to why you would agree, Yang Lingchen inquired, his eyes filled with intrigue. Because you are handsome and quite pleasing to the eye. And I happen to need someone to swat away flies, Feng Xueqing mused, feeling exceptionally clever. Regardless of the outcome, she would gain a swatter in Yang Lingchen, leaving all bothersome flies for him to handle. After a brief contemplation, Yang Lingchen affirmed, let it be so that in that moment. He understood Feng Xueqing's intentions. She sought to use him as a shield. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to assume that role. For she was the most enticing girl he had ever encountered. Possessing a youthful visage and ample figure, she exuded an ethereal aura, as if she belonged to another realm entirely. The championship contest begins now. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Elder echoed, resonating throughout the arena. With his command, Feng Xueqing darted towards Yang Lingchen, her palm aimed at him in a swift motion, as quick as lightning. Yang Lingchen, unarmed, engaged her with his own palm techniques. Though both were at the 6th level of Mingxian, their combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary practitioners at the 2nd level of Tongxian. Meanwhile, high above the outer gate of Tianyuan Palace, a breathtaking figure floated amidst the clouds, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yang Lingchen, filled with confusion and curiosity. The championship battle raged on, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing exchanged over 100 moves. Yang Lingchen grew increasingly astonished. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered an opponent of equal standing who could rival him. Of course, he still held back his ultimate techniques, such as the god-slaying sword technique and soul-cutting slash, but he had no intention of using them. Meanwhile, Feng Xueqing was even more shocked, thinking to herself, how can this rogue be so strong? Even in that place, few could contend with me at the same level. At that moment, Feng Xueqing feigned an attack, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Yang Lingchen's lower region. Damn it, that despicable woman! Yang Lingchen narrowly dodged the kick, retaliating with a palm strike aimed at her chest. Seeing this, Feng Xueqing swiftly countered with her own attack. As the battle continued, Yang Lingchen gradually gained the upper hand. However, he refrained from exerting his full strength. After all, she was to be his future partner, and he certainly did not want to harm her. As the fight persisted, their styles began to evolve. Feng Xueqing, likely fatigued, ceased her previous ferocity. It felt less like a duel and more like a friendly sparring session. They began to dance gracefully together, Feng Xueqing's white garments billowing in the wind, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her lustrous black hair swayed, adding to her ethereal beauty, while her delicate skin shimmered under the sunlight. Akin to a fairy, Yang Lingchen's looks were equally remarkable, adorned in white brocade that accentuated his elegance, his thick hair tied up high, exuding a gallant charm. Their palm techniques flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a celestial couple dancing, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. After several hundred exchanges, Feng Xueqing finally succumbed to exhaustion and was sent flying by Yang Lingchen. In that moment, he halted his assault, leaping to catch her and enveloping her in his embrace. They remained locked in a tight hold, neither uttering a word. The spectators below the stage were left in stunned silence. What are they doing? After a long pause, Feng Xueqing playfully chided, Rogue, how long do you intend to hold me? I wish to hold you until the end of time, until the stars themselves collapse, Yang Lingchen replied, his melancholic gaze locked onto Feng Xueqing, as if he wished to etch her visage into his heart. You rogue, do you really think such clutch tactics will win me over? Feng Xueqing retorted, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Ahem, little tiger girl, according to our agreement, you are now my woman. Surely it's acceptable for me to hold you a little longer? Yang Lingchen said awkwardly, a sheepish grin creeping across his face. Do you like me? Feng Xueqing blinked, her lively eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Yang Lingchen declared without hesitation. What do you like about me? Feng Xueqing asked curiously, resembling an innocent little girl. You are beautiful, ample, adorable, full of personality, and possess great talent. All things I admire, Yang Lingchen replied, sincerity radiating from his gaze. Rogue, you lecherous fiend, Feng Xueqing teased, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson like a ripe apple. And what do you think of me? Yang Lingchen smiled, his eyes filled with expectation. Aside from being handsome and talented, it seems you lack other notable qualities. Feng Xueqing mused, her tone playfully mocking. Do you like it? Yang Lingchen asked earnestly, his eyes brimming with tension. I do. Those two attributes are precisely what I admire. Both are essential, for I too am a sucker for good looks. Feng Xueqing giggled, her smile radiant as the sun. Just then, the Grand Elder, Yuan Yang, approached, prompting Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing to hastily separate. Yuan Yang then announced the final results of the competition. Yang Lingchen claimed first place, Feng Xueqing second, and Chen Jun third. The top three would gain early entry into the inner gate. Typically, entering the inner gate required attaining the level of Tongxian or being accepted as a disciple by an elder of the inner gate. Congratulations on becoming disciples of the inner gate of Tianyuan Palace. Please follow me to register. Yuan Yang smiled, his expression brimming with satisfaction. Having finally entered the inner sanctum, Yang Lingchen could not help but feel a surge of joy within him. For in Tianyuan Palace, gaining entry into the inner sect signifies the true status of a disciple. Under Yuan Yang's guidance, the duo traversed several mountain peaks and arrived at the assessment hall of Tianyuan Palace. This hall serves as the venue for disciples' promotions. However, due to Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing securing the first and second places respectively in the grand competition, they were exempted from the assessment and could proceed directly to registration. Within the intersect of Tianyuan Palace, there are 7 major peak masters: Tianyuan Peak, Tianxin Peak, Tianji Peak, Tianxin Peak, Tiandan Peak, Tianjin Peak, and Tianqi Peak, with Tianyuan Peak being the principal peak where the palace master resides. Yuruo, the disciple who ranked first in this outer sect competition, I wish to personally take him as my apprentice. Please bring him to me. A clear and melodious voice resonated, as if descending from the heavens. Imbued with an undeniable authority, before them stood a woman who seemed to have emerged from a celestial realm, clad in a resplendent white gown that billowed gracefully, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy. Although her visage was partially concealed by a layer of snow-like gauze, her stunning eyes sparkled like radiant stars, deep and enchanting, capable of ensnaring one's soul with a mere glance. "Yes, master," Lin Yuruo replied with a respectful bow, before gracefully retreating. Her movements light and elegant, akin to a flower swaying in the breeze, that moment. Lin Yuruo's heart was filled with astonishment. Why would her master choose to accept Yang Lingchen as a disciple? She could not fathom what was so extraordinary about this young man, who had only recently come into prominence in the competition, that would warrant such attention from her usually aloof master. Simultaneously, as Yang Lingchen claimed victory, a sensational announcement reverberated through Tianyuan Palace like a thunderous explosion. Just moments ago, the palace's most beautiful maiden, Ling Yinyun, publicly declared that Yang Lingchen, the champion of the outer sect competition, was her man. The news spread like wildfire, causing a stir among the disciples of the inner sect and core disciples alike, all eager to uncover the background of this young man who had captured Ling Yinyun's favor. As the first beauty of Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yinyun was not only blessed with breathtaking beauty, but also possessed an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, having reached the 9th level of the Wenshu realm at just 17 years of age. Her every smile and frown could stir the hearts of many, akin to a radiant flower blooming in the springtime. Naturally, such a remarkable woman attracted numerous suitors, from inner sect disciples to core disciples. And rumors even suggested that the esteemed Sikong Shengzi harbored affection for her. That moment, Yang Lingchen remained blissfully unaware of the commotion surrounding him, as he was engrossed in registering his identity in the assessment hall. By personal choice, Feng Xueqing opted for Tianyuan Peak, the very mountain where the palace master resided. Yang Lingchen, however, chose Tiandan Peak, the only peak dedicated to alchemy and the one with the fewest disciples. His decision stemmed from the desire to have greater access to precious medicinal materials, which would greatly aid in his cultivation and future endeavors. "Rogue, you must work hard to cultivate. If anyone bothers me, you must stand up like a man," Feng Xueqing declared, her voice crisp and melodious, tinged with playful reproach. "Who would dare to disturb you? I would break their limbs," Yang Lingchen replied earnestly, his eyes brimming with determination and valor. Feng Xueqing was indeed a girl he held in high regard, embodying nearly all the virtues one could desire. She possessed an alluring figure, exquisite features that seemed sculpted by divine hands, and remarkable talent, showcasing astonishing potential in her cultivation. Moreover, not only was Feng Xueqing charming, but she also exuded an enchanting aura that seemed otherworldly, as if she were a sprite descended from celestial realm. "You said it. If anyone dares to bother me, I'll tell them that Yang Lingchen is my man," Feng Xueqing said with a mischievous smile, her grin as radiant as the spring sun. "You want to cause me a heap of trouble, will you?" Yang Lingchen mused, his expression revealing a hint of helpless amusement. "Who knows? With my beauty, I attract admirers wherever I go," Feng Xueqing replied, her eyes sparkling with a touch of pride. "All right, if anyone dares to disturb you, just mention my name. I fear no trouble," Yang Lingchen asserted, his tone imbued with confidence and responsibility. He understood that a beautiful woman would inevitably attract suitors, and as a man, he felt it was his duty to protect her from unwanted attention. Swish! At that moment, a stunning figure appeared in the assessment hall. It was Lin Yuruo, the disciple of the palace master. "Lin Yuruo, what brings you here?" Yang Lingchen inquired, surprised to see her. "Yang Lingchen, come with me to Tianyuan Peak. The palace master wishes to see you, Lin Yuruo responded, her voice sweet and melodious, akin to a mountain spring's gentle flow. The palace master wishes to see me. This must be a mistake. I haven't done anything wrong. Young Lingchen exclaimed, confusion evident on his face. You haven't done anything wrong. The palace master intends to accept you as her disciple. Hurry, Lin Yuruo insisted, her tone laced with urgency. The palace master wants to take me as a disciple? Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow, filled with doubt and bewilderment. Stop dawdling and follow me, Lin Yuruo urged, her demeanor growing impatient. All right, can we bring Xueqing along? She also chose Tanyuan Peak, Yang Lingchen proposed, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Fine, come with me, Lin Yuruo acquiesced, leading the way with an elegant grace. Rogue, how could the palace master want you as a disciple? Feng Xueqing queried softly, curiosity lacing her tone, but I truly have no idea. Yang Lingchen admitted, his expression mirroring her confusion. Yang Lingchen, have you met the palace master before? Lin Yuruo asked, her eyes filled with intrigue. I don't know. We'll find out when we meet her. Yang Lingchen replied, equally puzzled by the palace master's sudden desire to accept him as a disciple. As they traversed several mountain peaks, they finally arrived at a grand and imposing mountain. This majestic peak soared into the clouds, its pinnacles seemingly piercing the heavens, as if connected to the sky itself. The trio mounted a flying beast, and in no time, they reached the summit. After ensuring Feng Xueqing was settled, Lin headed Yang Lingchen to the palace master's grand hall. As he beheld the magnificent hall, imbued with an aura of grandeur and majesty, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Such an architectural marvel would be deemed a miraculous feat on earth. Entering the palace master's hall, he saw a woman of enchanting grace, adorned in splendid attire and exuding an air of elegance, her face partially veiled by snow-white gauze. Despite the obscurity, her captivating eyes seemed to possess an enchanting allure that would ensnare anyone who gazed upon them. Master, I have brought Yang Lingchen, Lin Yuruo announced with a respectful bow, her tone reverberating with reverence. You may leave now, the voice of Dongfang Yunbing, the palace master, rang out, melodic yet authoritative, as if imbued with an irresistible charm. Yes, master, Lin Yuruo replied, bowing before stepping back. Disciple Yang Lingchen, I pay my respects to the palace master, Yang Lingchen said, bowing deeply, his demeanor earnest and sincere. Yang Lingchen, from this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Do you have any objections? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was melodic yet carried an undeniable authority. I have no objections. Disciple Yang Lingchen pays his respects to the master. Yang Lingchen replied, feeling an overwhelming urge to kneel before this stunning woman. Submitting to her will. Come forth. Let me have a good look at you. Dongfang Yunbing beckoned softly, her voice akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples of intrigue. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen lowered his head, unable to meet Dongfang Yunbing's gaze, and timidly approached her. I won't bite. Lift your head up and come a bit closer. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was extraordinarily melodious, imbued with an enchanting allure that rendered it irresistible. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen stammered as he walked forward, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from the woman before him, as if a colossal mountain was bearing down on him, making each step feel excruciatingly difficult. Dongfang Yunbing extended her flawless jade-like hand, gently lifting Yang Lingchen's chin with her finger, her voice laced with a hint of seduction as she remarked, You are indeed quite handsome. That hand was breathtakingly beautiful. More immaculate than the first snow and more lustrous than divine jade, as if it belonged to a fairy emerging from a dream. Yang Lingchen could hardly fathom that a single hand could possess such breathtaking beauty. However, that hand seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. If master were to use force against me, should I resist? Perhaps it would be wise not to, given her remarkable prowess. Come, Yang Lingchen steeled himself, too apprehensive to move as she held his chin. This is the Tianyuan sword classic. Take it in practice, should you fail to master it within a month. I shall impose a punishment. Dongfang Yunbing's expression turned icy, her voice chilling the very air around them. What on earth is happening? She is fully prepared. Thank you, Master. Yang Lingchen quickly bowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yuruo Dongfang Yunbing's voice rang out once more. Yes, Master. Lin Yuruo promptly entered. Arrange a residence for Chun'er at the Thiyun Pavilion. Dongfang Yunbing instructed coldly, devoid of any emotion. Understood, Master, Lin Yuruo replied, her heart racing with astonishment at the fact that Master had bestowed the Thiyun Pavilion upon Yang Lingchen. Do not let the news of my accepting Chun'er as a disciple spread for now. You may leave, Dongfang Yunbing commanded, her tone brooking no dissent. Yes, Master. Both Yang Lingchen and Lin Yuruo bowed and exited. Junior brother Lingchen, do you know Master? Lin Yuruo inquired curiously, her beautiful eyes filled with intrigue. This was the first time she had witnessed Master take such an interest in a new disciple. Especially after so many years of having only her as a pupil. No, I truly have never met Master. Yang Lingchen pondered for a moment before responding firmly. He was equally filled with curiosity about why Dongfang Yunbing had chosen him as her disciple, a mystery that eluded his understanding. Junior brother Lingchen, Master is exceptionally kind to you, even granting you the Thiyun Pavilion. Lin Yuruo remarked enviously, a glimmer of longing in her gaze. The Thiyun Pavilion particularly special? Yang Lingchen asked, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Though it is not an independent peak, the Thiyun Pavilion is the most remarkable location on Tianyuan main peak. The IT is serene and rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Lin Yuruo explained, her voice sweet and melodious, akin to a warbler's song. That sounds wonderful. I do enjoy tranquility. Yang Lingchen's face lit up with anticipation as he began to yearn for the Thiyun Pavilion. By the way, junior brother Lingchen, you may soon find yourself in considerable trouble, Lin Yuruo said with a charming smile that held an air of mystery. Trouble? What sort of trouble? Yang Lingchen asked, his brow furrowing slightly in curiosity. Sister Yinyun has publicly declared you as her man. Lin Yuruo chuckled mischievously, her laughter echoing in the air. Let her declare it. What trouble could that possibly cause? Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly, his expression seemingly unfazed. Do you know who Sister Yinyun is? Lin Yuruo asked, her gaze now serious. Not particularly. Does she hold some special status? Yang Lingchen inquired, his curiosity deepening. Sister Yinyun is the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan Palace and one of the 4 holy sons. Consequently, her admirers are scattered throughout the entire Tianyuan Palace. Lin Yuruo explained, her voice rising slightly as she emphasized the gravity of the situation. Surely her suitors won't come looking for trouble with me? Yang Lingchen asked, a hint of concern creeping into his heart. What do you think? Lin Yuruo shot him an exasperated glance, her eyes conveying a message that urged him to consider the implications. After traversing several picturesque mountain paths, the two finally arrived at the Thiyun Pavilion. It was a courtyard nestled against a cliff, surrounded by delightful scenery, lush trees, blooming flowers, and cheerful birds singing merrily in the branches. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense, forming a delicate mist, and it was remarkably tranquil, as if secluded from the outside world, making it an ideal place for secluded cultivation. Once Yang Lingchen was settled, Lin Yuruo departed from the Thiyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen was thoroughly satisfied with this elegant and serene abode, relieved that he no longer had to worry about being disturbed during his training. The rewards from the recent outer set competition were indeed generous, including 1,000,000 contribution points and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. His current contribution points totaled over 4 million, with about 20,000 low-grade spirit stones in hand. This wealth likely surpassed that of many core disciples. Yang Lingchen delved into the Haotian jade space and retrieved a substantial amount of spirit stones to begin his refinement, that moment. Seated amidst the pile of spirit stones, he activated the Haotian technique, causing the stones around him to transform into wisps of white spiritual energy that danced like lively serpents in his vicinity, enveloping him in their embrace. After a few hours, Yang Lingchen finally approached the bottleneck of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Break through! He roared, his voice seemingly shattering the heavens. Boom! The sound echoed within him like a thunderclap, and he successfully broke through the barrier, advancing to the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Following his breakthrough, Yang Lingchen did not pause. he began to consume a multitude of elixirs. With the support of the supreme Lingchen pill, his cultivation surged rapidly. He progressed through the early stage of the 7th layer, then the mid-stage, and finally reached the peak of the 7th layer. At this point, he encountered the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the Lingchen realm. He continued to refine the remaining spirit stones around him, striving to consolidate his momentum and break through to the 8th layer. His thirst for power remained insatiable as the day of his duel with Lingchen drew near, and he had no desire to meet his demise in the arena. Furthermore, he was aware that countless challenges awaited him. Lacking sufficient strength would only lead to humiliation. Time slipped by, and after several more hours of persistence, he finally broke through to the 8th layer of the Lingchen realm, utilizing elixirs to push himself to the peak of the 8th layer. After this breakthrough, Yang Lingchen took out the Tianyuan Sword Classic to begin his comprehension. He dared not forget his master's instruction. If he failed to master it within a month, who knew what punishment awaited him? The mere thought of Dongfang Yunbing's terrifying pressure sent shivers down his spine. Since his arrival in this world, aside from the celestial being he had encountered once, the master of Tianyuan Palace was undoubtedly the most formidable individual he had ever encountered. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and through Yang Lingchen's relentless study, he finally cultivated the Tianyuan Sword Classic to a minor success. The Tianyuan Sword Classic was the most profound and enigmatic martial art of the Tianyuan Palace. Apart from Dongfang Yunbing and the Grand Elder, no one else in Tianyuan Palace has ever cultivated this path. After emerging from the Haotian Jade Space, Yang Lingchen intended to visit the inner hall of Tianyuan Palace for an exchange. His previous cultivation had completely depleted his spiritual stones, and he was nearly out of medicinal pills as well. After changing into a robe befitting an inner disciple and tidying himself up, Yang Lingchen departed from Qiyun Pavilion. The inner exchange hall was an imposing structure, steeped in an air of antiquity. The ancient walls bore the marks of time, clearly having withstood countless years. The items available for exchange here were of a far superior caliber compared to those in the outer exchange hall. Presenting his identity token, Yang Lingchen spent 3 million contribution points to acquire a plethora of alchemical materials and some spiritual stones before exiting the hall. Little bastard, today no one can save you. Tianxing and Li Sini approached with cold, menacing glares, blocking Yang Lingchen's path. Their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, as if they wished to devour him whole. Li Tianxing, are you so eager to meet your end? A smirk played on Yang Lingchen's lips, filled with disdain and mockery. He showed no fear of Li Tianxing. Little bastard, if you have the guts, come to the life and death stage with me right now. Li Tianxing's voice dripped with coldness. Lead the way, Yang Lingchen replied with a scoff, his tone resolute and fearless, with Li Tianxing seeking his demise. Yang Lingchen had no reason to turn him down. Let us see how you perish later, Li Tianxing said, turning to leave, with Yang Lingchen following closely behind toward the inner life and death stage, the life and death stage of Tianyuan Palace. The presiding elder in charge of the arena furrowed his brow with concern. Yang Lingchen, are you certain you wish to accept Li Tianxing's challenge? Absolutely, Yang Lingchen stated firmly, his gaze unwavering. You comprehend the disparity in cultivation levels between you two? Do not blame me for not warning you. Once on the stage, fate shall decide your destiny. You can still reconsider, the elder advised earnestly. I appreciate your concern, elder, Yang Lingchen replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Since you refuse to heed my warning, sign the life and death contract. The elder sighed, shaking his head in resignation that he was aware of Yang Lingchen's reputation as the champion of this year's outer set competition, a prodigy at merely 15 years of age. With swift motions, Yang Lingchen and Li Tianxing signed the contract without hesitation. At a gathering of inner disciples encircled them, their curious eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Many recognized Yang Lingchen, the champion of the outer set competition, as several inner disciples have been spectators that day. This is Yang Lingchen. He seems rather ordinary, they murmured among themselves, puzzled by how the esteemed Saintess Yan Yun could take an interest in him. Perhaps the Saintess has a penchant for pretty boys, one speculated. Indeed, apart from his handsome looks, he appears rather unremarkable. The whispers of the inner disciples surged with confusion and disbelief. Little bastard, today no one can save you. Li Tianxing glared at Yang Lingchen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Despicable wretch, you better counsel your brother, or you'll find yourself weeping soon, Yang Lingchen retorted, his gaze laced with derision as it flickered toward Li Xin. Seeking death, are we? Li Tianxing's eyes glinted dangerously as he brandished his sword, striking swiftly at Yang Lingchen at Li Tianxing, a formidable warrior of the third layer of the transcendental realm, unleashed a purple sword aura that sliced through the air like lightning, aiming to cleave Yang Lingchen in two. Unwilling to show any sign of complacency against such a genius, Yang Lingchen drew his Qingling sword, its cold gleam illuminating the arena as he executed the first form of the Tianyuan sword classic, meeting Li Tianxing's sword aura head dash in the blink of an eye. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for several rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet Yang Lingchen refrained from exerting his full strength, instead utilizing Li Tianxing as a means to refine his skills with the Tianyuan sword classic. Were Li Tianxing to realize that he was merely a training partner, he would likely be infuriated. As the duel continued, Li Tianxing grew increasingly alarmed. Despite unleashing all his might and employing every technique at his disposal, Yang Lingchen appeared remarkably composed, effortlessly countering his attacks. Meanwhile, amidst the clouds above, a stunning figure observed the life-and-death bout. This little brat has quite the audacity, daring to use his opponent as a training tool in a life-and-death match, Dongfeng Yunbing mused, a charming smile gracing her lips, tinged with admiration and intrigue. The elder in charge of the arena regarded Yang Lingchen in disbelief. Having witnessed countless prodigies throughout his life, he had never encountered a youth so extraordinarily gifted as another 100 exchanges passed. Yang Lingchen's mastery of the Tianyuan sword classic grew increasingly refined, with his techniques becoming ever more exquisite. Li Tianxing found himself gradually on the back foot. Slash. Yang Lingchen inflicted a wound on Li Tianxing's chest, blood instantly staining his garments. Slash. The Qingling sword grazed Li Tianxing's left ankle, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably, his complexion paling. After a series of strikes, Yang Lingchen had severed the meridians in Li Tianxing's limbs. Standing atop the arena, he held his sword with its tip resting on the ground, his chiseled features exuding an unparalleled beauty, his eyes radiating an inner brilliance that demanded respect. "Brother," Li Xin cried, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to rush onto the stage, only to be restrained by the elder. "Kneel and slap yourself 100 times, proclaiming that you are a wretch, and I shall spare Li Tianxing," Yang Lingchen remarked with a cold smile, his gaze devoid of compassion. "Yang Lingchen, I advise you to spare my brother. He is a disciple of the Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak." Li Xin glared at him, her voice laced with fury. "Ah!" Li Tianxing's anguished cries echoed, sending shivers down the spines of those present. "Stop! I will kneel!" Li Xin shouted, collapsing to her knees, knowing that her brother was her sole family, the one who had always treated her with kindness. She could not bear the thought of losing him in the arena due to her actions in that moment. Regret flooded her heart for the decision she had made, wondering why she had acted so ingratitude. "Slap! I'm a wretch! Slap! I'm a wretch!" Each resounding slap echoed as Li Xin struck her own face, the sound sharp and clear. "Xin, stop!" Li Tianxing howled in agony, his voice filled with despair. Upon completing the 100 slaps, Li Xin's face had swollen grotesquely, a distorted visage. Slash! With a swift motion, Yang Lingchen severed Li Tianxing's neck. "Brother!" Li Xin, consumed by madness, lunged onto the stage, embracing her brother's bloodied neck, tears cascading like a torrential flood. "Xin, take care of yourself from now on. Do not seek revenge." Li Tianxing managed to utter his final words, his eyes closing as his body grew limp. "Yang Lingchen, I will kill you!" Li Xin screamed, charging at him with wild fury, her gaze filled with a desire for vengeance. Bang! Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. When it came to enemies, he showed no mercy. "Regardless of their beauty, I have already knelt. Why must you still take my brother's life?" Li Xin glared at him, her voice filled with despair and bitterness. "My apologies, but when it comes to enemies, I have no integrity to uphold," Yang Lingchen replied coldly. "You can only blame yourself. I had the good intention of saving your life, yet you repay kindness with malice. even attempting to seize my demon elixir and plotting my demise. Having uttered these words, Yang Lingchen turned resolutely away from the scene, his silhouette embodying determination and resolve. If it were not for the Tianyuan Palace, he would have truly desired to end this woman's life at that moment. Yang Lingchen, I shall ensure that you live in torment. I swear Li Sinny seethed through clenched teeth, her cold gaze fixated on Yang Lingchen's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with deep-seated resentment, as though she aimed to etch his silhouette into her very soul. Upon returning to the Tian Pavilion, Yang Lingchen immediately commenced his alchemical pursuits. In the days that followed, he led a relatively pleasant life. Day, he prepared wild game for barbecues and sipped tea, while by night he delved into fervent cultivation within the Haotian Jade. Many inner disciples and core disciples had initially sought to reprimand Yang Lingchen, but alas, he remained sequestered within the Ziyun Pavilion, leaving these admirers of Ling Yinyun at a loss. Clang! This Yang Lingchen possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to slay my disciple. An elder with a menacing gaze spoke coldly. He was none other than Shan Yinling, the Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak, his countenance dark and foreboding, as though it could drip with malice. Master, Li Shidi was killed on the arena. It would be unwise for us to seek vengeance directly. A core disciple interjected, his expression revealing a hint of distress. Keep a close watch on him. Yes, soon as he departs from Tianyuan Palace, eliminate him on my behalf. Chen Yinling's voice dripped with chilling malice, reminiscent of a tone from the depths of hell. Yes, master, Wang Yuan replied respectfully, lowering his head, unwilling to meet Chen Yinling's gaze. This moment, Yang Lingchen was engaged in a barbecue at the Tian Pavilion, savoring his self-brewed red wine. Just then, Lin Yuru and Ling Yinyun appeared outside his courtyard. Sister Yuru, Sister Yinyun, you have arrived. Please take a seat and sample my latest wine. Yang Lingchen greeted them warmly, arranging a few chairs and beaming with a radiant smile. You truly know how to enjoy life, don't you, Shidi Lingchen? Lin Yuru remarked, plopping down and consuming her food with abandon, as if she had not eaten in days. This is delightful. Is it truly that good? Ling Yinyun inquired curiously, her gaze drawn to the barbecue. Sister Yinyun, do taste it, and this red wine. You've never had anything like it. Yang Lingchen enthusiastically urged, pouring a glass for each of the two women, the wine shimmering alluringly in the sunlight. Ling Yinyun took a delicate sip, her eyes widening in surprise. I didn't know you could brew wine, Sister Yinyun. Take your time. Red wine is meant to be savored. Yang Lingchen smiled, his expression warm as spring. From now on, I entrust my and Yinyun's meals to you. If you have no objections, Lin Yuru declared, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sister Yuru, do not just speak of meals. Even if you were to entrust people to me, I would have no qualms, Yang Lingchen replied with a mischievous smile, his gaze teasing. You cheeky rascal. If you wish for us to entrust ourselves to you, it is not impossible, but I fear your little frame cannot withstand us both. Lin Yuru, having indulged in ample wine, sported a rosy complexion that appeared particularly alluring, her words laced with innuendo. Wretched girl. If you wish to make such a deal, do so on your own. Do not involve me. Ling Yinyun chided, playfully pinching Lin Yuru's waist, a blush gracing her cheeks. Ahem, sisters, do try this freshly grilled hare. Yang Lingchen hastily diverted the topic, wary of where the conversation was heading, having realized that Lin Yuru, despite her seemingly demure exterior, was remarkably forthright in her dealings. In the blink of an eye. 10 days sped by. Throughout this extended period, Yang Lingchen remained in a fervent state of cultivation, never allowing a moment of laxity. His strength successfully advanced to the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm. Just as he had hoped that on this day, Yang Lingchen was wholly absorbed in practicing the Tianyuan sword classic. Suddenly, an exquisite figure appeared unexpectedly at the Ziyun Pavilion. Clad in a pure, white, form-fitting gown, she perfectly accentuated her alluring, enchanting silhouette. Her frosty gaze exuded an air of sovereign authority, akin to a lofty ice lotus, untouched by the filth of the mortal realm. Disciple Yang Lingchen pays respects to master. Yang Lingchen bowed respectfully upon recognizing the newcomer. Well done. In just over a dozen days, you have cultivated the Tianyuan sword classic to great perfection. You are indeed the male disciple I have favored. Dongfang Yunbing remarked with a chilling tone. All credit goes to Master S' astute guidance. It is only through your teachings that I have made such rapid progress. Young Lingchen readily flattered Dongfang Yunbing. With her ethereal grace, elegantly reclined on a long bench, casually stating, "Chiner, I feel a bit fatigued. Why not give me a massage?" Yang Lingchen, both startled and apprehensive, braced himself mentally for the consequences of uttering this phrase. Dongfang Yunbing softly acknowledged, subsequently closing her captivating eyes, lying quietly on the bench. I could see that moment. Yang Lingchen's heart raced wildly. He cautiously approached her from behind, trembling hands gently resting on her smooth, delicate shoulders. In that instant, Yang Lingchen felt as if he were on the brink of suffocation. This was, after all, a woman of immense renown across the northern Xian domain. Her every whim could dictate the lives and deaths of countless souls. Dongfang Yunbing's form was incredibly soft and alluring. Even her shoulders possessed an enchanting beauty that left one breathless. Yang Lingchen gingerly kneaded her shoulders and arms, the exquisite silkiness of her skin rendering him reluctant to part with his touch. "You are quite tense," Dongfang Yunbing murmured, eyes still closed a little. Yang Lingchen inhaled deeply, striving to calm his nerves. "Am I truly that fearsome?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice turned unexpectedly gentle. "It is only because Master is as beautiful as a celestial being that I find myself somewhat anxious." Yang Lingchen confessed in a hushed tone. "And how do I compare to Ling Yinyun and Feng Xueqing?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired with a hint of amusement. "Ahem, undoubtedly, Master is the most beautiful." Yang Lingchen coughed lightly, eager to appease her. "Your technique is commendable. Where did you learn it?" Dongfang Yunbing asked. "The Dihao Club," Yang Lingchen replied honestly. "What sort of place is that?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired with curiosity. "It is a venue that specializes in providing massage services." Yang Lingchen explained softly to Dongfang Yunbing ceased her inquiries, relishing Yang Lingchen's ministrations in silence. Time flowed effortlessly for 2 hours. "Well done. I shall be frequenting this place in the future," Dongfang Yunbing declared, and in an instant, her figure vanished from the Tiyun pavilion. "Damn it, I am not a mere masseur." At last, Yang Lingchen exhaled a sigh of relief. Those 2 hours had been excruciating for him. Who could possibly withstand the pressure of massaging such an exquisite beauty? Moreover, the opposing party is the most formidable ruler in this region in the blink of an eye. 7 days have quietly slipped by. During this time, his cultivation made another breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm. After achieving this new height, Yang Lingchen formulated a plan to venture out for some practical experience while simultaneously completing several tasks. Upon exiting the Tiyun Pavilion, Yang Lingchen made his way to the task hall within the inner gate of Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a task poster at the entrance of the hall, and filled with curiosity, he hurried over. It turned out that the 4 major sects had discovered a newly unearthed ancient relic deep within the northern desolate mountain range. Due to the relic's extreme antiquity, only martial artists below the Wushu realm were qualified to enter. Thus, the higher-ups of Tianyuan Palace posted this announcement, hoping that adventurous young disciples would seize the opportunity to explore. Yang Lingchen carefully examined the specific location of the relic before promptly turning and leaving Tianyuan Palace. However, unbeknownst to him, at the same moment he departed, a shadow flickered and stealthily followed him. This individual was Wang Yuan, a disciple ranked among the top 10 in the inner gate. After exiting Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen employed the phantom technique, activating full-speed travel. However, as he focused on his swift movements, Wang Yuan soon lost track of him. This moment, Wang Yuan was exceedingly astonished. As a top disciple, he never expected to lose sight of someone in the Mingxian realm. Nevertheless, he did not panic, for he understood that Yang Lingchen was headed toward the ancient relic point. 3 days swiftly passed. Under Yang Lingchen's rapid pace, he finally arrived deep within the northern desolate mountain range, now quite close to the ancient relic. At this juncture, he noticed many people nearby, including disciples from Tianyuan Palace, as well as those from other sections. The northern desolate mountain range is a vast expanse, with the 4 major forces of the southern province situated around it. Hence, The unearthing of this ancient relic attracted young disciples from the other three sects eager to explore. Young Lingchen proceeded along the path toward the entrance of the ancient relic. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed numerous middle-aged individuals with formidable strength. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be elders from the four major sections. The emergence of the ancient relic was bound to incite conflict among the sections. Thus, each sect dispatched powerful elders to ensure the safety of their disciples within. Yang Lingchen arrived at the Tianyuan Palace camp at that moment. A middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, stepped forward. This was Sun Tianqing, an elder of the inner gate of Tianyuan Palace. Everyone, please be advised that once the relic opens, exercise caution with respect to the disciples from the other sects. Do not let negligence cost you your life. Sun Tianqing admonished with a serious expression. We understand, Master, the disciples replied in unison. Just then, the true form of the ancient relic gradually came into view. All right, the relic is now open. Everyone may enter, Sun Tianqing announced. With the opening of the ancient relic, disciples from the four major sects began to rush inside one after another. The four major sects of the southern province are Tianyuan Palace, Dean's Sect, Luocha Palace, and Jianyuan Pavilion, with Jianyuan Pavilion being the most powerful, while the other three sects are relatively equal in strength. Yang Lingchen followed the crowd into this mysterious ancient relic. Suddenly, he sensed a chill, and as he quickly turned to look, he saw nothing to at that moment. Yang Lingchen's heart filled with unease. He had felt as though he were being intensely scrutinized by a fierce bird of prey, an unsettling sensation that was remarkably strong. Once everyone had entered the relic, the entrance behind them unexpectedly closed without warning. In an instant, the thousands present fell into a state of panic, frantically searching for an exit. Disappointment soon followed, as the entrance they had just come through seemed to have never existed. After a considerable time had passed, with no one able to find the exit, many began to explore the vast relic. Since they could not leave in the short term, they figured it best to search thoroughly, hoping to discover valuable treasures. Upon confirming the exit's disappearance, Yang Lingchen wasted no time and boldly ventured deeper into the secret realm. Having entered the ancient relic, he was determined not to leave empty-handed and to make the most of this rare opportunity. From the grand scale of the ancient relic, Yang Lingchen discerned that it was likely the resting place of a powerful ancient warrior. Moreover, he unexpectedly uncovered a terrifying secret. The relic was ensnared in an incredibly potent killing formation known as the Killing Array. To unravel this formation, it would require the participants to turn on one another, and only when half of them had perished would the exit reappear. However, this array posed little challenge for Yang Lingchen. After all, Ling Jiuechen was a master of formations in the divine realm, and having inherited his memories, even such a killing array was child's play for him. Before long, Yang Lingchen arrived at a palace suffused with a mysterious aura. That moment, a young man clad in the robes of an inner gate disciple of Tianyuan Palace approached. This individual was none other than Wang Yuan, ranked among the top 10 disciples of the inner gate. For reasons unknown, Yang Lingchen's heart raced at that moment, and as the man drew closer, his sense of unease intensified. Despite Wang Yuan's serene smile, Yang Lingchen's profound apprehension remained unshaken. Thus, he heightened his vigilance, silently clutching several explosive poison pills in his hand, just as Wang Yuan was about to close the distance. Yang Lingchen swiftly launched the explosive poison pills in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Boom! Boom! As Yang Lingchen released the explosive poison pills, Wang Yuan keenly sensed the looming danger and quickly summoned his energy to shield himself, retreating at great speed. Nevertheless, even so, Wang Yuan's robes were torn asunder by the explosion, leaving him in a rather pitiful state, though he suffered no severe injuries. Kid, consider this your luck today, but within this ancient relic. I refuse to believe I cannot catch you. Wang Yuan glared at the spot where Yang Lingchen had disappeared, his eyes icy enough to burn. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen found himself in a realm brimming with profound mysteries. This space was exceptionally rich in spiritual energy, and Yang Lingchen proceeded cautiously through this extraordinary expanse. Soon enough, he heard a cacophony of voices in the distance. Thus, he approached with great care, but he soon discovered a great hall crowded with people. at the center of which stood a sword emanating an icy brilliance. Many sought to draw this extraordinary sword, yet before they could get close, they were repelled by the sword's sharp radiance. A heavenly grade artifact, young Lingchen observed closely, realizing that this sword was an exceedingly rare heavenly grade artifact. I could see this moment. His heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a heavenly grade artifact. Its power far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual weapons. Weapons are categorized into ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, artifacts, and Tao artifacts, each of which is further divided into the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. The might of an artifact greatly exceeds that of a spiritual weapon, as artifacts can recognize their masters and grow in power alongside their owner's cultivation, with the potential to ascend to Tao artifacts or even divine artifacts. In the Great Hall, countless individuals attempted to draw the sword, yet none succeeded. Young Lingchen, however, remained unperturbed, certain that among all present in the relic, he alone possessed the ability to draw this unparalleled sword. Anyone who can draw this sword shall receive a generous reward from me. A voice proclaimed, enticing everyone to try their hand at the legendary blade. A stunningly beautiful girl with an alluring figure spoke out loudly. Young Lingchen could discern that this group belonged to Jianyuan Pavilion, the mightiest force in the southern province. At that moment, Young Lingchen's greatest dilemma was how to find an opportunity to draw the sword. If he could successfully refine this blade, his power would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new level. I will give it my all, Young Lingchen silently vowed in his heart, discreetly shedding his Tianyuan palace robes and gradually approaching point one by one. The disciples of Jianyuan Pavilion attempted to draw the extraordinary sword, yet none could come close. After about 15 minutes, it was finally Young Lingchen's turn. "What is your name? I don't believe I have seen you before," the enchanting girl inquired, her voice cool and her gaze scrutinizing. "Oh no, will I be recognized?" Young Lingchen thought anxiously. "I am a new disciple," he replied softly, his heart racing with unease. "Go ahead and give it a try," the beautiful girl said coldly, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Yes," Young Lingchen responded, then slowly walked toward the unparalleled sword. That moment, everyone was astounded, for this new disciple had not been repelled by the magnificent sword. Young Lingchen casually glanced around, realizing he was surrounded with no easy escape. His thoughts raced, yet he could not conceive a perfect plan. It seemed he could only draw the sword and force his way out. With both hands gripping the hilt of the extraordinary sword, Young Lingchen noticed 2 ancient characters inscribed upon it. Xianma. So, this blade was called the Xianma sword. Young Lingchen pulled with all his might, but the sword remained immovable. The beautiful girl felt a pang of disappointment. Sensing that this was no ordinary sword, that moment, Young Lingchen silently murmured a command in his heart. With a sudden, forceful yank, he drew the Xianma sword from its sheath. Clang! The sword emerged, emitting a resonant hum, radiating a chilling light and an overwhelming aura of lethality that compelled the surrounding disciples of Jianyuan Pavilion to retreat in fear. "Bring it to me," the beautiful girl said, her gaze fixated on the Xianma sword, her eagerness palpable. "Yes," Young Lingchen replied respectfully, then began to walk toward her with the sword in hand. "This is it. Whether I can obtain the Xianma sword hinges on this moment," he thought to himself. Just as he was about to approach the girl, Young Lingchen suddenly surged forward, swinging the Xianma sword toward her. The beautiful girl was the strongest among the group, and Young Lingchen estimated she was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm, far beyond his capabilities. Thus, he had no choice but to launch a surprise attack. It would be best if he could eliminate her in one blow. If he failed to do so, he would simply flee. Bang! However, in the face of such a vast disparity in power, Young Lingchen's full-force strike was effortlessly dodged by the beautiful girl. Without hesitation, he hurled dozens of explosive poison pills while simultaneously darting away. The explosions quickly claimed the lives of several Jianyuan Pavilion disciples. "You seek death," the beautiful girl exclaimed, her expression icy, as she shot toward Young Lingchen like a bolt of lightning. How can she move so fast? Young Lingchen gasped in shock as he glanced back to see her shadow, trailing him like a ghost. In that instant, Young Lingchen hastily quickened his pace, desperately fleeing through the ruins, seizing every opportunity to slip through any gaps. Despite his efforts, he could not shake off the beautiful girl pursuing him. What am I to do? He thought anxiously, acutely aware of the immense gap between their powers. He was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm, while she was at the pinnacle of Tongxian. You cannot escape. I shall tear you to pieces, she vowed, her voice as cold as an icy wind. Devilish woman, I know I'm quite handsome, but there's no need for such relentless pursuit. Yang Lingchen shouted in frustration as he fled at that moment. He spotted a small gap in the distance. Without a second thought, he instinctively dove through it. Just as he entered, the beautiful girl followed suit without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the gap sealed shut. Yang Lingchen, undeterred by the circumstances, continued to flee recklessly. Before long, he was forced to halt, as a deep water pool obstructed his path. Cough, beautiful lady, let us talk this over. I'll return this sword to you. Will you spare my life? He said sheepishly. At this point, he truly wished to barter the sword for his life. After all, fighting was futile. It was better to plead for mercy. Tell me, how do you wish to die? The beautiful girl replied, her voice chillingly cold, her eyes filled with a murderous intent aimed squarely at him. Can I really choose how to die? Yang Lingchen asked weakly, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. Out of my benevolence, I shall grant you a choice. Speak, she said, her expression indifferent, devoid of any emotion. I wish to die blissfully, Yang Lingchen declared, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity as he fixated on her. Realizing she had no intention of letting him go, he resolved not to go down without a fight. You fool, the beautiful girl hissed, her icy demeanor returning as she swung her sword fiercely toward him. Although he knew he could not win, Yang Lingchen refused to be captured easily. He swiftly dodged to the side. The girl's sword struck the water pool behind him with a resounding crash. Roar! A colossal figure surged from the depths of the water, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Oh no! This is disastrous. It's the Qianqi demon flood dragon. Yang Lingchen exclaimed in horror, his complexion draining of color. You lowly human, daring to disturb my recuperation, you shall pay dearly. The dragon roared, its voice echoing with wrath. The beautiful girl, too, was taken aback, her face paling as she instinctively retreated. Great dragon god. It was all her doing. Just eliminate her, and I shall take my leave, Yang Lingchen shouted as he hastily fled. The beautiful girl also reacted swiftly. Darting toward the exit, a massive figure appeared at the exit like a flash of lightning, blocking their path. Lowly humans, where do you think you are going? The Qianqi demon flood dragon taunted, its immense tail sweeping toward them with a fierce wind. How about we join forces to slay this beast? It is clearly injured, and we might have a chance, Yang Lingchen called out desperately while dodging. How do I know you won't suddenly flee? The beautiful girl retorted coldly, suspicion lacing her tone. She had no faith in Yang Lingchen's words. If he abandoned her, she would surely meet her demise. At that moment, the beautiful girl was cornered by the dragon in a narrow space, facing imminent peril. In that critical moment, Yang Lingchen seized the Xianma sword and without hesitation struck fiercely at the dragon's tail. Rest assured, I vow on my integrity, I will not flee, he proclaimed urgently. Swish, roar, roar, roar. The tail of the celestial red demon was grievously wounded, blood oozing profusely from the gash, a sight that was utterly shocking. How could a mere human possess the celestial demon sword? The celestial red dragon revealed a look of terror, its voice trembling slightly. You little brat, this beast fears the sword in your hand. Hand it over to me, and I shall slay it. The exquisite maiden hurriedly exclaimed, her eyes brimming with desire. Catch! Yang Lingchen, without hesitation, tossed the long sword to the beautiful maiden. In comparison to the celestial demon sword, his own life took precedence. Upon receiving the celestial demon sword, the maiden wasted no time and charged towards the celestial red dragon. The celestial red dragon seemed genuinely frightened of the celestial demon sword. Ordinary spiritual weapons barely grazed its tough exterior, yet the celestial demon sword inflicted significant damage with each strike. However, even with the celestial demon sword in hand, the beautiful maiden found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Yang Lingchen, wielding the Qingling sword, attempted to assist, but his sword merely tickled the beast, proving ineffective. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was reeling from the blows delivered by the celestial red dragon's tail, his vision blurred with stars. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would have likely succumbed long ago. The exquisite maiden fared no better. Her injuries were equally severe, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. Bang! The maiden was swept off her feet by the celestial red dragon's tail. Hurtling towards young Lingchen, without a second thought, he caught her and seized the celestial demon's sword, rushing forward. The maiden had lost consciousness from the blows, and at that moment, young Lingchen knew he had to rely solely on himself. Beast, I'll fight to the bitter end. With the celestial demon's sword in hand and his eyes ablaze with fury, young Lingchen charged recklessly at the celestial red dragon. Roar, roar, roar! At that instant, the celestial red dragon opened its massive maw, lunging at young Lingchen with a ferocious appetite. What the hell? How can its mouth be so enormous? Young Lingchen suddenly felt darkness engulf him as he was swallowed whole by the beast. Inside the celestial red dragon's maw, young Lingchen refused to relinquish hope for survival. Skillfully dodging the dragon's sharp teeth, he was ultimately consumed. Descending through the dragon's throat, he found himself within a vast stomach. Encased in a highly corrosive gastric fluid, he struggled to breathe. Sensing his body slowly being digested, he could feel his clothing rapidly disintegrating. Desperately, he activated the Hao-Yin technique, striving to resist the corrosive effects while channeling every ounce of his power to wield the celestial demon sword. Roar, roar, roar! The celestial red dragon writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Young Lingchen, too, was jostled about by the beast's thrashing. Yet he pressed on, frantically stabbing within the dragon's belly, for this was his only chance at survival. Time slipped by, and after 2 hours of relentless assault, the celestial red dragon was in such unbearable pain that it began to lose its breath. Puff! An hour later, young Lingchen finally pierced through the dragon's belly. Emerging with great difficulty, covered in the dragon's blood, his clothes were in tatters from the corrosive fluid. I could see that moment. A crimson light flickered in his eyes, and an overwhelming surge of primal desire surged within him. With no time to think, he leaped into a nearby pool of water, hoping to quell the fiery lust consuming him. A heart-wrenching cry escaped his lips. Soon, he lost all sense of reason, driven solely by instinct. Just then, the exquisite maiden slowly opened her eyes, shaking her head in an attempt to regain clarity. When she turned to look at young Lingchen, she found him staring at her with a burning gaze, akin to a famished tiger. As he stepped closer, "Hey, you little brat, what do you think you're doing?" The maiden struggled to rise, desperately attempting to escape. In that moment, she understood the gravity of the situation. He had undoubtedly fallen victim to the dragon's poison. She knew that those afflicted by the dragon's venom were nearly doomed. Yet, in her wounded state, she stood no chance against young Lingchen. Bang! Before she could take but a few steps, young Lingchen seized her in his arms. "If you dare to lay a hand on me, no one in the southern province will save you," she shouted fiercely, her voice laced with anger and fear. Yet, all she received in return was a heartless response. That moment, despair enveloped her. A day swiftly passed. Miraculously, the maiden's injuries had completely healed, and she was now in a state of cultivation. Suddenly, young Lingchen regained consciousness. Heavens, what have I done? He felt his head buzzing, staring blankly at the maiden seated in meditation, utterly bewildered. Abruptly, the exquisite maiden's eyes flew open, filled with fury, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent young Lingchen flying. Damn it! He plummeted into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Without a second thought, he turned and fled into the distance. He sensed the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from the maiden. To remain would be to court certain death. "You scoundrel! I will see you torn to shreds." Once out of that space, young Lingchen exhaled a long breath of relief. He realized he had indeed been poisoned by the dragon. Although he wished to make amends with the beautiful maiden, the terrifying intent in her gaze extinguished that thought. Survival was his utmost priority. Wait, I've actually broken through to the transcendental realm? Just then, young Lingchen was astonished to discover that he had unconsciously advanced to the transcendental realm. His heart raced with shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. He composed himself and resumed scavenging the ancient ruins. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 1 day. While traversing a valley, young Lingchen suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Cautiously, he crept closer. From a distance, he beheld a voluptuous maiden cornered by a man, with nowhere to retreat. "Feng Xueqing, if you agree to be mine, I will let you go," a cold voice echoed. "Wang Xianfeng, with your pitiful appearance, I find you utterly repulsive," Feng Xueqing replied icily, her tone dripping with disdain. Wang Xuanfeng's strength was evidently superior to hers, and he refrained from capturing her only out of concern for accidentally harming her. At this moment, young Lingchen finally recognized the maiden's features, and fury surged within him. "How dare you bully my woman?" Without a second thought, he brandished the celestial demon's sword and charged like an arrow. Just as Feng Xueqing was about to falter, Yang Lingchen appeared before her, unleashing a flurry of strikes with the celestial demon's sword. Yet, despite the surprise attack, he found himself at a disadvantage. Wang Xianfeng was a formidable adversary at the 9th level of the Transcendental Realm. "Who is this insolent brat, daring to ruin my plans?" Wang Xianfeng's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "Curse you! I'm your father." Yang Lingchen, fueled by rage, swung the celestial demon sword violently at Wang Xianfeng. His eyes ablaze with fury. At this juncture, Feng Xueqing regained her composure, brandishing her sword to join the fray. With her support, Yang Lingchen felt a noticeable relief, seeking death. At this moment, Wang Xuanfeng's aura surged dramatically, causing both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing to be overwhelmed, forcing them to retreat repeatedly, nearly losing their footing. Just then, Yang Lingchen swiftly hurled a dozen explosive poison pills, while simultaneously embracing Feng Xueqing, vanishing into the valley in a few swift movements. "Boom! You little bastard! Are you seeking death by ruining my plans?" Wang Xuanfeng's expression darkened to the extreme as he glared at the retreating figure of Yang Lingchen. His teeth clenched in a furious snarl. "Rascal! Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, you would never see me again." Feng Xueqing clung tightly to Yang Lingchen, her voice tinged with the relief of having escaped a perilous situation. "You must never venture out alone for training again. Wherever you go, you should come find me at Ziyun Pavilion," Yang Lingchen said, gently brushing his fingers against Feng Xueqing's nose, his tone laced with affection. "Rascal, don't you dare touch my nose. It's so beautiful. What if you ruin it?" Feng Xueqing pouted, her exquisite face flushed with indignation, gazing at the innocent and adorable Feng Xueqing in his arms. Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He could not deny that Feng Xueqing possessed countless qualities that many men yearned for. "Xueqing, you are truly beautiful," Yang Lingchen declared, his eyes filled with deep affection as he gazed at her. "What are you up to, rascal?" Feng Xueqing blinked her watery eyes, her heart brimming with anticipation. "Whoa." Before she could fully process his intentions, Yang Lingchen leaned in and kissed her directly. Instantly, Feng Xueqing's mind went blank. She wanted to struggle, yet her body felt weak and unresponsive. The kiss was simple yet passionate, a youthful and tentative first kiss. Under Yang Lingchen's fervent advances, Feng Xueqing gradually began to relish the sensation. 10 minutes later, he reluctantly released her. "Rascal, you've made my lips swell." Feng Xueqing exclaimed playfully, a hint of blush adorning her cheeks. "Haha, how adorable." Yang Lingchen couldn't help but laugh at Feng Xueqing's slightly swollen lips. "Rascal, if one day I were to go far away, would you come looking for me?" Feng Xueqing murmured, leaning against Yang Lingchen, her voice carrying a trace of sorrow, "that I will not allow you to leave. You have been marked by me. In this lifetime, you can only be my woman," Yang Lingchen replied, his tone unwavering. "Did I mean, if one day I were to suddenly depart, would you disregard everything to find me?" Feng Xueqing asked earnestly, her gaze filled with hope. "That I swear, no matter where you go, even if you leave Tianwu continent, I will find you," Yang Lingchen declared resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination. "That's what you said. If you don't keep your word, I curse you to be impotent for life," Feng Xueqing teased, her expression mischievous. Such harshness. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Lingchen noticed a throng of people rushing toward the distant building. He and Feng Xueqing followed suit. Before them stood a colossal ancient architectural complex, teeming with numerous grand palaces. At that moment, a massive palace appeared ahead, surrounded by a dense throng of people. These individuals were divided into 4 factions. Representing the 4 major sections among them was a breathtakingly beautiful girl, positioned within the Jian Yuan Pavilion's ranks. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing stealthily approached the Tianyuan Palace disciple area, as he did not wish to attract the attention of the stunning girl. It was at this juncture that Yang Lingchen realized why so many people surrounded this place. A formidable defensive array stood outside the palace. To gain entry into this grand hall, one must first breach this defensive formation. Yang Lingchen meticulously observed the ancient defensive array, leaving no detail overlooked, and soon discovered its secrets. Everyone, we've been stationed here for several days, yet no one has been able to break the array. Continuing like this is not a solution, a disciple from the Luocha Palace said, furrowing his brow. I suggest we let the others here give it a try. With thousands of people present, surely someone can break the array. At this moment, the stunning girl spoke, her voice clear and melodious. Nangong Yin has a point. Let's allow others to attempt it. Wang Xianfeng from Tianyuan Palace concurred, casting a glance at the beautiful girl. Is there anyone present skilled in formations? If someone can break this array, I shall permit them to be the first to enter the grand hall, Nangong Yin proclaimed, her lips parting gracefully, as her words echoed. Many disciples who believed themselves adept in formations lined up eagerly to attempt the challenge. However, the difficulty of the array far surpassed their expectations. All those proficient in formations could only return empty-handed. No matter how they racked their brains. Stay close to me, Xueqing. I will help you break the array. Yang Lingchen whispered in a Feng Xueqing's ear. Can you really break the array? Feng Xueqing inquired, curiosity glimmering in her beautiful eyes. There are many things your man is capable of, Yang Lingchen replied confidently, smiling as he led Feng Xueqing towards the grand hall. Take tea that moment. Nangong Yin spotted Yang Lingchen, her eyes instantly turning cold. Rascal, today you will meet your end. Stop. I can break the array, Yang Lingchen hastily declared. Whether or not you can break it is irrelevant. I simply want to kill you, Nangong Yin retorted, ignoring him entirely as she lunged forward with her sword, aiming fiercely at Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen reacted swiftly, signaling with his left hand, and in an instant, he pulled Feng Xueqing into the array. Come on, come fight me, Yang Lingchen taunted from within the array, a provocative smirk on his face as he stared at Nangong Yin. Nangong Yin was instantly enraged by Yang Lingchen's audacity, launching a frenzied assault on the array, determined to drag him out. My apologies, everyone. I had intended to break the array to bring you all in, but you can only blame her. Yang Lingchen laughed as he spoke, leading Feng Xueqing deeper into the grand hall. Nangong Yin, you must provide us with an explanation for this. Indeed. Nangong Yin, because of your personal vendetta, everyone has been barred from entering. What do you propose we do about it? In an instant, the members of the other three major sects began to accuse Nangong Yin, each voicing their grievances. Nangong Yin's eyes turned icy, and in a flash, she darted forward with lightning speed. The very individuals who had spoken moments ago were left battered and bruised, their faces swollen beyond recognition. Does anyone else wish for an explanation from me? Nangong Yin coldly inquired, her gaze filled with a chilling intensity. How could you possibly ask about the Void Realm? How could anyone enter the Void Realm? The crowd stared at Nangong Yin in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Once I entered, I broke through. Is that a problem? Nangong Yin replied with an icy demeanor, her tone laced with an oppressive force. And no problem. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing swept through the various grand halls like a tempest, gathering treasures with fervor. Xueqing, take this heavenly-grade armor artifact. Xueqing, here are several boxes of medium-grade spirit stones. Hurry and collect them as they traveled. The two spared no valuable item, eagerly collecting various spirit stones, artifacts, and top-tier techniques. However, it seemed that Feng Xueqing held little interest in these items, accepting only the precious armor bestowed by Yang Lingchen. At that moment, Yang Lingchen discovered a side hall, which was isolated by a formidable array. Utilizing his exceptional skills and formations, he effortlessly breached the array and led Feng Xueqing inside. Upon entering the side hall, Yang Lingchen was astonished to find it was a cave dwelling. The two proceeded cautiously through the cave, every step taken with utmost care, for they were uncertain of the potential dangers that lay within. At that moment, Yang Lingchen sensed the spiritual energy within the cave, which was growing increasingly dense. He quickly pulled Feng Shueqing along, hastening towards the source of the energy. Before long, they reached the cave's end, where the spiritual energy had become extraordinarily rich, enveloping Yang Lingchen as if he were submerged in a spiritual pool. Wow, a 10,000-year-old Xian milk. At this moment, Yang Lingchen realized that the liquid dripping from above was, in fact, the incredibly precious 10,000-year Xian milk. To his surprise, there was also a small pool nearby, filled to the brim with the same Xian milk. What a stroke of luck? Let's quickly collect it. Feng Shueqing exclaimed with excitement. Yang Lingchen hurriedly retrieved containers from the Haotian jade space and filled several barrels with the Xian milk. Shueqing, this is too much. We can't possibly carry it all. Let's just immerse ourselves in the Xian milk and cultivate. Whatever we can refine is a bonus. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen stripped off his clothes and leaped into the pool, sitting cross-legged amidst the Xian milk. You shameless rogue! Why are you completely undressed? Feng Shueqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him that I have no other clothes. This is the only one I have. If it gets dirty, how will I go out later? Yang Lingchen offered a flimsy excuse. Shueqing, you should strip down as well. Come in and cultivate, he urged, his expression filled with anticipation. I won't be taking off my clothes. Move over a bit, Feng Shueqing retorted, wasting no time as she sat down in the pool, fully clothed, yet still able to sense the extraordinary effects of the Xian milk. The two continued to refine the Xian milk. The spiritual energy in the cave swirled around them, creating a dazzling display of light. Yang Lingchen fervently activated the Haotian art, fully concentrating on refining the Xian milk. Feng Shueqing, it seemed, was not far behind in her speed of refinement. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Second layer of the Tongxian realm, third layer of the Tongxian realm, fourth layer of the Tongxian realm, peak of the fifth layer of the Tongxian realm. In this short span of time, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the peak of the fifth layer of the Tongxian realm. To his astonishment, Feng Shueqing had also reached the same pinnacle. At this moment, the Xian milk and spiritual energy in the cave had been completely refined by the two of them. Shueqing, you truly are a genius. At this moment, Yang Lingchen could not help but admire Feng Shueqing's talent. Unable to restrain his praise, that you're not too shabby yourself. Feng Shueqing replied coyly, her face radiating happiness. With both of us being so talented, why not have a child together? Yang Lingchen suggested with a mischievous grin. I'm still quite young. I have no intention of having children. Meanwhile, the people from the Luocha Palace were growing anxious. Why haven't they come out yet? Could they have perished inside? One inquired frantically. We'll just keep watch here. They think that once they enter, the treasures will belong to them. They're utterly delusional, the leading disciple of the Dian sect said coldly. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin glared icily at the main hall, her eyes brimming with anger and anticipation. Look, they are coming out, a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. That moment, Yang Lingchen and Feng Shueqing emerged hand in hand, chatting and laughing as they approached the main hall. You all are so courteous, welcoming us like this. It makes us feel quite embarrassed, Yang Lingchen said with a smile, his face filled with pride. The very instant Yang Lingchen stepped out, Nangong Yin, Wang Xianfeng, and the leaders of the other two sects lunged toward him, and Feng Shueqing in their eyes. Yang Lingchen had become a treasure trove. Whoever could capture him would possess an entire mountain of riches. Yang Lingchen snorted coldly, gripping the immortal demon sword in his right hand and the Tongtian staff in his left. That moment, the rushing disciple from the Dian sect was struck by Yang Linchen's staff, his brain splattering as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Gasp! The crowd gasped in shock. This was a peak practitioner of the Tongxian realm. To be killed by Yang Lingchen with a single blow was utterly terrifying. At this moment, Nangong Yin was also taken aback, for Yang Linchen's strength had evidently reached her level. Just a short while ago, this lad had been mercilessly beaten by her. Now, just a few days later, he had become her equal. Bang! Just then, Yang Lingchen swung his staff once more. Instantly, the leading disciple from the Luocha Palace was struck down, his corpse crumpling to the ground. That moment, Wang Xianfeng let out a piercing scream. Feng Shueqing was fiercely attacking Wang Xianfeng with her staff, each strike infused with all her strength. In no time at all, Wang Xianfeng had his limbs shattered, a gruesome sight indeed. Meanwhile, the disciples from the Tianyuan sect were frozen in place, paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle before them. Meanwhile, the disciples from the other major sects charged forward in response to the chaos. Yang Lingchen, not one to be outdone, unleashed the god-slaying sword technique in conjunction with the immortal demon sword, creating a whirlwind of sword energy and a cacophony of slaughter. Before long, dozens of corpses lay strewn about the scene, the metallic scent of blood hanging heavily in the air, evoking a chilling sensation. Nangong Yin found herself subdued by Yang Lingchen, her cultivation sealed through his clever maneuvering. Were it not for the fact that she had once been his captor, he would have wasted no time in ending her life. With the formidable combat prowess of Yang Lingchen and Feng Shueqing, they were indeed invincible within this enigmatic ancient relic. Under Yang Linchen's overwhelming force, no one dared to recklessly charge forward, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. At the same time, Wang Yuan, who had previously pursued Yang Lingchen, had now hidden himself far away, abandoning any thoughts of continuing his hunt. He understood all too well the strength Yang Lingchen possessed now. Should he foolishly rush in again, he would certainly meet a grim fate. "Kid, let our young lady go. Otherwise, no one in the entire southern province will be able to save you," a disciple from the Jianyuan pavilion shouted menacingly. "Yang, you should just let her go. Otherwise, it will lead to tremendous trouble," a worried disciple from the Tianyuan palace advised. "What makes this young lady so significant? Is she that terrifying?" Yang Lingchen asked curiously. Frowning slightly, "Nangong Yin is the most beloved daughter of the head of the Jianyuan pavilion," the inner disciple whispered, his voice low. "What?" "The daughter of the head of the Jianyuan pavilion." Yang Linchen's expression turned bewildered, his mouth agape, as unease surged within him. At that moment, he sensed that he might have landed himself in significant trouble. After all, the head of the Jianyuan pavilion was the strongest figure in the southern province. Even within the entire Beishan region, he was a renowned entity. "Yes, Yang, you should consider letting her go. You may be able to withstand the consequences of killing others from different sects, but if you harm her, even the palace master won't be able to protect you," the inner disciple from the Tianyuan palace said anxiously. "Cough, cough, Miss Nangong. What if I let you go? You have a generous heart. Can we consider it as if a pig had merely bumped into you?" Yang Lingchen awkwardly suggested after clearing his throat. At that moment, he was forced to contemplate the gravity of the situation. After all, this young lady's identity was truly intimidating. Should he provoke her, not only would he be finished, but his entire family might suffer repercussions, and even the Tianyuan palace could be implicated. "You shut your mouth." Nangong Yan's face flushed with rage, her chest rising and falling dramatically. This brat even speaking human language? Am I merely a pig that was poked? I'll be quiet, I'll be quiet." Yang Lingchen quickly unsealed Nangong Yan's cultivation. "Kid, come here." Nangong Yan shot him a glare before walking off into the distance. Yang Lingchen had no choice but to follow, his mind racing with apprehension as he felt the situation had escalated far beyond his expectations. The two arrived at a secluded corner. Nangong Yin fixed her icy gaze on Yang Lingchen and said, "Your name is Yang Lingchen, correct?" "Uh-huh." Yang Lingchen nodded, feeling increasingly anxious. "That I shall present you with two choices," Nangong Yin declared coldly, her expression grave. "Please, Miss Nangong, go on," Yang Lingchen replied, furrowing his brow as he speculated on what conditions she might propose. "The first choice is to have what you shouldn't possess." Removed, Nangong Yan's voice was chilling, her eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. "And the second choice?" Yang Lingchen asked directly, thinking it absurd to even consider the first option. "The second choice is to accompany me to the Jianyuan pavilion as a son-in-law," Nangong Yin stated, her voice still icy and her demeanor unwavering. Yang Linchen's expression turned to one of astonishment as he replied, "Son-in-law, what expression do you wear? Are you not accountable for your actions?" Nangong Yin cast a cold glance at Yang Lingchen, her eyes brimming with inquiries. "If I were to become a son-in-law at Jianyuan Pavilion, are you certain you wouldn't resort to domestic violence?" Yang Lingchen spoke, a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. "Humph. As long as you obey and serve me well each day, I assure you, I shall not mistreat you," Nangong Yin replied with a haughty snort. "Then there is nothing to discuss. Even if you were to inform your father about your coercive actions towards me, I would refuse to become a son-in-law." With that, Yang Lingchen resolutely turned to leave. "Stop right there," Nangong Yin commanded sharply. "Yes, there's something else you wish to instruct, Miss Nangong?" Yang Lingchen halted his steps. "Are you truly so irresponsible for your own actions? Are you not a man?" Nangong Yin chastised angrily, her voice laced with disappointment. Yang Lingchen fixed a piercing gaze upon her before striding forward. "What do you intend to do?" Nangong Yin asked warily, instinctively adopting a defensive stance, her heart racing. Yet, Yang Lingchen continued advancing toward her like a T that moment. Nangong Yin struck out with her palm. However, with her limited strength, she was no match for Yang Lingchen that he effortlessly raised his left hand, blocking her strike, and swiftly ensconced her in his embrace. And no matter how she struggled, she could not free herself from his hold. "Yang Lingchen, you dare to..." Nangong Yan's words were cut short as he pressed his lips against hers. Under the intensity of Yang Lingchen's kiss, Nangong Yan, unaccustomed to such contact with the opposite sex, found herself quickly enraptured in his embrace. Meanwhile, his hands were not idle. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. "From this day forth, you shall be my woman," Yang Lingchen declared. He felt a pang of guilt toward Nangong Yan. Although he had been under the influence of poison at the time, he had indeed violated her and subjected her to prolonged distress. In that moment, Nangong Yan appeared exceedingly docile, nestled quietly against Yang Lingchen, her face aglow with a blend of happiness and shyness. "Yang Lingchen, you may forego becoming a son-in-law, but you must achieve the entry to the profound realm within a year and personally propose at Jinyuan Pavilion. Can you accomplish this?" Nangong Yan's beautiful eyes widened in anticipation as she gazed hopefully at him. "Of course I can," Yang Lingchen replied, his tone resolute. "Then swear it." Nangong Yan insisted, her demeanor earnest. "I swear that within a year, I will reach the entry to the profound realm and propose at Jinyuan Pavilion." Yang Lingchen vowed, his expression serious. He was quite confident in his abilities, believing that a breakthrough within a year posed little challenge for him. "Humph. I suppose you were still a man after all." A hint of relief washed over Nangong Yan's delicate features, her lips curving slightly upwards. She was thoroughly pleased with Yang Lingchen's talent and appearance. "Let us return, lest they grow concerned," Yang Lingchen suggested, gently patting her shoulder. "You are worried about that little beauty, aren't you?" "Ahem. I must inform you I do not play the role of the lesser one, that you are all greater. I am the youngest at no weight. I am not small either." Yang Lingchen hurriedly replied, his face a mask of panic. Upon their return, the crowd was left utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? They stared, bewildered, eyes wide. They had departed in a state of tension, yet now they returned hand in hand, entwined in intimacy. Yang Lingchen had not intended to be so conspicuous, especially with Feng Xueqing still present. Yet Nangong Yan had clung to him, and he could hardly force her away. What is the meaning of this? "You rogue!" Feng Xueqing crossed her arms, casting a disapproving look at Yang Lingchen. "Ahem, Xueqing, let us discuss this over there." Yang Lingchen grasped Feng Xueqing's hand and led her aside, his expression somewhat anxious. "Speak. What is your relationship with her?" Feng Xueqing inquired, her expression serious. "The matter is as follows." Yang Lingchen recounted everything that had transpired between him and Nangong Yan, leaving no detail unspoken. "You truly violated her." Feng Xueqing blinked in astonishment. "It was unintentional. I was afflicted by the lustful poison of that demon serpent." Yang Lingchen quickly clarified, his expression one of helplessness. "And no wonder she nearly wished to kill you. What is your current situation?" Feng Xueqing asked, her gaze darting curiously over Yang Lingchen. "She insists I take responsibility," he admitted, stealing a cautious glance at her. "You rogue, your luck is astonishing. How could you stumble upon such an opportunity?" Feng Xueqing exclaimed playfully, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Are you not angry?" Yang Lingchen asked, intrigued yet apprehensive. "What do you think? If you had not violated her, would such a situation arise?" Feng Xueqing shot him a disapproving glare. "I've already stated, I acted while under the influence of poison," he protested, attempting to defend himself. "Humph. I'm not inclined to involve myself in your affairs, but if she sees me, she must address me as sister." Feng Xueqing scoffed, her expression imbued with pride. Who are you to demand such a title? At that moment, Nangong Yen approached with an unkind expression, her beautiful eyes flashing with irritation. Naturally, you shall call me sister. Surely you understand the principle of seniority. Feng Shueqing chuckled, confidence radiating from her. You, with your underdeveloped stature, wish to be called sister. Nangong Yen scoffed, surveying Feng Shueqing with derision. Underdeveloped? Do you truly believe you surpass me? Feng Shueqing retorted, proudly showcasing her ample figure, her gaze filled with defiance. You shameless hussy. Nangong Yin found herself at a loss for words. Although her own figure was commendable, in comparison, she recognized the considerable gap and was momentarily speechless. What do you mean? If you're not my superior, you shall obediently call me sister. Feng Shueqing declared triumphantly, hands on her hips. You are both sisters. I am the brother. Does that suffice? Yang Lingchen interjected hastily. A hint of exasperation on his face. Silence. The two women retorted in unison. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling echoed from the distant palace, the sound deafening as if it threatened to shatter the very heavens. The palatial structures began to tremble, as though the ground itself had succumbed to a violent quake. This is bad. The ruins are collapsing. We must flee. Yang Lingchen's countenance shifted dramatically as he urgently grasped the hands of both women and dashed toward the exit. The entire expanse of the ruins quaked, fissures ripping through the earth like a savage maw, seeking to devour all in its path. Countless individuals, caught off guard, plummeted into the crevices, their screams piercing the air. Yang Lingchen sprinted with the two women, swift as the wind. Soon reaching the entrance, he produced several spirit stones, swiftly gesturing with his hands in the air, chanting incantations. Open! Yang Lingchen bellowed, his voice brimming with authority. Suddenly, the previously vanished exit materialized, a radiant light bursting forth. With one hand grasping each woman, he bolted outside. Those near the exit also rushed toward freedom, each lamenting their lack of speed, wishing for wings to soar away. Just as Yang Lingchen emerged, the entrance began to cave in like a tea this moment. Only half of the crowd had escaped, while many still scrambled frantically for the exit. With a resounding crash, the ancient ruins entrance collapsed entirely, sending up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Yang Lingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had escaped in time. Otherwise, they would have been doomed to share the fate of those forever entombed within the ruins. Miss, are you unharmed? A voice resonated from an elder of the Jinyuan Pavilion, imbued with concern and surprise. Yang Lingchen, I am departing. Do not forget the promise you made to me, Nangongyan stated, her eyes brimming with reluctance and anticipation. Rest assured, within a year, I shall seek you out, Yang Lingchen solemnly vowed, his gaze unwavering. I believe you will come, Nangongyan replied before gracefully making her way to the Jinyuan Pavilion's quarters and could tea that moment. Elders from the Dean's sect and the Luocha Palace approached Yang Lingchen, their expressions grim and their eyes filled with murderous intent. You young man, how dare you slay a disciple of the Luocha Palace? Elder Luo Tianxiang from the Luocha Palace coldly exclaimed, his voice laced with boundless fury. Luo Tianxiang, must you interfere in the conflicts between disciples? At that juncture, Elder Sun Tiancheng from the inner sect of the Tianyuan Palace stepped forward. His demeanor serious. Sun Tiancheng, do you know whom this young man has killed? Elder Huang Zhongjuan from the Dean's sect emerged, his countenance icy and his gaze sharp as a blade. Huang Zhongjuan, in such ancient ruins. It is inherently a matter of life and death. If one perishes, it is merely a consequence of insufficient strength. Surely you comprehend this principle. Sun Tiancheng retorted coldly, meeting his opponent's gaze without fear. This young man has slain the youngest son of our sect leader. Are you certain that your Tianyuan Palace intends to protect him? Huang Zhongjuan's eyes glinted with malice, his tone saturated with menace. Sun Tiancheng furrowed his brow. The matter had escalated significantly. Sun Tiancheng, do you realize whom this young man has slain within our Luocha Palace? Luo Tianxiang's gaze turned venomous, fixated intently on Yang Lingchen. At this moment, Sun Tiancheng's eyelids flickered, and he inquired, whom? He has killed the illegitimate son of our palace leader, Luo Haoran. Luo Tianxiang replied coldly, his teeth grinding audibly that instant. 1,000 curses raced through Sun Tiancheng's mind. This young man is exceedingly unfortunate. Young Lingchen too was perplexed. Am I not the most unfortunate? I randomly eliminated 2 worthless individuals, yet their identities are so elevated. Who would dare to kill again after this? I cannot hand him over to you. I shall report this matter to the palace leader, and how the palace leader chooses to handle it is beyond my concern, Sun Tiancheng asserted, his attitude resolute. Sun Tiancheng, I advise you to surrender the individual. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, Luo Tinxiang warned, a powerful aura emanating from him. Humph. If you possess the ability, then by all means, demonstrate your lack of courtesy before me. Sun Tiancheng retorted with a cold snort, likewise exuding a formidable presence. Everyone, let us remain calm. This is merely a dispute among juniors. There is no need to escalate it into hostility. At that moment, an elder from the Jinyuan pavilion approached, attempting to ease the tension. Elder Huangfu is correct. This matter shall be decided by our palace leader at Tianyuan.as for how to deal with Yang Lingchen. That is the palace leader's prerogative, Sun Tiancheng stated. Humph. Having slain the youngest son of our palace leader, no one shall protect this young man, Huang Zhongjuan scoffed before turning to leave the scene. Boy, you shall meet a most dreadful end. Luo Tinxiang shot a glare at Yang Lingchen before also departing. Elder son, Feng Xueqing has also incapacitated senior brother Wang Xianfeng, resulting in his demise within the ruins. An inner disciple spoke, fear threading his voice. Feng Xueqing has incapacitated Wang Xianfeng. Who is Feng Xueqing? Sun Tiancheng furrowed his brow. This Feng Xueqing had even brought harm to Wang Xianfeng. Elder son, senior brother Wang Xianfeng attempted to violate me, which led to my unintentional injury of him. Feng Xueqing lamented, her eyes shimmering with tears. Wang Xianfeng was injured by you. How can that be possible? Sun Tiancheng gazed at Feng Xueqing incredulously, for Wang Xianfeng was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Xianjing realm, whereas Feng Xueqing was merely at the 5th layer to that time. Senior brother Wang Xianfeng was completely entranced. It was then that I inadvertently incapacitated him. Feng Xueqing spoke weakly, a hint of grievance in her voice. Sun Tiancheng regarded Feng Xueqing with skepticism. He could hardly believe her tale. Even if Wang Xianfeng were entranced, it was implausible for a girl at the 5th layer of the Xianjing realm to incapacitate him. You and Yang Lingchen have both caused a considerable uproar. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Return with me to meet the palace leader, Sun Tiancheng proclaimed, his expression exceedingly grave. He too was astonished by the combat prowess of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. After all, these 2 youths were merely at the 5th layer of the Xianjing realm. Even a top-tier genius would not exhibit such extraordinary prowess. They made their way back to the Tianyuan Palace without incident. Simultaneously, the tales of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing's astonishing feats within the ancient ruins spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Palace. In the palace hall, the higher-ups of the Tianyuan Palace had largely gathered. I pay my respects to the palace leader. Elder son bowed, his demeanor respectful. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing followed suit, their expressions tense. Elder son, what urgent matter compels you to seek an audience with me? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was frosty as her gaze swept across the assembly. Palace leader, a grave incident has occurred. This young man has slain the son of the Dean sect leader, as well as the illegitimate son of the Luocha palace leader. Sun Tiancheng pointed at Yang Lingchen, his tone urgent. S.O. he is killed. What is the significance of such an act? Dongfang Yunbing replied nonchalantly, her expression unperturbed. Palace leader, that is the son of the Dean sect leader and the Luocha palace leader. Elder Wang Batian interjected, concern evident on his visage. That I have stated it is a minor matter. Thus it is a minor matter. Do you have any objections? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes narrowed dangerously, causing the temperature in the room to plummet as a powerful pressure emanated from her. And no objections. Elder Wang Batian stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Additionally, this girl has incapacitated Wang Xianfeng, leading to his death within the ancient ruins. Sun Tiancheng continued, casting a glance at Feng Xueqing. What? Sun Tiancheng. What did you just say? Elder Wang Batian turned abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. According to the accounts of the disciples present, Wang Xianfeng attempted to seize treasure from Feng Xueqing, resulting in her incapacitating him, which ultimately led to his demise within the ancient ruins. Sun Tiancheng recounted, his tone calm. Wang Xianfeng could not possibly be dead. How could this girl, who was merely at the 5th layer of the Xianjing realm, be his match? Wang Batian exclaimed, his emotions spiraling out of control. I cannot say, Sun Tiancheng replied, shaking his head. Little girl, tell me, what means did you employ to harm my grandson? Wang Batian's voice turned icy, his glare fixed on Feng Xueqing. What means could I possibly employ? Your grandson is but a worthless fool. If I wished to crush him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Feng Xueqing replied, coldly, meeting his gaze without trepidation. You wretched girl, seeking death. Wang Batian's eyes turned frigid as he swiftly struck towards Feng Xueqing. Suddenly, a chilling and terrifying aura surged forth, sweeping through the grand hall like a tidal wave. Dongfang Yunbing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her jade-like hand instantly unleashed a blinding white light that hurtled towards Wang Batian with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Wang Batian's figure was sent flying, akin to a kite with severed strings, as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, leaving a shocking trail of crimson in the air. Wang Batian, you possess remarkable audacity to dare act against me in my presence. Dongfang Yunbing's gaze seemed to harbor the grim stare of death, fixated firmly on Wang Batian. Instantly, Wang Batian felt as though he had plunged into an eternal ice cavern, trembling uncontrollably as he hurriedly bowed. Palace leader, forgive my rashness. I have erred gravely. Please punish me. The matter is quite clear. Wang Xuanfeng's death is entirely of his own making. This affair ends here. You may all depart. Dongfang Yunbing's voice held a frigid edge, akin to the frost of winter. Yes, palace leader. The assembled elders bowed, trembling as they exited the hall. In a mysterious cave of the Wenyangong, a tall and extraordinarily handsome youth emerged slowly. Dongfang brother, you have exited seclusion? Li Sini hastened forward, her face alight with joy. Where are Xianfeng and Tianxing? Dongfang Jie inquired, a hint of concern in his tone. Brother Wang and my elder brother have been slain, Li Sini replied softly, her voice choked with sorrow and anger. What transpired? Who dares to harm my people? A piercing glint momentarily flashed through Dongfang Jie's eyes, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the nocturnal sky. It was young Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. Sini spoke, her gaze rife with resentment. Yang Lingchen, Feng Xueqing, why have I never heard of them? Dongfang Jie furrowed his brows, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. They are the new disciples who have just entered the inner sect after this outer sect competition. Sini hastily elaborated on the backgrounds of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. Such audacity to dare harm my people. Take me to them. Dongfang Jie's expression turned icy, as if he could summon frost with his mere gaze. Yes, senior brother Dongfang, Li Sini replied, promptly leading the way. Upon exiting the main hall, Yang Lingchen finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Rogue, take me back, Feng Xueqing said softly, her tone imbued with a touch of playful reproach. Not coming to sit with me. Yang Lingchen replied with a faint smile, the corners of his mouth lifting in jest. I must return to seclude myself. Having acquired so much of the 10,000-year dark milk and spirit stones, I aim to break through to the void inquiry realm before re-emerging, Feng Xueqing declared, her eyes brimming with determination and expectation. Then after I escort you back, I too shall enter seclusion. I cannot afford to lag behind you, Yang Lingchen said with a smile, secretly vowing to ensure he did not fall short of Feng Xueqing in cultivation. The two strolled toward Feng Xueqing's residence, engaged in light-hearted banter. At that moment, two figures approached from ahead, a man and a woman. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of arrogance, his presence akin to an unfathomable abyss, evoking an overwhelming sense of oppression. This man was none other than Dongfang Jie, the envoy responsible for recruiting new disciples in Hanyang City. With a mere glance, Yang Lingchen keenly sensed the terrifying power emanating from him, as if he were a mountain insurmountable. Upon seeing the girl accompanying him, Yang Lingchen's brows furrowed slightly, for she was none other than Li Tianqing's sister, Lingchen. Kid, I didn't expect you to be Yang Lingchen. You've truly surprised me, Dongfang Jie declared haughtily, his eyes filled with disdain, as if Yang Lingchen were no more than an insignificant insect. Senior brother Dongfang, may I inquire as to why you have detained me? Yang Lingchen asked, suppressing the unease within. Did you kill Li Tianqing and Wang Xianfeng? Dongfang Jie's gaze turned frigid, fixated on Yang Lingchen, as though his eyes could pierce through. It was I who killed them. Yang Lingchen replied flatly, all the while remaining on guard, his muscles taut. You dare harm my people. You're seeking death, Dongfang Jie said, his eyes narrowing, abruptly striking out with a palm that howled through the air, aiming a devastating blow at Yang Lingchen. Though it was merely a single strike, Yang Lingchen could distinctly feel the terrifying force behind it, as if it could annihilate the heavens, with no time to contemplate further. He swiftly shielded Feng Shuiqing behind him, retaliating with a palm of his own. Poof! The immense disparity in power became immediately evident, as Yang Lingchen was sent sprawling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Painting the air with a crimson mist, you dare to harm my man. You are courting death. In an instant, Feng Shuiqing's aura surged dramatically, as if she had unleashed a formidable restraint, an overwhelming power radiating from her. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike, and the air around her rippled visibly under the sheer force of her attack. Bang! Dongfang Jie was sent flying by the sudden blow, his body tracing an arc through the air. However, before he could land, Feng Shuiqing, like a specter, lunged at him once more. My man is not someone like you can touch. Feng Shuiqing unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Dongfang Jie's face. Her speed akin to lightning, that it wasn't until she rendered him unconscious that she finally ceased her assault. Staring at the formidable Feng Shuiqing, Yang Lingchen was utterly bewildered, his mind racing with astonishment. When had this little tigress become so powerful? Her strength was truly terrifying. Slut, what are you staring at? Unconvinced, Feng Shuiqing snapped, delivering another stinging slap that sent Li Xin flying. Yang Lingchen, Feng Shuiqing, how dare you injure senior brother Dongfang? Do you even know who he is? Li Xin's eyes glimmered with venom, resembling a viper poised to strike, glaring at Yang Lingchen with malice. Yang Lingchen, disinterested in engaging her in futile banter, retaliated with a barrage of slaps, each one ringing out sharply. In no time, Li Xin's face was left a swollen mess, resembling that of a pig. Stop! At that moment, the intersex law enforcement elder, Lingchen hurried over. Yet Yang Lingchen did not relent, delivering a powerful strike to Li Xin's dantian. He sought to leave her no chance of retaliation. She had to be thoroughly incapacitated. Yang Lingchen, you shall not escape retribution. Dongfang Jie will not let you off. Li Xin cried out in despair and rage. Her voice laced with hopelessness. In that instant, Li Xin was engulfed in utter desolation, realizing her cultivation had been shattered by Yang Lingchen. Yet she was filled with unwillingness, as she had not yet avenged her brother. Li Xin, whether I live or die is of no concern to you. You are already crippled. I shall spare your wretched life, allowing you to live in this world like the lowly insect you are. Yang Lingchen retorted coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. Observing the disheveled forms of Dongfang Jie and Li Xin, Lingchen bellowed furiously, Yang Lingchen, you possess audacity beyond measure. You dare to brazenly commit violence and cripple another's cultivation. Elderling, is this vile woman who dared to assault me? Yet you do nothing to apprehend her. Dongfang Jie, still reeling from the blows, managed to rise, his face a grotesque sight. You are Dongfang Jie? Lingchen looked at him incredulously, unable to fathom how the untouchable Dongfang Jie could be reduced to such a state. What astonished him even more was that the assailant was a seemingly delicate girl. Seize them, Lingchen commanded loudly. Dongfang Jie was the nephew of the palace master, the holy son of Tianyuan Palace. This matter demanded his utmost attention. And you wretched brat, you are doomed for daring to cripple my woman. At that moment, Dongfang Jie's eyes burned with fury, wishing to rend Yang Lingchen to pieces. Li Xin was a rare find, a spirit body ideal for dual cultivation, He had yet to enjoy her before Yang Lingchen had ruined her. Smack! Smack! Feng Xueqing unleashed several more slaps, her voice icy. Do you believe I want to kill you right now? You're finished. No one can save you, Dongfang Jie hissed, his heart brimming with hatred, seeking death. Feng Xueqing retaliated with another fierce slap. Da-da. Dongfang Jie let out a wretched scream once more. Stop. Quickly apprehend them. Lingchen shouted, at that moment. A squad of law enforcement officers swiftly surrounded Yang Lingchen. Li Xinyi's eyes glinted with malice as she sneered. Huh. Yang Lingchen, even if you cripple me, you will not escape a dire fate, for Dongfang Jie is the palace master's nephew. In that moment, Li Xinyi's gaze was filled with venomous hatred. Although she had been incapacitated, she was convinced Yang Lingchen's fate would be even more tragic. Just then, a clear voice rang out as Lin Yuru hurried over. Elder Ling, the palace master wishes to see them. The palace master wants to meet them? Ling Chunzi furrowed his brows, inwardly contemplating that the palace master must still hold great concern for her nephew. Yang Lingchen, soon your fate will be even worse than mine. Li Xinyi spat, her voice laced with curses. Foolish woman. Yang Lingchen let out a cold laugh, his face brimming with disdain. In the Tianfeng world, among the Feng clan, the family head spoke with respect just now. The young lady activated the power of the phoenix, and we have pinpointed her location in the small world. An elderly woman with silvery hair replied respectfully. Where's Xueqing now? A middle-aged man clad in phoenix robes asked urgently. The young lady has descended to the lower realm. The elderly woman cautiously responded. This child is becoming increasingly unmanageable. The middle-aged man frowned, his expression darkening. Grandmother, I must trouble you to make a trip personally. It is imperative that we bring this child back, he said gravely, his eyes filled with concern. Yes, family head, the elderly woman replied, that I in the Tianyuan palace, within the main hall. Upon returning, Yang Lingchen lowered his head. At that moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain whether his master would reprimand him for the troubles he had seemingly accumulated recently. Greetings, palace master, the crowd bowed in unison. Elder Ling, what is the situation this time? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her tone icy and expression calm. Replying to the palace master, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. When I arrived, I saw Yang Lingchen just having incapacitated Li Xinyi. While Feng Xueqing was engaged in combat with Dongfang Jie, Ling Chenzi recounted the events as he knew them. Feng Xueqing fought Dongfang Jie. Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face. For her nephew's cultivation was considerably higher than that of Feng Xueqing, and that wretched girl must have employed some sort of sorcery. Otherwise, my nephew would not have been defeated by her, Dongfang Jie quickly explained. Feng Xueqing, why did you strike Dongfang Jie? Dongfang Yunbing asked coldly. That brat dared to lay hands on my man. It is fortunate that I did not kill him. Feng Xueqing replied, her expression frigid. Dongfang Jie, why did you attack Yang Lingchen? Upon hearing that Yang Lingchen had been assaulted, Dongfang Yunbing's gaze instantly flashed with cold light. I heard he killed Wang Xianfeng and Li Qianxing, so I merely intended to teach him a lesson. Dongfang Jie stammered, visibly shaken by Dongfang Yunbing's piercing gaze. Chin'er, are you unharmed? Dongfang Yunbing's tone softened, filled with concern. What on earth is happening? As soon as Dongfang Yunbing finished speaking, Ling Chenzi, the law enforcement elder, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. In all the years he had served, it was the first time he witnessed the palace master speak with such gentleness. Thankfully, he had not harmed Yang Lingchen. I am fine, Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. That is good to hear. Dongfang Yunbing continued. I have some understanding of the matter between Li Xinyi and Yang Lingchen. Let this matter rest. Everyone may disperse. Yes, palace master. Ling Chunzi bowed and withdrew to this moment. Dongfang Jie stood frozen in shock, realizing that his aunt, who usually favored him, was the master of this young man. Meanwhile, Li Xinyi wore an expression of despair and resentment. Her eyes filled with venomous hatred directed at Yang Lingchen. I will not rest until I exact revenge. Suddenly, Li Xinyi coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yang Lingchen chose not to look at the woman again. No matter how filled with hatred her gaze was, it mattered not. The damage to her dantian from the Haotian formula meant no one in the Tianwu continent could save her. Rascal, since I am helping you vent your frustrations today. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Feng Shueqing giggled, her beautiful eyes sparkling. That of course, I am fully prepared to dedicate myself to you. Young Lingchen replied with a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting. I would prefer not to. Feng Shueqing playfully pouted. I am hungry. Come to my place. I will prepare a delicious meal for you, Yang Lingchen said with a slight smile, leading Feng Shueqing toward the Ziyun Pavilion. At the Ziyun Pavilion, Feng Shueqing took a sip of red wine and said sweetly, Rascal, how is it that your cooking is so delectable? If you enjoy it, I will gladly cook for you for a lifetime. I am skilled in many cuisines. Yang Lingchen smiled as he spoke. That is a promise. You must not go back on your word. Feng Shueqing teased, a sweet smile gracing her lips. That be why the way. Shueqing, how did you suddenly become so formidable? Yang Lingchen asked, his curiosity piqued. Would you believe me if I said I come from another world? Feng Shueqing blinked her sparkling eyes and replied that I believe you. For there is an aura about you that does not belong to this realm. Yang Lingchen remarked thoughtfully that in truth, I hail from a very distant place known as the Tianfeng world. Feng Shueqing said earnestly. Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow and asked, Tianfeng world, how did you arrive in the Tianwu continent? I stumbled upon this place inadvertently. Thus I sealed my cultivation to experience the journey from weakness to strength once more. Feng Shueqing explained slowly. Are you telling the truth, or is this some jest? Yang Lingchen inquired seriously, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Shueqing. I speak the truth, she affirmed with unwavering conviction. Then what was your cultivation level prior to sealing? Yang Lingchen pressed that. In short, it surpassed the laws of the Tianwu continent, that if I were to unseal my cultivation now, the very fabric of the realm would be thrown into chaos. Feng Shueqing stated earnestly. You are so powerful. Will you not end up being abusive in the future? Yang Lingchen asked, concern etched on his face. That remains uncertain. Should you treat me well, I will not resort to abuse. Feng Shueqing replied with a smile, her lips curling. Shueqing, how about you stay with me from now on? I have plenty of rooms, Yang Lingchen suggested eagerly. You are not trying to take advantage of me. Are you? Feng Shueqing asked with a playful tone, a hint of wariness in her eyes. How could that be? Do you not trust my character? Yang Lingchen replied earnestly, patting his chest. You have character? Feng Shueqing scoffed. You are nothing but a lecher, you little brat. Dare to speak so of your husband? Just wait and see how I deal with you, Yang Lingchen declared, playfully tickling Feng Shueqing, their playful banter creating an atmosphere of warmth. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yang Lingchen and Feng Shueqing remained inseparable, their bond growing ever stronger. One deep night, as Yang Lingchen prepared to cultivate, he heard a knock at the door. He quickly opened it to find Feng Shueqing standing there in a sheer nightgown. The delicate fabric clung to her alluring form, accentuating her fiery curves, while a thin layer of snow-white fabric barely concealed her proud figure. Providing an enticing visual effect, the sight was so stunning that Yang Lingchen nearly lost his composure. Rascal, may I sleep with you tonight? Feng Shueqing asked, her big, watery eyes blinking innocently, her voice soft as silk. Yes, absolutely, Yang Lingchen replied, excitement bubbling within him as he thought, could my blissful life finally be beginning? I adore the feeling of you holding me, but you can only hold me. Nothing else is permitted. Can you manage that? Feng Shueqing said sweetly, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. You dress like this and expect me to only hold you while you sleep? Isn't that a bit torturous? Yang Lingchen protested, and no problem. He eventually conceded, though reluctantly, knowing he had to agree for now. Just holding each other is fine. We can take our time. Patience is key. The wisdom of gradual progress resonated with him. Rascal, you seem quite unwilling, Feng Shueqing teased, pouting slightly. How could that be? I am thrilled. Yang Lingchen quickly reassured her, pulling her inside. Shueqing, why not remove your clothes to sleep? It would be beneficial for your development, he said with a mischievous smile. Rascal, what are you planning? I warn you, you can only hold me, and nothing more, or there will be consequences, Feng Shueqing scolded, her eyes wide with surprise. Rest assured, Shueqing, my character is renowned for its integrity, Yang Lingchen declared. Yang Lingchen hastily made a promise, his demeanor filled with solemnity. Before long, the two found themselves lying on the bed, and it wasn't long before Feng Shuiqing drifted into slumber. However, young Lingchen found himself unable to sleep. With a beauty nestled in his embrace, he was constrained from moving, making it impossible to find rest in the dead of night. You rogue. What is this? Feng Shuiqing mumbled groggily. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to put my weapon away. Young Lingchen replied, shifting his position. All right, let us sleep. The agonizing night finally passed. The following morning, young Lingchen emerged with two prominent dark circles under his eyes, his steps unsteady, appearing utterly listless and drained of vitality. You rogue, did you not sleep well last night? Feng Shuiqing's delicate voice rang out. Not at all. I slept quite soundly. Young Lingchen denied without hesitation, as so did I. I had a wonderfully comfortable sleep last night. From now on, I shall sleep here. Feng Shuiqing replied with a soft smile, her expression blooming like spring flowers, radiant and enchanting. Another time, young Lingchen's face contorted in anguish, internally lamenting. Is this your intention to drive me to my demise? They had embraced and kissed. Yet now she would not permit him any further advances. This not a recipe for disaster. Young Lingchen complained with a furrowed brow. Dear Shuiqing, when shall we take our relationship to the next level? He asked, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Our relationship not intimate enough? Feng Shuiqing raised an eyebrow, pouting cutely. Ahem, I meant to inquire when we might have a child. Young Lingchen chuckled awkwardly. Humph, you rogue, am still quite young. How could you entertain such thoughts? Your mind is rather depraved. Feng Shuiqing playfully scolded, her feigned anger possessing a unique charm. Oh my, dear readers, am I truly depraved? Is my nature truly so vile? Young Lingchen repeatedly questioned himself, filled with helplessness. Time passed, and 7 days slipped away. With the aid of the eternal mysterious milk, young Lingchen's cultivation soared, advancing rapidly. He successfully broke through from the 5th layer of the Tongxian realm to the 1st layer of the Wenqi realm. At this point, he had exhausted all the medicinal pills and eternal mysterious milk he possessed. Fortunately, he still had over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, treasures he had painstakingly acquired from ancient ruins. Young Lingchen estimated that his current strength should allow him to contend with formidable opponents at the 9th layer of the Wenqi realm. Recently, his god-slaying sword technique and phantom body technique had significantly improved, and his soul-devouring slash had reached the pinnacle of minor success. That night, you rogue, do not disturb my sleep. I have yet to awaken. Feng Shuiqing groggily kicked young Lingchen off the by the heavens. Will I not be allowed to live? Young Lingchen exclaimed in exasperation. He endured yet another night filled with both joy and torment. After freshening up, young Lingchen and Feng Shuiqing stepped out of the room. Suddenly, Feng Shuiqing's brows furrowed tightly, her complexion turning as pale as paper. Shuiqing, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Young Lingchen's heart tightened as he gently held her in his embrace, concern etched across his face. You rogue, if one day I were to suddenly leave, would you still remember me? Feng Shuiqing's eyes, clear as water, began to glisten with unshed tears, her voice quivering slightly. Shuiqing, what is the matter? Why do you ask such things? A sense of foreboding crept into young Lingchen's heart, causing him to tense up. Answer me. If I were truly to leave, would you remember me? Feng Shuiqing gazed earnestly at young Lingchen, her eyes filled with both hope and unease. Shuiqing, I shall not permit you to leave. No one shall separate us. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall bring you back, young Lingchen declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze resolute. You rogue, remember your promise. Feng Shuiqing continued. You must understand, I hail from the Feng clan of the Tianfeng world, and I am the youngest daughter of the clan leader. I believe that with your talent, you will undoubtedly find your way there. Feng Shuiqing's expression was serious, her eyes radiating trust and expectation. Shuiqing, tell me, are you truly leaving? Young Lingchen, appearing desolate, held her tightly, his voice tinged with fear and helplessness. Yes, Feng Shuiqing nodded helplessly. My family has sensed my presence. They will find me here soon. In that moment, her exquisitely beautiful eyes overflowed with tears, cascading down her cheeks like a torrential flood. Xueqing, you do not wish to leave. Do you? Yang Lingchen's eyes began to glisten with moisture, feeling small and powerless that of course I do not want to leave, but if I do not, it will endanger the entire Tianwu continent. Feng Xueqing gazed at Yang Lingchen with longing, her vision blurred by tears. You rogue, you will certainly bring me back, will you not? Xueqing, I will undoubtedly retrieve you. Though I may currently be weak, I believe that given time, I will earn your parents' approval. Yang Lingchen affirmed, his tone resolute as if he had sworn an unbreakable oath. Brother Chun, remember your words. I will wait for you in the Tianfeng world, Feng Xueqing said, her eyes filled with reluctance. Imparting a heartfelt reminder, my family is coming. You must not get too close to me, or you'll be in danger. Suddenly, the entire Tianwu continent began to tremble violently, the skies darkening with ominous clouds. Thunder crashing as if the apocalypse had arrived. In that instant, a massive rift appeared in the void, followed by two figures emerging from the spatial tear. Point one was an elderly woman with snow-white hair and smooth skin, followed by a strikingly handsome, arrogant youth. In an instant, the two figures appeared before Tsiyun Pavilion. Kid, release Sister Xueqing, or I shall annihilate your entire clan, the handsome youth declared, a chilling murderous intent evident in his gaze. Ugh! Yang Lingchen let out a muffled grunt. Although the youth merely cast a casual glance, it felt as though he had been struck with great force, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chen Zixuan, you scoundrel! I swear I will kill you one day. Feng Xueqing's eyes widened in fury as she stepped protectively in front of Yang Lingchen, her stunning gaze radiating icy wrath. Sister Xueqing. Who is this kid? Chen Zixuan inquired, regarding Yang Lingchen with a hint of malice. Who he is none of your concern, that if you dare to lay a hand on him again, do not blame me for being impolite. Feng Xueqing shot back coldly, then turned to Yang Lingchen with genuine concern. Are you all right? It's just a minor injury. It's nothing, Yang Lingchen replied with a calm smile, striving to appear unfazed. Chinga, it's time to return home with your grandmother. The elderly woman spoke with a kind smile, yet her tone brooked no argument. Grandmother, may I stay a few more days? Feng Xueqing's eyes brimmed with pleading, looking utterly pitiful. Your grandmother cannot help you. Your father specifically instructed that upon finding you, you must be brought back immediately, the elderly woman stated. Your relationship with this boy is not simple, is it? He is just a friend I met here. Feng Xueqing replied, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze that a friend is best. If your father discovers this, the consequences will be dire, the elderly woman warned, her eyes conveying a stern message. Grandmother, could you grant me a little time? I wish to bid him farewell, Feng Xueqing implored, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation, and I can only grant you 1 hour. After that, you must leave with me. The elderly woman spoke. Feng Xueqing nodded. Thank you, grandmother. Young man, you would do well to behave. Should you harbor any improper thoughts towards Xueqing, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Zixuan's eyes, his tone laced with menace. Let us take our leave. Give Qing some time to bid farewell, the elderly woman suggested. Yes, grandmother, Chen Zixuan replied, cautious not to act recklessly in her presence. Curse you, I shall obliterate your entire clan. Yang Lingchen seethed inwardly, firmly etching the visage of his adversary into the depths of his memory. You rogue, I await your approach until the very end of my days. That moment, Feng Xueqing could no longer contain her emotions. Throwing herself into Yang Lingchen's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Rest assured, no one in this world can thwart our union. When we meet again, should anyone dare to impede me, I shall eradicate their entire lineage. Yang Lingchen's eyes radiated a defiant aura, his unwavering gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all barriers. He believed that given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly reclaim Feng Xueqing. Indeed, I trust you, Feng Xueqing replied with a smile, though tears continued to stream down her cheeks. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's heart felt as if it were being torn asunder. Since traversing into this realm, Feng Xueqing was the first girl he had ever loved, and she was indeed his most cherished. Yet he felt powerless to keep her, a sorrow that no one could fathom. In that instant, Yang Lingchen yearned desperately for strength. He understood that only with ample power could he safeguard his love and protect the one he adored. "Then grant me a token. What shall I do if I miss you?" Feng Xueqing inquired, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Yang Lingchen. "Xueqing, follow me," Yang Lingchen said, leading her to a bronze mirror, where he procured pen and ink. Together, they sat before the mirror as Yang Lingchen commenced sketching their portraits. This marked perhaps the most focused moment of Yang Lingchen's life. Each stroke was meticulously crafted, his gaze filled with deep affection and concentration. Before long, a stunning traditional Chinese sketch took form, capturing their likenesses with exquisite detail. Yang Lingchen donned the attire of a groom from the Han Dynasty, exuding elegance, while Feng Xueqing, clad in a ceremonial wedding gown of the same era, radiated beauty akin to a celestial being. "You rogue, you've portrayed me so beautifully, and you look quite dashing yourself. Yet, I've never seen such exquisite attire," Feng Xueqing exclaimed, her voice soft and brimming with joy. "This is a ceremonial wedding garment of a great nation. Do you like it?" Yang Lingchen replied with a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I do." Feng Xueqing beamed, her smile as warm as the sun in spring. "Then when we meet again, I shall personally craft one for you," Yang Lingchen promised, his tone laden with commitment. "Do not deceive me, or you shall face my wrath," Feng Xueqing teased playfully, her face aglow with happiness. "Quickly put this drawing away. Should you miss me, take it out to gaze upon," Yang Lingchen gently reminded her, his gaze heavy with reluctance. "All right," Feng Xueqing replied, carefully stowing the artwork, as if afraid of damaging it, her movements tender and genuine. Feng Xueqing tilted her head and softly requested, "Rogue, I wish you to kiss me once more." Yang Lingchen gazed deeply into her eyes before slowly leaning down. This kiss was cherished by both, with Feng Xueqing's ardor unprecedented. It felt as though she poured all her emotions into that single moment. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Lingchen reluctantly released her. "Tinger, we must depart." Just then, the elderly woman reappeared at Xian Pavilion, her voice shattering the momentary tranquility. Feng Xueqing nodded and followed the elderly woman into the depths of the void. This time, she did not look back, fearing that a single glance would tether her to the moment, burdening the man she cherished. Yang Lingchen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Feng Xueqing's retreating figure until she vanished beyond the horizon. After the elderly woman's departure, the laws of the Tianwu continent resumed their normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the higher-ups of Tianyuan Palace were acutely aware of the events that had unfolded. The overwhelming pressure had rendered everyone within the palace immobile, lifting only after the elderly woman had left. Yang Lingchen stood rooted in place, utterly still, his eyes locked on the direction where Feng Xueqing had disappeared. At that moment, he felt as though his soul had been extracted, leaving him speechless. For the first time, he profoundly sensed his own insignificance and helplessness. A mere glance from her had nearly been unbearable. This incident left an indelible mark on Yang Lingchen, establishing a resolute objective in his life: to reclaim Feng Xueqing, for it was a solemn promise a man made to the woman he loved. "Chener, are you all right?" Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure had quietly appeared at Xian Pavilion. Moments ago, the sky had been violently torn asunder, revealing two terrifying figures that instilled dread. The overwhelming pressure had nearly suffocated her. Though immobilized by that fearsome force, she had witnessed the descent of those horrifying figures, her heart filled with concern for Yang Lingchen. Thus, once the pressure dissipated, she hurried to Xian Pavilion without hesitation. "Master, Xueqing has left." Yang Lingchen's voice was hoarse, each word steeped in profound sorrow. "Feng Xueqing, where has she gone?" Dongfang Yunbing had been aware of Feng Xueqing's presence at Xian Pavilion and had previously harbored anger towards it. However, upon realizing that Feng Xueqing remained pure, her feelings softened somewhat. The terrifying pressure they had experienced was released by the one who had come to escort her. It makes sense now, in that moment. Dongfang Yunbing finally comprehended why Feng Xueqing had so effortlessly thrashed Dongfang Jia into a pulp. You love her?" she inquired, her voice as calm as a placid lake. "Indeed," Yang Lingchen affirmed with a resolute nod, his gaze resolute and unwavering. "Then you must gather your spirits. If you persistently strive to cultivate your abilities, one day you shall reclaim her, Dongfang Yunbing encouraged, her tone gentle and warm. Thank you, Master, I will surely muster my strength. Yang Lingchen vowed earnestly that in 2 months, the set competition of the Northern Xin domain will commence, a grand stage for the youth of the realm to showcase their talents, that I hope you can represent Tianyuan Palace and achieve a commendable ranking. Dongfang Yunbing stated with gravity, Rest easy, Master, that I shall give it my all. You must adjust your mindset and focus on your cultivation. In this world, only the strong can dictate the rules, while the weak are compelled to abide by them. With that, Dongfang Yunbing turned and departed, her figure gradually fading from Yang Lingchen's sight. Only the strong can set the rules. A resolute glimmer ignited in Yang Lingchen's eyes. His master was right. He must rise to the occasion. Only by becoming powerful could he reclaim Shuqin. In the blink of an eye, a month slipped by. Throughout this entire month, Yang Lingchen had been utterly absorbed in frenzied cultivation. In the meantime, his cultivation successfully broke through to the second layer of the Wenshu realm. By day, he diligently practiced various martial techniques, while by night, he enhanced his cultivation within the Haoyan Jade space. After a month of arduous effort, Yang Lingchen gradually emerged from the shadow of Feng Xueqing's departure. One day, Ling Yinyun approached Hyun Pavilion with light, graceful steps. Yang Lingchen, have you forgotten the promise you made to this lady? Her voice was cold as frost, tinged with a hint of chill that I forgot. Does it matter? How may I assist you? Yang Lingchen cast a displeased glance at Ling Yinyun. His spirits had been exceedingly low during this period, and coupled with Ling Yinyun's icy demeanor, it ignited the flames of anger within him, prompting him to retort, Yang Lingchen, today, I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. With a commanding shout, Ling Yinyun's delicate hand suddenly surged towards Yang Lingchen. Have you lost your mind, Ling Yinyun? Yang Lingchen swiftly sidestepped, and in the blink of an eye, he seized her right hand with a firm grip. Ling Yinyun was utterly astonished, although her earlier strike had not been executed with full force. She was a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Wushu realm. How could she be so easily subdued by this brat? Before she could ponder further, Ling Yinyun's left hand shot out again, aimed at Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen, employing a masterful technique, captured her left hand once more with precision. With both of her hands restrained, Ling Yinyun exerted all her strength, but remained unable to break free. Desperate, she aimed a fierce kick at Yang Lingchen's groin. Yang Lingchen promptly activated his newly learned technique, retracting his vulnerable parts into his body and forming a protective barrier with his internal energy. Bang! A heart-wrenching scream escaped Yang Lingchen's lips. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, his expression reflecting sheer torment and despair. Are you all right? Ling Yinyun asked anxiously, her lovely face painted with panic and confusion. Completely at a loss, she never anticipated that Yang Lingchen would not evade her attack. What should I do? Is it possible that I have truly incapacitated him? At that moment, if she had been more observant, she would have realized that Yang Lingchen was merely feigning distress. After howling for a while, he lay on the ground, his gaze vacant and devoid of life, as if he had lost all will to live. Yang Lingchen, are you okay? Ling Yinyun inquired again, her urgency palpable. Ling Yinyun, your heart is so cruel, my life is utterly ruined by you. Tears of profound sorrow streamed down Yang Lingchen's cheeks. Ling Yinyun hurried to his side, whispering, I'm truly sorry, I didn't mean it, that I acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. Alas, Xueqing has also departed, and now I find myself in this state. What is the meaning of living? I might as well die, Yang Lingchen lamented, raising his hand to strike his forehead with force. Yang Lingchen, calm down. You possess exceptional talent. Do not resort to such foolishness. Ling Yinyun quickly intervened, stopping his hand. Do not restrain me. Let me die and be done with it. What use is talent if I become known as a eunuch who cannot find a wife, even if I were to become the world's strongest? With that, Yang Lingchen again lifted his hand towards his forehead. Yang Lingchen, please, calm yourself. If you do not commit such rash acts, I shall marry you, Ling Yinyun declared, summoning her courage. Sister Yinyun, do you truly wish to be my wife? A glimmer of hope ignited in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Of course. As long as you can regain your spirit, I will always be by your side as your wife, Ling Yinyun affirmed with unwavering determination. Do not offer me false comfort. How could you possibly want to marry a eunuch? I might as well die, Yang Lingchen despaired, embodying hopelessness. Yang Lingchen, please, I speak the truth. I swear it, Ling Yinyun urged. Then swear to be my woman for eternity. Yang Lingchen replied, his tone sorrowful and trembling. Very well. I, Ling Yinyun, swear to be Yang Lingchen's woman for eternity, and should I renege, may I never find peace in the afterlife, Ling Yinyun proclaimed earnestly. There is no need for such a severe oath. At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt he might have taken things too far. If I do not swear fiercely, what if you become despondent? Rest assured, I, Ling Yinyun, keep my promises. I shall be your woman for life. However, you must help me deal with Sikong Jia. Who is Sikong Jia? Yang Lingchen inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Sikong Jia is the foremost saint of Tianyuan Palace, as well as the grandson of the palace's elder. Ling Yinyun explained slowly. What is your relationship with him? Yang Lingchen asked further. I share no connection with him, but a very dear sister of mine was driven to suicide by him, and now he has set his sights on me. He is a cunning and malicious individual. Once he desires something, he will stop at nothing to obtain it. Furthermore, he abuses his status as the elder's grandson to act recklessly within Tianyuan Palace. That is why I wagered with him. If I could find a disciple in Tianyuan Palace to defeat him, he would cease his pursuit of me. Ling Yinyun elaborated. Leave this trivial matter to me. Accompany me to the exchange hall. I need to procure some medicinal herbs for the Wushu realm, Yang Lingchen declared confidently. How have you reached the Wushu realm so swiftly? Ling Yinyun asked, her curiosity piqued. The speed of Yang Lingchen's breakthrough was astonishing, especially since he had only just advanced to the Wushu realm and could contend with her at the 9th level. Your man is a genius. You see, Yang Lingchen replied with a smug expression. Senior Sikong, you have finally emerged. Wang Yuan bowed respectfully. Wang Yuan, what brings you to me? Sikong Jie inquired, his voice cold, a chilling aura emanating from him. Someone dares to covet the Saintess Yinyun. Wang Yuan quickly reported, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who possesses such audacity? Who dares to compete with me for a woman? Sikong Jie's voice was as frigid as the depths of the abyss. His expression darkening like the sky before a storm. As Yang Lingchen and Ling Yinyun made their entrance into the exchange hall, they instantly attracted the attention of numerous inner disciples and core disciples. Although Ling Yinyun had previously declared that Yang Lingchen was her man, many remained skeptical, given the stark disparity in their statuses. Point one was the saintess of Tianyuan Palace, while the other was merely a newly admitted inner disciple. However, as they witnessed Yang Lingchen firmly grasping Ling Yinyun's hand, certainty began to settle in. Yet, the gazes directed at Yang Lingchen were tinged with pity, for anyone who had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Ling Yinyun had met with a dismal fate. After Yang Lingchen exchanged for some herbs, he and Ling Yinyun prepared to leave the hall. Just then, as they stepped outside, a figure approached and blocked Yang Lingchen's path, clad in a purple gold robe and wearing a headpiece. The handsome man exuded an aura of extreme danger. Yang Lingchen's immediate impression was that this individual was immensely powerful, marking him as the strongest disciple of Tianyuan Palace he had encountered since his breakthrough to the Wushu realm. At that moment, Ling Yinyun suddenly clung tightly to Yang Lingchen's arm. Yang Lingchen sensed her unease and focused intently on the golden robed man before him. Yinyun, you don't actually believe you can best me with just any worthless fool, do you? Sikong Jie smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. You are the worthless one, along with your entire family. You are merely the kind of useless person that my Yinyun would never look at. Yang Lingchen exploded with indignation, confronting him without hesitation. After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Ling Yinyun and, in front of everyone, pressed a passionate kiss to her lips. You're courting death. Sikong Jie's countenance darkened instantly, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck fiercely at Yang Lingchen. At this very moment, he was consumed by a singular desire to eliminate the audacious young man before him. Seeking death? How absurd! I seek nothing but the thrill of combat. Yang Lingchen felt no fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his staff with great force, unleashing a fierce gust of energy that surged toward Sikong Jia with a chilling intensity. Bang! With a resounding crash, both combatants staggered back a few steps after their encounter. Is this the extent of your skills? How dare you put on airs before me? Yang Lingchen gripped his staff tightly, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. You little rascal! It seems you possess some skill after all. Sikong Jia's face darkened, his right hand discreetly rubbing the spot where he had been struck, the earlier blow having caused him some hidden discomfort due to Yang Lingchen's weapon. Yin, how did you find my dog-beating staff technique just now? Yang Lingchen wore a devilish grin on his face. It seemed rather ordinary. Not only did you fail to incapacitate the dog, but it didn't even let out a whimper. Ling Yunyan shook her head, her expression earnest. Then I shall deliver the next blow to finish it off. Yang Lingchen replied lightly, his demeanor relaxed. Young man, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Prepare to experience a torment worse than death. Sikong Jia's eyes glinted with a cold malice as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Lingchen, as if he intended to consume him whole. Fear not, my dear Yunyan. It is merely an enraged mad dog, and I possess the dog-beating stick. Yang Lingchen smiled reassuringly at Ling Yunyan beside him. You seek death at this moment. Sikong Jia could no longer contain himself. It was the first time in his life within the Tianyuan Palace that anyone dared to brazenly provoke him. Come, bite me. You foolish dog! Yang Lingchen taunted, brandishing his staff with a cold laugh. Die! Sikong Jia bellowed furiously, unleashing a sharp sword energy aimed mercilessly at Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen dodged swiftly, evading the oncoming sword energy, and with a flash, drew his sword, launching an assault with the divine slaying sword technique against Sikong Jia. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, neither gaining an advantage. However, Yang Lingchen had yet to reveal his trump card, the soul-destroying stop. Just then, the figure of the law enforcement elder, Ling Chenzi, abruptly appeared in the arena, forcibly separating the two combatants. That moment, Ling Chenzi's expression was grim. He had long been aware of the ongoing battle. Witnessing the fierce clash between Yang Lingchen and Sikong Jia filled him with frustration. One was the grandson of a supreme elder, while the other was a disciple of the palace master. How was he to enforce the law? Yang Lingchen, Sikong Jia, you two are openly fighting here. What kind of decorum is this? Ling Chenzi's voice boomed with authority. Young man, your name is Yang Lingchen, correct? Sikong Jia's face was as dark as the waters of a stormy sea. His eyes filled with icy disdain. Indeed, your father is Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen replied with a smile, his tone laced with mockery. You little bastard, you seek death. Sikong Jia, seething with rage, raised his sword and swung it fiercely toward Yang Lingchen. Who are you calling a little bastard? Yang Lingchen retorted defiantly, unleashing a sword energy to counter Sikong Jia's attack. You little bastard, who are you cursing? Oh, so the little bastard is cursing me, haha. Ah, I will kill you. At this moment, Sikong Jia was utterly consumed by madness, and even Ling Chenzi found it hard to intervene. Foolish dog, what are you even talking about? One might think a climax was at hand. Yang Lingchen laughed while countering the attacks. Puffed. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. In that moment, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace witnessed what true sharp-tongued wit looked like. If you do not cease this behavior, do not blame me for being ungracious. Ling Chenzi shouted, once more forcibly separating the two to Elder Ling. It's not that I disregard your authority, but this rabid dog has been chasing me. I had no choice but to retaliate. Yang Lingchen feigned helplessness. You little bastard, if you have the courage, let us duel on the life and death stage. Sikong Jia's face twisted in fury, his expression incredibly grotesque. I'm afraid I'm too busy for that. Yang Lingchen scoffed, then turned to Ling Yunyan, saying, Yunyan, let us go home so I can take a bath. Yes, my husband. Ling Yunyan responded softly. Puffed. Observing Yang Lingchen and Ling Yunyan depart, Sikong Jia spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. At that moment, his gaze toward Yang Lingchen was filled with an icy bitterness and resentment. Yang Lingchen's refusal to accept a challenge was not born from fear, but rather from the absence of any deep-seated enmity between them. He had no interest in such nonsensical life-and-death battles. The Ziyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen, your words are truly venomous. You've reduced him to the point of spitting blood. Ling Yunyun chuckled lightly, her tone playful. It is not that my words are particularly toxic. Rather, he is a young man with exceptionally poor mental fortitude, having been spoiled and sheltered all his life. Just a slight provocation sends him into a frenzy. With such fragile psychology, how can he be so arrogant? If he encounters someone stronger outside, he will inevitably suffer greatly. Yang Lingchen replied with a serene smile, his expression calm. You speak as if you're not a young man yourself. Ling Yunyun raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Lingchen. Though I too am young, I'm a young man with stories to tell. Once you delve deeper, you will inevitably be captivated by my charm. A hint of melancholy shone in Yang Lingchen's eyes, as if concealing endless burdens. Yang Lingchen, are you tired? Shall I give you a massage? Ling Yunyun suddenly approached from behind Yang Lingchen's chair and gently kneaded his shoulders. Why this sudden kindness? Yang Lingchen was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her unexpected gentleness. I've sworn to be your woman for life, so of course, I must treat you well. Ling Yunyun's voice was enchanting. Akin to a songbird's sweet melody, as she massaged Yang Lingchen. Her sheer fabric unexpectedly slipped down, revealing more than intended. Sister Yunyun, what are you trying to do? Yang Lingchen inquired, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Ling Yunyun stepped closer, gripping his collar tightly, and coldly demanded, Yang Lingchen, what do you have to say for yourself now? Do you owe me an explanation? The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was amiss. Had she not rendered him incapacitated? How could he still appear so vigorous after battling Sikong Jie for so long? Sister Yunyun, please calm down. Do not act rashly. Yang Lingchen felt a surge of anxiety as he found himself firmly held, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How dare you deceive me? How can I remain calm? Ling Yunyun scolded angrily that I was wrong. Sister Yunyun, please show mercy. Yang Lingchen pleaded, his face a mask of panic. And what a vow I made. What do you have to say about that? Ling Yunyun retorted, her eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. Sister Yunyun, since you swore an oath to be my woman for life, and I have not been rendered incapable by you, should you not be pleased? Do you truly wish to live as a widow? Yang Lingchen chuckled lightly, trying to diffuse the tension with a casual tone. Lingchen, are you there? Just then, a melodious voice rang out from outside the Tsian pavilion, belonging to Lin Yurua. Sister Yurua, I'm here, Yang Lingchen exclaimed with joy, as if he had heard the sweetest music. Sister Yunyun, please let go of me, Yang Lingchen quickly implored. Humph, I'll spare you for now. Ling Yunyun huffed, finally releasing her grip. Ah, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but emit a sharp cry, beads of sweat pouring down his face as his complexion turned pale. At that moment, Lin Yurua entered, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister Yunyun, you're here too? Oh, what happened to you, Lingchen? I am well, having inadvertently bumped into something while walking just now. Yang Lingchen, hunched over, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Yuro, what brings you here? Ling Yunyun interjected. The matter of your rivalry with Situ Jie has already spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Palace, so I came to check on you, Lin Yuro explained with a smile. Her face brimming with curiosity. Yang Lingchen, suppressing the pain, brewed a pot of tea for the two women, then, still hunched over, staggered toward the room of the tea that moment. He merely wished to examine his injuries thoroughly. After that last strike from Ling Yunyun, he felt as if he were on the verge of bursting. Sister Yunyun, it's remarkable how accurately Elder Tianji's predictions were in less than half a year. Junior brother Lingchen has managed to match Situ Jie in strength, Lin Yuro exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, this young man is quite extraordinary. Even I am no longer a match for him. Ling Yunyun remarked, a hint of complexity evident in her gaze. Isn't that wonderful? Your wager with Sikong Jie is practically secured. With junior brother Lingchen's pace of cultivation, he will soon surpass Sikong Jie. And at that point, you will be free from his entanglements, Lin Yuro said with a smile playing on her lips. Yes, I never expected him to grow so rapidly. Ling Yunyun nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. By the way, Sister Yunyun, did you just... Lin Yuro leaned in closer to Ling Yunyun, whispering softly, that's not the case. He bumped into something by accident. Ling Yunyun replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she quickly denied it, her gaze evasive. Who are you trying to fool? He is not blind. How could he have bumped into that? Lin Yuro muttered under her breath, her expression one of disbelief. Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe it, then so be it, Ling Yinyan retorted with a hint of annoyance, turning her head away. When Yang Lingchen emerged once more, Ling Yinyan and Lin Yuro had already departed. Observing their absence, he quietly entered his Haotian jade space, cautiously retrieving the immortal demon sword, preparing to begin the process of refining it and claiming ownership. That moment, Yang Lingchen infused his vital blood into the immortal demon sword while channeling the profound energy within him. Fully concentrating on the ritual, this sword boasted a commendable grade, and if he could fully refine it, the energy it would unleash would far surpass that of an ordinary battle sword. However, just as he reached a crucial juncture in the refining process, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The immortal demon sword suddenly broke free from his grasp, emitting a clear, melodic voice. You scoundrel, what do you intend to do? An artifact spirit, Yang Lingchen exclaimed in shock. His mind racing with astonishment, he was well aware that ordinary spiritual and magical weapons could not produce artifact spirits, yet here was a soul residing within the immortal demon sword. You are the artifact spirit, and your entire family is comprised of artifact spirits, the clear voice retorted, laced with indignation. Regardless of whether you are an artifact spirit or not, I shall refine you nonetheless. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, seizing the hilt of the sword and once again unleashing his soul's power to continue the fervent refining process. Scoundrel, remove your filthy hands from me. Do not touch me. The melodic voice protested vehemently. Yang Lingchen ignored her, remaining entirely focused on refining the immortal demon sword. Just as his soul imprint was about to be successfully inscribed upon the sword, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within. Suddenly, a breathtaking phantom appeared before Yang Lingchen. Scoundrel, cease at once. The stunning apparition commanded with fury. You are not an artifact spirit. Who are you? Yang Lingchen asked, retreating a few steps while regarding the beautiful phantom warily. Sword in hand, kneel. The exquisite phantom radiated an aura of terrifying might. Yang Lingchen felt as if an immensely heavy mountain was pressing down upon him, causing his knees to buckle slightly. This pressure rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the previous elder No. I shall never kneel. This resolute thought echoed in Yang Lingchen's mind at that moment. He unwittingly activated the Haotian technique. As he did so, the pressure before him vanished without a trace. You have some skill, scoundrel. Who are you? How can you resist my pressure? The beautiful phantom inquired, a frown of uncertainty marring her features. You will soon find out who I am. Now kneel and call me master. Yang Lingchen bellowed that he then activated the Haotian jade, unleashing a vast, overwhelming pressure upon the beautiful phantom. Within the Haotian jade space, Yang Lingchen held absolute dominion. Anyone entering this realm would be subject to his unwavering might. What is this place? Cease at once. The stunning phantom cried, panic evident in her voice as the pressure intensified, causing her ethereal form to begin dissipating. Yang Lingchen remained silent, relentlessly applying pressure through the Haotian jade. The exquisite phantom let out a heart-wrenching scream, yet she never begged for mercy. You truly fear not for your life? Yang Lingchen paused, choosing not to continue exerting pressure, aware that to do so would lead to her utter destruction. Such a mere insect dares to demand, I call you master. You possess an audacious spirit, the beautiful phantom scoffed, disdain evident in her eyes. Oh, arrogant. Then perish, Yang Lingchen declared, preparing to unleash the Haotian jade once more. Scoundrel, stop! The beautiful phantom interjected hastily. Who are you? Why do you exist within the immortal demon's sword? Yang Lingchen pressed, his brow furrowed in suspicion that I wish to propose a deal. I wonder if you might be interested? The beautiful phantom offered. What kind of deal? Speak, Yang Lingchen urged. Though I am not the artifact spirit of the immortal demon sword, I can assist you in controlling it if you help me find the shaping grass. I can restore my form at that time. Not only will I grant you an incredible fortune, but I will also help you locate the girl named Feng Xueqing, the beautiful phantom elaborated. You know where Xueqing is? Yang Lingchen asked eagerly. From my observations, that girl appears to be a member of the Feng clan from the Tianfeng world. If you help me restore my form, I can guide you there. The beautiful phantom explained. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Yang Lingchen questioned, skepticism evident in his gaze. You have no choice but to trust me, for the universe is rife with parallel dimensions. Without my guidance, you might search your entire life and never find the Tianfeng world, she asserted with unwavering confidence. Where can I find the shaping grass? Yang Lingchen inquired. For now, you need not know. As your power is far too inadequate, the beautiful phantom replied, a hint of condescension in her tone. If this deal is to be struck, how shall I address you? Yang Lingchen asked. You may call me Ling. If you desire the immortal demon sword to unleash greater power, you will need to seek out other artifacts of similar caliber for it to consume, thus enabling its swift advancement to the level of a Dao artifact. The beautiful phantom instructed. I understand. Yang Lingchen nodded. He was aware that many top-tier artifacts ascended by devouring others, a fact he was familiar with. Following this, Linger returned to the immortal demon sword. Yang Lingchen successfully claimed ownership of the sword, stowing it within his Dan Tian. Typically, spiritual weapons could not be housed within one's body. Only Dao artifacts, once ownership was established, could be stored internally. Although the immortal demon sword was currently only a heavenly-grade artifact, Yang Lingchen discerned that its former level was undoubtedly beyond mere artifact status. Otherwise, it could not have been contained within him. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen commenced alchemy, having just reached the Wunshe realm. Thus, the demand for elixirs has significantly increased. In the blink of an eye, 20 days have passed. During this span, Yang Lingchen successfully advanced to the third tier of the Wunshe realm. His rapid breakthrough can largely be attributed to the potent support of the exquisite Wunshe Dan. However, upon reaching the Wunshe realm, Yang Lingchen noticeably observed a deceleration in his cultivation speed, accompanied by a manifold increase in resource consumption. This time, he exhausted all his precious medicinal materials merely to advance a minor realm, leaving him with scant contribution points. As his cultivation continues to rise, it is inevitable that the resources consumed will only grow more substantial on this day. Lin Yiru returned to Yang Lingchen's residence. Junior brother Lingchen, the North Xian Domain Grand Competition will commence in 10 days, and our master has instructed us to gather at the main hall tomorrow morning, Lin Yiru announced, her expression tinged with anticipation. Are we departing so soon? Yang Lingchen inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. This grand competition is held in the North Xian Empire, which is quite distant from our Tianyuan Palace, even with a flying vessel. It will take 7 to 8 days to reach there, Lin Yiru patiently explained. Sister Yiru, how many sects and forces are participating in this North Xian Domain Grand Competition? Yang Lingchen asked with curiosity. Aside from the North Xian Empire, there are 12 major forces participating. This competition is a pinnacle event for the younger generation of the North Xian Domain, Lin Yiru replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement. In previous competitions, where did our Tianyuan Palace rank among these 12 major forces? Yang Lingchen continued to probe. Based on the historical performance of our younger generation, the Tianyuan Palace generally occupies the bottom tier. Lin Yiru said with a touch of resignation. Are there detailed records of the competitors from other sects? Yang Lingchen inquired earnestly, for he understood that knowing both oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Yes, take a look at this. It contains all the information about this competition's participants, Lin Yiru said, handing him a small booklet. Yang Lingchen quickly opened it, discovering detailed accounts of the peak practitioners among the younger generation of the North Xian Domain. There were age restrictions for this competition, permitting only those under 20 years of age to participate. The venue was situated in the North Xian Empire, which stands as the mightiest force in the North Xian Domain. Even when combined, the other 12 major forces may not rival the North Xian Empire, in the absence of the Sacred Land. The North Xian Empire is undeniably the paramount sovereign. Even a coalition of the 12 major sects would find it challenging to best the North Xian Empire. The following morning, within the Palace Lord's Hall, aside from Yang Lingchen, there were also Lin Yiru, Ling Yinyun, Dongfang Jie, and Sikong Jie present. Upon Yang Lingchen's arrival, Sikong Jie's expression darkened immediately, his demeanor as ominous as a storm cloud. Dongfang Jie shot a fierce glare at Yang Lingchen, his eyes brimming with animosity. Yang Lingchen, however, paid little heed to their hostility. With his current strength, the two appeared to him no different from insignificant insects. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing approached, her voice cool and composed. For this North Xian Domain Grand Competition, you five will represent the Tianyuan Palace. Whether you can secure a commendable rank depends entirely on your efforts. Subsequently, the group followed Dongfang Yunbing onto a massive flying vessel, which also housed several elders from the Tianyuan Palace. The colossal flying vessel bore similarities to airplanes from his past life, adorned with lavish interiors and numerous comfortable seats. Young Lingchen, akin to a country bumpkin on his first flight, curiously observed his surroundings. The vessel's propulsion was powered by spirit stones, theoretically allowing it to fly indefinitely as long as there was a sufficient supply of spirit stones. Yang Lingchen settled into a quiet spot, at which point Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru took seats beside him, one on each side. Ling Yinyun primarily sought to evade Sikong Jie's harassment, while Lin Yuru simply enjoyed conversing with Yang Lingchen. Junior brother Lingchen, with two beautiful ladies by your side, you must feel fortunate. Lin Yuru remarked with a playful smile, her face aglow with mischief. Indeed, I feel fortunate, Yang Lingchen replied, a shy smile gracing his lips. Before long, the flying vessel was airborne, gliding swiftly through the skies. In terms of comfort and speed, it far surpassed any airplane as the vessel soared. Yang Lingchen gazed down at the boundless expanse of land below, his heart filled with myriad emotions, pondering the countless wonders of this world waiting for his discovery. The journey remained tranquil, save for Lin Yuru, who persistently engaged Yang Lingchen in conversation, while the others maintained a quiet demeanor. Throughout the journey, Yang Lingchen gleaned insights into the North Xian Empire from the elders of the Tianyuan Palace. In the North Xian domain, absent the sacred land, the North Xian Empire was the overtly dominant force, followed closely by the 12 major sections among these. The four strongest factions were the Tianjin sect, the Jinyuan Pavilion, the Maoyun sect, and the Qianese sect. The Tianyuan Palace, unfortunately, ranked at the bottom, often finishing last in the North Xian domain competitions. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Before long, a colossal city came into view. From afar, the expansive cityscape left Yang Lingchen utterly astonished, and he couldn't help but murmur, is this truly just a city? The flying vessel halted outside the city, as North Xian City prohibited aerial travel. Trespassing would be deemed a provocation against the North Xian Empire, with dire consequences. North Xian City, the imperial capital of the North Xian Empire, lay at the heart of the North Xian domain. Encircled by the 12 major sections, consequently, significant exchanges or events among sects or families often took place in North Xian City. With a rich history, various dynasties had established their capitals within North Xian City, making it a thriving hub of martial prowess and prosperity. Arriving at the foot of the North Xian Imperial City, the towering walls, constructed from enormous meteorites, stood like unyielding steel, imparting an indomitable sense of strength. After paying the entrance fee, the group passed through the imposing gates. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by an array of ancient buildings, bustling streets, throngs of people, enthusiastic vendors, and formidable warriors, all showcasing the city's uniqueness. Under the guidance of Dongfang Yunbing, the Tianyuan Palace contingent arrived at an opulent mansion, which occupied an extensive area and was well maintained by dedicated staff. This mansion served as the Tianyuan Palace's foothold in North Xian City. Inside the grand residence, Yang Lingchen selected a relatively quiet room. After several days of arduous travel, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. Just as Yang Lingchen prepared to cultivate after a refreshing bath, a knock echoed from outside his door. Sister Yinyun, Sister Yuru, have you missed me after such a brief interval? Yang Lingchen chuckled as he opened the door. Freshly bathed, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru emanated a natural fragrance, reminiscent of freshly bloomed lotus flowers. Their beauty breathtaking. Junior brother Lingchen, since we have just arrived in North Xian Imperial City, shall you accompany us, two lovely ladies, for a stroll? Lin Yuru said impulsively, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How could I refuse the invitation of two beautiful ladies? I have no pressing matters, so a leisurely exploration sounds delightful. It would be a wonderful opportunity to witness the ancient splendor of North Xian Imperial City, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Dongfang Yunbing, the trio departed from the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. As they strolled through the bustling streets of the opulent North Xian city, they captured the attention of countless onlookers. The trio, with the handsome young man exuding charm and the two ladies possessing ethereal beauty, appeared as if they had stepped out of a painting, leaving spectators in awe. The grandeur of North Xian Imperial City was beyond comparison to ordinary cities. The shops lining the streets primarily offered precious items such as refining materials, medicinal herbs, spirit tools, and martial arts techniques. Women often indulged in shopping frenzies, a trait seemingly ingrained in their nature, whether on Earth or in Tianwu continent. As they meandered, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru flitted about like two joyful birds, excitedly exploring every corner, while Yang Lingchen dutifully followed behind without complaint. Before long, the trio arrived at an exquisitely lavish clothing store. The shop was adorned with an array of luxurious robes and dresses, a veritable feast for the eyes. Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru, as if they had stumbled upon a new world, eagerly immersed themselves in the selection of garments. Occasionally gesturing towards Yang Lingchen to solicit his opinion, Yang Lingchen displayed remarkable patience, assisting the two ladies in choosing a plethora of stunning outfits. How could such mundane attire ever befit two enchanting beauties? At that moment, an oddly mocking voice pierced the air, out of place and unwelcome to a youth, clad in opulent garments, handsome in appearance, and possessing an extraordinary demeanor, yet harboring a hint of malice in his gaze. Strode into the shop. Ladies, I am Huang Jiahao, the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect. Might I inquire your names, and would you be interested in joining our esteemed sect? With a fan in hand and a self-satisfied smile, he proclaimed. Not interested, Ling Yinyun replied coldly, her refusal unwavering. Brother Lingchen, let us depart, Lin Yao interjected. Not wishing to burden Yang Lingchen with trouble, each lady wrapped an arm around him and began to make their way towards the exit. Huang Jiahao, unaccustomed to such disregard, swiftly interposed himself before the trio. Please, don't leave, fair maidens. While you may not recognize me, surely you have heard of the Demon Cloud sect. Following me would undoubtedly be more advantageous than accompanying this waste of space from the third level of the illusory realm. A conceited grin played upon his lips. Get lost, Yang Lingchen retorted, his temper flaring. Why are you stepping on my toes while trying to flirt? At that moment, he extricated his arm from the lady's grasp. You dare repeat that? Huang Jiahao's voice turned icy, his expression darkening ominously. Without warning, Yang Lingchen brandished his staff, striking down upon Huang Jiahao with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The forceful blow, imbued with formidable energy, landed squarely on Huang Jiahao's shoulder. Crack! You little wretch, I shall make you wish you were never born. Huang Jiahao let out a wretched cry. Crack! Yang Lingchen swung again, shattering Huang Jiahao's limbs, before delivering a final blow to his dantian. Now tell me, who is the real waste? Yang Lingchen sneered, placing a foot upon Huang Jiahao's face. You are doomed. No one can save you now, Huang Jiahao hissed, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Unbothered, Yang Lingchen thrust his staff into Huang Jiahao's mouth, twisting it forcefully and instantly dislodging a mouthful of teeth. MMPH. Huang Jiahao emitted muffled cries, his fear palpable as he realized that Yang Lingchen showed no fear of the Demon Cloud sect's threats. Ladies, if we do not leave now, the city guards will arrive, Yang Lingchen urged, hastily leading the two women away from the scene. Brother Lingchen, you were so impressive just now. I absolutely adored the way you wielded that staff. Lin Yurua exclaimed, her admiration evident. Sister Yurua, you haven't even seen my most dashing display with the staff yet. Yang Lingchen replied with a mischievous smile. Then hurry and show me, Lin Yurua urged. Ahem, not at the moment. Perhaps we can find a secluded place another day where I can demonstrate it just for you, Yang Lingchen suggested with a light cough. After wandering a bit longer, the trio returned to the Tianyuan Palace. Content with their excursion, Yang Lingchen then retreated to his chamber. Sometime later, a resounding crash echoed from outside the palace. As the main door was kicked open, a formidable middle-aged man, exuding an intimidating presence, strode into the residence, flanked by a cadre of high-ranking members of the Demon Cloud sect. tea that moment. Dongfang Yunbing emerged, furrowing her brow and addressing him in a frigid tone. Huang Shulang, what brings you to my Tianyuan palace? Dongfang Yunbing, surrender the one who injured my son, or I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands, Huang Shulang replied, his eyes glinting with malice. There is no culprit here who harmed your son. Leave at once, Dongfang Yunbing retorted coldly. There are witnesses who saw your disciple cripple my son. You still wish to deny it. Huang Shulang's voice was sharp. Even if my disciple did indeed cripple your son, it would merely reflect your son's lack of skill. A grand elder of the Demon Cloud sect. Do you truly intend to seek vengeance on a junior? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was icy, radiating an aura of palpable chill. If you refuse to hand him over, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Huang Shulang unleashed a powerful strike towards Dongfang Yunbing, a violent wave of energy uprooting the surrounding flora. You dare seek your own demise, Dongfang Yunbing exclaimed, her jade hand slicing through the air, unleashing a terrifying force that struck Huang Shulang squarely in the chest. PFF. Huang Shulang was sent reeling backward, spewing blood into the air. You have actually broken through to the returning void realm. This is impossible. Huang Shulang's astonishment was evident. He had previously considered himself evenly matched with Dongfang Yunbing, unaware she had ascended to a higher realm. Begone, Dongfang Yunbing commanded, her eyes sparkling with icy resolve. You, Dongfang Yunbing, this matter will not conclude here. You may protect that boy for now, but you cannot shield him forever. Just wait and see. Huang Shulang delivered his ominous threat before departing. Recognizing that staying any longer would serve no purpose given Dongfang Yunbing's overwhelming strength, the commotion had drawn the attention of those within the palace, all curious about the source of the uproar. Who crippled Huang Shulang's son? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold as she surveyed the crowd. Master, it was I, Yang Lingchen admitted, stepping forward cautiously. I could see that moment. Dongfang Jia wore a sly smile, truly worthy of being my disciple. To have incapacitated the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect, Dongfang Yunbing's tone softened. What is going on? The elders and disciples were bewildered, recalling how fierce she had been moments ago. Yang Lingchen was equally surprised, having anticipated a stern reprimand from Dongfang Yunbing, only to be commended instead. Lingchen, from now on, you shall reside near me and must not leave the palace without cause, Dongfang Yunbing instructed. Understood, master, Yang Lingchen nodded, aware that she was looking out for his safety. During this time, with various factions converging in Beixian City, everyone must exercise caution when venturing out. You may all disperse, Dongfang Yunbing stated calmly. Yes, Palace Master. The assembly responded before gradually retreating. As evening fell, the Tianyuan Palace received an exquisite invitation, specially dispatched from the prince's residence. Dongfang Yunbing elegantly opened the invitation, revealing a request for all major sects to attend the celebratory banquet that evening. You five, prepare yourselves. We shall attend the banquet at the prince's residence tonight, Dongfang Yunbing announced, her voice gentle. Yang Lingchen felt a surge of anticipation regarding the gathering, recognizing it as a rare opportunity for interaction among the various factions, and a chance to meet the young prodigies of the Beixian domain. Typically, it was exceedingly difficult to assemble representatives from all major powers, with the grand tournament occurring only once every 3 years. Hearing of the banquet, everyone busily prepared, understanding that their attendance represented the dignity of the Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen donned the white brocade garments selected for him by Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuruo. Tying his long, lustrous hair up high point, 2 strands framed his forehead, giving him an air of elegance, his finely chiseled features resembling a masterful sculpture, and his resolute eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable melancholy. Embodying the essence of an extraordinary young noble, Yang Lingchen emerged. He instantly captured the attention of Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuruo. Even Dongfang Yunbing couldn't help but steal a few glances. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jia and Sikong Jia shot him glares filled with displeasure. Since the emergence of Yang Lingchen, he has overshadowed their presence at the Tianyuan Palace that a group of 6 boarded 2 luxurious beast carriages, slowly making their way towards the prince's residence. Along the journey, Yang Lingchen took out some documents collected by Tianyuan Palace to peruse, These documents meticulously recorded information pertinent to various powerful factions. However, this time, Yang Lingchen focused primarily on the records concerning the Beixian Empire. The emperor of the Beixian Empire is Zhou Xintian, who has remained in seclusion in recent years. Currently, all matters of the empire are managed by the empress. Xiao Qingyun. Zhou Xintian has over a dozen sons, but the most outstanding among them is the crown prince Zhou Yuxiang, followed closely by the third prince Zhou Yuhua and the ninth prince Zhou Yuming. Historically, royal families have been devoid of familial affection. Given that Zhou Xintian has been secluded for many years and is rumored to be in poor health, his sons have become increasingly restless. In their quest for the throne, these princes engage in overt and covert battles, employing a plethora of unscrupulous tactics, leading to considerable discord. Fortunately, Empress Xiao Qingyun has managed to maintain order. Otherwise, the Beixian Empire would likely have descended into chaos long ago. It is said that Xiao Qingyun has an extremely mysterious background and unfathomable strength, having been married for less than a decade. Shortly after her marriage, she was directly bestowed the title of Empress. Before long, the beast carriages halted before an extraordinarily opulent mansion. Gazing at the lavish and noble residence, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but silently lament how the wealthy truly know how to indulge. Dongfang Yunbing produced an invitation. Under the respectful guidance of the guards at the prince's residence, the group from Tianyuan Palace entered an exquisite palace. The hall was already adorned with a variety of fine feasts and delectable dishes. Unlike other venues, the tables here were all single-person tables. The esteemed palace master Yunbing has graced us with her presence. We are remiss in our welcome tea that moment. A hearty voice resonated. Following this, a handsome man clad in golden python-patterned garments, approximately 30 years of age, approached. This man exuded an aura as deep as an ocean, with piercing and profound eyes. Yang Lingchen's first impression was that this individual possessed unfathomable strength, perhaps even surpassing that of his master. "Your Highness, you are too kind," Dongfang Yunbing remarked with a calm demeanor. "Please, Palace Master Yunbing, come inside," Zhou Yuxiang said politely. Yang Lingchen could discern that the crown prince harbored a certain interest in his master. For reasons unknown, he felt an unwelcome sensation within him at that moment. Perhaps it was his subconscious aversion to other men being close to his master, for in his heart, Dongfang Yunbing was sacred and inviolable. At that moment, several other sect leaders and masters approached to greet Dongfang Yunbing, who gracefully responded to each in turn before leading the group from Tianyuan Palace to a secluded area to sit down. Before long, several other sects arrived, and the banquet officially commenced. Yang Lingchen meticulously observed the younger generation around him. Each individual exhibited extraordinary grace, with power levels at least at the 9th layer of the Wangxu realm. And many had already attained the Rushuan realm. The realms beyond Wangxu are subdivided into Rushuan, Vixian, Lingxian, Linghai, Wangzhe, and Huangzhe. Yang Lingchen couldn't help but reflect that compared to other sects, the younger disciples of Tianyuan Palace were indeed considerably weaker. The most accomplished among them, Xikong Jie and Dongfang Jie, had only reached the pinnacle of the Wangxu realm, while Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuruo were merely at the latter stage of the 9th layer of the Wangxu realm. Palace Master Dongfang, after 3 years, you remain as impressive as ever. However, under your leadership, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace truly seem to decline with each generation. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious gray robes, with a cold gaze, approached. "Huang Dingtian, if my disciples are indeed declining, your discarded nephew would know best," Dongfang Yunbing retorted with a cold smile. "Humph." Huang Dingtian scoffed, then respectfully saluted Crown Prince Zhou Yuxiang, exclaiming, "Your Highness." With the North Xian region's grand competition approaching, and with the gathering of geniuses from various factions today, would it not be too monotonous to simply drink? What insights does Sect Master Huang have? Zhou Yuxiang inquired with a smile. Since the talents of the various sects have gathered here, why not allow them to spar with one another in advance? It would surely enliven tonight's banquet. Huang Dingtian suggested with a smile. What Sect Master Huang proposes is indeed reasonable. Feng Wujing, the leader of the Dean's sect, interjected, "Since everyone is inclined towards such a pursuit, let's allow the great talents to spar, keeping it amicable and without serious injury." Zhou Yuxiang said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the suggestion to spar, many young talents in attendance revealed expressions of delight. In such circumstances, if one could stand out, they might garner the attention of the crown prince, promising a boundless future. Although the various sects were formidable, they were still considerably outmatched by the Beixian Empire. The grand hall was spacious, and soon numerous talents stepped forward to issue challenges. At that moment, a disciple from the Luo Sha Palace approached the Tianyuan Palace's direction. I am Luo Haoyang. I wonder which disciple from Tianyuan Palace will be willing to enlighten me. Luo Haoyang sneered. You seek death. I shall show you. Dongfang Jie huffed, stepping forward with determination that you'll regret this later. Luo Haoyang retorted with a cold laugh, then suddenly struck out with a palm towards Dongfang Jie. Not one to back down, Dongfang Jie met the attack with a palm of his own. Bang! After the clash, Dongfang Jie staggered back 8 steps, while Luo Haoyang only retreated 6. It was evident that Luo Haoyang held the advantage in strength. Aware of his inferiority in sheer power, Dongfang Jie took the initiative, employing his agility to deliver a swift punch towards Luo Haoyang's chest, caught off guard by the speed of Dongfang Jie's movements. Luo Haoyang found himself gradually pushed back. While it appeared that Dongfang Jie was gaining the upper hand, discerning eyes could see that Luo Haoyang's defense was impenetrable. He expended almost no energy in his spiritual defense. Conversely, Dongfang Jie, in his rapid assault, was depleting his own energy significantly. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Jie unleashed over 100 strikes. Yet Luo Haoyang remained steadfast in his defense at this juncture. Dongfang Jie's assault began to wane, the prolonged barrage taking its toll. Just as Dongfang Jie's momentum slowed, Luo Haoyang launched a sudden counterattack, delivering a powerful palm strike to Dongfang Jie's chest, sending him flying backward. PFF. Dongfang Jie fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, prompting Lin Yura to rush over to assist him. The disciples of Tianyuan Palace are nothing remarkable, Luo Haoyang sneered, then arrogantly retreated back to the Luo Sha Palace. I am Feng Digung from the Diyin sect. I've heard that Tianyuan Palace has a young genius capable of battling several realms above his own. I wonder if anyone dares to come forth for a spar. Feng Zigung provocatively eyed Yang Lingchen at that moment. It seemed other factions also recognized that these sects were targeting Tianyuan Palace. However, no one paid much attention to this, as the younger generation of Tianyuan Palace had consistently ranked at the bottom among the 12 major factions. The principle of falling behind leads to being trampled was universally understood. With others stepping on him, Yang Lingchen would not remain passive. He rose slowly, gripping the Tongtian staff, and strode confidently into the arena. Yang Lingchen, give it your all, smash him. Just then, a melodious voice floated over from the direction of the Jinyuan Pavilion. Yang Lingchen turned his head to see the stunning figure of Nangong Yin standing by the Jinyuan Pavilion, her lips curved into a sweet smile directed at him. Yang Lingchen winked at Nangong Yin, flashing a smile that held a hint of charm. In an instant, Nangong Yin felt her heart race, as if struck by an electric shock, silently thinking, how has this scoundrel become even more handsome? Yinner, do you know this lad? Seeing his daughter's infatuated expression, Nangong Ting frowned and inquired. His name is Yang Lingchen. He is your son-in-law, Nangong Yin replied. Cough, cough, my son-in-law. How was I not aware of this? Nangong Ting looked bewildered at his daughter. Well, now you know, don't you? Nangong Yin grinned. Nonsense. How could a mere lad at the 3rd layer of the Wangshu realm be worthy of my Nangong Ting's daughter? Nangong Ting reprimanded. Father, Yang Lingchen is truly remarkable. That if you don't believe me, let us make a wager, Nangong Yin suggested with a smile. What wager? Nangong Ting inquired. If Yang Lingchen can defeat Feng Zhigung, would you agree to my marriage to him? Nangong Yin replied in a delicate voice. Him? Defeat Feng Zhigung? Yinner, are you certain you are not jesting? Nangong Ting could not believe that Yang Lingchen could prevail, considering Yang Lingchen had only reached the 3rd level of the Void Realm, whereas Feng Zigung had already attained the pinnacle of the 9th level, an evident disparity. Father, do you dare to wager? Nangong Yin challenged. And if you lose? Nangong Ting stroked his beard, contemplating, "If I lose, then all matters concerning my future marriage shall be at father's discretion," Nangong Yin declared. "Very well, I accept this wager," Nangong Ting replied with a chuckle. At that moment, Feng Zhigung revealed a cruel smile, coldly asserting, "Boy, having killed my cousin, your demise in this grand competition is inevitable. Allow me to impart a lesson today. Yang Lingchen, should you falter, this matter between us is far from over." Nangong Yin shouted. Yang Lingchen turned towards her, signaling reassuringly. Without warning, he swung his staff with ferocity towards Feng Zhigung. Bang! Feng Zhigung was sent flying by Yang Lingchen's strike. The swiftness of Yang Lingchen's movements, coupled with Feng Zhigung's unpreparedness, left him utterly taken aback. Yang Lingchen, like a shadow, surged forward once more, unleashing a tempest of relentless blows. Yet he carefully moderated his strength, ensuring that his opponent would not be grievously harmed. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Feng Zhigung emitted a series of anguished cries, and within moments he was left battered and bruised. Yang Lingchen then forcibly stripped Feng Zhigung of his storage ring and kicked him towards the direction of the Earthine sect. "How audacious to openly seize the storage ring of my Earthine sect disciple," roared Feng Wujia, the sect leader. "Esteemed elder of the Earthine sect, this is merely the spoils of my victory. Should you dispute it, feel free to reclaim it. My storage ring is here as well," Yang Lingchen taunted. Arrogant, excessively arrogant, the onlookers were left in astonishment to think that someone at the third level of the Void Realm could so effortlessly overpower a peak 9th level practitioner, even robbing him of his storage ring. At this juncture, Dongfang Yunbing was equally astounded. "Sister Yinyan, did you see how skillfully Lingchen wielded that staff?" Lin Yuru admired, gazing at Yang Lingchen with reverence. "Yes, father, I've triumphed," Nangong Yin exclaimed with glee. "Cough, cough, this does not count. That boy clearly launched a sneak attack. Unless he can secure another victory," Nangong Ting chuckled. Meanwhile, the leader of the Earthine sect's expression darkened to an extreme. He turned to a young man beside him and coldly commanded, "Zijuan, go deal with him." "Yes, father," Feng Zijuan replied, stepping forward with a fierce glint in his eyes, exuding the aura of someone at the entry level of the profound realm. "You possess quite the audacity to provoke my Earthine sect," Feng Zijuan coldly remarked. "Oh, you have a storage ring? If not, I have no time to play with you," Yang Lingchen retorted with a smile. Ignorant of your own mortality, Feng Zijuan swiftly drew his sword and charged at Yang Lingchen, unwilling to grant him an opportunity for a sneak attack. Yang Lingchen, however, was equally unyielding, swinging his staff in response. Clang, clang, clang. The two engage in a fierce exchange, battling fiercely for several rounds. Yang Lingchen's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, the staff becoming a tempest of blows. Initially, Feng Zijuan managed to hold his ground, but gradually he found himself retreating under Yang Lingchen's relentless assault. Had Yang Lingchen not shown restraint, Feng Zijuan would have faced dire consequences. Bang, bang, bang. After several more exchanges, Feng Zijuan could no longer withstand the onslaught and was finally knocked down by Yang Lingchen's staff. Following that, Yang Lingchen unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Feng Zijuan's entire body swollen and battered, resembling a plump figure. This is utterly preposterous. At that moment, even Prince Zhou Yuxiang was taken aback by Yang Lingchen's combat prowess. "Father, what can you possibly say now?" Nangong Yin laughed. "How about letting him face your brother in a match?" Nangong Ting suggested. "Nangong Ting, do you believe I won't pluck every hair from your chin?" Nangong Yin retorted playfully. No, I'm quite pleased with his son-in-law," Nangong Ting chuckled. "Now that's more like it. The man my daughter fancies cannot possibly be lacking," Nangong Yin declared. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen forcibly seized the storage ring from Feng Zijuan once more. "Thank you for your generous gift, Earthine sect. Should you contest this, feel free to seek me out," he proclaimed, striding toward the Rakshasa Palace. One wonders if the Rakshasa Palace possesses anyone capable of engaging me in battle. He mocked, "Yunbing Palace Master, whose disciple is this young man from your Tianyuan Palace? His ability to challenge above his level is truly extraordinary." Zhou Yuxiang inquired. "Chen'er is a disciple of our palace." Dongfang Yunbing replied coolly. "So he's a disciple of Palace Master Yunbing. No wonder his strength is so remarkable. Zhou Yuxiang remarked with a smile. At this moment, a tall and elegant beauty emerged from the Rakshasa palace, her snow-white skin and stunning features rivaling Ling Yinyan's. However, her eyes held a chilling gaze that prompted onlookers to maintain their distance. Look, is the first beauty of the Rakshasa palace, Luo Qiming. Numerous young talents gasped in recognition. Boy, this holy maiden shall make you aware of the grave consequences of provoking the Rakshasa palace. Luo Qiming declared coldly that, you possess a storage ring. Yang Lingchen replied with equal coldness. You seek death. Luo Qiming's face flashed with anger as she brandished her sword, a dazzling light emanating from it as she swiftly struck at Yang Lingchen, having no regard for members of the Rakshasa palace. Yang Lingchen knew he could not afford to show mercy. Without hesitation, he charged forward, swinging his staff with ferocity. Their combat was fiercely violent. Although Luo Qiming was significantly stronger than Feng Zijuan, being at the pinnacle of the first level of the profound realm, Yang Lingchen faced no pressure in the confrontation. After exchanging dozens of blows, Yang Lingchen knocked Luo Qiming's sword from her grasp. He then unleashed a torrent of strikes with his staff, relentlessly bombarding her. Luo Qiming cried out in anguish as her face became swollen in a matter of moments. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen pinned her to the ground, coldly demanding, hand over the storage ring. This matter is far from over. You shall not take my ring. Luo Qiming fiercely protected her storage ring, her eyes filled with malice directed at Yang Lingchen. Boy, cease this at once. The multitude of young geniuses stood, their gazes menacing as they cast their eyes upon Yang Lingchen. Ahem. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly, smiling. Dear young ones, do not be so agitated. Those dissatisfied may challenge me for the ring. I could see that moment. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was distracted, Yang Lingchen audaciously pinched a sensitive area on Luo Qiming's body. You lecher, she exclaimed, her voice laced with a mix of indignation and allure. Hand it over. In the midst of her fury, Yang Lingchen swiftly snatched the storage ring from her grasp. You lecher, you are doomed. Luo Qiming seethed with rage. Although her storage ring contained little of significant value, it held several personal items. At this moment, the leader of the Rakshasa palace, Luo Tanming, was incensed. Had it not been within the prince's estate, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this boy, not only for harming his son, but also for taking advantage of his disciple. Yang Lingchen's consciousness delved into the contents of Luo Qiming's storage ring, curious to discover what treasures warranted such fierce protection. Goodness, I never expected her garments to be so provocative. He gazed upon the array of intimate apparel hanging within the storage ring, left utterly speechless at the lack of anything of worth. Having already drawn considerable attention, Yang Lingchen was unperturbed as he approached the table of the Demon Cloud sect. Master Huang, did you not say that the younger generation of our Tianyuan palace is growing increasingly lackluster? I wonder who among your Demon Cloud sect dares to accept my challenge? Yang Lingchen sneered. Arrogant. This boy is far too audacious. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes, for the Demon Cloud sect was no ordinary faction. Among the 12 formidable forces, they are all top-tier entities that eye in this moment. Everyone felt that Yang Lingchen had gone too far in his arrogance. Master, do you think Lingchen has become a tad too arrogant? Lin Yuro inquired. He is indeed a bit audacious, but I find that bold spirit of his quite appealing. Dongfang Yunbing replied with a hint of indifference. Lin Yuro felt a twinge of unease at Dongfang Yunbing's words. Yet she quickly dismissed that thought that at this juncture, a striking young man emerged behind Huang Dingtian. You little brat, having defeated a few worthless opponents has made you feel invincible. Today, I, Huang Yangwei, shall teach you a lesson in humility. Huang Yangwei declared coldly. Ahem, brother Yangwei, I look forward to your guidance. Yang Lingchen managed to suppress a laugh. You little wretch, you're seeking death if you dare engage in a life-and-death battle with me, Huang Yangwei said, his tone dark and foreboding. Huang Yangwei despised being addressed by the last two characters of his name. Once, a core disciple of the Demon Cloud sect had called him brother Yangwei from behind, and upon discovering this, he had beaten the disciple to death. That I have no objections to a life-and-death battle. You may seek the prince's opinion, Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly. Your Highness, I request a life and death battle with Yang Lingchen. Huang Yangwei bowed respectfully that if both Palace Master Yunbing and Sect Master Huang have no objections, then I, the prince, shall certainly have none, Zhou Yuxiang stated. Lingchen, dispose of him for me, Dongfang Yunbing said calmly. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen responded. Such bravado, waiter, make sure to eliminate this brat. Huang Dingtian's expression darkened. Yes, father, Huang Yangwei bowed. Sect Master Huang, why the agitation? You should not blame the younger generation when the white-haired sends the black-haired off. After all, it was your son who proposed this life and death battle, Yang Lingchen remarked. You little wretch, you seek death. Huang Yangwei, consumed by rage, swung his battle sword towards Yang Lingchen. The sword sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce aura. Surging towards Yang Lingchen. Huang Yangwei's power was at the pinnacle of the second layer of the entrance to the profound realm, far surpassing Luo Qiming. Upon reaching the entrance to the profound realm, the gap between each minor realm became immensely significant. In response to Huang Yangwei's attack, Yang Lingchen wielded the Qingling sword, executing the god-slaying sword technique. He refrained from using the immortal demon sword, reserving its tremendous power as a trump card. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange for over a dozen rounds, neither gaining the upper hand at this moment. Yang Lingchen unleashed the first style of the god-slaying sword technique, the lifeless sword Qi, shooting towards Huang Yangwei like lightning. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen executed the phantom body technique to its fullest extent in the center of the Grand Hall. Yang Lingchen's figure darted about like a wraith in the blink of an eye, he unleashed several lifeless sword Qi, instantly turning Huang Yangwei into a sieve. Clang. With a flourish, Yang Lingchen sheathed his long sword and leisurely walked to Huang Yangwei, retrieving the storage ring from him before heading towards the Tianyuan Palace. Bang. Just as Yang Lingchen had taken a few steps, Huang Yangwei's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. You little wretch, return my weir's life. Huang Dingtian bellowed, launching a palm strike towards Yang Lingchen. Huang Dingtian's speed was astonishing, and the might of this palm sent shivers down the spines of many onlookers. Realizing he could not evade the terrifying strike, Yang Lingchen understood the disparity in strength was too great. Just as the palm was about to connect with him, Dongfang Yunbing's figure appeared before Yang Lingchen, countering Huang Dingtian's attack with a palm of her own. Boom! The clash of two top-tier experts sent Huang Dingtian staggering back several steps, while Dongfang Yunbing was also forced to retreat. However, Yang Lingchen was right behind her and, without hesitation, embraced her, the two of them sliding back for a good 10 steps before coming to a halt. In their retreat, Dongfang Yunbing's veil was momentarily lifted, and Yang Lingchen was struck dumb by the sight. It was an ethereal beauty, the very visage he had often recalled in his dreams. It is her. Yang Lingchen thought, utterly astonished, realizing that the woman who had taken his first experience had been by his side all along. No wonder she had treated him with such kindness. However, Yang Lingchen quickly regained his composure. Feigning ignorance. Master, are you all right? Yang Lingchen asked with concern. That I am fine. Step aside, Dongfang Yunbing said, positioning Yang Lingchen protectively behind her, her gaze fixed warily on Huang Dingtian. In that moment, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Dongfang Yunbing had always shown him great affection. He had slain the leaders of the Dean's sect and the Rakshasa Palace. Yet she had never uttered a word of reproach, bearing all the pressure alone. Yesterday, he had incapacitated Huang Jiahao, and today he had killed Huang Yangwei. And once again, it was this woman silently shouldering everything. Reflecting on his experiences at the Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen felt a surge of emotion, no longer wishing to suppress his feelings. Initially, he believed it was a grievous transgression to harbor feelings for his master. Thus, he had stifled his heart, constantly reminding himself that she was his master and that he should not entertain such thoughts. But now, to hell with ethical constraints. Yanghua had been with Xiao Longnu, and Ning Kaichen had pursued Nie Shaoqian. Why should he not pursue his own master? Stop! At this critical juncture, the figure of Prince Zhou Yuxiang suddenly appeared in the arena. Sect Master Huang, this life and death battle was proposed by your son. Now that he is lost, it is merely a matter of skill. Should you dare to strike again before this prince, you shall bear the consequences. Zhou Yuxiang declared, his expression stern and his tone frigid. I asked the host of his gathering. He had no choice but to intervene in such circumstances. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I acted impulsively, Huang Dingtian hastily responded. Although the Demon Cloud sect possessed considerable strength, it was akin to a chick facing an eagle when placed before the North Xian Empire, and there was no comparison to be made. With the prince having spoken, Huang Dingtian dared not continue his assault. Palace Master Yunbing, are you unharmed? Zhou Yuxiang inquired with a hint of concern. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am unscathed, Dongfang Yunbing replied. Indeed, having suffered no significant harm from the earlier confrontation. That is good to hear. Zhou Yuxiang then turned his gaze to young Lingchen, saying, your performance at the banquet today was nothing short of spectacular. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the upcoming competition. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Young Lingchen replied respectfully with cupped fists. I could see that moment. Many young people looked at young Lingchen with deep admiration. This was a world where strength commanded respect. Only the strong could earn the esteem of others, while the weak would be subjected to humiliation. Young Lingchen's display of formidable strength had successfully garnered the respect of these youths. In this instant, even Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie began to harbor admiration for Yang Lingchen. Initially, they had believed Yang Lingchen's strength to be at best on par with theirs, if not inferior. Only now did they realize how gravely mistaken they had been. Just then, Nangong Ting and her father approached. Yang Lingchen, when did you become so formidable? Nangong Yin exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yang Lingchen's. Previously, she had harbored resentment towards him, for he had been the one who had violated her, though it had not been intentional. Nonetheless, the fact remained. However, during their time in the ruins, she had recognized many of Yang Lingchen's merits. Not only was he extraordinarily handsome and gifted, but being with him also enhanced her own cultivation. It was for this reason that she had suggested Yang Lingchen become a son-in-law at the Jian Yuan Pavilion. During their time apart, Nangong Yin found her longing for Yang Lingchen growing stronger. Ahem. Yang Lingchen momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Palace Master Dongfang, I am Nangong Yin, Yang Lingchen's woman, Nangong Yin stated politely. Performing a respectful bow. Ahem, Yinner. Do not be rude. Palace Master Dongfang, please forgive her. She is my daughter. Nangong Ting smiled awkwardly, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. It is of no consequence. I have long been aware that Chun'er has a charm that appeals to young ladies. But I did not anticipate that even the daughter of the Nangong Pavilion Master would be captivated by her. Dongfang Yunbing offered a gentle smile, her demeanor exuding a subtle warmth. Lingchen had met Uncle Nangong before. Young Lingchen clasped his hands in greeting and bowed respectfully. As this was to be his future father-in-law, it was imperative to observe the proper courtesies. Although he and Nangong Yin had yet to establish a profound emotional bond, such feelings could certainly develop over time. After all, young Lingchen had indeed claimed the affections of the young lady. To act irresponsibly would be both emotionally and morally indefensible. How on earth did you manage to win my daughter's heart? Nangong Ting discerned that his daughter had returned from the ruins no longer unblemished, yet he refrained from prying too deeply into her personal affairs. Well, young Lingchen found himself momentarily speechless. He could hardly confess that he had violated his daughter. Very well, young Lingchen, I do not oppose your relationship, but you must never mistreat my daughter. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Nangong Ting shot a fierce glare at young Lingchen, his tone grave. Rest assured, Uncle Nangong, I will never let Yin Yin down. Young Lingchen replied respectfully, his demeanor earnest. I could see that moment. Ling Yan's eyes blazed with fury, her thoughts seething with curses. You scoundrel, young Lingchen, I have sworn to become your woman, and yet you have become someone else's man. You are doomed. I shall ensure your ruin. Lord Dongfang, please continue with your matters. I shall take my leave now and will visit again when the opportunity arises. Nangong Ting said with a smile. It is I who should bring Chun'er to pay respects to Lord Nangong. Dongfang Yunbing interjected. Suddenly, without hesitation, Nangong Yin leaned in and planted a kiss on Yang Lingchen's cheek, saying, Yang Lingchen, do not forget your promise to me. Nangong Ting shook his head helplessly, taking Nangong Yin by the hand as they departed the prince's residence. At this juncture, Dongfang Yunbing bid farewell, to Zhou Yuxiang, and led Yang Lingchen and the others back to the Tianyuan Palace stronghold without any hindrances. "Chen'er, come to my chamber." Dongfang Yunbing's voice flowed smoothly, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Yes, master," Yang Lingchen replied with a nod. Gently, he pushed open the door to Dongfang Yunbing's room, which was adorned in a lavish yet immaculate manner. "What exactly is going on between you and Nangongyan?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice carried a chill, tinged with an interrogative tone. "Surely, master, you are not feeling jealous?" Yang Lingchen pondered silently, contemplating whether he should be forthright. It was an unexpected turn of events. Yang Lingchen mused briefly before deciding to be honest. "Oh, pray tell," Dongfang Yunbing urged casually. "Did I violated her," Yang Lingchen confessed in a hushed voice, guilt lacing his words. "Slap. What?" The temperature of Dongfang Yunbing's voice plummeted, her anger evident as she slammed her palm against the table, the force shattering one corner into splinters. "Calm your anger, master. There's a reason," Yang Lingchen stammered in response to the sudden outburst. "A reason? What could possibly justify such a despicable act as violating a girl?" Dongfang Yunbing's gaze was piercing, akin to a sword, fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. "Master, it happened as follows." Yang Lingchen recounted the events of that day in the ruins with meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, the icy demeanor of Dongfang Yunbing softened slightly as she spoke. "It seems this was fated. You must not treat her poorly in the future. Otherwise, should Nangong Ting become enraged, I may find it difficult to protect you." "Understand," Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. "I find myself somewhat fatigued," Dongfang Yunbing said, stretching slightly, her alluring curves becoming accentuated, leaving Yang Lingchen momentarily awestruck. "Allow me to give you a massage," he offered, attempting to quell his racing heart as he moved to stand behind her to begin the head massage. As Dongfang Yunbing leaned back gently against Yang Lingchen's chest, her flawless skin revealed itself to his gaze. "Master," he called softly, a hint of nervousness in his tone. "What is it? Why the hesitation?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice was gentle, yet tinged with curiosity. "I would like to offer you a facial massage and apply a mask. It will help you maintain your youthful appearance," Yang Lingchen suggested delicately, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Why not simply admit you wish to see what I truly look like?" Instead of beating around the bush, Dongfang Yunbing teased lightly, her voice laced with playful mockery. "Master, I feel you resemble someone I know," Yang Lingchen said earnestly. "Who do I resemble?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired with interest, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I cannot say for certain. I only know she is as beautiful as a celestial being, captivating and enchanting," Yang Lingchen replied, the memory of the alluring figure flickering in his mind. "So you wish to ascertain whether I am indeed her, do you?" Dongfang Yunbing smiled faintly, her expression radiating an irresistible charm. "Indeed," Yang Lingchen affirmed, his gaze unwavering and fervent. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing suddenly stood, her captivating eyes fixed intently upon Yang Lingchen. In that instant, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest. "Come here," she beckoned softly, a sultry undertone in her voice, gesturing for him to approach. "Yes." Yang Lingchen felt a wave of tension wash over him as he slowly stepped closer to her. With a gentle embrace around his waist, Dongfang Yunbing whispered, "Have you not longed to see me? Then remove my veil." In that moment, Yang Lingchen could hardly resist such temptation. His hands trembled with excitement as he delicately lifted the mysterious veil from Dongfang Yunbing's visage. At last, he beheld the stunning beauty of this woman, the very one who had stolen his innocence. Even after 6 months, the sight of her still rendered him breathless, his heart racing in anticipation. "Am I beautiful?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired, a hint of seduction in her smile as her alabaster fingers playfully traced Yang Lingchen's chin. "Beautiful," he murmured, entranced by the ethereal beauty before him. As if time itself had come to a standstill, her delicate features glowed with a radiant allure. Her lips, of vivid crimson, glistened invitingly, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with a deep, captivating allure that drew him incompletely. "Oh, you find me appealing." Dongfang Yunbing's gaze held a hint of seduction, her smile teasing as she regarded Yang Lingchen provocatively. "Did I do?" he stammered, his mind clouded. as if caught in a wondrous dream. From this day forth, you shall be my do you accept? After Dongfang Yunbing finished speaking, she gently leaned against Yang Lingchen's embrace. The following morning, at this moment, Dongfang Yunbing sat cross-legged, her brow furrowed, clearly at a critical juncture of her breakthrough. Boom! Her delicate hands swiftly formed intricate seals, and an incredibly potent aura erupted from her being. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen also sat cross-legged, his hands executing the same seals, continuously circulating his cultivation technique. At this moment, he felt an abrupt surge of energy within him, leaving no time for contemplation. Without hesitation, he devoted himself entirely to refining the overwhelming spiritual energy within. At this point, Yang Lingchen had reached the most crucial moment of his breakthrough, gritting his teeth and fervently channeling his profound power, charging towards the fourth layer of the Wuxu realm with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Rumble. Finally, Yang Lingchen's cultivation successfully broke through to the fourth layer of the Wuxu realm. He suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing fleetingly. He saw Dongfang Yunbing already dressed elegantly, sitting gracefully while sipping tea. Master, Yang Lingchen respectfully addressed her. Focus on your cultivation during this time, Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen quickly donned his attire, meticulously checking to ensure there were no flaws. Do not leave the residence before the grand competition. You may go now. Dongfang Yunbing resumed her frigid demeanor. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen slowly retreated, his heart intertwining deep admiration for Dongfang Yunbing with threads of fear and boundless respect. Not long after exiting Dongfang Yunbing's chamber, Yang Lingchen encountered Lin Yuruo. Lingchen, why are you only coming out now? Lin Yuruo inquired, her face full of curiosity. Ahem, master was diligently instructing me in my cultivation last night. Yuruo, look, I made a breakthrough, Yang Lingchen hurriedly replied. Really? Lingchen, master is truly kind to you, Lin Yuruo expressed, her eyes shimmering with envy. Yuruo, I've been cultivating all night. I must return to my room now. Yang Lingchen greeted Lin Yuruo and hurried back to his quarters. Upon returning to his room, Yang Lingchen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Grateful for his cleverness in dodging Lin Yuruo's suspicions, after a comfortable hot bath, he quietly entered the Haotian Jade space, beginning to concentrate on his cultivation. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not progress, they regress. Thus, Yang Lingchen had never relaxed his standards for self-cultivation. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon another day had passed. The day of the grand competition in the North Xian region had finally arrived. The following morning, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing and several elders, Yang Lingchen and the other four arrived in grand procession at the venue of the North Xian region grand competition. The competition was set at the peak of the towering North Xian mountain in the northern part of the North Xian Empire. This moment, the peak was teeming with all factions, including the North Xian Empire, along with numerous cultivators from the North Xian region who had come to spectate the pinnacle competition for the younger generation in the North Xian region. All major factions took it very seriously that if a certain sect were to clinch the championship, it would undoubtedly become the most coveted sect for new disciples in the following year on Earth. The youth chase after stars, whereas on Tianwu continent, they idolize the strong. Thus, the sect of the grand champion would inevitably be the first choice for all young aspirants. For a sect to thrive and prosper over time, it must continuously attract a stream of talented disciples. Under Dongfang Yunbing's guidance, everyone took their seats in the Tianyuan Palace. Gazing at the immense arena in the center, Yang Lingchen felt an immediate surge of fervor. He was deeply invested in this competition, as he could clearly perceive Dongfang Yunbing's significant concern for it. Even if it were solely for her sake, he had resolved to achieve an outstanding ranking. Before long, all factions had arrived at the venue. That moment, a tall, composed, middle-aged man steadily ascended to the center of the arena. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, and the venue fell into immediate silence. This man was none other than Zhou Xianzheng, the king of the North Xian Empire. As soon as Zhou Xianzheng took the stage, Yang Lingchen could keenly sense the unfathomable strength radiating from him, far surpassing that of Dongfang Yunbing. This indicated to Yang Lingchen that the North Xian Empire possessed absolute dominance in the North Xian region. This grand competition of the North Xian region will be presided over by me, Zhou Xianzheng declared in a booming voice. The competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is the illusion trial, and the second round is the personal ranking battles. With Zhou Xuanzheng's announcement, Yang Lingchen learned that the first round, the illusion trial, would transport all participating contestants into the North Xian illusion. In this illusion, if one were to be killed, they would not truly perish but would be directly teleported out of the illusion. Each contestant would possess a unique identity token specifically for collecting points. Within the illusion, defeating an illusion beast would yield a certain number of points and of course, contestants could also engage in combat with one another. Successfully defeating an opponent would grant them 30% of that opponent's points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking of the sect. A higher sect ranking would mean more cities and resources allocated, while those ranked lower would have to relinquish ownership of several cities. For example, the Tianyuan Palace controlled hundreds of cities, whereas the more powerful Jingguang Pavilion controlled over 1,000. Therefore, the first round is a battle for the honor and interests of the sect, while the second round is a battle for personal rankings. The location of the illusion is atop the North Xian Mountain. Through the entrance of the illusion, Yang Lingchen vaguely sensed that it was akin to a miniature world. All right, all contestants may enter. The time limit is 1 day. After 1 day, everyone will be teleported out, Zhou Xianzheng announced. Once inside, you 5 must remember to unite, Dongfang Yunbing instructed solemnly. Yes, Palace Master, the 5 responded in unison. At that moment, Yang Lingchen suddenly heard Dongfang Yunbing's voice in his mind. Lingchen, if you fail to achieve a good ranking, I will not let you off easily. Looking around, seeing no reaction from others, Yang Lingchen confirmed that Dongfang Yunbing had indeed used soul transmission. The 5 of them entered the North Xian illusion alongside the other contestants. That a total of 70 participants were present, with 12 major factions, each sending 5 representatives. And the North Xian Empire contributing 10, making a total of 70. That upon entering the illusion, everyone was instantly scattered, landing in different locations within the illusion. This particular illusion resembled the primitive mountains of the outside world, filled with countless illusion beasts. The area of this illusion was not vast. If one exerted themselves fully, they could traverse the entire illusion in just half a day. However, fortunately, there was a considerable number of illusion beasts within, ensuring there were enough for the contestants to hunt. Yes, soon as Yang Lingchen stepped into the illusion, he immediately began searching for traces of illusion beasts without delay. He had not forgotten Dongfang Yunbing's admonition. Failing to secure a favorable ranking would undoubtedly result in dire consequences from her. Since they had only just entered the illusion, no one had accumulated any points yet, thus no fierce battles had erupted. Perhaps due to Yang Lingchen's unfortunate luck, over an hour had passed in the secret realm before he finally encountered an illusion beast, leaving him feeling exceedingly frustrated. Was he truly destined to resort to robbery and murder? In the depths of her heart, Yang Lingchen whispered to herself. Meanwhile, atop the North Xian peak, the mirrored images within the illusion were vividly displayed to the outside world, where every move of the individuals inside the illusion could be observed with utmost clarity. At this moment, the one leading the scoreboard was the 18th prince of the North Xian Empire, Zhou Yuming, boasting an impressive score of 20 points. Following closely was the 19th princess, Zhou Yusin, with a commendable 19 points. The top 10 spots were nearly entirely occupied by competitors from the North Xian Empire. In 11th place was Nangong Xiao from the Sword Origin Pavilion, with a score of 10 points. The highest-ranking contestant from the Tianyuan Palace was Sikong Jie, who had successfully hunted 3 phantom beasts and was positioned at 60th place. Currently, Yang Lingchen had only managed to capture a single phantom beast, earning a mere point and ranking at the very bottom. Dongfang Yunbing, it seems your Tianyuan Palace will be relinquishing quite a few territories this time, Huang Dingtian remarked with a cold smirk. The trial is not yet over, and you are already reveling in your triumph. It may be a tad premature, Dongfang Yunbing retorted with a disdainful snort, remaining unruffled as she firmly believed in Yang Lingchen's prowess. Dongfang Yunbing, do you still hold hope that your disciple will turn the tide for you? That lad possesses decent skills, but alas, his luck is dreadful, having encountered only 1 phantom beast thus far. The last place ranking for your Tianyuan Palace is all but assured. Feng Wuji, the leader of the Earth-Ean sect, sneered. Within the illusion, after 2 hours of relentless sprinting, Yang Lingchen finally entered an area frequently traversed by phantom beasts. Swish, swish, swish. After a fierce battle, Yang Lingchen successfully hunted down 5 more phantom beasts, raising his score to 6 points that, in the blink of an eye, half a day had quietly passed. At this juncture, Zhou Yuming retained his lead with a staggering score of 124 points. While Zhou Yusin followed closely with 120 points, the top 10 spots remained firmly under the control of competitors from the North Xian Empire on the Tianyuan Palace's side. Yang Lingchen had accrued a total of 80 points, advancing to 33rd place, while Xikong Jie gathered 60 points, and Dongfang Jie received 57 points. Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru each secured 50 points. Yang Lingchen's score of 80 was primarily due to the initial location he entered, which lacked any phantom beasts, causing him to waste valuable time. Just then, Yang Lingchen finally encountered a disciple of the Earth-Ean sect, Feng Zijuan, the very individual he had previously bested. Feng Zijuan, upon entering the illusion, had experienced remarkable fortune, currently ranking 20th with exactly 100 points. Cough, cough. At last, I've encountered a prime target, Yang Lingchen exclaimed with unrestrained joy as he gazed at Feng Zijuan. Yang Lingchen, it's you? Feng Zijuan, startled to see Yang Lingchen, immediately turned to flee, fully aware that he was no match for his opponent. If he did not escape, he would undoubtedly be slain. Although death was not a concern within the illusion, he would lose 30% of his points to Yang Lingchen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than a heartbeat, Yang Lingchen swiftly blocked Feng Zijuan's path. Brother Feng, where do you think you're running off to? Yang Lingchen. I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences, Feng Zijuan replied, his tone grave. How dare you threaten me? I initially intended to seize your points and send you out of the illusion. Now, however, it seems necessary to impart a lesson you won't soon forget, Yang Lingchen replied with a sinister smile. What do you intend to do? I have no interest in men. Feng Zijuan quaked at Yang Lingchen's chilling grin. Instinctively retreating a few steps, curse your grandmother. I have no interest in men either, Yang Lingchen snapped, unable to contain himself as he lunged forward like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Zijuan emitted a series of pitiful cries, clutching his groin tightly. After a frenzied onslaught, Yang Lingchen left Feng Zijuan utterly crushed, even obliterating his lower half. Though one would not sustain actual injuries within the illusion, the sensation of pain was strikingly real. Yang Lingchen, you pervert! I beg you, just kill me. Feng Zijuan bellowed in anguish, filled with hatred as Yang Lingchen relentlessly battered him, delivering dozens of strikes to his groin, an excruciating torment that few could endure. Meanwhile, outside the North Xian Peak, Feng Wuji glowered at the mirrored images within the illusion. His son having been so thoroughly beaten by Yang Lingchen that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to charge in and tear Yang Lingchen limb from limb. TSK, Feng Wuji, that last place position is not so easily assigned now, is it? Dongfang Yunbing said with a mocking smile. Dongfang Yunbing? HMPF? Feng Wuji grunted, his face darkening with rage. Within the illusion, Yang Lingchen, seeing that he had sufficiently dealt with Feng Zijuan, sent the latter's head flying with a single strike. In the ensuing moments, Yang Lingchen embarked on a frenzied hunt, swiftly dispatching dozens of phantom beasts, and his rank climbed to 15th place this time. The contestants within the illusion began to engage in mutual slaughter, as their accumulated points had reached substantial levels. Just then, a plump young lady adorned in opulent attire approached Yang Lingchen with deliberate slowness. The girl, not only rotund, but also sporting an exaggerated overbite, appeared rather intimidating at first glance. Her gaze toward Yang Lingchen bore an unmistakable hint of malice. This young lady was none other than the 19th princess of the North Xian Empire. Zhou Yusin, boy, what is your name? You possess quite the handsome visage, Zhou Yusin remarked with a sly smile. Yang Lingchen sensed a palpable danger emanating from her. Her strength was undoubtedly above the 4th layer of the entering profound realm. Ahem, this humble one is Feng Zijuan of the Earth-Ean sect. May I inquire as to why this esteemed lady has intercepted me? Yang Lingchen coughed lightly. Feng Zijuan, A fine name indeed. No wonder you are so striking. Zhou Yusin continued. Feng Zijuan, I present you with two choices at this moment. Yang Lingchen realized the identity of his interlocutor, understanding why she was so formidable. Fortunately, he had refrained from revealing his true name. Please, princess, do tell, Yang Lingchen responded. First, from this moment on, remain by my side as my male companion, Zhou Yusin said, her eyes sparkling with interest. Ahem, and the second option? Yang Lingchen inquired. Second, I shall kill you now, and once the first round of the illusion trial concludes, I will capture you to serve as my male companion, Zhou Yusin declared. Ahem, Yang Lingchen felt overwhelmed. This woman was indeed quite challenging. So, Feng Zijuan, which will it be? The first or the second? Zhou Yusin asked with a playful smile. The princess is so beautiful. I am utterly captivated, of course. I choose the first. Yang Lingchen forced the words out, suppressing his revulsion. Well done. You do possess some sense. Now, hurry and come to my side. Zhou Yusin cooed, revealing her crooked teeth in a manner that was rather unsettling. Beautiful princess, I am coming, Yang Lingchen declared, feigning eagerness as he strode towards Zhou Yusin. Zijuan, as long as you obediently stay by my side, I assure you will not be wronged, Zhou Yusin said with a smile. Without hesitation, she reached out to Yang Lingchen. Ugh! He nearly retched. Zijuan, what is the matter? Zhou Yusin inquired. I am fine. I must have overeaten. Princess, you are truly lovely. May I embrace you? Yang Lingchen replied. You naughty boy, Zhou Yusin teased. Yang Lingchen slowly approached, and just as he was about to make contact with Zhou Yusin, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike to her abdomen. Bang! Ah, you little brat, you are doomed. Aye, Zhou Yusin's words were cut short as Yang Lingchen unleashed a torrent of blows upon her. Bang, bang, bang! Ah, at this moment, Zhou Yusin let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bang, die, you old hag. Get lost! Yang Lingchen struck Zhou Yusin heavily with his staff, sending her flying. The world was finally serene. Ugh, ugh, ugh. After eliminating Zhou Yusin, Yang Lingchen's ranking rose to 5th. Beixian Peak, outskirts of the illusion that ate tea this moment. Everyone present was utterly astonished. After so many years, it was unprecedented for someone from another faction to breach the top 10. Just moments ago, everyone believed that Yang Lingchen would surely succumb to the princess's allure. Who could have anticipated such a swift reversal of fortune, with Yang Lingchen daring to eliminate the princess on the spot? Bang! Just then, Zhou Yusin was teleported out, her eyes ablaze with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged toward the Earth Insect's direction. Feng Wuji, you must deliver Feng Zijuan to this princess's residence tonight, or don't blame me for being impolite. Zhou Yusin shot a fierce glare at Feng Wuji, leaving those words behind as she stormed away. Since the second round would not commence until tomorrow, Zhou Yusin headed straight back to her residence Dejeuner. When did you establish a connection with the 19th princess? Feng Wuji inquired. Father, I am as bewildered as you, Feng Zijuan replied, looking utterly lost. This Junior, tonight. Feng Wuji gazed at his son. Father, you mustn't do this. If you send me to the princess's abode, I will be utterly ruined. Feng Zijuan exclaimed, his face etched with fear. Feng Zijuan had long heard of the 19th princess's peculiar predilections. Numerous talented youths had been forcefully abducted to the princess's residence, and none had met a favorable end. The most notorious incident involved Wu Tianxun, the young master of the Tianyi sect. Once hailed as a prodigy, he was renowned in the Beixian realm for his remarkable talents. Yet after a visit to the princess's residence, he soon renounced worldly attachments at Baiyun Temple Dajun'er. As long as you serve the princess well tonight, our Earthine sect will surely soar to great heights. Feng Wuji earnestly encouraged his son. Within the illusion that as time ticked away, Yang Lingchen's points climbed to 3rd place. At this juncture, he encountered a young man dressed in the robes of Jianyuan Pavilion. This individual was extraordinarily handsome, exuding an otherworldly charm, with a resemblance to Nangong, and he was none other than Nangong Shao, the foremost genius of Jianyuan Pavilion. Kid, are you Yang Lingchen? Nangong Shao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. Indeed, and you are? Yang Lingchen responded. Jianyuan Pavilion, Nangong Shao, He introduced himself that, my esteemed brother-in-law, what a pleasure to meet you. Yang Lingchen smiled that, if you wish to marry my sister, you must first pass my test. Nan Gongxiao stated with a serious expression. Must it be so? Brother-in-law, we are all family. Yang Lingchen replied with a chuckle. Less chatter. Let us fight, Nan Gongxiao declared loudly. Then, brother-in-law, I shall not hold back, before the words fully escaped his lips. Yang Lingchen swung his staff like an arrow, charging forward. Nan Gongxiao, possessing immense power at the third level of the entry to Profound Realm, did not dare to underestimate him and chose to strike first. As Yang Lingchen unleashed his rapid assaults, Nan Gongxiao wielded his sword in fierce retaliation. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. Good lad. You truly have some skill. No wonder Yin Yin speaks of you so often, Nan Gongxiao remarked at brother-in-law. Since we find ourselves at an impasse, why not join forces to hunt other talents? Whoever slays the most wins. Are you up for the challenge? Yang Lingchen proposed with a smile. Agreed. Let us see who can slay more, Nan Gongxiao replied, his competitive spirit ignited. In the ensuing trials within the illusion, two figures resembling madmen emerged, ruthlessly hunting down members of other factions. Meanwhile, the leaders of other factions outside the illusion wore grave expressions, deeply troubled by the unexpected emergence of a dark horse. Yang Lingchen of Tianyuan Palace. Without Yang Lingchen, Tianyuan Palace would likely have found itself at the bottom once again. At this moment, the remaining members of Tianyuan Palace have been eliminated, leaving only Yang Lingchen to persevere. Despite being the sole survivor, his points far surpassed those of other factions. Father, how did my brother end up alongside Yang Lingchen? Nan Gongyin asked in confusion. Those two must have struck some sort of deal, hence their alliance, Nan Gongting explained. Meanwhile, on Tianyuan Palace's side, Dongfang Yunbing, whose brows had been tightly furrowed for years, began to relax. The pressures on Tianyuan Palace had mounted significantly, and Dongfang Yunbing bore immense burdens. Hours passed in a blink. With their seamless cooperation, Yang Lingchen and Nan Gongxiao's points continued to soar, to this point. Yang Lingchen had climbed to second place, while Nan Gongxiao's score had risen to eighth. Their partnership drew the attention of countless observers, even causing the Northern King, Zhou Xianzhong, to furrow his brow slightly. Within the illusion brother-in-law, I wonder if you dare to hunt royal offspring, Yang Lingchen proposed with a serious demeanor. Kid, you can't be serious about hunting princes and princesses, Nan Gongxiao exclaimed, astonished at, do you dare or not? Just say the word, Yang Lingchen replied resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Gongxiao's eyes ignited with determination. If you dare, I shall accompany you to the end. All right, we will approach from this side. You draw their fire while I strike from behind, and we will take down that royal princess, Yang Lingchen instructed. Why must I draw their fire? Nan Gongxiao retorted, displeased at brother-in-law. Have you not realized how handsome you are? That royal princess is clearly indulgent. Only someone as dashing as you can lower her guard. Yang Lingchen replied earnestly, am I truly that handsome? Nan Gongxiao mused, flicking his bangs. Absolutely. Your family's genes ensure that the men are handsome and the women beautiful. Yang Lingchen affirmed. Yang Lingchen's words held truth. Nan Gongxiao was indeed strikingly handsome. Very well, I shall take on the princess. Only someone of my caliber can keep her in check. However, next time, you must draw the fire. It must be fair, or I shall be at a disadvantage, Nan Gongxiao declared. No problem, brother-in-law, but do be cautious. The opponent is a formidable fourth-level entry to Profound Realm expert, Yang Lingchen cautioned. The two then set off, one in front and the other behind, encircling the 26th princess. The 26th princess, named Zhou Yutong, wielded power at the fourth level of the entry to Profound Realm, currently ranking 6th in points at that moment. Zhou Yutong was fiercely hunting magical beasts. Just then, Nan Gongxiao elegantly tossed his bangs and swaggered over to her. I am Nan Gongxiao. A pleasure to meet you, Princess Yutong, he said, flashing a remarkably confident smile. Zhou Yutong, troubled by her low score, brightened at the sight of Nan Gongxiao approaching. Could it be that I am truly this handsome? Upon witnessing the joyful expression on Zhou Yutong's face, Nan Gongxiao felt a sense of secret triumph within himself. Just as he reveled in his own delight, Zhou Yutong suddenly struck out with her palm towards him. Bang! Nan Gongxiao was unexpectedly sent flying by the sudden blow, and he quickly rolled on the ground to narrowly evade Zhou Yutong's second attack. At that moment, he was inwardly cursing Yang Lingchen with the most colorful of expletives. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, Nan Gongxiao found himself bruised and battered, his face swollen from Zhou Yutong's relentless blows. Just as Zhou Yutong prepared to deliver a final blow to Nan Gongxiao, Yang Lingchen darted in from the side, swiftly slashing his sword to sever Zhou Yutong's throat. "You bastard! Yang Lingchen, why did you only show up now?" "My face," Nan Gongxiao shouted in fury. "Big brother-in-law, there's nothing I could do. Her strength is formidable. If you hadn't drawn her attention, I wouldn't have been able to subdue her so quickly," Yang Lingchen replied with a grin. Unable to contain his laughter at the sight of Nan Gongxiao's pig-like appearance, Yang Lingchen chuckled heartily. Outside the illusion, the formidable king of heaven, Zhou Xian, was furrowing his brow in deep concern. Just moments ago, Yang Lingchen and Nan Gongxiao had joined forces to hunt down several members of the royal family. Such an occurrence had never been seen in previous competitions. This was particularly alarming, as Yang Lingchen's points had now surpassed those of the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming. Although there remained a significant gap in total points between Tianyuan Palace and the North Xian Empire, Yang Lingchen had successfully claimed the top position on the individual leaderboard. This was, without a doubt, a severe blow to the North Xian Empire's pride. For countless years, no one had managed to snatch away a spot in the top 5 from the North Xian Empire. Yet at this moment, Yang Lingchen had achieved it, and in dazzling fashion as the first-place winner. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen and Nan Gongxiao had become bloodthirsty, mercilessly eliminating anyone from other factions who crossed their path. The other princes of the North Xian Empire had chosen to abandon their pursuit, as their strength made it exceedingly difficult to confront Yang Lingchen and Nan Gongxiao directly at this juncture. Yang Lingchen's score had left Zhou Yuming far behind, while Nan Gongxiao had successfully reached 5th place. Finally, after a long day, the first round of the illusion trial came to a close. Yang Lingchen and Nan Gongxiao were teleported out. The participants they had hunted regarded them with furious glares, their eyes filled with a desire to tear them apart. According to the overall rankings of the faction points, the North Xian Empire still held the first position, while Tianyuan Palace miraculously ranked 2nd, and the 3rd place was claimed by the Sword Origin Pavilion. This outcome brought immense satisfaction to Dongfang Yunbing, who gazed at Yang Lingchen with pride, for he was not only her disciple, but also her man. Although he was still quite inexperienced, Dongfang Yunbing firmly believed that, given enough time, Yang Lingchen would undoubtedly become the most exceptional man in the North Xian domain, and perhaps even across the entire Tianwu continent. "Good lad, I have high hopes for you. I look forward to your performance in tomorrow's personal ranking battles," Zhou Xian said as he approached. "We pay our respects to the King of Heaven." Dongfang Yunbing replied, "Respectfully, we pay our respects to the King of Heaven." Yang Lingchen and the others echoed, as they bowed in unison, that I never expected Palace Master Dongfang to cultivate such an outstanding disciple. Zhou Xian laughed heartily. "Your Highness, you flatter me. Chun'er is still young and cannot bear such praise." Dongfang Yunbing humbly responded, "Such a young age, possessing such strength, he undoubtedly deserves my accolades," Zhou Xian remarked. Before engaging in casual conversation for a few moments before taking his leave, that moment, Nan Gongxiao and Nan Gongyan approached, smiling as they said, "Brother-in-law, you are incredible. I never imagined your points would rank first. I thought you wouldn't surpass mine." Nan Gongyan even hugged Yang Lingchen's arm, gazing at him with admiration. "That it's all luck, just luck," Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. "Luck, my foot. Strength is strength, but I will acknowledge you as my brother-in-law." Nan Gongxiao laughed. Meanwhile, not far behind Yang Lingchen, Lin Yuru whispered to Ling Yinyan, "Sister Yinyan, if you don't make a move soon, junior brother Lingchen might just be snatched away." "Humph. If he is taken, then so be it. I couldn't care less for a fickle-minded man like him," Ling Yinyan retorted, gritting her teeth. "An exceptional man will always attract various women around him, and if you don't act soon, the number of women surrounding him will only increase. And he may very well forget you one day," Lin Yuru advised. After bidding farewell to the Nangong siblings, the group followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the stronghold of Tianyuan Palace that evening. the members of Tianyuan Palace returned successfully to their base. Yang Lingchen retreated to his room and began his cultivation. Meanwhile, at the residence of the 19th princess, Feng Wujing reluctantly brought Feng Zijuan to the princess's abode, after delivering Feng Zijuan to the princess's residence. Feng Wujing excitedly returned to the headquarters of the Dian sect. "You are called Feng Zijuan?" Zhou Yusin inquired with a furrowed brow. Zhou Yusin was at a loss for words. Everything had been prepared. They were merely waiting to deal with Feng Zijuan that evening. Yet, to her dismay, Feng Zijuan was not the person she sought, leaving her feeling quite frustrated. "Your Highness, I am Feng Zijuan," Feng Zijuan said nervously as he bowed. "This is infuriating." Zhou Yusin's expression darkened. However, she couldn't dwell on it too long. Her pent-up anger needed an outlet. This lad doesn't look too bad. He will do." Zhou Yusin scrutinized Feng Zijuan for a moment before dragging him into her room. The following morning, Feng Zijuan emerged from the princess's residence, his legs trembling and a look of despair on his face. Meanwhile, news of Yang Lingchen claiming the personal championship in the first round spread like wildfire throughout the North Xian imperial city. Zhou Yusin and Zhou Yutong finally learned of Yang Lingchen's true identity. Especially for Zhou Yusin, her interest in Yang Lingchen intensified, and she vowed to herself that she would have this man. After a night of cultivation, Yang Lingchen emerged from his room, rejuvenated. Under Dongfang Yunbing's leadership, the group returned to the summit of North Xian once more. The peak was teeming with people, compared to the previous day. The number of spectators had increased significantly. Today marked the personal ranking battles for the younger generation of the North Xian domain, and their popularity far surpassed that of the first round. At that moment, King of Heaven Zhou Xian stood in the center of the arena and declared loudly, "The rules for today's personal ranking battles are as follows. Once you step onto the stage, your fate rests in the hands of destiny. However, if your opponent concedes, you are not permitted to kill them. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Zhou Xian then elaborated on the various details of the competition. A total of 70 participants would compete in the personal ranking battles, with their final standings determined by their win rates. This meant that each participant would need to fight 69 matches, with the individual boasting the highest win rate being crowned champion. Given the extensive time required for 69 battles, the personal ranking battles would span 7 days, with each participant expected to engage in approximately 10 matches per day. As Yang Lingchen diligently studied the rules, he suddenly felt as though he were being closely observed by a ferocious beast. He quickly looked up to see Zhou Yusin gazing at him with a sinister smile from a distance. The sight of her toothy grin sent shivers down his spine. "Junior brother Lingchen, does that Princess Yusin have a crush on you? I noticed she's been staring at you," Lin Yuru asked curiously. "That's because I killed her in the illusion, which is why she's looking at me like that," Yang Lingchen explained. "That I see. You should be cautious. Zhou Yusin is extremely ruthless. No man who has caught her attention has ever met a good end," Lin Yuru warned. Lin Yuru spoke up to remind everyone they could see that moment. Feng Zijuan approached Yang Lingchen with a sinister expression. "Yang Lingchen, you despicable and shameless scoundrel," Feng Zijuan said with a chilling tone. "Brother Feng, what has happened to you? After just one night apart, you seem as if you've been struck by frost," Yang Lingchen inquired curiously. Originally, Feng Zijuan was quite handsome and dashing, but now he walked with trembling legs, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. "It is you. All because of you. If you hadn't impersonated me in front of Shiyuxin, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Feng Zijuan glared at Yang Lingchen with a look of deep resentment. "Ahem, brother Feng, you weren't spending the night in the princess's palace, were you? Congratulations on winning the heart of a beauty, but your condition seems quite dire. After just one night of debauchery, you ought to replenish your vitality." Yang Lingchen chuckled. "I will kill you, you shameless wretch." Feng Zijuan was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. He could no longer contain his fury. Last night had been the darkest of his life, and it was all due to Yang Lingchen. Without warning, Feng Zijuan brandished his sword and struck fiercely at Yang Lingchen. However, he was no match for Yang Lingchen at this moment. Bang! It was utterly predictable. Yang Lingchen kicked Feng Zijuan away with great force. Yang Lingchen, wait. One day, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Feng Zijuan spat venomously as he departed. The much-anticipated individual ranking battle finally commenced. Atop Beishian Peak, 10 immense arenas were erected, allowing multiple matches to take place simultaneously, greatly enhancing the efficiency of the competition. Chinner, for this individual ranking battle, I have but one request. You must prioritize your safety. Dongfang Yunbing said with utmost seriousness that I will take care. Thank you for your concern, Master, Yang Lingchen replied. You all as well. Should you encounter an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, you may choose to forfeit. Do not act recklessly. Dongfang Yunbing directed her gaze towards the others. Yes, Your Highness, they responded respectfully. At that moment, the highly anticipated ranking battle officially began. Yang Lingchen's first opponent was a disciple from Lingshuanzong at the first layer of the entry Profound Realm. This individual had already witnessed Yang Lingchen's formidable prowess at the prince's banquet, so after a few exchanges, he wisely chose to concede. In the first match, Yang Lingchen's luck was relatively favorable. All 5 members of Tainyuan Wang emerged victorious. Particularly, Lin Yuro and Ling Yinyun faced opponents of lesser strength, and after a challenging battle, both secured their victories. Soon, the second match commenced, and to Yang Lingchen's surprise, his opponent was Feng Zijuan. Astonishingly, Feng Zijuan chose to concede immediately without giving Yang Lingchen a chance to settle the score. Before long, Yang Lingchen's third match began, and his opponent was Zhang Zichen from Tanshimen. Zhang Zichen was at the peak of the third layer of the entry Profound Realm, with strength comparable to Nangong Shao. But his gaze towards Yang Lingchen was filled with hostility. Brat, today I shall make you aware of the grave consequences of offending Miss Qiming. Zhang Zichen's voice was icy, his expression one of utter disdain, as if he did not regard Yang Lingchen at all. Foolish creature, why must you demean yourself by playing the role of a sycophant? Yang Lingchen retorted sharply. Impudent brat, you seek death. Upon hearing Yang Lingchen utter the term sycophant, Zhang Zichen's face contorted with rage. He had indeed pursued Luo Qiming for quite some time, yet her attitude towards him was one of neither acceptance nor rejection, leaving him to feel like a mere sycophant orbiting her. With that, Zhang Zichen swung his sword with ferocity towards Yang Lingchen, the blade emanating an intense and sharp aura, as if it could tear through the very air itself. Yang Lingchen, however, dared not underestimate him. At present, his strength was only capable of rivaling that of the peak of the third layer of the entry Profound Realm, unless he employed his powerful trump cards like the Immortal Demon Sword or the Soul Devouring Slash. It would be challenging for him to defeat his opponent in a short time, and he intended to reserve the Immortal Demon Sword and the Soul Devouring Slash for the geniuses of the Beishian Empire. Thus, in this moment, he could only strive to maneuver against Zhang Zichen. As their swords clashed, waves of sharp sword energy surged towards one another. In the blink of an eye, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neither gaining a significant advantage after dozens of rounds. Sycophant, is this the severe consequence you spoke of? Yang Lingchen seized the opportunity to mock. Unaware of your own mortality, you dare to insult me. Zhang Zichen, demonstrating a far superior mentality compared to Sikong Jie, paid no heed to Yang Lingchen's derision and continued to attack him relentlessly. As the battle raged on, Zhang Zichen's lethal strikes began to wear on Yang Lingchen's patience. Witnessing his opponent's relentless assault, Yang Lingchen unleashed a soul attack. In an instant, an invisible soul-devouring slash surged toward Zhang Zichen's spirit. Boom! Zhang Zichen fell into a brief stupor. Seizing the moment, Yang Lingchen unleashed a burst of sword energy, which glimmered brilliantly as it sliced through Zhang Zichen's neck. Bang! Zhang Zichen's lifeless body crashed to the ground, devoid of breath. At the same time, the gaze of the Tanshimen's leader, Duanmu Su, turned icy. Zhang Zichen had been his most outstanding disciple, and to see him perish on the arena was utterly shocking, had it not been for the presence of the king of Jintian. He might have already rushed forward to exact vengeance on the one who had taken his disciple's life. At this moment, the arena fell into a hushed silence. One had anticipated that just the third match of the ranking battle would witness a fatality. Meanwhile, Luo, Qiming below the stage, showed little reaction, continuing to glare coldly at Yang Lingchen. Originally, Yang Lingchen had no desire to take a life. However, Zhang Zichen had clearly harbored strong murderous intent toward him. Since you seek to kill me, I have no reason to spare your life. The battle continued, and Yang Lingchen achieved 7 consecutive victories, culminating in an impressive 10-win streak, thus concluding the first A's matches prematurely. On the Taiyuan Wang side, Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuro had records of 3 wins and 7 losses, while Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie remained locked in fierce combat. I could tee that point. Yang Lingchen noticed that Ling Yanyun seemed to have sustained some injuries and was resting nearby. He hurried over and produced several healing pills, asking with concern, "Sister Yanyun, are you all right? You needn't concern yourself, you heartless scoundrel." Ling Yanyun replied coldly, showing no intention of acknowledging Yang Lingchen's care. "How did I become a heartless scoundrel?" Yang Lingchen's tone faltered slightly. "I have already vowed to be your woman. Why do you still pursue Nan Gongyan?" Ling Yanyun gazed at Yang Lingchen with a hurt expression. "Sister Yanyun, that vow was merely a jest. You needn't take it to heart." Yang Lingchen felt overwhelmed. He had only meant to tease her, yet it seemed she had taken it seriously. "Yang Lingchen, did you not coerce me into making that vow?" Ling Yanyun's gaze turned sharp as she scrutinized him. Yang Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine under her intense stare and admitted, "Yes, since you forced me to vow. What do you mean now? Do you wish to abandon me?" Ling Yanyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze upon Yang Lingchen. "No," Yang Lingchen murmured. "How could I ever abandon you?" "Then do you like me?" Ling Yanyun looked at Yang Lingchen with hopeful eyes. "I do." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lingchen spoke. "Yes, the most beautiful woman of Tianyuan Palace." Ling Yanyun possessed a captivating beauty and charm that could enchant countless men. To claim that he was indifferent to such a beauty would undoubtedly be a falsehood. However, Yang Lingchen found himself in a quandary, uncertain if Dongfang Yunbing would take issue with him over this. His feelings for Dongfang Yunbing were a tumultuous blend of deep affection and palpable fear. Then who holds the greater status between me and Nangong Yin? Ling Yanyun playfully pouted. This particular matter weighed heavily on her mind. For in this world, a woman's rank bore significant implications for her identity and standing. "Yanyun, let us defer this discussion for another time. Please consume the healing pill first." Yang Lingchen decided to redirect the conversation, feeling unable to provide a satisfactory answer. "Then you must feed it to me." Ling Yanyun's voice was sweet and delicate. "Very well." Yang Lingchen had not anticipated that Ling Yanyun could be so endearingly charming when she played the spoiled child. Before long, the battle between Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie concluded, with both achieving a record of 5 wins and 5 losses. Subsequently, under Dongfang Yunbing's leadership, the group returned to Tianyuan Palace's stronghold, to everyone's surprise. Ling Yanyun maintained a tender grip on Yang Lingchen's arm throughout their journey, exuding an aura of sweetness. Upon arriving back at the stronghold, Yang Lingchen retreated to his chamber to cultivate as the grand competition reached a crucial juncture. He was determined not to waste a single moment. Just as he was about to delve into the Haotian Jade space for his training, an exquisite figure suddenly materialized within his room. "Master," Yang Lingchen stammered, feeling a rush of anxiety. He was flustered, recalling how Ling Yanyun had clung to him just moments ago. Now, Dongfang Yunbing's expression was decidedly frosty, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. "What has you so anxious?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice was icy in nothing. Yang Lingchen quickly lowered his head. "Come here," Dongfang Yunbing commanded, her gaze sharp and her tone frigid. "Yes." With trepidation, Yang Lingchen approached her. Suddenly, Dongfang Yunbing reached out and grasped him. "Master, please spare me." "I was wrong." Yang Lingchen felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Though Dongfang Yunbing had yet to exert any force, her aura was formidable, and he feared that any displeasure could lead to dire consequences. "What is the nature of your relationship with Yanyun?" Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were piercing, and her tone was anything but gentle. "It's all my fault." Yang Lingchen hurriedly bowed his head, his face awash with regret and guilt, embodying the image of one who had erred. "Humph. This time, I shall let you off," Dongfang Yunbing scoffed. "However, remember this. You are my man. Should I discover you frivolously courting other women again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Her voice was chilling, as if capable of freezing the very air. "I understand, master," Yang Lingchen replied softly, scarcely daring to breathe. "Furthermore, aside from your cultivation, you must exercise restraint with them if it interferes with my training." I shall render you incapable. You comprehend. Dongfang Yunbing reiterated sternly, I shall remember. Master. Might you loosen your grip? Yang Lingchen ventured cautiously. You are still young. Your focus should be on cultivation. Excessive romantic entanglements will not serve you well. Dongfang Yunbing's tone softened slightly, yet still retained an undeniable authority. I shall heed your teachings. Master. Yang Lingchen promptly responded. Though you remain weak now, I believe you will one day become the finest man in this world. Dongfang Yunbing said slowly, You truly hold such faith in me, Master? Yang Lingchen could not contain himself that of course, for you are of pure Yang constitution and my man, Dongfang Yunbing declared resolutely. Master, I possess a superior cultivation method that should surpass your dual cultivation technique. Yang Lingchen whispered that it was a divine dual cultivation method he had discovered within Ling Juechen's memories. That's so. Then what are you waiting for? Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing's veil had silently slipped away, and her jade-like hand caressed Yang Lingchen's handsome face. Whoa! Yang Lingchen, unable to withstand the moment, kissed her passionately like a wild beast. Dongfang Yunbing responded in kind, her delicate hand sweeping away his clothing with a flick. Before gracefully positioning herself atop him like a water serpent, in that instant, an intimate atmosphere flooded the room like a rising tide. The following morning, Dongfang Yunbing, astonished, inquired, what cultivation technique is this? It has enabled me to break through to a new realm. Just recently, she had ascended to the second level of Guixian realm, yet now she had unexpectedly reached the third level. I am not entirely certain that I acquired it during my last expedition to the ruins and utilized it for the first time today. Yang Lingchen fabricated a polite lie. Master, I too wish to break through. Would you kindly rise? At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt his inner energy teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Quickly, Dongfang Yunbing sprang up, hastily donning her garments before silently exiting Yang Lingchen's chamber. As for Yang Lingchen, he sat cross-legged on the bed, summoning all his internal energy to propel himself toward the fifth level of Wenshu realm. With a resounding boom, he successfully advanced to the fifth level. He then retrieved numerous Wenshu pills, consuming them without hesitation. Yang Lingchen fervently refined these pills. Watching his cultivation soared up dawn, he had once again reached the pinnacle of the fifth level of Wenshu realm. Finally, he rose to tidy his room, which had become a chaotic mess after a night of fervent activity. Neglecting to do so would make it all too easy for the discerning eye to detect any anomalies. After freshening up, Yang Lingchen exited his room. What were you doing last night? Yang Lingchen. Why did this young lady knock on your door for ages without a response? Ling Yinyan chided, her tone laced with discontent. I apologize, Yinyan. I was in the midst of a critical cultivation session and did not hear you. Yang Lingchen hurriedly explained that in truth, he had heard her knocking, and her persistent rapping had nearly startled him into a frenzy. Never mind. Let us hurry. The palace master is waiting for us, Ling Yinyan said, entwining her arm with Yang Lingchen's as they descended together. The group set out once more toward North Xian Peak. Today, the North Xian Peak was still bustling with crowds and vibrant activity. The attendees settled down at Tianyuan Palace's designated area. Before long, the day's battles commenced. However, to Yang Lingchen's dismay, his first opponent was none other than Zhou Yusen. Little Chun, this princess presents you with two choices once again. Either accompany me back to my residence tonight, or I shall leave you battered and drag you back myself. Choose wisely. Zhou Yusen grinned ominously. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped onto the stage, he rushed to the edge of the platform and began to retch violently. The sight of Zhou Yusen's smile, with her buck teeth glistening with some unidentifiable substance, was utterly revolting. Seems you have chosen the latter path. Thus, I must leave you in ruins. Zhou Yusen laughed sinisterly, her gaze filled with malice. Oh, hell with you. I care not if you are a princess or a prince. Today, I shall pummel you into a pig's head. Yang Lingchen roared, his eyes wide with fury as he swung his staff with full force toward Zhou Yusen. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, Yang Lingchen might have doubted his ability to best Zhou Yusen. Fortunately, he had spent the night cultivating with Dongfang Yunbing. Otherwise, he might have truly been dragged back by his opponent if Zhou Yusen were taken back. he would likely suffer a fate no better than Feng Zijuan, if not worse. Although Zhou Yusin was somewhat unattractive, her strength and talent were indisputable in the face of Yang Lingchen's frenzied attacks. Zhou Yusin appeared to be effortlessly countering, handling the situation with ease at that moment. Ling Yinyun was filled with anxiety. Yang Lingchen had only just agreed to be with her, and she had yet to make her move. What if the princess used him first? The thought deepened her worries, causing her heart to race in the blink of an eye. After several exchanges, Yang Lingchen and Zhou Yusin found themselves locked in a fierce battle. Yang Lingchen's staff lashed out violently at Zhou Yusin with an unstoppable momentum, while Zhou Yusin's sword continuously retaliated with sharp techniques. Just then, Yang Lingchen unleashed a soul attack, the soul-devouring slash striking deep into Zhou Yusin's essence. Instantly, she fell into a momentary stupor, her eyes glazing over. I'll strike. Let us see if I can't beat you, you wretched woman. Yang Lingchen swung his staff, mercilessly transforming Zhou Yusin's visage into a grotesque sight. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, echoing throughout the arena. Bang! At last, tranquility returned to the world. Yang Lingchen delivered a final, forceful blow to Zhou Yusin, sending her hurtling away. After all, she was a royal princess, and Yang Lingchen was still hesitant to kill her. Once he had dealt with Zhou Yusin, the first thing Yang Lingchen did upon returning to the sidelines was to violently vomit. Lingchen, are you all right? Ling Yinyun asked with great concern etched across her face. Sister Yinyun, I'm fine. It's just that wretched woman who made me feel nauseated, Yang Lingchen replied, taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. At that moment, Nangong Yin approached, catching sight of Ling Yinyun holding onto Yang Lingchen's arm. Who are you? Why are you embracing my Yang Lingchen? Nangong Yin said coldly, her eyes brimming with hostility. I am Yang Lingchen's first wife. Who might you be? Ling Yinyun retorted, equally unfriendly, refusing to yield an inch. You shamelessly dare to steal my man. Nangong Yin pointed at Ling Yinyun, scolding her, her delicate face flushed with anger. Then why don't you ask Yang Lingchen who he belongs to? Ling Yinyun shot back, turning to Yang Lingchen. All right, let you two bicker. It's my turn to take the stage now. With a flash, Yang Lingchen leapt onto the platform, relieved to escape the clamor of the two women. His opponent for this match was a prodigy from the Demon Cloud sect. Yang Lingchen showed no mercy to the members of the Demon Cloud sect, denying them any chance to concede, and swiftly struck at his opponent's neck with a single sword swipe. Since they were sworn enemies, Yang Lingchen's principle was to kill whenever possible, and if not, to strive to do so. Meanwhile, Huang Dingtian, watching from below, was fuming, his eyes wide with rage, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could flay Yang Lingchen alive on the spot. As time flew by, another day had passed, and Yang Lingchen had once again achieved a remarkable 10 consecutive victories in intense battles. Coupled with the previous day's wins, he had amassed a total of 20 consecutive victories. Throughout this journey, whenever Yang Lingchen encountered members of the Earthian sect, the Rakshasa Palace, or the Demon Cloud sect, he showed them no mercy, refusing to grant them any opportunity to concede. To Yang Lingchen's surprise, Ling Yinyun and Nangong Yin had not engaged in the fierce battle he had anticipated. Instead, they resorted to subtle rivalry. Vying for his affection at the stronghold of the Demon Cloud sect, Huang Ding Tian seethed, that little brat Yang Lingchen has killed so many of our disciples. Can you all really swallow this grievance? His face darkened ominously. What can we do? For some reason, Dongfang Yunbing's strength has suddenly surged. I am no match for him in the moment, Feng Wujing lamented, his brow furrowed in resignation. Brother Feng is right. To deal with Tianyuan Palace, we must unite our forces, or we will be picked off one by Dongfang Yunbing. Luo Tianming, the master of the Rakshasa Palace, said slowly, his gaze filled with deep concern. I believe we could do this. Tani Min leader Duanmu so began to outline his plan in detail. Let us proceed as Brother Duanmu suggests. The assembly echoed in agreement. The final day of the grand competition arrived. Over the past 6 days, Yang Lingchen had displayed astonishing strength and unyielding determination, achieving an impressive 60 consecutive victories and defeating Nangong Xiao along with several members of the royal family. Early that day, under Dongfang Yunbing's guidance, everyone returned to the summit of Beixian Peak. Today marked the last day, and Yang Lingchen was filled with excitement. With just 9 more victories, he would claim the championship of this grand competition. The rewards for the champion were exceedingly generous, offering not only 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but also a mystic spirit fruit. The mystic spirit fruit was a rare and precious spiritual fruit capable of elevating a practitioner of the Xian realm without conditions. For those in the Void realm, consuming it would instantly elevate them by 3 small realms at that moment. Yang Lingchen silently vowed that, even if it cost him everything, he would fight for that mystic spirit fruit. Soon, Yang Lingchen commenced his first battle of the day, facing Princess Zhou Yutong, in stark contrast to the unattractive Zhou Yusen. Zhou Yutong possessed an ethereal beauty, her features exquisitely crafted, skin as fair as jade, and a figure that was gracefully alluring, easily captivating anyone who beheld her breathtaking visage. Yang Lingchen, it was you who ambushed this princess in the illusion, wasn't it? Zhou Yutong's delicate face was frosty, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury. It was me. What do you intend to do about it? Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly, showing no mercy simply because she was beautiful. You seek death. This princess shall not let you live today. Zhou Yutong's tone was icily severe as she struck forth like lightning, her sword aimed at Yang Lingchen. From childhood, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner, and her rage had reached its zenith. Curse you, you vile wretch! Were it not for your status as a princess, I would strip you bare. Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly, swinging his staff to meet her attack, unleashing a barrage of strikes imbued with immense power. Relentlessly hammering toward her, the violent sounds of combat rang throughout the arena, reverberating like thunder. Faced with Yang Lingchen's frenzied assault, Zhou Yutong found herself retreating repeatedly, struggling to defend against his onslaught. In a matter of moments, an excellent opportunity presented itself to Yang Lingchen, and he struck heavily toward her chest. Zhou Yutong, however, was no ordinary opponent. She reacted swiftly, raising her sword to block the blow. Bang! Yang Lingchen's powerful strike pushed Zhou Yutong back again and again. Yet he did not relent, quickly launching a soul attack. In an instant, Zhou Yutong's gaze became vacant, rendering her unable to resist. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen wasted no time, rushing in with his staff to deliver a flurry of blows. You think that just because you're beautiful, I won't hit you? Zhou Yutong's screams pierced the air. Bang! Die! You wretched woman! Yang Lingchen delivered a punishing kick to her chest, the force propelling her away. To hell with you, you vile witch! You thought to kill me. Were it not for the fact we are on the territory of the Beixian Empire, I would have stripped you and hung you at the city gate for all to see. Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, reveling in the moment. Silence enveloped the arena, an intense stillness following his actions. Countless spectators were left in shock, their mouths agape, in their eyes. Yang Lingchen was an unhinged madman, daring to strike even the princess of the Beixian Empire, a reckless act that bordered on suicidal. At this moment, in the direction of the northern Xian Empire, the gaze of the heavenly king flickered with a fierce light. Yang Qinling's behavior undoubtedly challenged the dignity of the entire northern Xian Empire. Had this grand competition not been hosted by the northern Xian Empire, Zhou Xian would have truly yearned to slap this ignorant youth into oblivion. Meanwhile, the other princes and princesses cast glances at Yang Qinling, each filled with intense murderous intent. However, Yang Qinling paid no heed to their animosity. His sole desire was to obtain the Xianling fruit, which would allow him to break through 3 minor realms at once. He firmly believed that, as the host of this grand competition, the Northern Xian Empire could not possibly take action against him for the sake of a single princess. If that were the case, who would dare participate in the Northern Xian Domain's great competition in the future? As long as he secured the Xianling fruit, Yang Qinling was confident he could swiftly advance to the entry Xian realm, at which point he would be an invincible presence within that realm. At this moment, Yang Qinling returned to his position at the Tianyuan Palace. Qin'er, at this juncture, you're still far from being able to contend with the Northern Xian Empire. Do you understand the fragility of this situation? Dongfang Yunbing remarked meaningfully, her gaze laced with concern. Master, I apologize that I promise not to trouble you again. One day, I will stand before you like a man and protect you. Yang Chunling replied, his eyes filled with resolute determination. In truth, Yang Chunling was aware that he had been somewhat overzealous earlier. After all, in his past life on Earth, he was merely an ordinary individual, having scarcely experienced the harsh realities of society. Thus now, with a modicum of strength, he had become somewhat arrogant. However, after Dongfang Yunbing's recent admonition, Yang Chunling began to engage in profound self-reflection. For too long, he had relied on Dongfang Yunbing to shield him from the repercussions of his actions. As a man, he should stand in front of her and protect her, rather than recklessly causing her trouble day in and day out. I will await that day, Dongfang Yunbing expressed, her eyes revealing a rare glimmer of satisfaction. Of course, this did not imply that he would become a coward. Rather, until he had absolute confidence, he would strive to maintain a lower profile. The competition continued. In the subsequent battles, Yang Chunling adopted a more subdued demeanor. He encountered several princes, each bearing a fierce desire to eliminate him. Nevertheless, Yang Chunling restrained himself, merely knocking his opponents off the stage without inflicting severe harm. Soon, the competition culminated in its final match, the championship battle. Yang Chunling had achieved an impressive streak of 68 consecutive victories, while the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming, boasted the same record. This decisive battle would determine the ultimate champion, and the victor of the Northern Xian Domain competition would be regarded as the foremost genius among the younger generation. Hence, this final clash garnered the attention of countless spectators. Although Yang Chunling had maintained his winning streak, few believed he could triumph in this final match. After all, Zhou Yuming had grown up challenging opponents beyond his level, while no one had ever been able to challenge him in return. Moreover, Yang Chunling was only at the 5th level of the Void Realm, while Zhou Yuming had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Entry Xian Realm. The championship match commenced. At this moment, Yang Chunling's expression was marked by utmost seriousness, for his opponent was Zhou Yuming. It was essential to note that Zhou Yuming was undeniably the greatest talent under the age of 20 within the Northern Xian royal family. "You are quite arrogant," Zhou Yuming coldly stated, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Yang Chunling. "For many years, you are the first to dare to provoke the dignity of the royal family. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either submit to me or face death." Yang Chunling, however, merely smiled faintly, responding with an air of nonchalance. "Those who have dared to speak boldly before me have all ended up with swollen faces. I wonder if the 18th prince's skin is thick enough. Go to hell, flaunting your arrogance in front of me. I swear, one day, I will make the Northern Xian Empire bow beneath my feet," Yang Chunling silently vowed. Had he not promised Dongfang Yunbing earlier, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this overbearing Zhou Yuming. Given Yang Chunling's strength, if he were to reveal all his hidden abilities, he could easily slay Zhou Yuming in an instant. Yet, he refrained from doing so, fully aware that if he were to kill Zhou Yuming, not only would he be unable to escape, but the entire Tianyuan Palace and the Yang family would also face catastrophic repercussions. "You, who know not your own limits, I had intended to keep you as a loyal dog due to your decent talent, but since you are ungrateful, you shall meet your demise," Zhou Yuming declared, his sword glowing brilliantly as he unleashed a torrent of lethal sword energy towards Yang Chunling. "With just that statement, I shall one day ensure that the entire Zhou family becomes a mere dog." Whining for my favor, Yang Chunling thought, while his body moved like a wraith, drawing forth the Xianma sword and launching a fierce strike at Zhou Yuming. The moment the Xianma sword was unsheathed, the temperature in the arena plummeted, a terrifying aura of destruction radiating throughout the space. Simultaneously, Yang Chunling communicated with the spirit within the Xianma sword, in perfect synchrony with Ling'er. The sword energy unleashed by Yang Chunling became a rampant storm, striking Zhou Yuming with relentless fury. True to his reputation as the foremost genius among the younger generation of the Northern Xian Empire, Zhou Yuming adeptly countered Yang Chunling's fierce onslaught. Had Yang Chunling not wielded the Xianma sword and combined it with a soul attack, he would have truly been no match for Zhou Yuming at that moment. Yang Chunling set aside all reservations and unleashed the god-slaying sword technique in conjunction with the Mirage body technique, while simultaneously launching a soul-devouring slash. Boom! Zhou Yuming momentarily found himself in a daze, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as he did, Yang Qinling executed a spinning kick that collided with Zhou Yuming's face, causing it to cave in instantly. In that fleeting instant, Yang Qinling transformed the Xianma sword into the Tongtian staff, wielding it with the ferocity of a tempest against Zhou Yuming. "Ah!" Zhou Yuming cried out in agony, his voice echoing with despair. "Ah!" he continued to wail. "Are you not a prince? How can you scream so pitifully on the stage?" Yang Qinling taunted while relentlessly swinging the staff. "I concede." Zhou Yuming, unable to withstand the torrential assault, finally admitted defeat. "18th Prince, my apologies. I thought your skin was thick enough, so I swung a bit harder," Yang Qinling replied with a smile. "You are doomed," Zhou Yuming warned, his face resembling that of a pig. His gaze filled with icy hatred directed at Yang Qinling. "If you rely solely on yourself, I do not mean to belittle you, but you shall never have your revenge." Yang Qinling leaned closer to Zhou Yuming's ear, coldly chuckling. "18th Prince, be careful. Allow me to assist you down." Yang Qinling feigned concern as he helped the infuriated Zhou Yuming off the stage. To the onlookers, Yang Qinling appeared quite gracious, having won the match and personally escorted the 18th Prince off the stage. Despite Zhou Yuming's unfortunate appearance resembling that of a beaten pig, however, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries, merely some inconsequential external wounds that at this moment. The scene was one of utter astonishment. For over a millennium, no individual from any other sect had successfully seized the championship from the hands of the Northern Xian Empire. In this very moment, Yang Lingchen achieved what had once seemed impossible. He was destined to become the idol of the younger generation throughout the Northern Xian domain, for he had forged history, overturning the prevailing notion that other forces could not claim victory. The news of Yang Lingchen's triumph in the Northern Xian Domain Grand Competition swiftly spread throughout the Northern Xian Empire, and it was but a matter of time before it reached every corner of the Northern Xian Domain. Under the announcement of the King of Heaven, Zhou Xianzheng, Yang Lingchen successfully claimed the lavish rewards for this competition: 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and a Xianling fruit. To this moment, the most exhilarated were Nangong Yin and Ling Yinyan. As Yang Lingchen descended from the platform, both women embraced his arms, one tenderly wiping the sweat from his brow, while the other gently offered him water. Witnessing this scene, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes nearly sparked with fury. Simultaneously, members of the four major factions, Mayan Sect, Tantian Gate, Dean Gate, and Luocha Palace, cast cold, piercing glares at Yang Lingchen. The group followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. Upon returning to the stronghold, Yang Lingchen sequestered himself in his chamber and then delved into the Haotian Jade space. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen had amassed over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the majority of which were acquired from ancient ruins. It is important to note that a single mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. With this substantial fortune, Yang Lingchen planned to refine a portion of the stones first, elevating his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Wangshu realm, before consuming the Xianling fruit, aiming for a decisive breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the Rushuan realm. Yang Lingchen took out the amassed mid-grade spirit stones and plunged into the pile. He fervently activated the Haotian technique, exerting himself to refine these spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within mid-grade spirit stones is vastly superior to that of low-grade stones, as Yang Lingchen refined them. His cultivation steadily ascended. Before long, he approached the threshold of the 6th layer of the Wangshu realm. Initial phase, mid-phase, and finally, the late phase that in this moment, Yang Lingchen was unwilling to pause, his mind consumed with a singular thought, to fervently refine the spirit stones. His cultivation continued to rise, reaching the 7th layer of the Wangshu realm. A fortnight passed in the blink of an EY this time. The number of spirit stones had dwindled to around 20,000. Yang Lingchen's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Wangshu realm. At this moment, he retrieved the Xianling fruit. Yang Lingchen planned to consume this fruit, hoping for a decisive breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the Rushuan realm. Feeling the pure spiritual energy radiating from the Xianling fruit, Yang Lingchen was overwhelmed with excitement. Without hesitation, he swallowed the fruit whole, The energy from the Xianling fruit instantly surged through his body, prompting him to sit cross-legged and activate the Haotian technique, directing this energy toward the bottleneck of the Rushuan realm with all his might. "Ah!" Yang Lingchen roared, "Break for me!" He finally broke through to the first layer of the Rushuan realm. Yet, the energy from the Xianling fruit was barely diminished at this moment. Yang Lingchen's cultivation continued to soar. In less than 15 minutes, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the second layer of the Rushuan realm. "Ha! My cultivation has finally broken through," Yang Lingchen exclaimed, his countenance radiating uncontainable joy as he reveled in his newfound power. After a refreshing shower and changing into a clean outfit, he made his way to Dongfang Yunbing's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Lingchen's expression was tinged with nervousness as he gently tapped on the door to Dongfang Yunbing's room. With each knock, his excitement intensified. In this moment, his heart was tumultuous, for he had no definitive grasp on the true extent of Dongfang Yunbing's formidable strength. "Come in," a soft, melodious voice floated from within the room. "Cough, cough, master, I missed you." Yang Lingchen's eyes sparkled with uncontainable fervor, and without a moment's thought, he eagerly wrapped his arms around Dongfang Yunbing's slender waist. Gazing into Yang Lingchen's passionate and fervent eyes, Dongfang Yunbing made no move to deter him. She could clearly sense the profound infatuation he held for her, and she too harbored a deep-seated affection for this exceptional disciple. After all, her disciple, with his unparalleled beauty, astonishing talent, and rare constitution, was among the most extraordinary beings in existence. How could she remain unmoved by such a near-perfect man? Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. "Master, I was wrong," Yang Lingchen cried out in despair, quickly pleading for mercy. "You impudent boy, thinking you can act with arrogance after merely a slight elevation in your cultivation. Do you now comprehend your folly?" Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed in mock anger as she delivered a series of unrelenting strikes upon Yang Lingchen. "I was wrong. Disciple shall never again show you any disrespect," Yang Lingchen exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror, as he frantically begged for forgiveness. He had initially believed that having broken through to the second layer of the Rushuan realm, he could at least hold his own against Dongfang Yunbing without suffering too much. Little did he know that her cultivation had already reached the third layer of the Guoxian realm. "Impudent boy, until your strength surpasses mine, it would be wise for you to behave yourself." Dongfang Yunbing helped shower watching to her feet, her tones softening slightly. "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't." Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he spoke. "From now on, spend some quality time with me." After saying this, Dongfang Yunbing gently leaned against Yang Lingchen's chest. "Yes, master." Yang Lingchen nodded earnestly. Having learned his lesson from this encounter, he resolved to be more compliant, acutely aware that Dongfang Yunbing possessed a strong-willed nature. If he truly sought to win her over, he must elevate his own cultivation swiftly. 2 days passed in a flash. During this time, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing remained together in the chamber, enveloped in a haze of affection, as they were deeply immersed in their romantic entanglement. The following morning, under Dongfang Yunbing's guidance, the group embarked on a shopping spree in northern Xian City before finally deciding to return to Tianyuan Palace. Prior to their departure, Yang Lingchen made a special visit to Nangong Ting, as he was to be his future father-in-law. Additionally, he assured Nangong Yan that he would soon visit Jianyuan Pavilion to propose. That evening, Yang Lingchen was forcibly retained by Nangong Yan, who presented him with the accumulated assignments from this period. Simultaneously, he bestowed upon her numerous exquisite elixirs, earnestly advising her to devote herself to her cultivation. That night, the group from Tianyuan Palace boarded the flying vessel once more, racing swiftly toward their destination. Meanwhile, the 4 major factions, Mayan Sect, Tantian Gate, Dean Gate, and Luocha Palace, were meticulously rallying their forces. After 7 days of rapid flight, the group finally returned to Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen was the first to return to his own Tiyun Pavilion. In the main hall of Tianyuan Palace, the palace master was met with grave news. "Palace master, we are facing a dire situation," Elder Zajimo of the Tianji sect declared, his expression solemn as he stroked his graying beard. "Elder Tianji, what has transpired?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Elder Zajimo was known for his prudence. He would not speak so gravely unless significant matters were at hand a few days ago. I discern through my calculations that our palace is poised to face an imminent and life-threatening crisis, he stated, his tone grave and low. A major crisis. Is this matter true? Dongfang Yunbing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her countenance instantly transformed into one of utmost seriousness. That IT should not be mistaken. According to my deductions, this time there are threats not only from external forces, but also from internal concerns. Zhuge Mo spoke with a grave tone, his expression exceedingly solemn. Does the Elder of Heavenly Mechanism possess a method to resolve this predicament? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. This, Zhuge Mo fell silent, a look of difficulty crossing his face. Elder of Heavenly Mechanism, please speak without reservation, Dongfang Yunbing urged. According to my calculations, the only one capable of alleviating this crisis is none other than the future husband of the palace master. If he can appear in time, not only can we safely navigate this crisis, but under his leadership, our Tianyuan palace may even have the opportunity to dominate the entire continent. Zhuge Mo articulated each word with resolute clarity. I am aware that he will come. Upon hearing Zhuge Mo's words, a faint smile graced Dongfang Yunbing's face. I too believe he will come, for he is already within our Tianyuan palace. Zhuge Mo revealed with a mysterious expression. Do not linger any longer. Dongfang Yunbing shot him a fierce glare, her tone reproachful. Cough. I shall take my leave. Huh. Zhuge Mo chuckled heartily before striding out of the palace hall. This old fellow must have deduced everything. Dongfang Yunbing's enchanting visage blushed beneath her veil. This matter left her feeling quite embarrassed, and at that moment, she regretted taking young Lingchen as her disciple. Palace Master, a grave situation has arisen. Just then, a dark guard of Tianyuan Palace rushed in, his expression frantic. What is it? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her voice imbued with authority. Reporting to the Palace Master, I discovered that the Dean sect and the forces of the Luo Sha Palace are advancing towards us with great ferocity. And also from the east, the Mo Yun sect and the Bei Tian men are hastening towards us in large numbers. The Dark Guard reported respectfully. Depart at once. I am aware. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. As soon as her words fell, her figure vanished from the hall, only to reappear at the Qian Pavilion. Master, what brings you here? Upon seeing Dongfang Yunbing's sudden arrival, Yang Lingchen wore a look of surprise. The Dean sect, Luo Sha Palace, as well as the Mo Yun sect and Bei Tian men are approaching. You must gather your things and leave Tianyuan Palace at once. Dongfang Yunbing spoke calmly. Though concern lingered in her eyes, her intent was merely to gauge Yang Lingchen's response. Yang Lingchen furrowed his brows slightly at her words, urgently asking, how many have come? Where are they now? The four major sects have mobilized. They should be close to arriving. Observing Yang Lingchen's anxious demeanor, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dongfang Yunbing's gaze. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Yang Lingchen's figure vanished from sight. Seeing him leave, Dongfang Yunbing did not hinder him, but stood there in a daze, her expression filled with disappointment. At that moment, it felt as though her heart had been abruptly emptied. However, Yang Lingchen was not fleeing. He was diligently setting up the great formation around Tianyuan Palace, point one by one. Mid-grade spirit stones were swiftly embedded into every corner of the palace. After making a complete circuit around Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen finally completed the setup of the great formation. Now, with a single incantation, this formidable array could be activated at any moment. Just then, the forces of the Dean sect, Luo Sha Palace, Mo Yun sect, and Bei Tianmen gathered at the foot of Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, upon learning of the imminent attack from the four major forces, many within Tianyuan Palace were left pale, filled with dread. Though the enemy is exceedingly powerful, if we fight with all our might, there remains a chance, and I shall lead the charge. Now, everyone shall follow me into battle, Dongfang Yunbing proclaimed with utmost authority, her voice radiating an undeniable resolve. Palace Master, this predicament was instigated by your disciple Yang Lingchen. Why not hand him over instead of endangering us all? At that moment, the Grand Elder Wang Batian stepped forward, his voice laced with discontent. Slap. Speak another word, and I shall not be merciful. Dongfang Yunbing's voice turned frigid as an invisible killing intent surged from her being. Yunbing, what Ba Tian says holds merit. This affair was indeed caused by your disciple. We cannot allow everyone to pay the price for his actions. The elder of Supreme Elder, Si Kongwan, interjected, questioning, where is he? Supreme Elder, now is not the time to discuss this. Our priority should be to repel the enemy first, Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Humph, how convenient to say. Your disciple Yang Lingchen caused this chaos, yet you expect the entire sect to sacrifice for him. Now, due to your disciple, the sect is in such dire peril, while he has fled. Do you believe you still deserve to hold the position of Palace Master? Si Kongwan strode to the center of the hall, his voice sharp and commanding. The Supreme Elder is correct. Dongfang Yunbing is willing to sacrifice us all for her disciple, and she is unworthy of remaining as our Tianyuan Palace's leader, echoed Chen Yinling. The Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak ate tea that moment. Chen Yinling felt a surge of satisfaction. Yang Lingchen had killed his disciple Li Tianxing, and he had long sought an opportunity for revenge, which had now finally arrived. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing white light flashed, and in an instant, Chen Yinling was cleaved in two, blood splattering the ground, creating a gruesomely horrifying scene. Who else believes I am unworthy of the position of Palace Master? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes glinted with cold light as her voice resonated with chilling intensity, instilling fear in all who heard it. Dongfang Yunbing, I never anticipated you to be so ruthless. Elder Chen merely spoke a word, and you took his life. Such a person is utterly unfit to be the leader of Tianyuan Palace. Wang Batian quivered, hiding behind the Supreme Elder, fearful of being the next target. I too believe you are unworthy of the title of Palace Master. For your gaze is solely fixed on Yang Lingchen, disregarding us as mere pawns, Si Kongjie remarked coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Whoosh! Just then, another fierce sword light flashed, and in an instant, Si Kongjie's head flew off. Subsequently, a tall and handsome figure appeared in the hall, none other than Yang Lingchen, who had just completed the formation. Beast, you seek death, daring to kill my grandson. The Supreme Elder roared furiously, swinging a shimmering sword. The sharp sword energy radiating a dazzling brilliance as it swiftly struck towards Yang Lingchen. You old fool who knows not your own mortality. Yang Lingchen's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a soul-devouring strike, instantly rendering the Supreme Elder immobile. Die! A glint of cold light flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes as the mysterious Xianma sword unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp sword energies. In an instant, Si Kongwan's form was reduced to mere fragments, crimson blood spilling across the ground. The scene left everyone in shock. All gazes were filled with utter disbelief. The Supreme Elder had always been a godlike figure, yet he could not withstand a single strike from Yang Lingchen. Did you not leave? Though Dongfang Yunbing's voice remained cold, her heart swelled with excitement. Master, I wish to cultivate with you for a lifetime. Yang Lingchen grinned broadly. Then why did you leave earlier? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was unfriendly. She had thought Yang Lingchen had slipped away that I was setting up the formation. Everyone need not worry now. They will not breach our defenses, Yang Lingchen declared confidently. You can set formations? A deep astonishment flickered in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. I possess many skills. Otherwise, how could I be your man? Yang Lingchen boldly declared, no longer wishing to conceal their relationship. Since the higher-ups of Tianyuan Palace were present, it was the perfect opportunity to reveal their bond. Come what may, even if it meant facing her wrath. Wow! In the lofty halls of Tianyuan Palace, a profound sense of shock enveloped the atmosphere, with all present staring agape at Dongfang Yunbing, as if they were anxiously awaiting her response. This revelation was utterly astonishing. They were teacher and disciple. How could it be so? Particularly Dongfang Jie, whose eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets. How could he possibly seek vengeance now, when this young man had become his uncle by marriage? Meanwhile, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuo covered their mouths, gazing at the pair in disbelief. Dongfang Yunbing cast a fierce glare at Yang Lingchen before speaking with an icy tone. From this day forth, Yang Lingchen is no longer a disciple of this palace, for he is now my man. Aunt, I object, Dongfang Jie exclaimed, his face a picture of grievance. Having been raised by Dongfang Yunbing, he held deep affection for her. Over a decade ago, the Dongfang family had been obliterated by a merciless enemy overnight, and it was the 12-year-old Dongfang Yunbing who had fled with her 5-year-old nephew, Dongfang Jie, to Nanzhou. With her extraordinary talent, she became a master of Tianyuan Palace by the age of 20, and she was still only 26 now. Objections are futile. If you continue to prattle, do not blame your uncle for punishing you severely. Young Lingchen remarked, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he chastised the younger generation. You. Dongfang Jie's eyes blazed with fury, and at that moment he was truly enraged to the point of explosion. Yang Lingchen, come with me to assess the situation, Dongfang Yunbing commanded, her figure vanishing from the grand hall in an instant. Remaining here was becoming increasingly awkward for her. Dear nephew, your uncle departs first. I shall prepare a gift for you upon my return. Yang Lingchen swiftly followed after her. The onlookers remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed at that moment. The grand formation surrounding Tianyuan Palace had already been activated, enveloping the entire mountain gate in layers of mist. Even if the enemy attempted a fierce aerial assault, they could not breach it. Huang Xiong, we cannot break this formation. What should we do? Feng Wuji inquired, his brows furrowed in concern. Strange, to my knowledge, Tianyuan Palace should not possess a defensive formation. Huang Dingtian replied, perplexed. What shall we do now? We cannot simply wait idly. Luo, Tunming stated in a grave tone. The master of the altar, Duanmu Su, interjected, no worries. Such a formation requires countless precious spirit stones to sustain it. Given Tianyuan Palace's meager resources, it is unlikely to last more than a few days. He then added with a smirk, by then, with assistance from Sikong Wan, if we can capture Dongfang Yunbing alive, His Highness the Prince will undoubtedly reward us handsomely. How clever, Brother Duanmu. Your plan is truly exquisite. I wonder if the prince's skilled personnel have arrived yet. Huang Dingtian remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gave a thumbs up. Fear not, the prince's men have already arrived, Duanmu, Su confirmed. Yang Lingchen, this formation cannot hold for much longer. Can it? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, a slight furrow creasing her brow. Indeed, I spent 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones on this. Yang Lingchen replied, a pained expression on his face. 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones? How could this palace possibly afford such an amount? Dongfang Yunbing's brows knitted tighter in distress. If not, we can trade future disciples for it. Smack, before Yang Lingchen could finish. He received a sharp slap that a man without strength should remain obediently below, understood? Understood, Yang Lingchen replied hastily, diverting the topic. Master, how about we stealthily strike and eliminate Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming? Wouldn't that be overly risky? Dongfang Yunbing responded that we will disguise ourselves and quietly exit from the back, seeking an opportunity to approach them. Once we eliminate them, we can return to the formation, Yang Lingchen suggested. Very well. Can you disguise yourself? Dongfang Yunbing asked. Of course. Yang Lingchen proclaimed, executing the art of shifting shapes, instantly transforming into a rugged man of around 30. What technique is this? It is astonishing, Dongfang Yunbing exclaimed, her face a mask of surprise. Would you like to learn? Yang Lingchen grinned. Indeed, Dongfang Yunbing nodded. Then tonight. What do you intend to do tonight? Dongfang Yunbing inquired coldly. Tonight, I will teach you. Yang Lingchen quickly corrected himself. How do I escape in my current state? Dongfang Yunbing questioned. I have a solution. Here is a disguise pill. Just apply it to your face, and I will assist you. Yang Lingchen produced a uniquely colored disguise pill, removed Dongfang Yunbing's veil, and carefully applied it to her face. All done. Now just change your clothes, and you will be ready, Yang Lingchen declared. You little rascal. I will not let this go. How dare you mar my face? Dongfang Yunbing scolded vehemently. Master, do not be angry. I did this for your safety, Yang Lingchen quickly explained. Before long, the two had changed their attire and stealthily slipped out from the back mountain of Tianyuan Palace. With their current strength, it would be difficult for ordinary individuals to detect them. In a short while, they arrived at the foot of Tianyuan Palace, where thousands of disciples from the four major sects had already gathered at the mountain gate. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing managed to approach because he claimed he could break the formation, which allowed them to pass through the ranks of the Mo Yun sect. Master, There is one male and one female claiming they can break the formation, a disciple of the Mo Yun sect reported to Huang Dingtian. Bring them over, Huang Dingtian commanded. Yes, master. The disciple promptly led Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing forward. You can break the formation? Huang Dingtian asked, his brow furrowing. Rest assured, we have studied formation techniques for decades. Breaking this formation is a mere trifle. Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly. Excellent. If you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Huang Dingtian laughed heartily. Under Huang Dingtian's guidance, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing arrive at the entrance of Tianyuan Palace. Brother Feng, Brother Luo, let these two masters of formation give it a try. Huang Dingtian suggested that moment. Feng Wuji and Luo Tanming were deeply engrossed in their efforts to decipher the formation. Very well, let them give it a try. Feng Wuji replied in a solemn tone. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the tumult of fierce sword energy. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing suddenly sprang into action, swiftly severing the necks of Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming without mercy. Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming, faces awash with disbelief, slowly succumbed as they fell to the ground, unable to fathom how they had met such an untimely end, with a flurry of sword shadows. Yang Lingchen brandished the immortal demon sword, charging ferociously towards Huang Dingtian that moment. Duanmu Su, sensing the shift in circumstances, rushed towards Dongfang Yunbing with great urgency. However, to their astonishment, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing overwhelmed them in a fierce assault. Just as Dongfang Yunbing was about to strike down Duanmu Su, a terrifying sword energy slashed in from a distance. Dongfang Yunbing swiftly dodged, allowing Duanmu Su to narrowly escape with his life. Seeking death, a furious voice echoed as two incredibly menacing masked figures swiftly approached Chener. Hurry! Dongfang Yunbing cried urgently, her voice laden with desperation. Yang Lingchen unleashed several rapid sword strikes, and like a wraith, vanished with Dongfang Yunbing into the protective formation. Huang Dingtian, you better prepare your neck for cleaning. I will eventually sever your head and use it as a ball to kick. Yang Lingchen shouted furiously from within the formation. You little wretch! If you have the guts, come out! Huang Dingtian roared in rage. Fool! Were it not for those two despicable entities saving you, I would have killed you long ago. Yang Lingchen sneered, his words dripping with disdain. You seek death. The two masked figures, furious to the point of madness, struck harshly against the formation. Boom! Boom! The formation reverberated with deafening sounds. Useless fools, prepare to wait for your doom. Yang Lingchen chose to disregard them, swiftly turning to return to the grand hall of the palace with Dongfang Yunbing. With his extraordinary mastery of formations, no one in the Tianwu continent could breach the meticulously arranged arrays he had set up. Subsequently, Dongfang Yunbing convened an urgent high-level meeting, instructing everyone to prepare for battle and revealing the astonishing news of their recent slayings of Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming. In an instant, a fervent hope rekindled within the hearts of all present. No one had anticipated that just over a month ago, Yang Lingchen was merely at the third level of the Void Realm, and now he had ascended to the second level of the Profound Realm, effortlessly dispatching the Guoxian Realm's Feng Wuji. Master, do you know the true identities of those two masked individuals? Yang Lingchen inquired. His brow furrowed in curiosity. He sensed that these two were far more formidable than Huang Dingtian and Duanmu Su. They are from the Crown Prince's residence. They conceal their identities because I am acquainted with them. Dongfang Yunbing replied, her expression grim. The Crown Prince's residence? A glint of fierce intent flickered in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Even now, he vividly recalled Zhou Yuxiang's fervent gaze directed at Dongfang Yunbing to Yang Lingchen. She was a taboo, a cherished entity. Anyone daring to harbor ill intentions towards her would become his sworn enemy. What is their strength? Yang Lingchen pressed further. Third level of the Guoxian realm, akin to my own, Dongfang Yunbing slowly articulated. Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall concoct some Guoxian pills for you. Striving to help you advance to the fourth level of the Guoxian realm as soon as possible, Yang Lingchen declared, swiftly producing a pill furnace and focusing intently on alchemy. You can refine pills? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes widened in astonishment. That's so surprising. How could I claim to be your man without a few skills? Yang Lingchen chuckled, expertly managing the alchemical process while engaging in light conversation with Dongfang Yunbing. Observing his fluid technique, she found it increasingly difficult to fathom this enigmatic young man. Before long, a batch of exquisite Guixian pills was completed. Exceptional Guixian pills, Dongfang Yunbing exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Master, take this for your cultivation. Strive to break through to the fourth level of the Guixian realm. Then we shall emerge and annihilate them, Yang Lingchen asserted with unwavering determination. Dongfang Yunbing, without a hint of hesitation, accepted the Guixian pills and commenced her rigorous training in the tranquil confines of the Ziyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen went on to refine several more Jinxian pills and other rare elixirs. Huang, how the people below hold out for a few more days. Given the scale of this formation, the consumption of spirit stones is alarmingly rapid. They should not last much longer. Duanmu, Su remarked darkly. Duanmu, my disciples from the Demon Cloud cult can endure, but the Earthine sect and the Rakshasa Palace are already in turmoil, each vying for the positions of Palace Master and Sect Master. Huang Dingtian replied helplessly. First, calm them down. Once we obliterate the Tianyuan Palace, we shall deal with them at that point. The territories of these three major sects will belong to us. Duanmu, Su chuckled malevolently. Indeed, your insights are remarkable, Duanmu. Huang Dingtian smirked with a sinister grin. That morning, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru hurriedly arrived at the Ziyun Pavilion. Junior brother Lingchen, Lin Yuru began to be mindful of your words. You should now refer to me as Master Granduncle. Yang Lingchen teased with a smile. You wish, I shall never call you Master Granduncle. Lin Yuru retorted angrily. Yinyun, here are some elixirs. Take them and strive to break through to the profound realm soon. Yang Lingchen carefully handed a few pills to both Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru. You heartbreaker, confess, when did you and the Palace Master become involved? Ling Yinyun chided playfully. Ahem, she was already my woman long before I entered the Tianyuan Palace. I just didn't know she was the Palace Master. Yang Lingchen confessed candidly. Then, junior brother Lingchen, how did you manage to win over Master when you were so weak back then? Lin Yuru asked, her curiosity piqued. It wasn't me who won her over. It was Master who found me handsome and took the initiative, Yang Lingchen declared with mock seriousness. Master took the initiative with you? Lin Yuru exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Don't believe me. You can ask her. Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly at that moment. Yang Lingchen sensed an icy aura of murderous intent behind him. He quickly turned to find Dongfang Yunbing glaring at him with cold eyes. Master, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lin Yuru swiftly excused herself, bolting out the door. Palace Master, I take my leave. Ling Yinyun bowed and hurried away, feeling overwhelmed by Dongfang Yunbing's imposing presence. Yinyun, you may stay, Dongfang Yunbing commanded. Yes, Palace Master, Ling Yinyun responded obediently. Yinyun, when we are alone, you may call me Sister Bing, Dongfang Yunbing said softly and gently. Sister Bing, Ling Yinyun's voice trembled slightly. From now on, we are family that if Yang Lingchen dares to bully you. Just inform me, Dongfang Yunbing said with a warm smile. Thank you, Sister Bing, Ling Yinyun replied cheerfully. Master, can I also call you Sister Bing? Yang Lingchen asked with a quiver in his voice. Call me what you wish. Are we not hungry? Should we not proceed to prepare a meal? Dongfang Yunbing responded coldly. Oh, I shall do so at once, Yang Lingchen replied, rushing into the kitchen to begin his chaotic culinary endeavors. Days swiftly passed, and with Yang Lingchen's assistance in dual cultivation, Dongfang Yunbing successfully ascended to the fourth level of the Guixian realm. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen attained the third level of the profound realm. During this time, Ling Yinyun endured the most torment, as Dongfang Yunbing required her to stay at the Ziyun Pavilion. The commotion caused by Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing made it impossible for Ling Yinyun to rest peacefully. However, with Yang Lingchen's elixirs, she also managed to break through to the first level of the profound realm. One night, at the stroke of midnight, within the grand hall of the palace, Yang Lingchen stood resolutely beside Dongfang Yunbing. Everyone prepare yourselves. We shall launch a full-scale assault now that I intend to annihilate all invading foes in one fell swoop, Dongfang Yunbing declared, her gaze glinting with cold resolve. Yes, Palace Master, the crowd responded in unison. Then, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing and Yang Lingchen, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace surged forth with fierce momentum towards the mountain gate. That hour, the disciples of the four major sects were beginning to retire for the night, with only a few remaining drowsily on guard. The sentinels of the four sects, weary from several days of vigilance, were nodding off, lulled into complacency by the absence of any unusual occurrences. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing led the charge. Moving stealthily like phantoms behind them, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace brandished their glistening swords, ruthlessly cutting down their enemies without a sound, mercilessly harvesting lives in silence. When tens of thousands of Tianyuan Palace disciples surged forth like a tidal wave, the members of the four sects finally became aware of their presence. However, those just roused from slumber would inevitably find their combat effectiveness diminished. Meanwhile, the Tianyuan Palace was poised and ready, pouncing like a pack of ravenous tigers. Especially Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. Each strike they delivered felled multiple foes at once. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Lingchen, you have finally chosen to reveal yourselves. Today, I shall ensure that you return empty-handed. Huang Ding Tian, with a voice filled with fury, let out a chilling roar before charging at Yang Lingchen with his sharp battle sword, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Duan Musu advanced menacingly towards Dongfang Yunbing. Wielding a sword that glinted with a cold light, at the same time, two masked individuals, both at the third level of the Gui Xian realm, approached Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing with fierce determination. Given Yang Lingchen's current strength, contending with adversaries of such caliber posed a considerable challenge. Thus, he knew he must swiftly deal with Huang Ding Tian before the masked assailants closed in. The immortal demon's sword, imbued with a terrifying aura that instilled dread, sliced through the vast sky, aiming directly at Huang Ding Tian with a fierce strike, its sword energy cleaving the air as if to ruthlessly tear apart the very atmosphere. Concurrently, Yang Lingchen executed his movements with utmost precision. Huang Ding Tian let out a wretched cry as his limbs were severed in an instant by Yang Lingchen's blade. That moment, the black-clad masked figures reached Yang Lingchen's vicinity. Faced with their ferocious assault, Yang Lingchen opted not to confront them head-on, but instead employed a nimble strategy, deftly evading their attacks and keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yunbing grew more formidable in battle. Having fully subdued both Duan Musu and the masked assailant, that moment, she unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent the masked figure staggering backwards. Then swiftly turned to thrust her sword towards Duan Musu with great ferocity. Swish! Duan Musu stood no chance of resistance as Dongfang Yunbing's sword pierced through his dantian, rendering him powerless and collapsing to the ground with a chilling scream. How could you be so strong? The masked assailant's eyes widened with sheer terror, panic taking hold of him. They could hardly fathom that half a year ago he had encountered Dongfang Yunbing when she was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Xian realm, and now she had ascended to the 4th level of the Gui Xian realm. An astonishing transformation indeed. Humph, go to hell and seek your answers. Dongfang Yunbing scoffed coldly, her sword flashing with a brilliant radiance as it mercilessly sliced through the masked figure's throat. No, you cannot kill me. I am from the prince's manor. The masked figure's eyes widened with desperation, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his face as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Sister, come quickly. I can barely hold on. Yang Lingchen urgently called out while deftly dodging attacks. The masked assailant, witnessing the demise of his companion at the hands of Dongfang Yunbing, became flustered and turned to flee in panic. After all this time fighting me, you think you can escape? Yang Lingchen's figure instantly blocked the masked figure's path. Though he was no match for the opponent, detaining him was not a significant challenge. Kid, get out of the way! The masked figure, utterly panicked, unleashed a barrage of frenzied attacks toward Yang Lingchen. The masked figure let out a heart-wrenching scream. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing had swiftly arrived and, without hesitation, severed his legs from behind. At this point, the members of the four major sects were filled with dread, having witnessed Huang Ding Tian and Duan Musu rendered incapacitated. They no longer had the will to continue the fight and fled in terror. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, however, relentlessly pursued their fleeing foes. Wind brother Qiming, where are you two headed? Yang Lingchen called out, intercepting the panicked duo. Yang Lingchen, spare me. I promise I will never seek revenge again. Upon seeing Yang Lingchen's sudden appearance, Feng Zijun fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Ah, do you wish to live or die? Yang Lingchen replied with a sinister smile, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. To live, I beg for mercy. Feng Zijun cried, hastily bowing in supplication. Good, consume this and release your consciousness. I promise you shall not perish, Yang Lingchen said, producing a soul-devouring pill and offering it to Feng Zijun. I'll eat it, I'll eat it, Feng Zijun exclaimed without a second thought, swallowing it whole. Ah, his screams echoed, relentless and unceasing, continuing until he nearly lost consciousness before finally ceasing to, oh dear. Wind brother, I forgot to mention. This is called the soul-devouring pill. It contains my soul powered. If you harbor even the slightest dissatisfaction towards me, it will trigger. If you fail to accomplish what I assign you, it will also activate. Yang Lingchen added, approaching Feng Zijun once more to implant a soul mark within his consciousness, thus ensuring a double safeguard. From that moment forth, he would no longer harbor any animosity towards Yang Lingchen. And with the passage of time, he would grow increasingly loyal, willing to lay down his life at Yang Lingchen's command until that moment. Luo Qiming regarded Yang Lingchen with eyes filled with trepidation, inching back as if encountering a devil. Master, such a perfect woman as Luo Qiming, why not take her as a female servant? Feng Zijun quickly ingratiated himself. Zijun, do I appear to be such an evil person? Yang Lingchen responded with mock seriousness. No, Master is not evil at all. Feng Zijun quickly knelt, his expression one of fear. That is more like it. Come, Qiming, consume this. Yang Lingchen smiled at Luo Qiming, casually offering her another soul-devouring pill. Yang Lingchen, you devil. Even if I die, I will not consume it. Luo Qiming glared at him with resentment. Clap, clap, how audaciously ungrateful. Yang Lingchen swiftly struck her several times, rendering her utterly powerless. Since you refuse to eat, I shall have to force it upon you. Now, open your mouth, he said with a devilish grin. Ugh. Luo Qiming tightly shut her lips, her gaze icy as she stared at Yang Lingchen. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yang Lingchen forcibly pried open her mouth and fed her the pill. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful soul attack, sealing her soul's depths. Luo Qiming fell into a state of stupor, and Yang Lingchen then inscribed a soul mark within her consciousness. From that moment on, within the depths of her soul, Yang Lingchen would be a man she could never resist. At last, Yang Lingchen lifted the constraint imposed on her. Young master. Luo Qiming spoke, resembling a docile kitten. You're not bad looking. From now on, stay by my side and serve me, Yang Lingchen said, gently tilting her chin. He never showed mercy to enemies, and now that she had become his female servant, it was entirely normal for him to do as he pleased. Yes, young master, Luo Qiming replied with utmost respect, not daring to resist. Everyone, rise. Follow me to the Tianyuan Palace for a meeting, Yang Lingchen instructed. His actions were driven by a purpose, to strengthen the Tianyuan Palace for the impending confrontation against the Bei-Xian Empire. Feng Zijun and Luo Qiming were crucial pieces in his strategy to control the Dean sect and the Luo Sha Palace. Meanwhile, the four major sects, now devoid of leadership, floundered like headless flies, soon falling victim to Dongfang Yunbing and the higher-ups of the Tianyuan Palace. At this juncture, Dongfang Yunbing approached Yang Lingchen. What transpired between the two of them? She inquired. Sister, they are pivotal pieces for me to control the Dean sect and the Luo Sha Palace. Yang Lingchen elaborated, detailing his plans. How do you intend to control them? Are your methods reliable? Dongfang Yunbing questioned. Rest assured, sister, my methods are undeniably effective. No one in this world can unravel my control over them, Yang Lingchen assured her, explaining his techniques. That is reassuring, but you must not commit any improper acts towards her. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind, Dongfang Yunbing warned coldly. Sister, am I that kind of person? Yang Lingchen replied sheepishly. In the grand hall of the Tian Yuan Palace, the proclamation rang out. This palace hereby announces that, effective immediately, Yang Lingchen shall serve as the vice master of the Tian Yuan Palace. To see him is to see this palace. He shall now outline the forthcoming battle plans for all. The voice of Dongfang Yunbing resonated with a crisp, yet commanding authority. That moment. Yang Lingchen strode confidently to her side. Greetings, Deputy Palace Master. The crowd bowed respectfully, acknowledging Yang Lingchen's formidable prowess, which was well recognized among the members of Tian Yuan Palace. Furthermore, as the close companion of the Palace Master, none dared to oppose him. With a steady and powerful tone, Yang Lingchen addressed the elders, Elder Sun, Elder Ling. Each of you shall lead a team to assist Feng Zijuan and Luo Qiming. It is imperative that we secure and transform the Diamond and Luocha Palace into branches of Tianyuan Palace. Yes, Palace Master, replied Sun Tianqing and Ling Chenzi, bowing in deference. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen outlined a series of defensive strategies for Tianyuan Palace, dispatching shadow guards to vigilantly monitor the entirety of Nanzhou. Thus, should any external forces attempt a covert infiltration, he would be promptly informed. The proceedings then shifted to the interrogation phase. Within the dungeons of Tianyuan Palace were Huang Dingtian, whose limbs had been severed, Duan Musu, whose Dantian had been crippled, and a masked individual with his legs brutally severed. Yang Lingchen, skilled in the art of interrogation, soon compelled Duanmu Su to divulge everything. It was revealed that prior to the four major sects launching their assault on Tianyuan Palace, individuals from the prince's residence had approached them, dispatching two masked figures to assist. The task assigned to the four major sects was to deliver Dongfang Yunbing unharmed to the prince's residence. Those who dare to covet my woman shall find the North Xian Empire utterly obliterated. Yang Lingchen's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Observing Yang Lingchen's wrath, Dongfang Yunbing remained silent, yet warmth coursed through her heart. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen condemned Huang Dingtian and the others to the depths of hell. In the North Xian Empire, at the prince's residence, a middle-aged man, visibly anxious, reported, "Your Highness, trouble brews. The sole tokens of Tian Sha and Di Sha have extinguished, and news from Nanzhou indicates that Tianyuan Palace has eradicated the Diamond and Luocha Palace. Are there any other forces assisting Tianyuan Palace?" Zhou Yuxiang's voice was as calm as still water. "Reporting to your Highness, no other forces are involved," the middle-aged man promptly replied. Logically, considering Dongfang Yunbing's strength, she should be no match for the four major sects, especially with Tian Sha and Di Sha aiding her. Zhou Yuxiang frowned, perplexed. "Your Highness, I have received intelligence. I am unsure whether to disclose it." The middle-aged man hesitated. "Speak freely," Zhou Yuxiang commanded. According to the scouts, Yang Lingchen is not only Dongfang Yunbing's disciple, but also her partner. He has now become the Deputy Palace Master of Tianyuan Palace. The middle-aged man cautiously revealed. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Zhou Yuxiang's teacup shattered in his grip, his gaze fixated on the middle-aged man with fierce intensity. "Your Highness, please calm your fury. This matter has spread throughout Nanzhou, publicly announced by Dongfang Yunbing, so it should not be false." The man trembled as he spoke. "Wretched woman, what does that boy possess that I lack? Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless." Zhou Yuxiang's expression darkened. "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" The middle-aged man inquired. "That we need not act directly. With Tianyuan Palace having annihilated two major sects and slain the leaders of the Demon Cloud sect and the Tantian sect, other forces will undoubtedly be in a state of alarm. That we merely need to sow discord, inciting other powers to confront Tianyuan Palace." Zhou Yuxiang's smile was chilling. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Under Yang Lingchen's meticulous orchestration, the entirety of Nanzhou, save for the Jianyuan Pavilion, had fallen under his control. Concurrently, he dispatched numerous experts to Hanyang City to safeguard his family. At Ziyun Pavilion, after a fierce battle, Dongfang Yunbing, feeling delicate and powerless, nestled softly in Yang Lingchen's embrace, her voice as gentle as flowing water, inquired, "Chen'er, what are your plans next?" "I intend to visit Jianyuan Pavilion to propose marriage, striving to secure their support. After that, I will launch an assault on the Demon Cloud sect to the east and the Tantion sect to the north. Yang Lingchen's voice was low yet resolute. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? Dongfang Yunbing questioned softly. The consequence is that I shall unify the North Xian domain. A glimmer of ambition shone in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Truly, you are indeed my man. I am enamored with your ambitious spirit. Dongfang Yunbing smiled alluringly. With a playful pat on Dongfang Yunbing's behind, Yang Lingchen grinned. If I lacked ambition, would you cease to favor me? If you harbored no ambition, I would find ways to create trouble for you, spurring you to become ambitious. A man without ambition is destined to achieve nothing. Dongfang Yunbing replied thoughtfully, in truth, my ambition was ignited by you. Yang Lingchen confessed slowly to me. Dongfang Yunbing's beautiful eyes blinked in confusion. Indeed, it is primarily due to that detestable prince who dared to covet you, backed by the North Xian Empire. To eradicate him, I must become more ambitious. Yang Lingchen's gaze remained resolute. You truly care for me, so? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a charming smile. Of course. You are my woman. Whoever dares to covet you shall be utterly annihilated, Yang Lingchen stated with unwavering conviction. When you plan to visit Jianyuan Pavilion? Dongfang Yunbing inquired. I shall depart early tomorrow morning. Yang Lingchen replied after a moment's contemplation. Shall I accompany you? Dongfang Yunbing offered. And no need. You should remain in the palace to oversee matters. I will return swiftly. Yang Lingchen assured her. Yes, you say, but do take care, Dongfang Yunbing cautioned earnestly. Tianyuan Palace indeed required Dongfang Yunbing to maintain a stronghold, lest other forces seize the opportunity to launch an ambush. Moreover, having suffered such a significant loss, the prince's residents would undoubtedly seek retribution. The following morning, Yang Lingchen departed Tianyuan Palace aboard the meticulously trained Red Firebird, venturing forth alone. The Red Firebird soared swiftly. Although those within the Xian realm could undertake short-distance flights, long journeys would still deplete considerable energy. At that moment, Yang Lingchen secured the Haoyan Jade to the back of the Red Firebird and then entered the Haoyan Jade space to focus on his cultivation. The Red Firebird is a highly intelligent aerial beast. Once informed of its destination, it would fly in that direction and autonomously halt upon arrival point 3 days past in the blink of an eye. The Red Firebird landed outside Jianyuan City, and Yang Lingchen exited the Haoyan Jade space before placing the Red Firebird back within. Jianyuan Pavilion is located within Jianyuan City, where nearly all inhabitants are disciples of the pavilion. Jianyuan City is renowned as the largest city in Nanzhou, its prosperity far surpassing that of Tianyuan City at the foot of Tianyuan Palace. Upon entering Jianyuan City, Yang Lingchen steadily made his way to Jianyuan Pavilion, guided by a map. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Jianyuan Pavilion, a grand architectural complex of impressive scale. After presenting his visiting card, it wasn't long before Nangong Yin rushed out, brimming with excitement. Yang Lingchen, you have finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten me. Nangong Yin exclaimed, tightly embracing Yang Lingchen's arm. How could I forget you? I have come to propose. A hint of regret crossed Yang Lingchen's face. At least you have a conscience. Come, I shall take you inside. Since establishing their relationship, Nangong Yin often felt anxious, fearing that Yang Lingchen would abandon her. I have come to pay my respects to Uncle Nangong, Yang Lingchen said respectfully, bowing deeply. After all, he was to be her future father-in-law, and proper etiquette must not be overlooked. Palace Master has come to visit. Welcome, welcome. Nangong Ting greeted Yang Lingchen warmly. Uncle, just call me Lingchen, Yang Lingchen replied. Etiquette cannot be neglected. You are now the Deputy Palace Master of Tianyuan Palace and the husband of Palace Master Dongfang. Your status is now equal to mine. Nangong Ting spoke up. Although a smile graced his face, Yang Lingchen could distinctly sense an air of unfamiliarity. Yang Lingchen, this is my mother. At that moment, Nangong Yin began to introduce the beautiful woman beside them to Yang Lingchen. I've met Aunt, Yang Lingchen quickly replied, paying his respects, for he felt no room for negligence regarding his future mother-in-law. Good child, come, sit down, Zhang Xian warmly invited. It is said that mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them. And Zhang Xian was indeed quite pleased with Yang Lingchen. Over the past few months, Nangong Yin had mentioned him almost daily. Thus Zheng Xian had eagerly anticipated the chance to meet the young man her daughter spoke of constantly. Haha, brother-in-law, you've arrived. Tonight, we must drink until we drop. At that moment, Nangong Xiao strode in confidently. No problem. I'll make sure to drink you under the table tonight, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. In an instant, Nangong Ting found himself somewhat sidelined by his wife and children. Ahem, Lord Yang, may I inquire the purpose of your visit today? Nangong Ting asked, clearing his throat. Uncle, I have come today to propose. I hope you will consider our mutual affection and grant your blessing for me to wed Yin Yin. Yang Lingchen responded with a bow. This matter, I cannot agree to, Nangong Ting said, his expression darkening. His voice low. Father, regardless of your consent, I intend to marry Yang Lingchen, Nangong Yin pouted. Father, I find brother-in-law to be quite admirable. At such a young age, he is already the foremost genius of the northern Xian domain. Nangong Xiao chimed in to support her. Enough, all of you, madam, take them out. I need to speak with Lord Yang alone. Nangong Ting instructed Zheng Xian, I want tea leave. I am marrying Yang Lingchen, for I am already his. Nangong Yin declared, her cheeks puffed in indignation. You insolent child. Nangong Ting's hands trembled with anger. Yin Yin, please step outside. Trust me, I will marry you, Yang Lingchen comforted her. Old man, I warn you if you bully my Yang Lingchen. I will not let this go, Nangong Yin retorted furiously. Husband, I think Lingchen is truly a wonderful child. He is remarkably handsome, Zheng Xian said softly. Zheng Xian had fallen for Nangong Ting's looks years ago. So she was indeed quite satisfied with her handsome son-in-law, Yang Lingchen. Get out, all of you. You are driving me mad. At that moment, Nangong Ting was thoroughly exasperated. What is it about this boy that you all favor him so? Uncle, please calm down. After our marriage, I will encourage Yin Yin to be dutiful and respectful towards you. Yang Lingchen said earnestly, I have yet to agree to Yin marrying you. Nangong Ting asserted. That is only a matter of time. Yin Yin will never marry anyone but me in this lifetime. Yang Lingchen stated with a smile that you realize how perilous your situation is at Tianyuan Palace? Nangong Ting asked, his demeanor grave. No matter the danger, I will ensure Yin Yan's safety. Yang Lingchen replied resolutely. What will you use to protect her? Though you possess some strength now, do you truly know who your enemies are? Nangong Ting queried coldly. Whoever the enemy may be, victory will ultimately belong to me, Yang Lingchen said, a confident smile illuminating his face. Humph, ignorant fool, do you know how many Gui Xian realm experts there are in the northern Xian Empire? What can Tianyuan Palace use to defend against such a formidable empire? Nangong Ting scoffed. Uncle, a month ago, did you believe I could slay Huangding Tian and Feng Wuji? Yang Lingchen countered. You are indeed the most exceptional genius I have encountered. While you managed to eliminate Huangding Tian and Feng Wuji, I remain unconvinced you can triumph over the northern Xian Empire. Nangong Ting replied. Uncle, life is akin to a grand gamble. Should you believe in me, you will become the future father-in-law of the Tianyuan Empire. Yang Lingchen spoke with an air of supremacy in his gaze. With the assistance of the Haotian Jade and the divine Haotian technique, if he could not conquer even a small empire in the lower realms, it would be better for him to perish. You little brat, are you trying to deceive me with childish tricks? Nangong Ting retorted irritably. Ahem, esteemed father-in-law, please do not be angry. This is my sincerity as a son-in-law, if you agree to let Yin marry me. These top-tier Gui Xian pills will be yours at this moment. Yang Lingchen produced 100 top-tier Gui Xian pills and 500 top-tier Ru Xian pills from the space of the Haotian Jade. These are top-tier Gui Xian pills. From where did you acquire such a large quantity? Nangong Ting's face displayed a look of extreme astonishment. Because I'm a top-tier alchemist, which is also the reason for my rapid advancement. Yang Lingchen explained. Are you certain you have the confidence to face the upcoming situation? Nangong Ting gazed at Yang Lingchen with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, the northern Xian Empire will not strike against me in the short term. For now, we have not offended them. At most, we have only displeased Zhou Yuxiang, Yang Lingchen stated. Moreover, Zhou Yuxiang must consider his own standing, and he will certainly not take action against me directly. Therefore, his only option is to incite other sects to cause trouble. Yang Lingchen continued, you have confidence in dealing with other sects? Nangong Ting asked in a low tone. Not a problem at all that I came today solely to propose and had no intention of asking Jianyuan Pavilion for help. As long as they do not stand against Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen replied, that I can assure you that under any circumstances, Jianyuan Pavilion will never oppose Tianyuan Palace. Nangong Ting said, his expression serious. Then what of Yin Yin and my marriage? Yang Lingchen inquired, if the entire family is on your side, what use is my dissent? Nangong Ting replied, somewhat exasperated. Thank you for your support, esteemed father-in-law. Yang Lingchen bowed once more. However, I warn you, if you dare to mistreat my precious daughter, I will do everything in my power to end you, Nangong Ting declared. Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, since I met Yin Yin, she has always been the one to bully me. I would never dare to bully her, Yang Lingchen quickly assured that if other forces attack Nanzhou, Jianyuan Pavilion will do everything possible to assist you in defending against them. However, if you take the initiative to attack, I will not be able to help you, Nangong Ting stated after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Your words give me great reassurance, Yang Lingchen expressed gratefully. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen lingered at Jianyuan Pavilion for a few more days before departing with Nangong Yin. Yang Lingchen, will Dongfang Yunbing bully me? On the back of the red firebird, Nangong Yin asked timidly. Yang Lingchen gently pinched her cheek and smiled. Rest assured, as long as you keep our clothes clean and prepare the meals, she won't harm you. Yang Lingchen, if she dares to hit me, I will have a score to settle with you, Nangong Yin said, squeezing his waist fiercely. After an arduous 3 days of travel, Yang Lingchen finally returned to Tianyuan Palace with Nangong Yin. Within Seiyun Pavilion, as Yang Lingchen arranged a room for Nangong Yin, he was hurriedly summoned to the kitchen by Dongfang Wanbing. I not need to cook? Nangong Yin asked weakly. Who said you had to cook? Dongfang Yunbing replied with a smile that on the way back, Yang Lingchen said that if I didn't wash your clothes and cook, you would hit me. Nangong Yin whispered. That brat actually deceived you. I am not that fierce. From today onward, we are family, so you can just call me Sister Bing, Dongfang Yunbing said with a smile. Sister Bing, your smile is truly beautiful. You used to wear a veil. Today is the first time I've seen your true face, Nangong Yin remarked. You and Yin Yin are also quite beautiful. It's just unfortunate for this young man, Dongfang Yunbing replied. Dongfang Yunbing responded with a smile. Before long, Yang Lingchen had prepared a lavish feast, complete with the red wine he personally brewed. After the meal, the bond between the three women deepened significantly, with the presence of the elder sister. Dongfang Yunbing, Ling, Yin Yun, and Nangong Yin became much more docile, no longer competing with one another out of jealousy. That evening, Ling Yin Yun finally mustered the courage to pull Yang Lingchen into her room. Among the three women, she was the only one who remained untouched. Now that Nangong Yin had arrived, if she did not take the initiative, it would be difficult for her to secure a place in Yang Lingchen's heart in the future. Sister Yin Yun, you are truly beautiful. Yang Lingchen gazed at Ling Yin Yun with deep affection. That night, Ling Yin Yun appeared exceptionally stunning. Her attire and makeup were breathtakingly enchanting. If I do not take the initiative, will you never make a move on me? Ling Yin Yun teased playfully. How could that be? In my heart, you have always been the most important woman to me, Yang Lingchen replied, slightly embarrassed. Regardless, in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you. So do not let me down, Ling Yin Yun murmured softly, leaning gently against Yang Lingchen's embrace. Rest assured, even if I were to betray the heavens, I would never betray you, Yang Lingchen said with heartfelt sincerity, wrapping his arms around Ling Yin Yun tenderly. That evening, they spent their time together in conversation. Nothing else transpired. Truly, nothing at all happened. They discussed a myriad of topics, and Yang Lingchen's wit and humor kept Ling Yin Yun immersed in laughter throughout the night. For the record, they genuinely did not engage in any intimate activities. Please support the original work of Tomato. Tianfeng World, a majestic mountain loomed, its peak piercing the heavens, concealing a mysterious cave within. Inside the cave, a woman of unparalleled beauty, adorned in luxurious garments, sat cross-legged in meditation. She was extraordinarily lovely. Her long, Thick black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, her curvaceous figure exuding grace, and her exquisitely carved chin and lips appeared almost ethereal. Her captivating eyes could ensnare anyone's soul with a mere glance. How is this possible? At that moment, the stunning woman, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened her mesmerizing eyes, a faint blush gracing her flawless visage. Such audacity, daring to disturb my reincarnated avatar. Moments later, her eyes widened fiercely, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. "Damn you!" The enchanting woman could not help but exclaim, her voice resonating with a haunting melody. "You are doomed." The glint in her eyes flickered ominously as an overwhelming aura of vengeance spread from her, causing the air around her to drop several degrees in temperature. Soon, the beautiful woman absorbed all the memories of her avatar. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man vividly appeared in her mind. Puffed. Just then, the breathtaking woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, her voice cold as she declared, "Yang Lingchen, after a millennium of cultivation, I've been taken advantage of by you. This is utterly outrageous. This very moment." In Xian Pavilion, Ling Yinyun's aura suddenly weakened drastically, as if she were on the verge of losing consciousness. "Sister Yinyun, what is wrong?" Yang Lingchen sensed something amiss and quickly embraced Ling Yinyun tightly. "Lingchen, please listen to me." Ling Yinyun spoke with great difficulty. "Sister Yinyun, what exactly is troubling you? Please tell me." Yang Lingchen pleaded anxiously. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing, hearing the commotion next door, hurriedly entered. "Lingchen, I must tell you, I am but an avatar. My true self hails from Tianfeng World and is the lord of the Ho Demon Palace." Ling Yinyun, an avatar cannot lose its purity, and just now, I awakened the memories of my true self. Lingchen, it has been a pleasure to know you. Though I am merely an avatar, I have no regrets in this life. Also, Lingchen, until your strength is sufficiently formidable, do not appear before my true self. Otherwise, she may kill you for shattering the painstakingly forged reincarnated avatar. Do not worry about me. I'm not dead, merely returning to my true self early. Remember, do not seek me out until you possess adequate strength, or my true self will take your life. After Ling Yinyun managed to say those final words, her figure gradually faded from Yang Lingchen's embrace. Sister Yinyun, Yang Lingchen repeatedly reached out, but he could not grasp the disappearing Ling Yinyun. "Lingchen, are you all right?" Dongfang Yunbing's eyes glistened with tears as she slowly approached Yang Lingchen. Sister Yinyun is gone." Yang Lingchen's face was etched with anguish, and as soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. "Lingchen," Dongfang Yunbing softly called, pulling him into her arms. Despite Yang Lingchen falling unconscious, his reincarnation technique continued to operate relentlessly. Noticing the continuous flow of energy within Yang Lingchen, a hint of confusion crossed Dongfang Yunbing's face. Soon, Yang Lingchen's cultivation broke through to the fourth layer of the entry Xian realm. However, this was merely the beginning. His power continued to ascend. Fifth layer of the entry Xian realm. Just after breaking through to the fifth layer, he quickly reached the peak of the fifth layer. Boom, 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 sixth layer of the entry Xian realm. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally awakened, promptly sitting cross-legged to continue his cultivation. Like a tea that instant, Yang Lingchen comprehended the situation. "Sister Yinyun, wait for me. I will surely find you to..." In that moment, Yang Lingchen silently vowed within his heart. "Sister Yinyun, I'm fine." Finally, Yang Lingchen opened his eyes, stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of the sixth layer of the entry Xian realm. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Lingchen was ready to embark on a new journey to conquer the North Xian domain. Under the leadership of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace marched towards the Mo Yun sect and the Tantian Gate. Among the 12 major sects, the most powerful had cultivations generally around the second layer of the returned Xian realm. That moment, Yang Lingchen's strength was already comparable to that of a fifth-layer returned Xian realm expert. Thus, Tianyuan Palace advanced with unstoppable momentum, successfully seizing control of the Mo Yun sect and the Tantian Gate. With the aid of the soul-devouring pill, the upper echelons of these two sects were soon completely under Yang Lingchen's control. The overwhelming might of Tianyuan Palace also raised the alarm among other factions that in the North Xian Empire, Prince's Mansion. Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen. A middle-aged man spoke. What is so alarming? Zhou Yuxiang inquired. Just now, our scouts reported that Tianyuan Palace has taken the initiative, successfully capturing the Mo Yun sect and the Tantian Gate. The middle-aged man's voice was grave that I never expected this young Lingchen to be so ambitious. Zhou Yuxiang sneered. Your Highness, what should we do next? The middle-aged man asked. Notify the other sects to launch a full-scale attack immediately, and send Eldering with the secret guard to assist that we must capture that wretched Dongfang Yunbing alive. I want to toy with her until her last breath. Zhou Yuxiang's gaze turned icy. Understood, Your Highness, the middle-aged man replied before retreating. In the North Xian Empire. Empress's quarters to Shuanga. Has Yang Lingchen's physique been confirmed? A woman, alluring and exuding an icy elegance in her splendid phoenix robe, inquired to the holy maiden. After our thorough investigation, Yang Lingchen is indeed a pure yang body. It is precisely because of him that Dongfang Yunbing's cultivation has advanced so rapidly. Shuang'er slowly articulated. Keep a close watch on Zhou Yuxiang. Ensure he does not kill Yang Lingchen, that he is the key furnace for my breakthrough. The woman in the phoenix robe spoke once more. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly passed. Under the formidable might of the Tianyuan Palace, the southern province had become an impregnable fortress. Any force daring to step into the southern province would inevitably fall under the keen vigilance of Yang Lingchen. Furthermore, the high-ranking officials of the Tantai sect and the Mo Yun sect had been entirely brought under Yang Lingchen's control, becoming the guardians of the southern province, the Tianyuan Palace. Morning, a message from the Shadow Guards has arrived. The allied forces of other factions have gathered. How should we respond? Asked Dongfang Yunbing. Her face etched with concern. Do not fret. Sister Bing, I have meticulously arranged a grand formation at the gate of Tianyuan Palace, awaiting their unwitting entry into our trap. Yang Lingchen replied with unwavering confidence. He had long since mapped out his plans for the future, with the first step being the annexation of all sects, ultimately employing a strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside to annihilate the Beixian Empire. For what purpose would he traverse this world without achieving remarkable feats, especially considering his unique identity as a transmigrator? At that moment, Luo Qiming hurriedly entered, bowing as she spoke. Master, the other factions have already launched their assault. We simply cannot withstand it any longer. Have everyone set aside their current tasks and retreat to the Tianyuan Palace. It is time to deliver them a resounding blow. Yang Lingchen instructed in a composed manner. Understood. Master, Luo Qiming responded before departing. Meanwhile, the Seven-Sect Alliance surged forward towards the southern province, rampaging through the territory without encountering any resistance. The personnel from the Mo Yun sect and Tantai sect hastily retreated towards the Tianyuan Palace. Eldering, is it necessary for you to personally intervene in the eradication of a mere Tianyuan Palace? Zui Shenming, the leader of the Qiani sect, remarked with a smile. Leader Shuatian, I am merely following orders. Even if the Tianyuan Palace is but an insignificant ant, we must exert our utmost effort. Should we delay the prince's grand scheme? None shall find favor, Eldering replied with a grim expression. You speak wisely, Zui Shenming quickly acknowledged, bowing respectfully in the presence of Eldering. Zui Shenming was merely a junior, for the disparity in their strengths was indeed vast. Convey the order to advance at full speed. We must reach the gates of the Tianyuan Palace by tomorrow. Elder Ing commanded decisively. The main hall of the Tianyuan Palace. Dongfang Yunbing was systematically issuing a series of commands. During this time, Yang Lingchen had concocted an abundance of explosive poison pills, distributing them to the disciples of the Tianyuan Palace, along with the antidote to prevent their own from succumbing to the poison. With such a plethora of explosive poison pills, the disciples were afforded an additional layer of security. On the following morning, the Seven-Sect Alliance finally arrived at the gates of the Tianyuan Palace. Under the leadership of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, all members of the Tianyuan Palace stood ready, braced for battle. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Lingchen, you two have committed heinous acts against the other sections. Surrender now, and you may still escape unscathed. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Zui Shenming declared with a fierce countenance. What a bunch of fools! If you wish to fight, do so promptly. I have no time for your ramblings. Yang Lingchen retorted without a hint of politeness that you're quite the audacious one, aren't you? You must be Yang Lingchen, Zui Shiming stated, his expression darkening. Indeed, I am your father, Yang Lingchen sneered coldly. You are courting death. Zui Shiming's face contorted with rage. For he was a renowned leader in the northern domain and had never been subjected to such humiliation. Brother Su, calm yourself. Once we capture this little brat, we shall have ample means to deal with him. Mo Juanhao, the leader of the Lingchen sect, advised with a grave expression. Brother Mo speaks wisely. Zui Shiming then bellowed. Everyone, follow my lead and eliminate the Tianyuan Palace. No sooner had Zui Shiming's command echoed than the seven-sect alliance surged forward with fierce intent towards the Tianyuan Palace. Annihilate them, Yang Lingchen shouted, charging ahead alongside Dongfang Yunbing. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the Tianyuan Palace, armed with swords, bravely advanced against their foes. In the instant the two sides clashed, the disciples of the Tianyuan Palace unleashed countless explosive poison pills at their opponents. Boom! Boom! In that moment, numerous disciples of the Seven-Sect Alliance were grievously injured by the blasts, while many others fell victim to the poison. Poison! Hold your breath! Zui Shiming shouted urgently, at this juncture. Yang Lingchen had already infiltrated the ranks of the Seven-Sect Alliance. The leaders of the seven major sects, meanwhile, banded together to confront Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. However, the combined might of the sect leaders was utterly insufficient to hinder Yang Lingchen within mere moments. He had slain several of them. Just then, a formidable sword aura sliced through the air, prompting Yang Lingchen to swiftly evade, narrowly avoiding the attack, as an elderly figure materialized before him. Accompanying him were dozens of individuals clad in black. Old man, I thought you were merely a coward hiding away. I did not expect you to show yourself, Yang Lingchen remarked with a smile. Impudent brat, provoking me will bring you no good fortune. Eldering replied with a cold glare. Ha ha, old coot, I have been awaiting your arrival. Otherwise, how could I activate the grand formation? Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, raising his hand to initiate the formation in an instant. The battlefield was enveloped by an enigmatic force, as if the Seven-Sect Alliance were being crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. Those with lower cultivation levels found their movements impeded, while the disciples of the Tianyuan Palace remained unaffected. Consequently, countless members of the Seven-Sect Alliance fell to the blades of the Tianyuan Palace disciples. You seek death, Eldering roared, lunging towards Yang Lingchen, while the black-clad individuals charged at Dongfang Yunbing. The strength of these black-clad individuals hovered around the first level of the returning Xian realm, while Elder Ing himself had attained the 6th level. In an instant, Yang Lingchen found himself pushed back repeatedly. Given his current strength, facing a 6th-level practitioner proved quite challenging. Nevertheless, he remained composed, continuing to engage in evasive tactics. As a top-tier alchemist, he possessed his own unique means that, this moment, Yang Lingchen seized the opportunity to swallow an explosive Xian pill. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of the returning Xian realm. Old fossil, watch how I dispose of you. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Lingchen wielded the sword of immortals and demons, unleashing dozens of strikes in rapid succession. The surge in his aura forced Elder Ing to retreat repeatedly. Before long, he had sustained several wounds from Yang Lingchen's sword energy. After exchanging a dozen more blows, Elder Ing was finally pierced through the chest by Yang Lingchen's blade. Collapsing to the ground, devoid of combat capability. What pill did you just consume? Elder Ing gasped, struggling to speak. I'll tell you once I finish dealing with the others. Yang Lingchen sneered coldly, then soared towards Dongfang Yunbing. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing was barely holding her ground, besieged by dozens of black-clad assailants. Though her strength surpassed that of the black-clad individuals, she was overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Moreover, the sect leaders were also attacking her. Just as Dongfang Yunbing was about to retreat, Yang Lingchen finally arrived, alleviating the pressure she faced. With Yang Lingchen's relentless onslaught, the black-clad assailants fell like lambs to the slaughter, each dispatched with a single stroke of his sword, swiftly clearing the field. Meanwhile, the members of the Tianyuan Palace grew increasingly emboldened as the seven-sect alliance crumbled, suffering catastrophic casualties. Before long, Zui Shenming and Mo Juanhao were captured by Yang Lingchen. He did not wish to kill them, but rather sought to control them. For managing the territory required governance. Spare us, Master Dongfang. We were compelled into this. Zui Shenming and Mo Juanhao, their faces filled with terror, hastily knelt before Yang Lingchen. I could see this moment. Yang Lingchen dragged Eldering before them. His gaze icy as he coldly stated, "You may choose. Either die or submit. The choice is yours that we submit. We submit." Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao, without a hint of hesitation, fervently prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. Yang Lingchen produced 2 soul-devouring pills and coldly instructed, "Very well, release your spiritual senses and consume these that we will eat." The 2 replied, daring not to exhibit the slightest reluctance as they swiftly ingested the pills. Ah. No sooner had they swallowed the pills than they emitted heart-wrenching screams of agony. "I advise you to harbor no resentment towards me, for should you do so, this torment shall persist until your demise." Yang Lingchen remarked with a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his words, the 2 felt their hearts quail, no longer daring to entertain even a flicker of animosity towards him, as the pain gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen inscribed a soul mark within their spiritual awareness, thoroughly binding them to his will. "Old man, what is your choice?" Yang Lingchen inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye, turning to Eagle Old. "You insolent whelp, do you know who I am?" Eagle Old retorted, his expression dark and voice icy. "Isn't it merely a dog of the prince's residence? What does it matter whom you serve? Why not afford yourself another option?" Yang Lingchen scoffed dismissively. "Humph, I would sooner perish than submit. Abandon such thoughts," Eagle Old declared with a fierce countenance. "Smack! How dare you speak to your master in such a manner?" Shui Tianming, without a trace of hesitation, struck Eagle Old across the face. "You seek death, Shui Tianming." Eagle Old bellowed in fury, yet he was already under Yang Lingchen's control, left only to glare at Shui Tianming with indignation. "Old man, I strongly advise you to comply. It may spare you some suffering. Moreover, by serving me, you shall not only have an abundance of supreme Gui Xian pills, but also the opportunity to elevate yourself to the spirit Xian realm." Yang Lingchen calmly articulated, "Welp, your boasting is commendable." Eagle Old retorted, his face a mask of disdain. "What is this? You ought to recognize it." Yang Lingchen brandished over 100 Gui Xian pills. Supreme Gui Xian pills. "How could you possess so many?" Eagle Old exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his features. "Humph, mere Gui Xian pills. Should you submit to me, acquiring spirit Xian pills in the future shall be far from impossible." Yang Lingchen proposed, "If you can indeed provide Gui Xian pills, what reason would I have not to submit to you?" Eagle Old pondered momentarily before responding, he was already a servant of the prince's residence. Receiving monthly remuneration from the prince, Yang Lingchen's offer was undeniably more enticing, especially given that he was currently a captive of Yang Lingchen. "Then release your spiritual senses and consume this." Yang Lingchen tossed a soul-devouring pill to him. Eagle Old, having witnessed the pill's effects, did not hesitate further and consumed it, too frightened to entertain any dissatisfaction towards Yang Lingchen. In that moment, Yang Lingchen inscribed a soul mark deep within his spiritual awareness. "These Gui Yuan pills are a token of our newfound alliance. As long as you follow me, you shall never regret it," Yang Lingchen proclaimed. "Thank you for your generous gifts, Master." Eagle Old and the others bowed deeply in gratitude. Gather the herbs listed on this parchment upon encountering them. As they are vital for alchemy, Yang Lingchen provided them with a list. Next came the task of cleansing the battlefield. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen dispatched Mo Juanhao and Shui Tianming to seize control of the territories held by other sects and to keep a vigilant watch over the movements of the North Xian Empire. Presently, aside from the Sword Origin Pavilion, nearly all of the 12 great sects of North Xian had been eradicated, necessitating his wariness of the North Xian Empire, a Tichui Yin Pavilion, after thoroughly plundering the remaining sects. Yang Lingchen found himself consumed by avarice once more, as all the territories of the sects were now encompassed within the dominion of Tian Yuan Palace, that on this day, Yang Lingchen once again immersed himself in cultivation, entrusting all affairs of Tian Yuan Palace to Dongfang Huayanbing in the North Xian Empire. Within the imperial court, a stunning woman adorned in an opulent phoenix robe sat regally upon the throne. Her lustrous, raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her curvaceous figure exuding an irresistible allure. Her chin and lips, chiseled as if sculpted from ruby and jade, presented an ethereal perfection, while her captivating eyes ensnared the souls of those who dared to gaze upon them, drawing them into an abyss of enchantment. This woman was none other than the Empress of the North Xian Empire, Xiao Qingyun. Your Majesty, as Tian Yuan Palace grows increasingly powerful and has unified the 12 great sects, I believe we should promptly mobilize our forces against them while their wings have yet to fully unfurl, a courtier proposed.